the first thing I did after becoming a zombie was to collect baby formula and diapers, all because I adopted a human baby girl. But what surprised me was, this baby girl turned out to be the reincarnation of the human empress. In her previous life, she fought battles across all lands, enduring countless life and death trials, slaying numerous powerful beings from other races. Eventually she fell in battle due to exhaustion, against the mother of the Voidborn race, now reborn at the beginning of the apocalypse 50 years earlier, only to find herself reduced to an infant. Meanwhile, I had just transmigrated when zombies attacked me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself transformed into a bloodthirsty zombie, yet still retaining human consciousness. Every day I had to gnaw on frozen meat from the fridge to relieve my hunger. Just as I was going about my usual food search, I discovered in this room a baby about 5 or 6 months old. The room contained many children's toys and clothes. On the nightstand sat spoiled milk, while the bloodstains in the living room suggested the poor child's parents had likely met with misfortune. For Ji Rushue, this was truly a helpless situation. Never expected that after finally being reborn, what greeted me weren't overjoyed parents, but ferocious bloodthirsty zombies. In my previous life, I could destroy the world with just a finger twitch, but now I'm merely a helpless infant, without even the strength to tie up a chicken. Having already gone without food for so long, compounded by this overwhelming terror, Ji Rushue, under both physiological fear and starvation, successfully fainted. I looked at this quiet little thing that neither cried nor fussed. Am I really that terrifying? Did I scare it to death? Luchuan hurried to the side of the crib and reached out to check for breathing. Only when he confirmed the infant was still breathing did he relax. Gazing at this tiny, breathing life in the crib, countless emotions flashed through Luchuan's blood-red eyes. Perhaps fate isn't ready to claim you yet, little one, though you really shouldn't have been born into this terrifying apocalyptic world. This little one must have been starving for quite some time now. Seeing the infant was so weak from hunger it couldn't even cry, Luchuan felt an inexplicable surge of pity. In some ways, weren't he and this infant the same kind of people? Both inexplicably transported to this strange world, only to have the extraordinarily bad luck of encountering a zombie apocalypse. For a moment, Luchuan felt a profound sense of shared misfortune. Staring at this new life with tightly shut eyes, countless thoughts raced through Luchuan's mind. After hesitating for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashed in Luchuan's eyes as he decided to adopt this little one. This decision might seem somewhat insane after all. To bloodthirsty zombies, humans are nothing but food. A zombie adopting a human infant is simply unimaginable. But Luchuan didn't see it that way. For some unknown reason, though infected and turned into a zombie, he still retained his human consciousness. Perhaps this was divine providence at work. Most importantly, Luchuan knew he wasn't the kind of person who could transcend worldly affairs. Having arrived in this unfamiliar world, before he could even understand this strange environment, the apocalypse crisis suddenly struck. For this past month, all he had experienced was continuous loss of lives, endless slaughter, and screaming. Lifting his gaze, all he saw was devastation and ruin everywhere. Yet this suddenly appearing life was like a single spark of light in this darkened world. Now living alone in this completely fallen doomsday city, living in this utterly unfamiliar world, Luchuan felt endless loneliness. Outside were zombies wandering the streets. Though in some way they were now his kind, they lacked normal human thought and were impossible to communicate with. Luchuan had been infected by the virus and turned into a zombie, yet he never considered himself a bloodthirsty monster. He still regarded himself as human. Living alone in this city swallowed by zombies, having become neither fully human nor fully zombie. During this period, all kinds of negative emotions constantly swirled in Luchuan's mind, even driving him to contemplate ending his own life. Living here, each day Luchuan opened his eyes only to face endless death. But this new life that suddenly appeared before him was like a flame ignited in endless darkness. Under the illumination of this flame, Luchuan suddenly found a new direction, feeling warmth and hope he hadn't known for so long. At least in this ruined apocalyptic world, he finally had a companion. Oh no! Is this little one about to starve to death? Chapter 3. Could it be waiting until it grows bigger to eat? After struggling with the dilemma for a long time, Luchuan made a bold decision. He would adopt this baby. It wasn't until he saw the little one faint that he realized this small child probably hadn't eaten for quite some time. The zombie outbreak had been going on for a month now. Judging by the bloodstains outside, the original owner had been dead for at least 2 days. First, I need to get some milk for this little guy. This 7 or 8 month old baby was simply too small, unable to digest other foods and only able to drink formula milk. The formula canister on the bedside table was already empty. He would have to go out to find some. With this new life bringing hope, Luchuan suddenly felt his spirits lifting after a month of depression. For the first time in this past month, his bloodshot eyes now showed hope for a better future. Luchuan silently left the bedroom and carefully closed the door he had pried open earlier. He then moved the heavy living room sofa to block the bedroom door firmly. This would at least create a simple barrier against zombie movements before his return. Other zombies didn't possess his level of intelligence, they only acted on instinct and would likely be hindered by the sofa for quite some time. Lu Chuan went to the kitchen but was disappointed to find it completely devoid of food. Upon reflection, this made sense. After a full month, all food would naturally be gone. Perhaps the baby's parents had met their fate while venturing out to search for supplies. With no other options, Lu Chuan had to check the upper floors. Reaching the third floor, he found the security door left wide open, likely from residents fleeing in haste. The dim corridor was splattered with blood everywhere. Over time, these bloodstains had completely dried into dark brown patches, solidified on the surrounding walls and floor. The ground was visibly littered with various fragmented limbs and human organs. Clearly, when the zombie outbreak crisis occurred, the building entrance door hadn't been closed in time. As zombies flooded in, all these fleeing people met their demise. There were also human remains on the ground, some reduced to mere skeletons by gnawing, others completely torn apart. Even though the building entrance door remained wide open, the interior was still filled with a putrid stench. Although Lu Chuan found this odor extremely unpleasant, having been a zombie for some time now, he could still adapt to such harsh conditions. If it had been his former human self, he would have probably run out vomiting violently by now. Groan. Lu Chuan had just ascended a few steps when he spotted a zombie slumped in the corridor at the corner. The zombie had its chest and abdomen torn open, its intestines long emptied out. Its limbs were also heavily gnawed, leaving it only able to slump on the ground even after turning. Standing on the stairs, Lu Chuan looked upwards and could hear faint scraping sounds of movement along with the low growls of zombies. Most zombies in this stairwell were missing body parts, either slumped motionless or continuously crawling along the steps. Any normal human would be terrified by this hellish scene, but Lu Chuan had long grown accustomed to it. He completely ignored these zombies and began openly looting without hesitation. Lu Chuan headed straight for the kitchen upon entering the apartment. After all, money was useless in this apocalyptic world, especially for a zombie like himself. However, powdered milk proved quite rare. Lu Chuan searched several apartments without finding any. He did manage to find some raw meat in the kitchens that hadn't completely rotted yet. Unfortunately, due to widespread power outages, the quantity wasn't substantial. Bang! Upon reaching the fifth floor, Lu Chuan smashed the door lock with a crowbar and pried open a security door. The scene inside the room made him freeze in place. Inside the room stood a female zombie, her white dress long stained crimson with blood. Hearing the noise, she quickly charged toward the entrance, but upon seeing another zombie standing outside, she reluctantly retreated. Entering the room, Lu Chuan saw the living room floor covered in bloodstains, along with the remains of a human skeleton no more than 1 meter in size. It was clear that after the zombie outbreak, the lady of the house had turned into a zombie, while her beloved child had become food devoured in her belly. Lu Chuan stood motionless for a long time, sinking into deep silence as he thought of the little one he had just seen. Had that infant not been locked inside the bedroom, its fate would likely have been the same. Perhaps it was a stroke of fortune in misfortune. Though born in this apocalyptic era, the little one had at least encountered a zombie like him who didn't eat humans. Lu Chuan entered the kitchen and finally found 2 unopened cans of milk powder here, along with 2 jeans of uncorrupted raw meat. The homeowners must have turned into zombies during the early days of the apocalypse, hence the food in the house remained preserved. After packing these supplies into his backpack, Lu Chuan looked at the zombie still pacing back and forth at the doorway. After a moment of silence, Lu Chuan positioned himself behind the zombie. Thunk! The crowbar in his hand instantly pierced through the zombie's skull, granting it permanent release. In her unconscious state, Ji Rushua faintly sensed a continuous flow of sweetness pouring into her mouth. The rich aroma of milk made Ji Rushua feel intoxicated for a moment. Simultaneously, her body that had starved for so long instinctively began sucking upon encountering this long-lost sweetness. With this small energy replenishment, Ji Rushua finally managed to barely open her eyes. To her astonishment, she discovered she hadn't died in the jaws of zombies. Even more bizarre was the fact that a hideous, terrifying zombie was using a spoon to feed her something. Am I dreaming? Or have I been starving to the point of hallucination? Ji Rushua's bright eyes were filled with astonishment as she stared incredulously at this zombie that seemed to be acting like a nanny before her. In Ji Rushua's memories from her past life, zombies were all mindless, bloodthirsty monsters. After the zombie outbreak, many of Ji Rushua's friends and companions had died at the hands, or rather, mouths of zombies. In fact, Ji Rushua herself had been forced to eliminate numerous companions who had been bitten by zombies and lost their rationality. So when she first saw the zombie, she knew her chances of survival were slim. These inhuman, bloodthirsty creatures wouldn't spare her just because she was a baby. But she never expected that not only wasn't she eaten, this zombie was actually feeding her. Could this zombie actually be planning to raise me before eating me later? Lu Chuan, who was feeding the little infant, felt relieved when he saw the baby open its eyes again. Seeing the infant's bright eyes staring directly at him, Lu Chuan forced a smile that was barely less terrifying. Little one, from now on in this apocalyptic world, I will be your family. Chapter 4. From now on, no longer alone. Perhaps because the parents had met with misfortune and the baby hadn't eaten for a long time, the little one had an exceptionally good appetite. After finishing the formula in the bowl, Luchuan noticed the baby still gazing at him with those big, watery eyes, clearly still hungry. "No way, can your tiny body really hold this much?" Luchuan said instinctively. However, he forgot he was now a zombie and couldn't speak properly, only managing a few indistinct growls. This startled Ji Rushua quite badly. "It's over. This guy really does plan to send me on my way after feeding me." Ji Rushua, who had just relaxed, tensed up again upon hearing the zombie's growl. Just as she prepared herself to be bitten, she discovered the zombie had actually turned and walked away. Soon after, Ji Rushua heard stirring sounds, and before long Luchuan returned with another bowl of milk. Ji Rushua froze in astonishment. This was the first time she'd ever encountered such a bizarre situation. Though still frightened and wary in her heart, her body instinctively began sucking again. Luchuan ended up preparing 3 full bowls of milk formula before finally satisfying her hunger. Observing the milk stains at the corners of the little one's mouth, Luchuan could practically see the look of unsatisfied craving in her eyes. This little thing can really put it away, can't she? Though Luchuan had never married or raised children, in his understanding, an infant this small shouldn't logically be able to eat so much. "It seems adopting this little one will put quite some pressure on me in the future." Luchuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now he finally understood why so many of his former colleagues worked themselves to the bone just to earn enough for baby formula. Raising a child is truly not easy at all. However, since it's the end of the world now, he could simply shop for free anywhere, so financial capability wasn't a concern. "It seems I'll need to grab more formula when scavenging other places. This little one will likely have an increasingly big appetite. At least baby formula comes mostly sealed, so it has relatively long shelf life." After her fill, Ji Rushue lay comfortably in the crib, face full of contentment. For a body that had gone hungry so long, this milk tasted no different than ambrosia. Ji Rushua studied Luchuan curiously. She'd never encountered anything so peculiar before. A bloodthirsty zombie that should instinctively devour flesh everywhere actually restrained its bloodlust and didn't immediately pounce to tear me apart. This alone would be strange enough. But it could even prepare baby formula and feed me with a spoon. This is utterly unbelievable. In her previous life, Ji Rushua had personally witnessed the entire outbreak of the apocalypse and survived through countless life and death trials to ultimately reach the Emperor realm. As a peerless female emperor, what kind of zombie hadn't she encountered before? One could even say the number of zombies that died by her hands was beyond counting. Although these zombies would continuously evolve in later stages, gradually developing intelligence after evolution. But that shouldn't be happening now. At the very least, this zombie before her emitted extremely weak energy, clearly just a newly transformed, low-level first-stage zombie. Such zombies were everywhere, ordinary beings transformed after being infected by the zombie virus. Zombies of this level absolutely cannot awaken intelligence. They are merely a group of bloodthirsty monsters that only follow their instincts. Ji Rushua stared at the zombie before her, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. However, having experienced various life and death crises in her past life, Ji Rushua gradually calmed down after the initial panic. At any rate, this zombie for whatever reason showed no intention of eating her, at least for now, so there was no need for excessive worry. Even if this zombie truly intended to attack her, she had at least filled her stomach before death, making her a satiated ghost. Not starving to death in a cradle would preserve the illustrious reputation she had built as an empress in her past life. But after satisfying her hunger, Ji Rushua began to feel waves of drowsiness. Days of hunger and fear had left her nerves tightly wound, but now, with her belly full, the tension finally eased. Ji Rushua's eyes gradually closed as she finally succumbed to deep sleep. After all, she was still just an infant. Holding out until now had already been her limit. Sleeping right after eating youth is truly wonderful, Luchuan thought to himself as he gazed at the adorable infant in his arms. Having personally fed and saved this young life, Luchuan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Watching the peacefully sleeping infant in the cradle, Luchuan's heart swelled with warmth. In this devastated, ruined city where he hadn't seen another living soul in so long, this fragile little life seemed especially precious. While a newborn's arrival during disaster might bring complications, it also represented the continuation of new hope. Hearing the infant's gradually steadying breaths, Luchuan couldn't help but smile. Although his smile appeared quite horrifying at this moment, it was truly the first time since Luchuan arrived in this unfamiliar world, amidst the zombie outbreak, that he had experienced such long-lost tranquility and beauty. From now on, in this city overrun by zombies, he would no longer be alone. "Little one, we share the same misfortune, having just arrived in this strange world when the zombie crisis struck. Don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you," Luchuan thought with emotion. However, Luchuan understood clearly that in this apocalyptic world with extremely scarce resources, raising such a small infant would be extraordinarily difficult, especially given his current identity as a zombie. If the baby had been born in a human survivor base, it might have been manageable, but staying with a zombie like himself, who knows what dangers she might face in the future. Yet Lu Chuan had already firmly resolved that no matter what, he would exert all possible efforts. For the past month, Lu Chuan had merely been surviving in a dazed, barely conscious state. Every day was lived in a state between human and ghost, constantly facing death and decay, having long grown weary of this unfamiliar world that held no attachment. This little one wasn't just a newborn life, but also represented the belief and motivation for Lu Chuan to continue surviving in this strange zombie world. If Ji Rushua hadn't been unconscious at this moment, she would have certainly noticed the humanized emotions filling the blood-red eyes of this zombie before her, with an extremely determined gaze. Chapter 5. Could this zombie still retain human consciousness? Ji Rushua slept exceptionally soundly this time. Since her rebirth, she had lived in constant fear every day. This was the first moment she could truly relax. The tension that had been gripping her spirit finally released after drinking 3 bowls of milk formula. Ji Rushua didn't understand why, despite having a bloodthirsty zombie standing right beside her, she could sleep so peacefully. She didn't even know exactly how long this sleep had lasted. Ji Rushua slowly opened her sleepy eyes, feeling as if she was currently floating in mid-air. It turned out that the zombie from earlier had picked her up. The zombie's consecutive strange actions confused Ji Rushua more and more, but what concerned her most now was where exactly this zombie intended to carry her. Lu Chuan held the infant in his arms and then left the room. A mere few months-old baby would undoubtedly perish if left alone in this apocalyptic world, so Lu Chuan decided to take her away. The place where Lu Chuan collapsed during the zombie outbreak was an old residential area. The 7-story apartment buildings had no elevators. While carrying Ji Rushua and climbing the stairs, Lu Chuan reached the 3rd floor but reconsidered, deciding the 7th floor would be safer. He continued ascending. The night before, Lu Chuan had already cleared out all the remaining zombies in the stairwell in advance. Perhaps because this was an old residential area, there weren't too many remaining zombies inside. Most of these zombies had mutated after being gnawed on, so they were basically missing some body parts. Moreover, zombies wouldn't normally attack each other unless they were fighting over food. As a zombie with human consciousness, Lu Chuan now blended in perfectly among them. While others could only flee in panic at the sight of zombies, Lu Chuan could swagger freely among them. Since zombies are beings that have already died once, they don't have the concept of pain. And unless you destroy their heads, it's extremely difficult to kill these nearly immortal creatures. Lu Chuan had seen zombies that kept writhing on the ground with just their torsos even after their bones were broken, continuously pounding on doors trying to devour humans inside. The human body actually possesses tremendous potential, but normally humans limit their physical outbursts to protect themselves. For example, even if humans have great strength, they won't exert full force because doing so might fracture their own arms while injuring others. But bloodthirsty zombies lack such awareness, hence they demonstrate greater strength than humans. However, the biggest difference between humans and other animals is that humans can use tools. Although Lu Chuan is also a zombie, he absolutely refuses to use his mouth to tear at these foul, rotting corpses. Armed with a metal crowbar picked up from a store, Lu Chuan transforms into a sneaky headshot attacker from behind. With a crowbar in hand, Lu Chuan delivers headshots one after another to these zombies from behind, easily dispatching them all. Lu Chuan wouldn't dare carry the little one through the streets without first cleaning up these zombies. Although these zombies were all transformed from dead humans, essentially mobile corpses, yet these zombies are particularly sensitive to the scent of living humans. Moreover, it's already been a month since the zombie outbreak began, with survivors either in hiding or already devoured by the undead. These hungry zombies haven't tasted fresh human flesh for quite some time. If they were to catch the child's scent, it would surely mean certain death. After reaching the 7th floor, Lu Chuan placed Ji Rushua in the bedroom he had previously prepared. Being the top floor, it could significantly block the spread of scents and sounds. At least for now, it counted as a safe dwelling. Before this, Lu Chuan had grown accustomed to the desolate life in this apocalyptic world, so he'd been living in the very store where he first regained consciousness. When awake, he would gnaw on some raw meat. When bored, he'd sit by the window watching wandering zombies search for survivors. But now, having encountered this little one, Lu Chuan felt his life had gained new color. Facing this infant, Lu Chuan didn't want to maintain his zombie appearance. He instinctively sought to recover his former human self. Therefore, Lu Chuan decided to make this room his and the little one's future home, gradually returning to human ways of living. He had already thoroughly cleaned the previously dust-covered room in preparation. After a month of neglect, Lu Chuan washed himself with bottled water and changed into cleaner clothes. Apart from his somewhat terrifying visage and the unnerving sight of unhealed wounds, he now closely resembled an ordinary human. Most importantly, in this room's bedroom, Lu Chuan discovered numerous baby clothes, diapers, feeding bottles, along with children's toys and books. It was likely that the previous occupants had children and had fled hastily when the zombie outbreak occurred. Lu Chuan stood by the window, gazing at the devastation outside as he slowly stretched his limbs. Perhaps because of this infant, Lu Chuan found that even when looking at the ruined world outside, he felt renewed motivation and hope in his heart. Most crucially, it might be because he had been particularly active these past 2 days. Originally, after turning into a zombie, Lu Chuan's limb movements were extremely stiff. After all, zombies are transformed from deceased humans. But now, with the passage of time, Lu Chuan felt his body had become much more coordinated. Though he still couldn't move as freely as before, he could now perform some basic human actions. Do all zombies gradually change like me over time, or is it because I've been more active than others? Feeling these physical changes, Lu Chuan grew somewhat puzzled. However, Lu Chuan didn't dwell on it. His focus now remained entirely on the little infant. Taking the diaper he had rummaged from the bedroom wardrobe, Lu Chuan prepared to change it for Ji Ruxue. Absorbent and dry without wetness, diapers are truly one of humanity's greatest inventions. Holding the diaper with a faint smile curling his lips, Lu Chuan prepared to change it for Ji Ruxue. Though complex movements were beyond his capability, such simple actions remained within his ability. Ji Ruxue currently felt nothing but scalp-tingling horror. Being fed by a zombie was bad enough, but now it could change diapers. Different from the biological instinct of feeding, baby diapers were uniquely human inventions that couldn't be changed successfully by instinct alone. At this moment, an astonishing thought suddenly emerged in Ji Ruxue's mind. Could this zombie have retained human consciousness? Chapter 6. From now on, you shall be this emperor's zombie father. Once this inconceivable notion took root, it began proliferating uncontrollably. Ji Ruxue couldn't help but recall her first encounter with this particular zombie. Unlike other zombies that only knew to madly crash against doors or scratch at them with their fingers, Ji Ruxue remembered that when she first saw this zombie, it initially turned the doorknob, meaning this zombie originally knew how to open doors. Since the bedroom was locked, it used a crowbar to pry open the door lock. Previously, Ji Ruxue had been too hungry and frightened to notice this detail. Only now upon recollection did she realize how abnormal this was, since when could zombies use crowbars? In Ji Ruxue's memory, these ordinary first-stage zombies transformed through bites behave like bloodthirsty beasts, completely devoid of any concept of tool usage. It was absolutely impossible for them to attempt using a crowbar after failing to unlock a door. Moreover, instead of directly devouring her afterward, this zombie had used a bowl to prepare milk powder and feed her. This completely defied all conventional logic. Ji Ruxue had witnessed before that even the most strong-willed warriors, after being infected and transformed by the virus, could only become bloodthirsty beasts. As the former human empress, Ji Ruxue had seen countless zombies, but she had never heard of zombies that could pry open doors or feed milk to infants. Today, it even changed her diaper. Could anything be more absurd than this? All these abnormal occurrences made Ji Ruxue even more certain of her conjecture. This peculiar zombie before her must have retained its former human consciousness. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived until now and would have long been torn to pieces. At this moment, Ji Ruxue felt incredibly excited, as if she had discovered a new world. In her previous life, she had broad knowledge and experience, having encountered many powerful zombies and other creatures. But this was the first time she had encountered one that, while transformed by the zombie virus, could still retain human consciousness. Only human willpower could suppress that bloodthirsty instinct. But wait a moment. This zombie before me doesn't seem female at all. The Empress actually had her diaper changed by a man. Ji Ruxue widened her eyes as realization finally dawned. The awareness that her body had been completely exposed made her emotions surge violently. One must understand, in her previous life, she had never even held a man's hand. Even during the apocalyptic era, Ji Ruxue had maintained absolute distance from the opposite sex. Never could she have imagined losing her lifelong purity over a diaper change. For a moment, Ji Ruxue felt utterly speechless with despair. Since rebirth, every possible misfortune had befallen her. Yet within moments, her expression regained its usual composure. Enough, enough. She should have perished in that final battle against the insectoid queen. This second life itself was already miraculous fortune. Moreover, she owed her very survival to this zombie. Simply being alive now counted as extraordinary luck. Having thought this through, Ji Ruxue no longer dwelled on such matters. Besides, she was just an infant now, not the revered empress everyone feared in her previous life. Ji Ruxue looked at Lu Chuan, who was carefully changing her diaper, feeling somewhat moved in that moment. In the post-apocalyptic world, both human nature and morality had long since collapsed completely. The so-called order had utterly vanished without a trace. Struggling in the apocalyptic world, Ji Ruxue had already witnessed just how depraved human nature could become. For those surviving in the apocalypse, staying alive was the most crucial thing. People would do anything to survive. Betraying friends and family, feeding loved ones to zombies, theft, prostitution, fraud, and deceit, these had become daily occurrences in the post-apocalyptic world. In her previous life, Ji Ruxue had suffered many losses, and it was only through these bitter experiences that she gradually adapted to the cruel apocalyptic world. But this zombie who was carefully changing her diaper made Ji Ruxue feel the radiance of humanity that existed before the apocalypse. Could this zombie possibly be treating me as its own daughter? At this thought, Ji Ruxue's heart trembled, and her mind involuntarily constructed a tragic story. Perhaps this zombie before her once had a beloved daughter before the outbreak, but in the apocalypse, human lives became as worthless as grass. Facing waves of bloodthirsty zombies, less than 1 in 10 humans survived. Especially in the early days of the outbreak, for ordinary people living in cities, there was almost no hope of survival. Most likely, this zombie's daughter had already perished when the apocalypse came, while its mind still clung to the memory of its child. That transcendent familial love beyond life and death made this otherwise bloodthirsty zombie mistake her for its daughter. That's why it showed gentleness unlike other zombies upon seeing her. Everything this zombie before me is doing for me now is actually what he used to do for his daughter. Even after becoming a zombie, he still couldn't let go of his daughter. Seeing Lu Chuan, who had already been transformed into a zombie with stiff limbs, still clumsily changing diapers for her, Ji Rushua felt somewhat moved and pitied him. Imagine a human who originally had a happy family suddenly encountering the apocalypse. Everything familiar around him completely changed, and even he himself became a bloodthirsty zombie, having lost his most beloved family members. The most tragic part is that after losing everything, this zombie still retains human consciousness though clearly dead. He continues suffering through existence, continuing to live alone in this ruined, devastated city, wandering helplessly among these zombies without a single true companion to share his existence. Because he retained human consciousness, he couldn't allow himself to live like other zombies, spending each day in a bloodthirsty haze. Yet having turned into a zombie himself, he could no longer integrate into human society. He could only watch as his former familiar species pointed weapons at him, their eyes filled with disgust and hatred. Whether among zombies or humans, there was no place left for him to stand. It was as if he existed outside this world, the loneliest being of all. The world was vast and boundless, yet he couldn't find a single companion to walk alongside him. This experience of walking alone through the world was enough to make life worse than death. Ji Rushua looked at the zombie before her and sighed silently in her heart. Before becoming the human empress, she had been just an innocent, kind-hearted girl during pre-apocalyptic times, with her own soft spots too. Since you've regarded me as your daughter, I hereby declare, from now on, you shall be my zombie father. Chapter 7, Blood Moon Night, Global Evolution. Because when the zombie outbreak occurred, the owner of this house most likely fled with their entire family for survival. Thus, although the door was left open, there were no bloodstains inside, only some dust. After simple cleaning, the place became fresh and new again. With the room tidied up, Lu Chuan was very satisfied with the new home for himself and the little one. The location was high enough to easily overlook the entire residential area, and it could effectively block the spread of scents and sounds, avoiding the constant anxiety of living on lower floors. Now that the room was prepared, the next consideration was food reserves. Until now, Lu Chuan had been gnawing on leftover frozen raw meat from stores, but that was no longer feasible. The little one was still so young, many factors had to be considered. The small amount of formula he had brought back temporarily was definitely not enough for the little one. Despite being so small, they could down 3 big bowls of milk in one go. Their appetite was anything but ordinary. Not to mention, if the little one is weaned in the future, it will need other food to survive. Lu Chuan made up his mind that he needed to store more food in their little nest. Glancing outside, it was still daytime. Lu Chuan simply lay down on the sofa. After all, he was now a zombie. Though the zombies on the streets paid him no attention, what worried him more were the survivors hiding in the shadows. Zombies had no real thoughts, their minds fixated only on devouring the living, and as one of their kind, they wouldn't attack him. Now, with the world overrun by bloodthirsty zombies, Lu Chuan found it paradoxically the safest environment for him. If he went out searching for supplies in broad daylight and was spotted by some hidden survivor, it might raise suspicions. No matter how human-like he made himself appear, the way the zombies treated him would still draw the notice of the observant. After all, humans now can only hide like rats, fleeing in panic when facing these bloodthirsty zombies. But I could carry supplies and walk freely on the streets, which would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. If it only drew attention, that would be one thing, but what I really fear is having my hideout and the little one exposed as well. In this apocalyptic world, humans aren't much safer than zombies. Soon the sun set in the west, plunging the entire city into darkness. With large-scale water and power outages, the once vibrant modern metropolis now lay in complete silence, broken only by the occasional zombie howls in the night. For other survivors, the arrival of night was undoubtedly despair-inducing, because human vision decreases significantly in darkness. To navigate this lightless city and search for supplies, one could only rely on flashlights or night vision devices. But zombies aren't entirely restricted by this limitation. Even at night, Lu Chuan could still move freely. After changing clothes, shouldering his backpack, and picking up the specialized lot-prying crowbar, Lu Chuan prepared to set out. The night was his best camouflage. However, before leaving, Lu Chuan still closed the bedroom door and dragged a large cabinet to block the 7th-floor stairwell entrance, preventing other zombies from breaking into the room. These mindless zombies could hardly exhibit any intelligent behavior. With this cabinet blocking the stairwell entrance, even if zombies entered the corridor, they would ultimately be obstructed. Moreover, the zombies in this building had already been completely cleared out, and outside zombies typically wouldn't climb stairs without reason. The little one was still young and unlikely to cause too much commotion inside the room. However, Lu Chuan took these precautions not only against zombies but more importantly, to guard against humans. After turning into a zombie, Lu Chuan had been living in the store for this past month, witnessing through the windows numerous tragedies following the collapse of civilization. At the beginning of the apocalypse, most people managed to maintain some composure and kindness when facing the crisis. But as deaths increased and food shortages worsened, the darker side of human nature gradually emerged. Moreover, most of those kind-hearted and helpful individuals had already fallen victim to zombie attacks in the early stages. Lu Chuan still remembered how women's screams frequently echoed through the streets just days after the outbreak. He didn't need to guess what those sounds meant. When half a month passed, water and electricity supplies were cut off across the city. Some even voluntarily engaged in flesh trade just to get a bite to eat. Pushing companions toward zombies to ensure one's own escape became commonplace during the apocalypse. Lu Chuan had even witnessed some starving survivor groups, their eyes red with hunger from lack of food. Too afraid to face bloodthirsty zombies, they instead turned their blades against their own comrades. Even though Lu Chuan had turned into a zombie, he still restrained himself from hunting humans despite his bloodthirsty desires. But some people, still alive, had already begun killing and eating their own companions. These individuals had lost the most basic humanity. They weren't even worthy of being called humans. They wouldn't even spare children if they discovered any little ones. The consequences would be unimaginable. For a mouthful of food, they were capable of doing absolutely anything. The old residential area where Lu Chuan lived was called Sunshine Community. Each building's ground floor had a security iron gate. After reaching the ground floor and closing the iron gate, Lu Chuan picked up a nearby iron chain to securely fasten it before leaving with peace of mind. The surrounding area was all residential neighborhoods. Although household supplies might not be particularly abundant individually, little by little they added up to considerable amounts. After packing large quantities of food into his hiking backpack, Lu Chuan simply carried the remainder in his arms. If any survivors possessed night vision equipment at this moment, they would witness an extremely bizarre scene. On the dark and silent street, a bloodthirsty zombie was actually carrying a large pile of powdered milk, sneaking around furtively. Suddenly, Lu Chuan sensed something wrong. When he sharply looked up, he discovered that the originally somewhat dim yellow moon had now turned into a blood moon. The moon in the sky looked as if it had been dyed red with blood, appearing extremely eerie in this silent night. Room 702, Building 7, Sunshine Community. Bedroom, on the bed. After waking up, Ji Rushua found the room completely empty. Where did Zombie Daddy go in the middle of the night? I really need to pee. Whatever, there are diapers anyway. What a great invention. Just then, through the incompletely drawn curtains, Ji Rushua saw the blood moon in the night sky outside the window, appearing extraordinarily sinister now. Blood moon. Is tonight already the night of the blood moon? It seems the era of global evolution is about to begin. Chapter 8. My brain itches so bad, evolution begins. On the street, Lu Chuan stared blankly at the blood-red moon overhead. Ji Rushua, the reborn empress who had experienced the apocalyptic era, knew the significance of the blood moon well. But Lu Chuan had transmigrated from another peaceful world and had no idea what this meant. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan quickly found a corner and put down the powdered milk he was carrying. Upon opening the milk powder can, Lu Chuan was relieved to find the powder inside remained white. Thank goodness. That scared me. I thought I'd gotten pink eye or something. If my eyes are fine, does that mean the moon has actually turned blood red? This sudden change surprised Lu Chuan slightly, but he soon gathered his supplies and continued heading home. In this strange world where zombie apocalypses could occur, a blood-red moon didn't seem impossible. To be precise, a silent night, an empty city, beast-like roars, and a crimson full moon. Now this was the standard apocalyptic setup, wasn't it? Lu Chuan felt no discomfort whatsoever at the arrival of the blood moon. On the contrary, it seemed perfectly natural to him. After all, in his previous life, he had already seen numerous similar scenarios in various sci-fi movies. Paying no heed to the changes in the sky, Lu Chuan transformed into a human hamster and began a night of frenzied transportation work. As a zombie, he hardly felt any fatigue, and his strength had significantly increased compared to when he was alive. Thus, Lu Chuan carried batch after batch of useful items back to the residence for the little one. Essentials like formula milk, baby bottles, and diapers. Lu Chuan packed huge quantities of these each time. In no time at all, the room was completely stocked with supplies thanks to Lu Chuan's efforts. Next, Lu Chuan started hoarding all kinds of snacks and children's toys, not even sparing children's books. Although it was the apocalypse, Lu Chuan believed it was still necessary to teach the little one to read and speak. As the saying goes, you can be poor in anything but education. Ji Rushua looked at the stack of 3 years college entrance exam, 5 years simulation materials Lu Chuan brought back and suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. If I remember correctly, I'm not even 1 year old yet, right? Isn't it a bit too early to start practicing college entrance exam problems now? Moreover, it's the apocalypse already. Are we still doing college entrance exams? But Lu Chuan didn't care about any of this. Anything he found useful, he hauled back home. Although the little one was still an infant under 1 year old, Lu Chuan still carried back several 50-pound bags of rice. Lu Chuan discovered that after becoming a zombie, his strength had increased significantly and his stamina had improved too. He could easily lift these 50-pound rice bags with one hand. Rice is good. Rice is filling. This was Lu Chuan's most basic reasoning. As for how to cook without water or electricity, or when the under 1 year old baby could actually eat rice, these questions didn't concern him at the moment. They'd definitely come in handy someday. During this entire hauling process, Lu Chuan didn't feel the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, he felt life was full of hope. He felt that everything he was doing now was like laying the foundation for a wonderful new life. So once he started moving things, he couldn't stop. This approximately 100 square meter house had already been packed to the brim by Lu Chuan's haul. Just as Lu Chuan was making his fourth round of transporting supplies, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right with his body. Lu Chuan quickly put down the supplies in his hands and leaned against the wall. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt something bizarre. His zombie body was experiencing an unnatural, searing heat. This strange phenomenon shocked Lu Chuan to his core, considering he was currently a zombie. To be more precise, he was a walking corpse. His blood had long ceased flowing, turning into a disgusting blackish-brown color. His entire body had become ice cold, making this peculiar burning sensation feel both alien and strangely familiar. In that instant, Lu Chuan suddenly felt tears welling up in his eyes. This scorching energy inside him made him feel as if he'd returned to the time before his death. But immediately afterwards, Lu Chuan noticed his brain itching unbearably, feeling as if his very mind might explode. At this moment, Lu Chuan could only crouch in the corner, clutching his head as his body trembled uncontrollably, utterly confused about what was happening to him. Damn it! Has my human consciousness trial period expired? Am I about to become one of those bloodthirsty zombies? This sudden bizarre sensation left the current Lu Chuan somewhat panicked. He had just mustered the determination to rebuild his life, just found new hope and new purpose. Having finally found a companion to survive with in this ruined apocalyptic world, Lu Chuan refused to accept his own extinction like this. Now, with tightly clenched teeth, Lu Chuan's originally blood-red eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Although Lu Chuan didn't know what was happening to him or what he would become next, he was determined to remain conscious. Lu Chuan didn't notice at this moment that the black veins on his body were gradually fading and transitioning to a bluish color. Meanwhile, the terrifying-looking wound on his shoulder had completely dried and weathered after a month, appearing extremely filthy and disgusting. Yet this gruesome wound was actually beginning to heal at a slow pace. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it at least didn't look as horrifying as before. Lu Chuan's fingernails also began to transform gradually, and his sharp, loose teeth became somewhat more even. Having turned into a zombie, Lu Chuan had lost much of his originally thick black hair, now appearing rather sparse. But as Lu Chuan's body continued trembling, his extremely thin hair surprisingly began growing thicker and denser. Although it still hadn't returned to its pre-death appearance, it was already countless times better than the balding look after turning into a zombie. Simultaneously, in the silent dark night, the continuous roars of zombies suddenly erupted one after another. Many zombies under the moonlight were experiencing the same phenomenon as Lu Chuan, their bodies beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Some survivors bathed in the moonlight began experiencing waves of bodily heat, unknowingly undergoing subtle changes under the lunar glow. Their blood flowed faster, organs pulsated more vigorously, muscles became more compact, and bones seemed tougher than before. Sunshine residential area. Inside the bedroom, Ji Rushue too was enveloped by the blood-red moonlight streaming through the window. Her petite frame trembled slightly as Ji Rushue felt an intense heat spreading throughout her body. Chapter 9, Awakened Ability Corpse Control. Lu Chuan had no idea how much time had passed when he slowly opened his eyes to find himself lying on the street. What exactly was last night's blood moon about? No matter how slow-witted Lu Chuan normally was, even he could sense something was wrong now. The moment that blood-red moonlight fell upon him, the strange transformation it caused remained unforgettable to Lu Chuan even now. According to typical sci-fi movie tropes, that blood moon should have heralded the dawn of a new era, so why don't I see any changes in myself? Lu Chuan glanced around. The planet's gravity remained unchanged, and the dilapidated buildings looked exactly as they had when he'd fainted. Uncertain what had truly occurred, Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly before starting to gather the supplies he'd scattered across the ground. But very soon, Lu Chuan noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. When rising from his spot, Lu Chuan hadn't felt anything peculiar. Only when he began moving did he realize his physical reactions had become extraordinarily agile. This was remarkable because previously, as a zombie, even after a month of practice he could only perform basic movements. His limbs had always remained somewhat stiff. But his overall coordination had improved significantly compared to before, and Lu Chuan felt his entire body brimming with surging power. His body became more nimble than before, his movements noticeably more agile. Now each step Lu Chuan took covered greater distance with increased speed. Moreover, when looking down, Lu Chuan was astonished to discover the previously dark veins on his body had significantly lightened in color. Even his fingernails showed changes, appearing more like those of an ordinary human. As a gentle breeze passed, Lu Chuan instinctively touched his head as if sensing something. He suddenly realized the balding crown he developed after turning into a zombie was actually regrowing hair. Though still patchy, it was vastly improved from before. After picking up the scattered supplies, Lu Chuan discovered his current strength had dramatically increased, nearly doubling his previous capacity, with his physical attributes undergoing substantial enhancement. As if sensing something, Lu Chuan looked at the wandering zombies on the street and noticed significant changes had also occurred to them. The originally terrifying and disgusting zombies now appeared somewhat more human-like after this night. Although after the blood moon, the previously monotonous daily life seemed to have undergone some changes. Yet this sudden change didn't make Lu Chuan panic. Instead, he felt a small secret delight in his heart. Having inexplicably arrived in this strange world and lived each day in a daze, he finally welcomed some change. Repeating the same routine every day would inevitably become tiresome eventually. But now Lu Chuan discovered this world might not be as simple as he previously imagined. After all, while the zombie virus was somewhat understandable, the blood moon at night seemed rather exaggerated. It's highly possible this zombie outbreak wasn't just caused by a simple virus. Lu Chuan picked up the supplies and prepared to head home, but as he passed by a zombie, a strange sensation suddenly welled up in his heart. Staring at this zombie before him, its face twisted in a hideous snarl, its mouth occasionally emitting low growls. Lu Chuan felt an indistinct yet undeniable connection forming between himself and this zombie. Could it be I'd been single for too long? No way. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chuan shook his head vigorously in alarm, but soon realized this peculiar connection wasn't some bizarre affection toward the zombie. Rather, it felt as though countless invisible threads had materialized in his mind, linking him to this undead creature. These zombies stood before him like empty-headed puppets devoid of any independent will, and he seemed to have acquired a special ability to channel his thoughts through these intangible threads, much like manipulating a puppet with strings. This strange ability excited Lu Chuan momentarily, and he immediately began testing his hypothesis. As Lu Chuan focused his attention, he faintly felt the connection between himself and the zombie before him growing increasingly stronger. In just a short while, the zombie that had been limping and swaying moments ago suddenly stood still in place. Forward, backward, raise your hands. If anyone had been present at this moment, they would surely have been astounded. On this ruined street, a zombie was actually performing chest-expanding exercises. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth twitched upward uncontrollably, just as he had guessed. He could indeed control the zombie's movements. At this moment, Lu Chuan could confirm that last night's blood moon was definitely no ordinary phenomenon. That mysterious crimson moonlight had caused changes in him. No, more accurately, it had caused changes in all zombies. Moreover, his situation seemed somewhat special. Not only had his physical strength increased, but he could also control other zombies. Lu Chuan named this peculiar ability corpse control. Lu Chuan, possessing this new ability, was like a child who had just received a new toy, continuously experimenting with his latest acquisition. In his previous life, Lu Chuan had watched some sci-fi movies and read web novels. He knew that those who awakened supernatural abilities in such apocalyptic times were usually top-tier powerhouses. It seems I too possessed the potential to become an emperor. Lu Chuan kept controlling the zombies, making them perform all sorts of bizarre actions. One moment they were dancing, then playing basketball, then rapping. It was just a pity these zombies still couldn't speak. There were many zombies wandering the streets, allowing Lu Chuan to experiment freely. After several rounds of verification, he discovered his current limit was controlling only 2 zombies simultaneously to perform different actions. Moreover, if the distance was too great, he couldn't issue commands accurately either. Lu Chuan deduced this was likely related to his mental energy. At least, that's how it worked in all those sci-fi movies and web novels he'd read before. These zombies controlled by himself, Lu Chuan named them corpse puppets. As the name suggests, mindless puppets that can only be manipulated. After continuous experiments for a long time, Lu Chuan felt somewhat exhausted. Damn it! The little one is still at home. Lu Chuan suddenly remembered he had been transporting supplies all night, and after being exposed to the blood moon yesterday, he had endured for a long time. But ultimately he passed out, and now he didn't even know how much time had passed. He had no idea what might have happened to the little one alone at home. After all, the little one was merely an infant. Even without zombies around, there could still be plenty of dangers. Lu Chuan hurriedly controlled corpse puppet number 1 and number 2 to carry the supplies he had previously collected, quickly heading towards Sunshine Residential District. Chapter 10, Ji Rushua's ability. 2 zombies loaded with supplies followed behind Lu Chuan. Under the command of his consciousness, these originally stiff-limbed zombies could now execute more complex instructions. It must be said that with corpse puppets number 1 and number 2 helping carry supplies, Lu Chuan felt significantly relieved. Lu Chuan was now experiencing what it felt like to be a boss. Having subordinates do the work was indeed quite satisfying. Observing the two emotionless corpse puppets who only knew physical labor, Lu Chuan nodded slightly in his heart. I wonder how to specifically enhance my ability to control zombies. If I could command more zombie underlings in the future, supporting the little one would become effortless. Lu Chuan couldn't help but imagine himself leading a group of zombie underlings rampaging through the city. The thought did carry a certain imposing air. Returning to the entrance of building number 5 with the two zombies, Lu Chuan directly controlled corpse puppets number 1 and number 2 to carry all the retrieved supplies up to the 7th floor. Immediately after, Lu Chuan had the two zombies stationed on the first floor to serve as guards. Normally, humans wouldn't go scavenging in places with zombies, and zombies don't kill each other either. Therefore, these two zombie subordinates can perfectly serve as his lookouts. If any problem arises, they can immediately alert him while also being capable of fighting remotely. The most crucial point is that zombie guards don't need food, water, or wages. They are practically born beasts of burden. With such zombie guards keeping watch, the safety of the little one at home improves significantly. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushue, after undergoing the baptism of the blood-red moonlight throughout the night, finally began to awaken gradually from her unconscious state. Her eyes grew increasingly bright and clear, and then she felt an overwhelming surge of information flooding into her mind. After sensing this vast influx of knowledge, Ji Rushue's eyes brimmed with excitement. These strange things were all too familiar to her. The next moment, her gaze fell upon a fallen leaf outside the window. Ji Rushue's eyes shone with remarkable vitality, and then despite the complete absence of any breeze, the fallen leaf on the windowsill abruptly lifted into midair. The leaf then flew directly into the room, hovering motionless in the air for 2 full seconds. Such a peculiar phenomenon would undoubtedly astonish any onlooker fortunate enough to witness it. After experiencing that crimson moon, Ji Rushue had awakened extraordinary abilities, psychokinetic control. She could now manipulate objects with mere thought. Levitation, telekinesis, and other feats that defied conventional physics had become possible. What delighted Ji Rushue most was discovering she hadn't merely awakened psychokinesis but had also regained her past life's transcendent ability, temporal manipulation. Ji Rushue still remembered how in her previous life, researchers had already begun investigating the origins of these awakened abilities. After various experiments and long-term analysis of numerous cases during Ji Rushue's past life, some researchers had proposed that the awakening of supernatural abilities might be deeply connected to one's soul. Different souls would possess different supernatural powers. However, this theory hadn't been perfectly verified at that time, but now Ji Rushue could confirm that the awakening of supernatural abilities was indeed related to innate talent. Because even after reincarnation, her soul remained unchanged, so she perfectly inherited the time manipulation ability awakened in her previous life. Ji Rushue felt extremely excited this time. She was even more powerful than in her previous incarnation. After all, upon rebirth, she gained the additional ability of psychokinesis on top of her original power, making her a dual talent awakener. Moreover, both of her awakened talents were extraordinary, each possessing the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse. A domineering aura that could overlook the entire world flashed through Ji Rushue's eyes. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had thrived during the apocalypse, relying solely on her time manipulation ability. By the later stages, the terrifying power of time had granted her the capability to dominate entire battlefields. She could plunge battlefields into stasis while simultaneously accelerating or decelerating time flow around herself and her opponents. This ability was practically heaven-defying in its potency. It was precisely by wielding this formidable supernatural power that Ji Rushue ultimately transformed herself into the position of Empress. And now in this life, she possessed not just time manipulation but also psychic control. This ability to manipulate objects with mere thought proved exceptionally practical on apocalyptic battlefields, whether for offense or defense. Ji Rushue reflected silently. Had she possessed psychic control in her previous life, her capability against multiple foes would have been even greater. But then, a sharp pain suddenly pierced through Ji Rushue's mind. His whole body felt drained, even his breathing became involuntarily rapid. Although he had successfully awakened 2 talents after rebirth, there was still one drawback. That is, he was currently just an infant. This few-month-old body was still too weak. Merely using his talent abilities for such a short time had already exhausted him. His foundational level was indeed much weaker than in his previous life. Nevertheless, Ji Rushue remained extremely excited. Low basic mental power didn't matter as long as he kept growing. This psychic power would continue to improve. Although currently just an infant, once grown, his strength might become countless times more terrifying than in his previous life. Moreover, compared to psychic power, possessing 2 extraordinarily powerful talents was what mattered most. Ji Rushue couldn't help but fantasize about attaining supreme power after growing up. When that time comes, if he encounters the insect queen who killed him in his past life again, he might actually be able to defeat her. At this moment, Ji Rushue heard some movement outside the house. Was it her zombie father returning home? A zombie possessing human consciousness. This was truly extremely rare. Even as a former empress, Ji Rushua had never encountered such a situation in her past life. Lying on the bed now, she couldn't help but feel curious in her heart. She wondered whether this low-level zombie with human consciousness could successfully evolve after experiencing the Blood Moon's baptism. Would it awaken supernatural abilities just like humans? After all, based on current observations, the awakening of supernatural abilities was related to one's soul. As long as a soul existed, there was potential for awakening. Ji Rushua was very eager to see what a zombie with human consciousness and awakened supernatural abilities would actually look like. Chapter 11, Poor Zombie Father. From now on, this empress will protect you. Lu Chuan quickly reached the rooftop and, seeing the wardrobe he had placed in the hallway remained undisturbed in its original position, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This unexpected outing encountered the Blood Moon, and most crucially, he had fainted. Lu Chuan was deeply worried something might have happened at home. This was the first time since arriving in this world that Lu Chuan experienced the feeling of having someone to care about. For the past month, Lu Chuan had been living in a daze every day, never before feeling any sense of worry or concern. This uniquely human emotion made Lu Chuan increasingly convinced he was still among the living. After being exposed to the Blood Moon's rays, the evolved Lu Chuan found his strength had significantly increased. He easily moved the wardrobe aside. Rushing back to the bedroom, Lu Chuan discovered the little one lying on the bed, wide-eyed and staring at him. Though he'd never even been in a relationship before, this scene inexplicably gave Lu Chuan the sensation of fatherhood. The infant's eyes sparkled with life, their distinct black and white pupils completely different from the zombies roaming the streets. This serene and adorable baby seemed to possess the power to purify everything in this apocalyptic world. Lu Chuan's somewhat restless heart after evolution gradually calmed down upon returning home. Little one, you must have woken up hungry after me being away for so long. Lu Chuan smiled and walked into the kitchen to prepare formula milk. Now that large areas of the city have lost water and electricity, boiling water has become impossible. After all, he couldn't burn firewood indoors. It would be disastrous if the house caught fire. He had no choice but to use mineral water to mix the formula milk. These were the only conditions available now. It's the apocalypse after all, survival is what matters. As Lu Chuan was mixing the formula, Ji Rushua was observing her zombie father. Ji Rushua noticed changes in Lu Chuan's body. His skin and other features had transformed significantly from yesterday, making him appear more human. However, these changes were quite subtle and different from what Ji Rushua remembered. In Ji Rushua's impression, zombies initially were just ordinary first-level zombies, those beings transformed after being infected by the zombie virus. For example, Lu Chuan was originally this type. After that blood-red moon appeared, eerie changes occurred globally. Particularly among these bloodthirsty zombies, the changes were most noticeable. Usually, different zombie species would transform into distinct types accordingly. Ji Rushua remembered that shortly after the apocalypse began in her previous life, one type of blood moon evolved zombies would develop abnormally tall and robust physiques. A zombie that might have originally stood no more than 1.78 meters could grow explosively to about 2-3 meters tall after evolution. Moreover, their muscle mass would undergo terrifying expansion, their skin becoming extremely tough, with bones far surpassing ordinary creatures. These zombies' powerful bodies were exaggeratedly larger than ordinary zombies by many times. On the battlefield, they could withstand most attacks, possessing exceptionally outstanding resistance to damage. When this type of zombie appears on the battlefield, it becomes extremely difficult to destroy, possessing tremendously powerful strength. Normally, ordinary road barriers would either be flipped over or smashed through directly by it. Therefore, zombies of this evolutionary path were commonly named tank-type zombies by human survivors in the previous life. This means the zombie is like a main battle tank, capable of easily crushing everything before it. It could be said this is the nightmare of most survivors, as many survivors' weapons simply cannot harm this type of zombie. There are also zombies whose main evolutionary direction is agility. In this aspect, they didn't obtain terrifyingly enlarged powerful bodies, mainly evolving their limbs and horrifying claws. Most crucially, these zombies can rely on their strong, powerful limbs and sickle-like claws to hang upside down and climb on walls or even rooftops. Their muscles are like springs, possessing extremely formidable jumping power and rapid movement speed. With its agile body and bizarre posture, it could easily maneuver in somersault mid-air. Human survivors found it extremely difficult to successfully hit this type of zombie. However, this wasn't the most crucial point. The most horrifying mutation of this zombie was its originally human tongue. The tongue could freely extend and retract, even capable of breaking bricks and stones with its extreme aggressiveness. Ji Rushua remembered clearly that in her previous life, she had joined a survivor camp where the camp leader possessed exceptionally formidable combat abilities. Yet due to lacking experience dealing with such peculiar zombies, he was ambushed by that terrifying tongue and fell just as he was about to decapitate the zombie. Because of this zombie's peculiar characteristics, survivors came to call it liquor. The main emphasis was on being wary of its naturally extensible and utterly horrifying tongue. Besides these, some zombies developed the ability to extend bones from their spinal columns after evolving. Through different evolutionary paths, these bones eventually develop membranes that form into a pair of skeletal wings, thereby achieving the ability to fly. There are even extremely rare elemental zombies that emerge, which surprisingly can wield elemental attack abilities just like some awakened humans. Abilities such as wind blades, fireballs, and ice spikes, among others. These peculiar zombies will cause significant trouble for human survivor camps in the later stages. Even in the early stages of these special zombies' evolution, they exhibit some relatively noticeable physical traits. But this zombie father currently nursing himself appears utterly ordinary in every way. Even after undergoing blood moon-induced mutation, he doesn't seem to have undergone any particularly remarkable changes. Thinking this, Ji Rushua couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. She had originally hoped to see a different father today. After all, everyone wishes for their loved ones to possess sufficiently formidable strength. Surviving in the apocalypse is an extremely difficult task without sufficient strength. One can easily be eliminated. Ji Rushua actually had considerable confidence in her zombie father. After all, it was quite obvious that this father of hers was special, actually retaining human consciousness. This counts as exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. Even Ji Rushua in her previous life as Empress hadn't encountered such an existence. Ji Rushua had originally wanted to witness some peculiar phenomena occurring, but it now seemed this opportunity wouldn't materialize. Only through continuous evolution can one survive in this world. Only during the initial stages of the zombie apocalypse could these most basic level 1 zombies possess some deterrent power capable of intimidating ordinary survivors. By the later stages, such zombies without obvious evolutionary strength, still extremely mediocre in power, would be completely reduced to cannon fodder. Ji Rushua lamented silently in her heart. Poor zombie father, when this empress grows up, let me be the one to protect you. Chapter 12, Naming the Little One Luchichi. Although Ji Rushua had experienced the cruel apocalypse, she still maintained her own principles. For Ji Rushua, the apocalypse didn't mean abandoning one's humanity, nor did rational survival require complete cold-bloodedness. Even in her previous life, Ji Rushua was someone who always repaid kindness and settled debts. Moreover, now that she had been reborn as a defenseless infant who couldn't even care for herself, if she hadn't met this rather peculiar zombie father, Ji Rushua could clearly imagine her probable fate. Either being discovered by zombies and torn to pieces, or slowly starving to death alone in a crib. It could be said that this zombie father of hers not only saved her life, but also raised her with parental care. Ask yourself, which mindless bloodthirsty zombie could suppress its bloodlust when facing a living human? Even going so far as to diligently gather supplies for a human baby, preparing milk formula and feeding the infant. Ji Rushua always repaid kindness, let alone such immense gratitude. Even if this zombie father of hers might be completely ordinary, just a common low-level zombie, it wouldn't matter. Ji Rushua had already made a silent decision. No matter what, she would protect him for life. You raise me young, I'll care for you old, should never be just empty words. Moreover, as someone who had been reborn, Ji Rushua knew many paths of zombie evolution. The primary evolutionary method for most zombies was consuming living creatures, using their flesh and blood energy to gain strength. For example, when zombies devour humans or other creatures, it's essentially an instinct of biological evolution to some degree. However, there's another method preying on the crystal cores formed within their fellow zombies' brains. Those peculiar zombies that have awakened supernatural abilities, regardless of their species, will all form a unique crystal core within their brains. This crystal core is the primary source of the zombies' abilities. However, only successfully awakened zombies can possess this brain crystal core. Ordinary zombies lack it. If that massive number of low-level zombies could all form crystal cores, the situation facing humanity would be utterly terrifying. Ji Rushua had already made up her mind. Although her father's physique was rather mediocre, it didn't matter after all, she was the empress. Ji Rushua was extremely confident in both her current strength and future prospects. In her previous life, she had to take things one step at a time, yet still managed to carve out her own domain in the apocalypse and attain the position of empress. Reborn with experience and memories, she even gained an additional powerful awakened ability. Ji Rushua believed that in this life, she would only grow faster and stronger than before. At worst, after she grew powerful enough, she could simply plunder the crystal cores from other evolved zombies. Ji Rushua had made up her mind even if she had to pile up these crystal cores, she would transform her father into a high-level zombie. When reaching high-level zombie status, enormous changes would occur. Zombies of this level would gain speech capability, no longer limited to growling like other zombies. Most crucially, if breaking through to high-level zombie status, their bodies would undergo tremendous transformations. At that point, they could regenerate human-like bodies, becoming nearly indistinguishable from actual humans. Don't worry, my zombie dad. I'm a rising star. Supporting this empress definitely won't leave you at a disadvantage. Thinking this, Ji Rushua unconsciously licked the milk stain at the corner of her mouth. Delicious. Lu Chuan remained unaware of the little one's thoughts, merely finding it amusing how she stared so intently at him. Her wide eyes, with clearly defined black and white pupils, looked utterly adorable. Whether in her past life or current one, this was Lu Chuan's first time observing an infant from such close proximity. He suddenly discovered that these infants seemed to carry an innate hope for life within them, making people willingly indulge in their presence. Little one, just grow up peacefully, no need to worry about the outside world. I've found 2 new bodyguards for you. They're currently guarding downstairs, requiring no food, no drinks, no accommodation, and without any social insurance or housing fund. Most importantly, they have excellent physical condition, won't get sick or be absent from duty. With these 2 around, our lives will be much safer. Lu Chuan simply sat by the bedside, quietly watching the infant on the bed. His heart gradually grew calm and tender, though unfortunately Lu Chuan's bloodshot eyes showed no visible change that Ji Rushua could detect. Little one, grow up quickly. Daddy got you lots of toys this time: Barbie dolls, plush bears, Thomas the Tank Engine, and Transformers. Ahem, the Transformers are actually for myself, but you can play with them if you like. You don't need to worry about neglecting your studies for play. I've brought back all the 3 years of college entrance exams and 5 years of simulation materials for you. Keep them. If all else fails, they can be used as firewood. At this moment, Lu Chuan had completely begun raising this little one he coincidentally found as his own biological daughter. Although he had never been in a relationship, let alone had a child, Lu Chuan felt that at this moment he was the happiest father. Unbeknownst to him, a thing called responsibility had settled on his shoulders. This porcelain doll-like infant had become Lu Chuan's new hope and treasure. Suddenly Lu Chuan realized he hadn't even given this little one a name since bringing her home. Since she was human, she needed to have her own proper name. Lu Chuan was momentarily at a loss. He'd never considered the matter of naming a child before. The family name was easy enough. As his daughter, she would naturally take his surname. Lu what? Lu Chuan mentally reviewed all the ancient poems he had memorized in his previous life and all the vocabulary he had learned. Yet in that hurried moment, he still couldn't come up with a suitable name. Until Lu Chuan glanced out the window and immediately made a decision in his heart. Since we're currently living on the 7th floor, and this is our first home together in this world, I'll call you Lu Chi-Chi. Your nickname will be Chi-Chi. This way, no matter what happens in the future, whenever we think of your name, we'll recall the wonderful times we shared in our little home on the 7th floor. From a down-and-out young man to a father, Lu Chuan's mindset had changed. He would no longer live aimlessly just for himself. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, Daddy will ensure you grow up carefree. Even in this apocalyptic world, Daddy will carve out a peaceful sanctuary just for you. Chapter 13, Zombie Battle. Looking at his night's work, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Now all the storage spaces in this room, as well as the open areas, have been filled with various supplies I've gathered. Even if Chi-Chi has an exceptionally large appetite, these provisions would definitely last him a very long time. After all, no matter how much the little one eats, he's ultimately just a baby who can only consume some milk powder every day. Having prepared a considerable amount of supplies, Lu Chuan decided to stay at home for some time. In the apocalypse, survival is the only thing that matters. Moreover, the fact that he has awakened the ability to control zombies suggests this world is far more complex than he initially imagined. Lu Chuan could understand how the zombie virus might enhance physical abilities over time or through continuous feeding. But the fact that he could actually control zombies' movements completely defied normal biological principles. The blood moon hanging high in the sky last night had made Lu Chuan feel extremely uneasy. Changes had occurred in his own body, and he couldn't guarantee whether other zombies might experience the same. No one knew what peculiar powers those zombies might gain after evolving. Lu Chuan decided it would be wiser to lay low for a while. After all, having just reincarnated into this world only to be immediately attacked by zombies, Lu Chuan really didn't consider himself particularly lucky. After feeding Chi-Chi, Lu Chuan decided to observe the situation from the building for some time, planning to consider venturing outside only after confirming the world was safe. Anyway, he had already gathered ample supplies and didn't mind staying put for a few more days. This world feels utterly alien, undergoing strange transformations every single moment. If it were just me, I might accept this half-human half-ghost existence. But now with Chi-Chi, I must become stronger. Lu Chuan walked to the living room and picked up a steel machete about half a meter long. He had found it earlier when scavenging through this building, in a room on the 6th floor. According to Lu Chuan's current memories, this city also prohibits controlled knives. It's unclear what occupation the previous owner of this house had to actually possess such a long machete, one that had even been sharpened to extreme keenness. With its straight spine and thick blade, it's perfectly suited for prolonged chopping, belonging to the typical category of bush knives. However, it's obvious that previous regulations no longer apply in this post-apocalyptic era. After one night of blood moon mutation, Lu Chuan gained not only the puppet-controlling ability to manipulate other zombies but also significant enhancement in his physical attributes. Moreover, his bodily agility has become no different from ordinary humans, whereas before his limbs were stiff and could only perform simple movements. But now he can wield this steel blade with remarkable fluidity, its silver gleam flashing and whirling through the air. Although Lu Chuan never formally trained in any sword techniques, as a zombie, his physical strength surpasses that of ordinary humans. Now wielding the cleaver, his movements emphasized raw power and lightning speed. Lu Chuan began practicing knife techniques in the living room, drawing inspiration from the martial arts novels and movie moves he'd seen before. The cleaver whistled through the air in his hands, its blade cutting through the atmosphere with audible whooshes. Lu Chuan examined the cleaver with satisfaction. Its razor-sharp edge made it perfect for close combat. This cleaver's lethality far surpassed that of a crowbar. Lu Chuan was confident that with this cleaver he could split a zombie's head clean in two with a single stroke. What distinguishes humans from other animals is their ability to learn tool usage. Those zombies roaming the streets couldn't wield weapons, relying only on teeth and claws to tear. But Lu Chuan was different. Retaining human consciousness meant mastering this more scientific and advanced combat method. Lu Chuan believed that armed with this blade, he could easily take on multiple zombies single-handedly. Just as Lu Chuan was practicing his swordsmanship, Ji Rushua had rested for a while and her psychic power had recovered. She then began to contemplate her innate abilities again. In this life, Ji Rushua possessed two extremely powerful innate abilities. One was time manipulation. This was an ability Ji Rushua had possessed in her previous life, something she was so familiar with that she couldn't be more familiar. As long as she had sufficient psychic power, she could activate it without any practice. The other ability was the newly awakened psychic power manipulation, which required Ji Rushua to practice for a period of time before she could gradually comprehend and master it. Ji Rushua concentrated her psychic power intensely, focusing her attention on a silver needle on the bedside table. Then, under Ji Rushua's psychic control, the silver needle slowly floated and rose into mid-air. Following Ji Rushua's manipulation, the silver needle then traced a slow trajectory through the air. The silver needle hovered above Ji Rushua's head, appearing incredibly miraculous. This scene looked exactly like something that could only appear in sci-fi movies, making people feel utterly incredible. Although Ji Rushua currently manipulated objects at a relatively slow speed, she believed that with enough practice time, this would absolutely become a powerful means of killing without a trace. Moreover, as her psychic power gradually strengthened, the weight of objects she could control would continue to increase in the future. Now with silver needles, perhaps in some time she could control flying daggers. Thus 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, Lu Chuan practiced his knife skills in the living room. Ji Rushua practiced her aerial control ability in the bedroom. Both lived very fulfilling lives, striving their hardest to create better lives for each other. On this day, after Lu Chuan finished feeding Ji Rushua, he suddenly noticed some unusual movement outside. Looking down through the balcony window, Lu Chuan saw two zombies actually tearing at each other on the street. Indeed, the commotion caused by these two zombies fighting was quite substantial. Otherwise, Lu Chuan on the 7th floor wouldn't have been able to hear it. Witnessing this, Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. There were no traces of humans around these two zombies. After a month of coexistence, Lu Chuan had gained considerable understanding about these creatures of the same kind. Although zombies are bloodthirsty and ruthless, much like emotionless killing machines, they typically only act when they detect human presence. Normally, zombies don't attack each other. Apart from fighting over food, internal conflicts among zombies are rare occurrences. Yet clearly, there was no contested food source below. This was precisely why Lu Chuan found the zombie fight below so astonishing. It completely defied his understanding developed over this period. Chapter 14, Crystal Core. These two zombies seem somewhat unusual. While observing from the rooftop, Lu Chuan suddenly noticed that both zombies appeared different from the ones he normally encountered. The 7th floor was too high to see clearly, and he could only vaguely make out that one of them had a somewhat tall physique, appearing more robust than ordinary zombies. The other was shorter in stature, but significantly faster than regular zombies. This peculiar phenomenon inexplicably raised a sense of caution in Lu Chuan's heart, prompting him to quickly descend to around the 4th floor. From this position, he could finally see clearly what was happening below. Only now did Lu Chuan notice that these two zombies were completely different from those he encountered daily. One of them stood nearly 2 meters tall, with an exceptionally muscular build. It was entirely of that brawny, tough guy type, so strong that its punches could even dent car doors on the roadside. Such formidable strength left Lu Chuan stunned. Lu Chuan had no doubt that if he faced this zombie, a single punch from it would likely shatter his bones and leave him completely incapacitated. Opposite this burly zombie stood another one with a relatively slender torso. However, one could see its claws were somewhat sharper. Even ordinary zombies that fight with claws and teeth aren't much different from humans. In fact, due to the zombie virus, human bodies may even suffer from decay issues. But this comparatively thinner zombie had claws like 5 daggers that could effortlessly leave 5 gashes on a car's body with just a light swipe. Watching these two powerful zombies battle from inside the building, Lu Chuan felt a wave of dread. He had been worried these past 2 days whether the blood moon might affect other zombies, so he hadn't gone out at all. Now it seemed his decision couldn't have been wiser. The individual combat abilities of these two zombies far surpassed his own by no small margin. Lu Chuan noticed that although the more muscular zombie didn't possess the terrifying oak-like claws of the other one, its arms were extremely resilient. Those arms actually seemed forged from fine steel, producing metallic clanging sounds like striking metal against stone when clashing with the other zombie. Lu Chuan truly couldn't imagine what kind of physiological structure these two zombies had. They existed on a completely different level from himself. After 2 days of practicing knife techniques, Lu Chuan had originally felt confident he could easily kill ordinary zombies. But the two zombies downstairs now gave him a harsh reality check. If Ji Rushue were present, she would certainly recognize these two zombies' types. One was a massive tank-type zombie, the other an agile-type zombie. These represented two of the more common varieties among evolved zombies. They were also the kinds of zombies that gave survivors constant headaches during the early apocalypse days. Although Lu Chuan didn't know the specific evolutionary types of these zombies, he could still determine that these two zombies must have undergone certain evolution during that blood moon night, just like himself. However, it was clearly evident that their evolutionary paths differed. For instance, he surprisingly gained the ability to control zombie movements. This resembled a mental-spiritual evolution. In terms of close combat capabilities, he had only achieved moderate enhancement compared to before, far inferior to such terrifying evolutionary developments. These two zombies had clearly pursued physical combat specialization, yet with different evolutionary directions. One grew increasingly massive with formidable defensive capabilities, while the other developed extreme agility and offensive power. Either of these two zombies would spell doom for ordinary zombies, capable of effortlessly slaughtering large numbers of them. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt immensely grateful for his caution, for had he not remained inside the house for such an extended period, he could very likely have been carelessly killed by these two zombies, or other zombies of similar types. After all, Lu Chuan's awakened ability is in the realm of telekinesis. In close combat, he simply cannot match them. From the current perspective, this world is far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Lu Chuan's mind gradually grew more solemn. He had felt somewhat complacent due to his recent evolution, but now he realized he must recognize this world's cruelty. However, Lu Chuan was quite curious, why would these two zombies suddenly fight each other? Normally, the same species shouldn't cannibalize one another. At least until now, Lu Chuan had never encountered zombies that would eat each other. These two were the first he'd seen. Could it be that zombies outside have now gone mad with hunger? That can't be. Zombie meat tastes terrible. As a zombie himself, Lu Chuan really didn't think his own flesh would have any pleasant taste. The blood within had long dried up, making eating zombies no different from chewing jerky. Bang! 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 The battle noises from the two zombies downstairs grew increasingly louder, with several nearby cars being smashed and torn apart by them. A flash of gravity passed through Lu Chuan's eyes as he saw the fight might soon reach its conclusion. This hulking tank zombie only needed to swing its arms to unleash tremendous destructive force. While the other agile-type zombie possessed formidable attack power, it simply couldn't penetrate its opponent's defenses. Moreover, with its weakened torso, it couldn't withstand even a single punch. Its own attacks merely pierced through the tank zombie's arms, making a life-for-life exchange impossible. After a chaotic melee, the tank zombie suddenly swung both fists violently, sending the agile zombie flying with a single punch. Then the even more robust tank zombie, with its legs striding forward like a charging off-road vehicle, instantly appeared before the agile zombie. The massive fists were completely incomparable to the agile zombies. The opponent's relatively slender torso stood no chance against the tank zombie's assault. In just a few punches, the tank zombie had already shattered the agile zombie's spinal column. Bang! Another heavy punch came crashing down, smashing the agile zombie's head to pieces and completely extinguishing its life force. The sheer force of this punch not only crushed the agile zombie but also flattened the car beneath it, sending a chill down Lu Chuan's spine as he watched. However, at this moment, Lu Chuan noticed that after its victory, the tank zombie's enormous fist pulled out a white crystal core from the other zombie's head. What is this? When seeing this white crystal core, Lu Chuan inexplicably felt a surge of desire in his heart, as if he urgently needed to obtain this item. Although Lu Chuan didn't know what this was, he could feel his body instinctively craving it. It seemed that simply eating this crystal core would bring great benefits to his body. Could it be that these two zombies were fighting each other just to seize the crystal core in their opponent's head? Chapter 15, Ji Rushue's Cultivation Technique, the Glazed Breath Method. Lu Chuan noticed that after eating the white crystal core, the massive zombie immediately began beating its chest and emitting roars. From these roars, Lu Chuan could sense extreme excitement. Bang! 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 It appeared the white crystal core contained formidable power, making the burly zombie extremely excited as it madly smashed several nearby parked cars. The zombie stood in place and roared several times, the sound extraordinarily loud. The ordinary zombies nearby froze upon hearing these noises, then all chose to maintain their distance, seemingly instinctively fearful of this massive zombie. After briefly venting its emotions, the hulking zombie entered a shop across the street. Lu Chuan waited for a long time but didn't see it emerge, though he could faintly hear zombie growls coming from inside the shop. Lu Chuan guessed this zombie must have hidden itself away to digest the power from that white crystal core it just consumed. Though Lu Chuan didn't know what the white crystal core was, seeing this situation made him absolutely certain it must be beneficial to zombies. Recalling that primal craving he'd felt earlier, Lu Chuan still felt somewhat excited thinking about it now. Since becoming a zombie, Lu Chuan had experienced that bloodthirsty hunger for flesh. When seeing humans, he too felt that instinctive urge to bite. The only difference was that Lu Chuan had somehow retained his human consciousness. Faced with human willpower, this craving for flesh and blood was nothing to fear. As time passed, Lu Chuan could barely feel any desire for flesh and blood anymore. But just now, Lu Chuan discovered that when he saw the white crystal core, his most primal craving far surpassed his dependence on flesh and blood. Lu Chuan speculated that if he could consume the crystal cores from other zombies' brains, there would certainly be tremendous benefits. Perhaps these crystal cores could enhance the abilities zombies obtain after evolution. This would explain why those two zombies, vastly different in size yet both possessing strange powers, had engaged in such a terrifying battle earlier. They must have wanted to devour each other to strengthen their own power. Recalling the intense craving the white crystal core had triggered in him, Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. If I can consume that big guy's crystal core, maybe I'll be able to control more zombie underlings. Lu Chuan's current psychic power isn't strong, his limit is only controlling these two zombies. Having now witnessed the changes in this apocalyptic world, Lu Chuan urgently wants to enhance his own strength. Even if not for himself, for Chi-Chi's sake he must desperately grow stronger. The problem lies in the fact that his post-evolution special ability is zombie control. Although his physique has undergone some changes compared to before, it completely pales in comparison to those two downstairs. The massive zombie boasts an incredibly robust build, with tremendous power contained in its body, its arms as tough as refined steel. As for that zombie whose spine and head he smashed, although somewhat slender in build, its movements were extremely swift, especially those terrifying claws that chilled him to the bone. Compared to these two zombies who clearly enhanced their bodies and combat capabilities, Lu Chuan is obviously no match for them. Lu Chuan has no doubt that if he took a single punch from that zombie, he'd probably die instantly. A head-on confrontation definitely offers no chance of victory for now, only strategy can be relied upon. Lu Chuan fell into contemplation for a moment, and when his gaze drifted toward the kitchen's gas cylinder, his eyes suddenly lit up with a scheme forming in his mind. However, Lu Chuan didn't act rashly. Acquiring the crystal core would require careful planning and gradual execution. After all, his desire to grow stronger was solely to ensure Chi-Chi could grow up healthily in this world. But if he messed up and died at the hands of that hulking zombie, little Chi-Chi would have no one to care for her. He couldn't put the cart before the horse. Ji Rushua, lying on the bed, naturally heard the tremendous commotion outside as well. Though constrained by her current physical condition and unable to see what was happening downstairs, her post-rebirth intuition allowed her to roughly guess the situation. After the Blood Moon Night, the entire world entered a peak phase of evolution. Not only did humans awaken extraordinary talents, but many powerful entities also emerged among the zombies. Other animals that survived the zombie outbreak also began transforming into ferocious beasts after the Blood Moon. Zombies and ferocious beasts started killing and devouring each other to continuously evolve. Human survivors no longer merely fled in panic from zombies, as they had gained the ability to fight back against them after the Blood Moon. Meanwhile, humans began hunting for the cores of zombies and ferocious beasts to research and develop superhuman gene serums for continuous self-enhancement. However, these superhuman gene serums were only early-stage products of the global mutation following the Blood Moon. Before Ji Rushua's rebirth in her previous life, humanity had already developed more powerful cultivation methods. These cultivation methods allowed humans to strengthen themselves more perfectly and efficiently. As the peerless empress among humankind, Ji Rushua had practiced the most supreme technique in her previous life, the glazed breathing method. In her previous life, Ji Rushua endured extremely difficult and prolonged struggles in the early stages, relying on her formidable innate talents to carve out a path of survival multiple times amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Later, by virtue of this powerful cultivation technique, she progressively ascended to the position of empress. Now that the tide of evolution has begun, Ji Rushua understands all too clearly that with her zombie father being merely an ordinary low-level zombie, it would be fundamentally impossible to survive in this increasingly brutal mode. Ji Rushua realizes she must enhance her strength as quickly as possible. She needs both to protect her zombie father and possess sufficient strength for self-preservation. Fortunately, neither the memories nor the techniques from her previous life were forgotten due to her rebirth. Although she is currently an infant, she can still practice the glazed breathing technique. After the Blood Moon Night, anomalies occurred worldwide, with the air permeated by massive amounts of energy particles. These energy particles float suspended in the air, gradually and subtly transforming numerous organisms. For instance, the evolution of all things after the Blood Moon was precisely related to these energy particles. However, in the early apocalypse, human survivors remained trapped in pre-apocalypse thinking patterns, focusing solely on researching gene serums and failing to learn how to control this power. It wasn't until the later stages that corresponding breathing techniques were developed to absorb the energy particles in the air. As Ji Rushua activated the glazed breathing technique, her delicate body began to tremble slightly. Her breathing gradually became exceptionally rhythmic, prolonged and subtle. The energy particles in the air slowly entered her body through this unique breathing method. Chapter 16, Burning the Tank-type Zombie. Whether zombies or ferocious beasts, they all strengthened themselves by devouring one another. Whereas humans in the late apocalypse had mastered this more efficient cultivation method, Ji Rushua felt profoundly fortunate to have been reborn in the later period. Otherwise, with this infant body, surviving in this apocalypse would have been questionable at best. With each breath, a massive influx of energy particles made Ji Rushua's bones grow increasingly resilient and her flesh more condensed. Particularly as an infant, Ji Rushua's current psychic power was extremely weak, but under the improvement of these energy particles, it was continuously strengthening. By the time Lu Chuan returned to the bedroom from downstairs, Ji Rushua remained deeply immersed in her cultivation. Lu Chuan had no idea Ji Rushua was actually cultivating. Seeing little Chi-Chi trembling all over in bed, Lu Chuan felt extremely worried. Could she have caught a cold during the night? A sick infant was no trivial matter. Lu Chuan hastily grabbed a quilt from nearby and gently covered little Chi-Chi. In the pre-apocalyptic world, sick infants could still be treated at hospitals. But in this post-apocalyptic era, where could one find a children's hospital? There were only bloodthirsty zombies there. Feeling movement on her body, Ji Rushua was startled awake from her cultivation. Upon opening her eyes, Ji Rushua discovered the blanket covering her and her zombie father standing nearby with a worried expression. She suddenly found the situation rather amusing. She had just begun practicing the glazed breathing technique. In the early stages, the body would tremble slightly with each breath as energy particles from the air entered. This was completely normal. However, to her zombie father's eyes, this likely appeared as if she had caught a cold, hence his worried expression as he covered her with the blanket. A faint smile appeared on Ji Rushua's face, and her gaze grew noticeably gentler. Staring at the pale-faced zombie before her with blood-red pupils, Ji Rushua felt no fear, only a warm current flowing through her heart. In her previous life, Ji Rushua had grown up in an orphanage, learning self-reliance early on. She had relied on scholarships and subsidies to complete her university education. Only Ji Rushua herself knew the bittersweet taste of human relationships, the warmth and coldness of the world. Now that she had been fortunate enough to be reborn into this life, her reincarnated parents had simply departed when the apocalypse broke out. This was actually the first time Ji Rushua had felt the warmth of paternal love, even though it came from a zombie. When Lu Chuan saw that Xiao Qi was unharmed and even smiling happily at him, only then did he feel relieved. Unconsciously, Lu Chuan realized his emotions had long been tied to this little one. Looking at the gentle eyes of the little one, Lu Chuan couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. In this ruined apocalyptic world, such a hopeful infant was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement one could receive. After confirming Xiao Qi was safe, Lu Chuan began contemplating how to deal with the zombie outside. The hulking zombie stood right across from him. Lu Chuan had to find a way to eliminate it. Otherwise, having such a dangerous existence living nearby would always leave him feeling somewhat uneasy. This robust zombie could even crush cars with its strength, so Lu Chuan didn't believe the aged iron gate downstairs could stop it. Moreover, after devouring the white crystal core, its power would likely continue to increase. God knows how powerful this creature might become in the future. Lu Chuan decided he must strike first to gain the upper hand. Whether it was to consume the crystal core and become stronger himself, or to eliminate this potential threat, he had to take the risk. As evening fell and night descended, from the dimly lit shop across the street, occasional zombie growls could be heard. These growls differed from ordinary zombies, deep and full of oppressive force. The wandering zombies nearby, upon hearing these sounds, instinctively moved away as if fearing to encounter something terrifying. Inside the shop, that burly zombie Lu Chuan had seen earlier had grown even more muscular than during daytime. His height, originally nearly 2 meters, had now climbed to about 2.3 meters, and his arms had grown another full size larger. Bang! Just as this zombie was continuously digesting the energy from the crystal core, a tremendous noise suddenly came from the shop entrance. Interrupted by this loud sound, the massive zombie immediately flew into a rage. Beating its chest with both fists, it strode outside. Its bloodshot eyes were filled with nothing but brutality and killing intent, as if it couldn't wait to vent the tremendous power and fury inside its body. Roar! Roar! On the empty street stood a low-level zombie, continuously roaring at the tank zombie while remaining stationary. If one carefully observed this low-level zombie, they would notice its blood-red pupils were completely empty. Roar! The tank zombie suddenly beat its chest, letting out an extremely loud roar that dwarfed the low-level zombies by several times in volume. Even Lu Chuan, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a shudder of fear at this moment. Good grief, this big guy's aura is extraordinarily strong. Good thing I prepared in advance by using a zombie puppet. Lu Chuan was eager to obtain greater power, so he decided to eliminate this zombie first. However, for safety's sake, Luchuan sent out a zombie puppet to provoke it. Luchuan mentally controlled this low-level zombie to pick up a flower pot from the roadside and hurl it with full force, hitting the big guy right on the head. Taking advantage of the tank zombie's delayed reaction, Luchuan controlled the zombie to immediately turn and flee. Roar! The tank zombie roared at the sky, its eyes burning with fury. As a successfully evolved zombie, it had long stopped regarding ordinary low-level zombies as worthy opponents. Yet unexpectedly, it had been provoked by one, so it immediately gave chase to Luchuan's zombie puppet. Zombie puppet number 1, under Luchuan's control, swiftly led this massive creature to a distant shop. Luchuan had already set up 2 open gas canisters here in advance, filling the entire shop with the smell of leaking gas. Bang! Number 1 corpse puppet had just run into the shop when the tank zombie charged fiercely, its massive body crashing directly indoors. That ridiculously huge fist smashed Luchuan's corpse puppet into pulp. Bang! 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 The tank zombie kept pounding the corpse as if venting its rage. When Luchuan controlled number 2 corpse puppy to enter, the hulking creature was still mutilating the corpse, and number 1 corpse puppet had already been smashed into bloody foam on the ground. Luchuan manipulated number 2 zombie to enter the shop, closed the somewhat dented door behind him, then took out a lighter. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted as the 2 gas canisters in the shop ignited instantly, the blazing flames illuminating the night. The tank zombie that took the full force of the explosion emitted piercing shrieks amidst the sea of flames. When it finally struggled out of the store with great effort, it collapsed headfirst at the entrance. The zombie's entire body was scorched black by the raging fire, resembling a piece of charcoal. Chapter 17, Devour the Crystal Core, Advance. At the moment of explosion, Luchuan promptly withdrew his consciousness from these 2 corpse puppets, thus avoiding any significant impact. The fierce fire inside the store continued to rage, illuminating the surrounding area brightly even in the darkness of night. The explosive power generated by these 2 gas cylinders startled even Luchuan himself. Luchuan secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had previously chosen a location relatively far from residential buildings, otherwise he might have been caught in the blast wave. Most crucially, the explosion produced extremely loud noises along with highly conspicuous raging flames. Some zombies in the distance were attracted by the commotion, but perhaps the oppressive aura radiating from the hulking zombie was too overwhelming. Thus ordinary low-level zombies merely lingered at a distance, not daring to approach for the time being. Luchuan didn't charge out directly, but continued waiting in concealment. The impact from the massive zombies' earlier combat had been too shocking, making Luchuan hesitant to approach immediately. After all, a centipede dies but never falls down. If this zombie wasn't completely dead and managed to land a punch, it would mean instant curtains. Perhaps because the zombie's body still contained some fatty tissue, the flames continued burning relentlessly against the colossal undead creature. A full 10 minutes passed, yet the zombie remained completely motionless despite the fire. Only after confirming it might truly be dead did Luchuan gather courage to stealthily approach. Upon closer inspection, the zombie had been completely disfigured by the raging flames. Coupled with the massive shockwave from the gas tank explosion, the zombie's body had suffered severe damage. The stench of burning decay was extremely pungent, and thick black smoke continued to billow from the zombie's body. If a human were to approach and inhale this smoke, they would likely experience dizziness and headaches. Fortunately, Luchuan was a zombie and unaffected by these effects. The zombie's current appearance was truly unsightly to behold. Without hesitation, Luchuan swung his cleaver and split open the zombie's skull. Luchuan discovered that after this zombie's evolution, its surface defenses had become significantly stronger compared to ordinary low-level zombies. Even dealing with this already charred corpse required him to exert considerable force to break through the back of its skull. Thwack! As the blade flashed and cleaved the skull in two with force, Luchuan indeed found a special crystal core amidst the bloody brain matter. However, this crystal core was different from what Luchuan saw during daytime. It was no longer pure white but had acquired some red hues. Moreover, Luchuan discovered that the temptation this core exerted on him was far stronger than what he experienced earlier. Although Luchuan didn't know exactly what these things were, his zombie instincts told him that this white core with red tinge was definitely more beneficial to zombies than the pure white crystal from this morning. It's possible that the pure white crystal cores are the basic ones formed after zombie evolution. And when these zombies complete their mutual devouring and further enhance their power, red hues will appear in their cores. If the cores were to turn completely red, wouldn't that mean they'd become even stronger? Although Luchuan didn't understand the rules of zombie evolution in this apocalyptic world, after several observations he could deduce some basic patterns. But what surprised Luchuan more was if this hulking zombie was already so formidable now, how terrifying would it become if it continued evolving? As more and more zombies were attracted by the firelight, Luchuan hastily stored away the crystal core. He then selected 2 intact zombies from the wandering horde, making them his subordinates. After reconnecting the 2 corpse puppets, Luchuan quickly returned to the residential compound. He assigned the 2 new corpse puppets to guard downstairs while he went up to the 3rd floor alone. Holding the unique crystal core in his hand, Luchuan felt an increasingly intense urge to devour it. His body instinctively craved this kind of crystal core. After ensuring his surroundings were safe, Luchuan no longer suppressed his inner desire and swallowed it in one gulp. The next second, Luchuan felt the crystal core instantly dissolve inside him, unleashing a torrent of power that surged into every limb and pore of his body. This energy continuously tempered Luchuan's physique, gradually transforming his somewhat decayed skin further toward a human form. However, Luchuan noticed that after devouring this crystal core, he didn't undergo the same special changes as the two zombies he had observed earlier. He didn't grow razor-sharp claws like that agile zombie. Nor did he develop extremely robust muscles and defense like that massively enlarged brute. Externally, he only appeared less ferocious than before, with slight improvements in physical strength, agility, and stamina compared to his previous state. However, Luchuan felt as if his brain had suddenly undergone a massive explosion. Tremendous power surged into his mind, nearly causing him to experience a brief period of dizziness and swelling. Undergoing the crystal core's evolution, Luchuan couldn't help but let out several furious roars. The zombies wandering downstairs trembled slightly upon hearing Luchuan's growls, then slowly retreated into the distance. After evolution, Luchuan felt his mind become exceptionally clear, with all five senses seemingly more acute than before. Most crucially, Luchuan found himself controlling zombies with much greater ease. After just brief contemplation, Luchuan understood the specific reason. It's highly probable that different zombies awaken different innate abilities, while his own enhancements were clearly focused on mental aspects. The two zombies he saw today were both close combat types, one enhanced in strength and defense, the other in agility. Luchuan excitedly ran to the street to test his abilities and discovered his vastly increased psychic power could now simultaneously control 5 zombies, more than doubling his previous capacity. Most importantly, Luchuan discovered he had gained a new ability to share his zombie puppets' vision. Before evolution, Luchuan had to control these zombie puppets within his line of sight, but now after evolving, he could manipulate them remotely. Luchuan was extremely excited with this ability. He wouldn't even need to go out personally for tasks anymore, he could just remotely command his underlings to handle them. This method was exceptionally convenient and could significantly enhance his survival capabilities. However, corpse puppet control has its range limitations. Through Luchuan's tests, his current psychic radiation limit extends up to 1 kilometer. This means for any operations within a 1 kilometer radius, Luchuan no longer needs to show up personally. Remote controlling these corpse puppets will suffice. At this moment, Luchuan suddenly felt somewhat like the command system from his previous life, with a group of unmanned robots under his control. Since I don't need to show my face anymore, committing arson, murder and robbery will become much easier in the future. Chapter 18, Zombie Dad must be quite scared right now. 7th floor bedroom. It's already so late, why hasn't Zombie Dad returned yet? Ji Rushua lay in bed feeling unsettled. She had clearly heard the enormous explosion from the shop earlier, along with the terrifying roars of evolved zombies. The tank-type zombies' nocturnal howls were particularly chilling to hear. Even though Ji Rushua was a reincarnated empress in her current infant state, facing these enhanced combat evolved zombies would mean certain death. Now that she was on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua wasn't particularly worried about being exposed, but the prolonged absence of her zombie father was making her anxious. Regular zombies without evolution would face certain death when encountering these evolved variants. Even survivor camps, if lacking sufficient firepower or preparation, would likely be completely wiped out by these tank-type zombies. My zombie father, please don't let anything happen to you. I still can't even walk yet. If anything happens to you, I'll be finished. Ji Rushua was beginning to suspect that her destiny might be too harsh, whether in her past life or current one. She seemed destined to bring misfortune to her parents. Now that she finally had a father who'd already died once and become a zombie, and had just begun to feel the warmth of paternal love, could she really be facing another world-shattering catastrophe? Ji Rushua, who was originally practicing the glazed breath technique, found her mind completely occupied by Luchuan's image. Distraught, she found it impossible to calm her mind for cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, this pair of father and daughter who met by chance had long regarded each other as their most crucial companion in this apocalyptic world. Although Luchuan's eyes were filled with crimson red, Ji Rushua always felt she could perceive paternal affection in her zombie father's gaze. She didn't want this hard-won familial bond to vanish in an instant. Thud. Just then, the sound of a door opening came from outside, making Ji Rushua instantly heave a sigh of relief. Ordinary low-level zombies wouldn't know how to unlock doors. Only her zombie father, who retained human consciousness, could do such an extraordinary thing. Thank goodness, as long as nothing bad happened. A faint smile appeared on Ji Rushua's face. Luchuan walked in just in time to see the little one smiling at him. Such an adorable expression warmed his heart. For this little one's sake, Luchuan felt he had enough courage to face even the most powerful zombies. Luchuan went straight into the kitchen and began preparing formula milk. His time spent planning the trap to kill the giant zombie and absorbing the crystal core had taken quite long. The little one must be hungry. Thinking about today's significant power boost while watching the little one happily drinking milk filled Lu Chuan with joy. Though they were still living in apocalyptic times, Lu Chuan increasingly felt hopeful about their future. This sense of hope and expectation for life was completely unlike the muddled existence he had endured during that previous month. Be good, Xiao Qiqi. Daddy has grown stronger again and can protect you better in this apocalyptic world. Perhaps it was the continuously strengthening power, or perhaps the gradually changing apocalypse, or maybe it was the child's pure and beautiful smile. Lu Chuan only felt that his somewhat decayed body seemed to radiate vigorous vitality. Although he had now become a zombie, life seemed to have gained new joy. After all, the life he had lived before rebirth, working overtime at the company every day, leaving early and returning late like a walking corpse, wasn't particularly interesting either. For 2 days after his power improved, Lu Chuan didn't leave Building 5 again. Instead, he used telekinesis to dispatch his zombie puppets to search for supplies nearby. Controlling several zombie puppets to work simultaneously was much faster than Lu Chuan moving things himself. Now Lu Chuan had converted the rooms on lower floors into his personal warehouses. All kinds of supplies that little Qiqi might need now or in the future were collected by Lu Chuan. The entire building had become Lu Chuan's private property. Not only did Lu Chuan collect baby supplies and food, but he also gathered numerous tools to combat zombies. After witnessing the formidable combat scenes of those two evolved zombies, Lu Chuan realized that perhaps after that night of the blood moon, the world he already found unfamiliar had changed once again. To survive better, it was essential to enhance one's combat capabilities and establish proper defensive measures. By manipulating corpse puppets, Lu Chuan brought back some gas canisters, sealed fire axes from each building, and alcohol that could be used to make Molotov cocktails. He even collected items like crowbars, shovels, and kitchen knives. Basically anything useful was taken back. During this period, Lu Chuan either took care of Xiao Qiqi or found an empty room to practice combat techniques. Although his daily routine was mostly repetitive, Lu Chuan still felt quite fulfilled, as he could clearly sense his strength continuously improving. As long as he keeps getting stronger, his chances of surviving in this apocalyptic world will increase. Ji Rushua had been lying in bed all this time, doing nothing but drinking milk and practicing the glazed breathing technique. Her current body was too weak. Ji Rushua had to use this breathing technique to enhance her strength. The energy particles in the air continuously improved Ji Rushua's frail body while simultaneously strengthening her infantile psychic powers that were still weak. After finishing her cultivation, Ji Rushua slowly exhaled a turbid breath. After this period of training, her psychic power had grown slightly stronger than before. Hearing faint movements coming from the living room, Ji Rushua slightly furrowed her brows. She wondered if her zombie father retained some consciousness from his previous life that would explain why he used to go out searching for supplies at night. But now he hadn't left the house for 2 days. This made her think of the battle between evolved zombies 2 days ago, along with the mysterious explosions and terrifying zombie roars near their residential area. Ji Rushua speculated that her zombie father was probably quite unlucky and had already encountered those evolved zombies with special abilities. After evolution, the mere powerful pressure emanating from these superior zombies was already incomparable to ordinary low-level zombies. It could be said that although both evolved zombies and ordinary low-level zombies are zombies, they would gradually form different species. The suppression force from higher levels was extremely terrifying. Ordinary low-level zombies could hardly resist this pressure. Moreover, the combat capability of evolved zombies was far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Ji Rushua could easily imagine that, as an ordinary low-level zombie, Zombie Dad must be feeling extremely frightened right now. Chapter 19, The Zombie Who's Working Hard to Learn Combat Skills. The zombie outbreak happened too suddenly. Many people didn't even have time to react before falling victim to zombie attacks. In those early days of the apocalypse, everyone had thought ordinary zombies were the final result of mutation. But no one expected that after the blood moon, evolution and mutation began occurring globally. This newly reopened path of evolution caught many people completely off guard. Her zombie father, as an ordinary zombie that hadn't evolved, became the lowest existence in this globally mutated world. Not only would he be killed by human survivors but also slaughtered by his fellow zombies, even by those enhanced ferocious beasts. For a low-level zombie meant to be cannon fodder, survival in the apocalypse was already extremely difficult. To also spare energy to sustain himself and take care of his own daily needs and safety, that was truly asking too much of him. Ji Rushua felt deeply moved in her heart. Even under such dire circumstances, her zombie father didn't seem to intend to abandon her. One must understand that in the apocalypse, something like humanity had long become an extremely precious commodity. Those who were once kind, after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse, became capable of committing all sorts of filthy and despicable acts. Perhaps someone who was a true gentleman before the apocalypse could become a cold-blooded killer after doomsday. It's hard to say whether this is right or wrong, since survival is everyone's primary concern in the apocalypse. For many people, simply staying alive has already become the greatest luxury. Even those who survive, even well-supplied survivor camps with strong defenses, will abandon children and the elderly to flee alone when necessary. Yet my zombie father, despite having endured the cruelty of the apocalypse and turning into a neither human nor ghost zombie, still retains the radiance of humanity. Rushua quietly gazed at the night sky outside the window, her limpid eyes revealing a composure and calmness beyond her years. It seems I need to accelerate my cultivation. As time passes, more and more evolved zombies and ferocious beasts will appear. Relying solely on my zombie father's abilities, surviving in this apocalyptic world would be extremely difficult. As Rushua practiced her breathing techniques, energy particles continuously entered her body, making her power grow increasingly formidable. Rushua urgently needed to become stronger since her zombie father was clearly unreliable. She could only depend on herself. Fortunately, after so many days of cultivation, Rushua had already achieved considerable progress. The intensity of her psychic power had improved significantly compared to before. At this moment, under the propulsion of Rushua's psychic power, the silver needle on the nightstand swiftly shot into the air. Swish, swish, swish. The extremely thin silver needle now danced wildly through the air, carrying terrifying speed. Combined with her time manipulation ability, Rushua was confident she could now kill without anyone noticing. Even this tiny silver needle, empowered by her psychic force, could easily pierce through a skull. However, Rushua wasn't satisfied with this. In this apocalyptic world, survival requires far more than just these limited skills. As time passes, increasingly powerful zombies or mutated beasts will emerge one after another. To maintain hope of survival, one must become stronger. In the living room, Lu Chuan was intently studying a martial arts textbook. This was discovered when he dispatched his zombie puppets to search the surrounding buildings. The original owner of this room was probably a martial arts enthusiast, as there were many combat manuals left behind. They thoroughly documented various close-quarter combat techniques including sanda, judo, boxing, free fighting, and grappling. Following the instructions in these books, Lu Chuan continuously practiced and trained in the room. Having transformed into a zombie and undergone evolution, Lu Chuan's physical attributes already far surpassed those of ordinary humans. One might even say many professional fighters might not match Lu Chuan's current physical capabilities. Moreover, his body was no longer stiff like that of low-level zombies, allowing him to execute these complex combat moves with greater ease. The difference between humans and other creatures lies in the development and utilization of the brain. All these modern fighting techniques were developed through countless drills in various environments and scientifically refined methods, enabling more effective training and attacks against enemies. Based on his recent observations, Lu Chuan found that zombies' attack patterns were actually extremely primitive and brutal. After all, lacking human intelligence, zombies merely act on instinct, nothing more than swinging their claws or biting with fangs. These series of instinctive attacks. Such disorderly attack methods might work against unprepared ordinary people, but genuine martial arts masters who've undergone combat training could easily neutralize the threat. However, even in real life, not even professional boxing champions with combat training would dare engage these zombies in close-quarter combat without caution. This is not because human combat techniques are inferior, but because zombies lack intelligence at worst, they just die. But humans are different. Humans have more concerns because once bitten, the outcome is transformation. Most humans would not be willing to take such a risk. However, Lu Chuan is different after all, he is already a zombie. Even if bitten, it doesn't matter, he fears nothing from the so-called zombie virus. Retaining human consciousness, in Lu Chuan's view, is his greatest advantage, and thus must be fully utilized. Different from other zombies, he can wield weapons with maximum efficiency in combat. Although his evolutionary path differs from other zombies, lacking reinforcement in close-quarters physical combat. Yet this advanced, scientific fighting style might help him compensate for the gap in physical attributes. While brute force can overpower skill, leverage can also overcome strength. Moreover, combat techniques include many joint-locking maneuvers. Such swift and decisive moves remain highly effective even against zombies. Moreover, zombies don't possess the same strong subjective initiative as humans. They can't learn or defend themselves, only attack by instinct. A thinking mind against a mindless one creates the greatest suppression. However, Lu Chuan understood the principle that book knowledge alone isn't enough. He'd seen numerous news reports about people who diligently practiced military boxing only to get stabbed over 30 times by criminals. After briefly mastering some combat essentials and undergoing a period of training, Lu Chuan eagerly made his way to the 6th floor. He controlled a zombie puppet into the living room, then released his telekinetic hold. Lu Chuan immediately used this zombie puppet as his sparring partner, continuously practicing all the combat techniques he'd recently learned on it. When zombies know martial arts, no one can stop them. Chapter 20, The Strange Zombie in Building 1. But upon first contact, Lu Chuan discovered that theory and self-taught skills indeed differed significantly from actual combat. Previously, Lu Chuan didn't understand why many people could hit sandbags with great force, yet would be easily knocked down once they stepped into the ring. That's because skills like distance control and reading opponents' reactions require actual combat to hone. Practicing only with air punches and stationary targets can't cultivate substantial combat experience. After real face-to-face fights, Luchuan found it genuinely difficult to subdue opponents relying solely on his own martial techniques. Martial arts growing in one's heart while flipping through books, this approach clearly doesn't work. Fortunately, there were fearless zombies to serve as his sparring partners, and Luchuan applied all his combat techniques against them. After repeated practice, the speed of Luchuan's punches became increasingly faster. His striking accuracy also improved significantly, allowing him to counterattack while dodging opponents' moves. Combat training serves dual purposes. It enhances practical fighting experience while improving bodily coordination control. Even if you don't engage in direct confrontation later, you'll still gain certain advantages even when escaping. Bang! 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 Constant thudding sounds kept echoing in the living room as this poor zombie continuously lunged and bit at Luchuan. Yet what awaited him was Luchuan's sharp reflexes. Luchuan dodged the zombie's frontal assault, grabbed its shoulder, and executed a perfect shoulder throw. Thud! As soon as the zombie stood up again, Luchuan delivered another backdrop that nearly broke its spine, and this was while controlling his strength. Luchuan looked at the now thoroughly battered zombie before him and nodded in satisfaction. By now, the zombie's head had already been beaten bloody by Luchuan. Its already loose teeth had all been knocked out, its nose long smashed in by Luchuan's blows, oozing black blood continuously. Even the elbow and knee joints had been easily dislocated by Luchuan using counter-joint techniques. When facing a frontal attack from a single ordinary zombie now, Luchuan could effortlessly control and handle his opponent. One might even describe it as domination. Through continuous training in various combat simulations during this period, Luchuan rapidly evolved from a complete novice into a skilled combat elite. After all, even the most scientific modern training methods could never provide sparring partners like zombies, creatures indifferent to pain and unafraid of death. Luchuan was highly satisfied with his current combat prowess. In one-on-one situations against ordinary zombies, further improvement in his fighting skills had become somewhat difficult. Luchuan then activated his telekinetic ability, preparing to summon another corpse puppet to increase the challenge. But at that moment, Luchuan's mind stirred abruptly, and an astonishing scene flashed through his thoughts. In recent days, Luchuan had been practicing multitasking, training his combat skills indoors with zombies while simultaneously sending corpse puppets outside to scavenge for resources. But through the shared vision, Luchuan discovered something astonishing. The two corpse puppets he had sent out to search for supplies encountered something extraordinary in building number 1 of Sunshine Community. There on the third floor of building number 1, two zombies were gathering supplies in an unusually human-like manner. Just then, a blood-red figure suddenly flashed across the ceiling within their field of vision. The speed was terrifyingly fast. If not for the marks left on the ceiling, Luchuan would have thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. He quickly controlled the corpse puppets to give chase. After all, these corpse puppets were expendable with zombies filling every street. Losing one or two meant nothing to Luchuan. Swish, swish, swish. The blood-red figure kept darting between walls and ceiling with extreme speed. The movement was so fast that the corpse puppet's tracking vision could barely keep up. Luchuan immediately made the corpse puppets grab two wooden sticks nearby for self-defense. Perhaps intrigued by the bizarre movements of the two zombies, the figure on the ceiling stopped moving and remained still. Only then did Luchuan clearly see the blood-colored figure on the ceiling, but the monster's appearance genuinely shocked him. The zombie positioned on the ceiling appeared to have undergone some peculiar mutation. Some of its skin seemed to have peeled off, revealing crimson flesh that looked extremely ferocious. The zombie's head was already horrifying enough, but this strange entity on the ceiling was practically a monster among zombies. For this zombie surprisingly lacked a visible skull, leaving only the bloody brain exposed to the open air. Most crucially, its gaping mouth contained long, razor-sharp teeth and a distinctly abnormal tongue resembling a blood-red serpent. Both its hands and feet had undergone massive mutations, transforming into something akin to the claws of ferocious beasts. However, Luchuan noticed these changes seemed to affect its spine, rendering this peculiar zombie incapable of standing upright. It appeared to only move by crawling on all fours. But that terrifying muscle strength and explosive power granted them unparalleled speed, coupled with sharp knife-like claws that allowed them to easily scale walls and walk on roofs. Witnessing such a bizarre sight, Luchuan was startled. He never imagined the world could contain such hideous zombies. Even when ordinary zombies evolve, they at least somewhat resemble humanoid creatures. But this blood-red figure before him seemed to have completely abandoned human form. From these two zombie puppets, Luchuan sensed a wave of fear. Clearly, this blood-colored monster posed an enormous threat to ordinary zombies. Luchuan immediately controlled the two zombie puppets to swing their clubs forward. However, the terrifying figure hanging from the ceiling exerted force with its limbs and leaped violently, its claws instantly crushing one puppet's skull. Before Luchuan's second zombie puppet could react, it found its vision pierced by a long blood-colored object that penetrated its head. The speed of this blood-colored monster was too fast. Even the two corpse puppets controlled by Lu Chuan were instantly killed without any chance to fight back. What kind of monster is this? As his vision returned to his main body, Lu Chuan still felt lingering fear. What was that which instantly killed my corpse puppet? Could it be that long tongue? Lu Chuan never expected this zombie to have evolved to completely lose its human form, even using the body's weak tongue as a weapon. The blood-red long tongue shot out, and the corpse puppets he controlled didn't even have time to react. Lu Chuan's mood turned extremely grave. It seemed the abilities zombies developed after the blood moon far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps zombies with special abilities like himself weren't accidental occurrences. He would need to be much more careful from now on. Recalling that blood-colored monster that could scale walls and leap rooftops, Lu Chuan felt overwhelming anxiety. With his current strength, he probably stood no chance against it. Even if 5 corpse puppets attacked simultaneously, facing absolute strength, they'd probably all be instantly killed in just one round. For now, Lu Chuan can only pin his hopes on that creature not coming to Building 5 where he's located. Chapter 21, Minor Achievements in Combat Skills taking on 3 at once. The blood moon had only begun a few days ago, yet they'd already encountered such bizarre zombies, making Lu Chuan's mood rather grave. Lu Chuan had originally thought that Brawny Giant and the fast agile type zombie were among the stronger evolved zombies, but now it seemed he'd underestimated this bizarre world. That blood-red terrifying figure's combat power was too formidable. Lu Chuan seriously doubted that even if the giant and agile zombie teamed up, they'd probably still be instantly killed facing that crimson figure. Controlling the corpse puppet to make close contact with that crimson monster, experiencing the death perspective of being killed at close range, this bizarre crimson figure brought Lu Chuan an unusually intense sense of oppression. Although this peculiar monster zombie had lost all its skin, revealing only crimson muscles, its physical strength was probably not much weaker than that of the hulking zombie. The most crucial factor was its terrifying movement speed. It could effortlessly twist and turn, scale walls, and even hang upside down from ceilings. Not only was it overwhelmingly powerful, but it also attacked from extremely tricky angles, making it truly difficult to defend against. What Lu Chuan feared most was the crimson figure's projectile-like tongue. Lu Chuan never imagined that one day he would actually be killed by a tongue. Though they weren't in the same building now, they were still within the same residential compound. Lu Chuan had a premonition that he and that bizarrely shaped zombie would inevitably face off sooner or later. After all, the residential area is just this small, it would be difficult not to encounter each other. Lu Chuan momentarily felt quite heavy-hearted. The joy he had felt earlier from dismantling a zombie while practicing martial arts was significantly diluted. Lu Chuan understood clearly in his heart that this world was too cruel to survive. He must improve his strength as quickly as possible. Although they were all zombies, these strange monsters obviously didn't understand the saying, "Why should brothers hasten to harm one another?" In the following days, Lu Chuan didn't dare waste even a moment, practicing martial arts every single day. Through actual combat with zombies, he continuously improved his fighting skills, using this simplest method to achieve maximum improvement. While practicing martial arts, Lu Chuan didn't forget to send out zombie puppets to continue searching the surrounding areas for supplies. However, Lu Chuan now had a new additional target to search for: other evolved zombies. Lu Chuan didn't know much about that terrifying blood-red aberrant zombie that had appeared on the first floor. Moreover, this peculiar monster was extremely difficult to counter, and Lu Chuan had no intention of bringing trouble upon himself. To provoke the opponent without sufficient strength would be no different from seeking death. However, the ones he initially encountered, like those bulky zombies and agile-type zombies, were relatively much easier to deal with. Although these two types of zombies had evolved to some extent and possessed formidable combat power, for Lu Chuan, a zombie with intelligence who could also manipulate corpse puppets, they were already much easier to handle. Through experiments over these past few days, Lu Chuan had discovered that those crystal cores mostly only formed in the brains of evolved zombies. He had killed numerous ordinary zombies during this period, but found nothing in their brains. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Bang! 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 On the 6th floor, Lu Chuan was currently facing simultaneous attacks from 3 massive zombies. The living room felt somewhat cramped with the increased number of zombies, yet within such confined space, Lu Chuan's body moved with remarkable agility. Facing the zombies' pouncing bites, Lu Chuan effortlessly dodged their attacks with his agile footwork. Simultaneously taking advantage of the zombie's attack gap, he delivered a powerful punch to a zombie's jaw. Although they had turned into zombies, striking their vagus nerves to knock them out was no longer effective. But Lu Chuan's fists carried tremendous force. A single punch could still send zombie blood splattering and loosen their skulls. After knocking down one zombie with a punch, Lu Chuan ducked low, avoiding a bite from behind while wrapping his arms around the waist of the zombie in front of him. Then, unifying his waist and stance, he generated core strength and executed a back throw, splitting the zombie's neck in two. Crack! With its spine broken, even if the zombie wasn't dead, it no longer posed a threat. As the last zombie charged, Lu Chuan seized the perfect moment and decisively clamped its wrist with one hand. Crunch! Crack! Using reverse joint techniques, Luchuan only applied slight force to directly dislocate the zombies' joints. In almost an instant, 3 ferocious-looking zombies now all lay motionless on the ground. They either had their heads knocked off by Luchuan, their spines broken, or all their joints dislocated. The sounds of cracking bones in this 6th-floor living room, if heard in a boxing gym before the apocalypse, would have given everyone goosebumps all over. Ambulances would have had to come one after another. Luchuan stood at the center of the living room, nodding with great satisfaction. The few zombies he had found were among the stronger ones, yet he had still easily obliterated them. After these days of training, his combat skills had achieved some notable progress. Outside the residential compound where Luchuan was located, numerous zombies already lay piled on the ground. These zombies were basically all dismantled into parts by Luchuan while practicing his combat techniques. An excellent sniper is forged through countless bullets, just as an outstanding fighter is honed through real combat. Luchuan now has full confidence that he possesses adequate self-defense capability even when facing zombie hordes. Even if returning to the pre-apocalyptic world, Luchuan believes he could effortlessly claim the free combat championship belt. After all, probably not even world boxing champions dare train as recklessly as he does. 7th floor bedroom. While Luchuan practiced combat skills downstairs, Ji Rushua, still an infant, didn't neglect her own cultivation. Although currently just a baby who can barely take care of herself. Through continuous practice of the glazed breath technique that absorbs energy particles between heaven and earth, Ji Rushua's evolution progresses remarkably fast. At this moment, as Ji Rushua focused her psychic energy on herself, her infant-sized body gradually began levitating. Although Ji Rushua's body hasn't shown accelerated growth, her psychic power has indeed strengthened considerably. After this period of immersive cultivation, Ji Rushua's psychic power can now levitate herself about 1 or 2 centimeters off the ground. Considering Ji Rushua is merely an infant now initially exhausted by just moving a silver needle, being able to levitate her own body represents tremendous progress. For humanity, aerial flight is probably everyone's dream. Though Ji Rushua can't achieve this yet, through continuous training during this period, she has finally gained some ability to protect herself in the apocalypse. Chapter 22. Agile zombies reappear. No good, this is still far from enough. For just an infant to be able to levitate her own body, Ji Rushua's current achievement could be called extraordinarily formidable. If major survivor settlements learned about Ji Rushua's condition, they would likely swarm to recruit her. After all, for an infant to awaken innate powers and even levitate midair, such things sound miraculous just hearing about them. But Ji Rushua showed no slackness, knowing her current strength amounted to little. As a reincarnator, Ji Rushua understood that as evolved zombies and mutant beasts grew more numerous, conflicts between them would become increasingly frequent. After battles between humans, they need time to recuperate, but for zombies and beasts, the best recovery comes from devouring each other's crystal cores. The more frequently powerful zombies and beasts consume one another, the faster their evolution progresses. To survive in this zombie-infested city, she must possess sufficiently formidable strength. Most crucially, Ji Rushua clearly knew she wasn't alone. Now she must also protect her zombie father. After the blood moon, zombie dad showed no significant mutations, clearly just an ordinary zombie. In this post-apocalyptic world beginning to mutate, ordinary low-level zombies actually have the worst luck. They might get killed by evolved counterparts if encountered, and meeting human superhumans makes death by human hands even more likely. Without sufficient strength, her zombie father probably wouldn't last long before perishing. For an ordinary zombie to survive the apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Ji Rushua must improve her abilities quickly. That constant banging downstairs, what exactly has zombie dad been busy with all day? Though separated by a floor, Ji Rushua could still hear the commotion of Luchuan practicing combat techniques with several zombies in the 6th floor living room. After all, facing these zombies that feel no pain or fatigue, Luchuan shows absolutely no mercy when taking action. Whether slamming or punching, the commotion he creates is considerable. However, what worries Ji Rushua is that her zombie father hasn't gone out to search for supplies for over a week now. With only the remaining resources in the house, there's no immediate problem, but sooner or later, the day will come when they'll have eaten through all their provisions. Ji Rushua completely understands this. After all, her zombie father is just an ordinary zombie. Faced with such enormous disparity in strength, he stands no chance against those powerful evolved zombies outside. Since her zombie father retains human consciousness, it's perfectly normal for him to fear such tremendous power gaps. This isn't her zombie father's fault. If anyone's to blame, it's this cruel world. As someone who was an empress in her past life, Ji Rushua understands better than anyone just how cruel this apocalypse can be. As evolution continues, individual strength grows steadily, yet killings don't decrease but instead become increasingly frequent. Without sufficient power, one simply doesn't qualify to survive in this world. Before the blood moon descended, ordinary zombies faced little pressure in their existence. But now that the blood moon has come, vast numbers of zombies and creatures have begun evolving and mutating, leaving these unevolved ordinary zombies to become nothing but the lowest tier cannon fodder. Ji Rushua clearly remembered how zombie hordes could incite massive panic during the early apocalypse. Yet in the later stages, hordes composed of such ordinary zombies could be effortlessly eradicated by the strong. Ji Rushua didn't hold much hope for Lu Chuan after all. For a low-tier ordinary zombie in this evolved world, simply avoiding death was already a rare achievement. Let alone having to care for an infant as well. That was nearly an impossible task. Ji Rushua only hoped that through this crystal breathing technique, she could quickly enhance her strength and grow up faster. As the human empress, Ji Rushua disliked this feeling of being a burden that held others back. She also wished to protect her zombie father's life with her formidable combat power. Most importantly, Ji Rushua didn't want to lose this hard-won familial bond, even if it came from a zombie. Swish, swish, swish. While circulating energy particles according to the technique, Ji Rushua simultaneously manipulated silver needles that kept darting through the air. The needles flew with increasing speed and growing intensity. Given her currently diminutive size, expecting free physical movement was clearly impossible. Ji Rushua thus focused on enhancing her psychic power instead. Since her limbs couldn't properly support her body, she resolved to achieve levitation through mental force. Although she could only levitate 1 or 2 centimeters now, Ji Rushua considered this a significant improvement. At least in this situation, if she were to roll over and fall, she could use her telekinetic power to catch herself, certainly better than dying from a fall right at the beginning. After all, she was the dignified human empress. Deaths like falling or starving would be utterly undignified. As she continuously circulated her cultivation technique, Ji Rushua's gaze grew increasingly determined. After completing his combat training on the 6th floor, Lu Chuan controlled a corpse puppet to specifically deal with the zombies he had dismantled into parts. Just as Lu Chuan was preparing to go upstairs to feed Chi-Chi, the corpse puppet collecting resources outside suddenly made a new discovery. On a street not far away, a somewhat emaciated zombie with visibly evolved claws and greatly enhanced speed was chasing a panicked, fleeing human. Lu Chuan recognized it at a glance. This zombie chasing the survivor was exactly the same agile-type zombie he had witnessed being smashed into pulp by the brute that day. Through the corpse puppet's vision, this human appeared sallow-faced, emaciated, with dry hair and somewhat unsteady footsteps. He had probably been hiding in the shadows all this time, and now, having exhausted his stockpiled food, was forced to venture out in search of sustenance. But this fellow was truly unlucky, encountering zombies shortly after leaving his hiding place. Most crucially, the zombie type he encountered was an evolved zombie that Lu Chuan had been searching for a long time without success. Though relatively lean in build, the agile zombie's speed was extraordinarily fast. The agile type zombie moved like a leopard, its sharp claws piercing through a nearby car door, using inertia to execute a perfect drift. In just one turn's effort, it caught up with that unlucky fellow. This operation was executed with such smoothness that Lu Chuan couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, true speed lies in cornering. Before the survivor could resist, the agile zombie's claws slashed across, instantly ending their life. Perfect opportunity. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. He had been searching for evolved zombies this whole time, hoping to obtain more energy crystals, but had found none until now. Without hesitation, he dispatched his zombie puppet to follow and surveil the target. Chapter 23, Axe Gang, Charge. Ever since absorbing an energy crystal and experiencing that exhilarating surge of power, Lu Chuan could no longer suppress his desire to grow stronger. During this period, Lu Chuan had been simultaneously training his combat skills to improve his close-quarters fighting and self-preservation abilities, while also sending out zombie puppets to scavenge supplies and track down evolved zombies. Lu Chuan understood clearly if these mutated zombies could emerge, then given enough time, each would inevitably become extremely powerful. As the saying goes, one step behind means always playing catch-up. If he couldn't find a way to catch up with the evolved zombies in the early stage, he would likely become cannon fodder to be devoured. However, evolved zombies might not be too numerous at this current time period. The zombies Lu Chuan had encountered so far were mostly just ordinary ones wandering endlessly on the streets. Having searched for several days without success, now that he finally came across one today, there was no way he would let it escape easily. He kept one zombie puppet at a certain distance to closely monitor the movements of this agile zombie. The remaining 4 zombie puppets all abandoned their original tasks, grabbed sharp and heavy fire axes, and hurried rapidly toward the location of the agile zombie. The 4 zombies marched in perfect unison with formidable momentum, each wielding a long axe, looking exactly like the Axe Gang parading through the streets. This scene appeared truly terrifying to behold. If any survivor were to witness this sight before their eyes, they'd probably be shocked beyond belief. After all, they had never seen zombies take the initiative to wield weapons. It was practically defying the natural order. Soon, all 5 of Lu Chuan's zombie puppets had gathered together, each ordinary zombie holding a fire axe at the ready. With their ferocious expressions and blood-red pupils glaring, their poised-for-action stance created an intensely oppressive atmosphere. Lu Chuan didn't attack recklessly, but instead made the 5 zombies sway unsteadily as they feigned indifference while moving toward the agile-type zombie. Lu Chuan had the zombies maintain slight distance between them. After all, 5 axe-wielding zombies clustered together would be impossible to miss unless one was a complete fool. Moreover, wielding fire axes made it impractical for them to stay completely grouped during combat. But Lu Chuan wasn't foolish enough to have them spread out completely either, since his target was the agile zombie, not some massive, heavily built type. If scattered too far apart, his zombie puppets' axes probably wouldn't even touch their targets before being eliminated one by one. The agile zombie heartily feasted on fresh flesh after killing this human survivor. As the apocalypse continued, the number of such huntable survivors kept decreasing. Most zombies spent their days constantly swaying on the streets to conserve energy. The majority of humans were either killed or transformed into zombies initially, while the small surviving portion had mostly developed survival skills after the early days of aimless fleeing. Thus, capturing fresh blood prey had become genuinely difficult. Had this survivor not completely exhausted their stockpiled food, they wouldn't have risked venturing out for supplies. This agile zombie hadn't tasted fresh human flesh for many days, and the bloody scent now seemed like rare delicacy to it. Crunch! Crunch! The zombie devoured the flesh without restraint, while other nearby zombies instinctively moved toward the commotion upon hearing it. Roar! Roar! Facing ordinary low-level zombies, the agile-type zombie snarled several times, using its formidable presence to intimidate many zombies into keeping their distance. Only then did it continue enjoying its feast with satisfaction. But just at that moment, the zombie suddenly heard another set of footsteps. It saw 5 ordinary zombies, seemingly unafraid of death, ignoring its warning and still approaching. Roar! The agile-type zombie growled again in displeasure, its tone now carrying traces of impatience. Swish! 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 Yet, to its surprise, the 5 low-level zombies immediately charged at it without hesitation. Go! Hack him to death! Lu Chuan manipulated the 5 zombie puppets, swiftly rushing toward the agile-type zombie. Previously, Lu Chuan had these corpse puppets disguised as ordinary low-level zombies, approaching their target aimlessly. After all, the opponent was extremely fast, and with those 2 claws capable of tearing apart cars, a single misstep could likely result in the loss of all 5 of his corpse puppets. So, only when the distance between them narrowed to 10 meters did Lu Chuan suddenly initiate a charge. The 5 corpse puppets under Lu Chuan's control were all fully limbed, robust adult male zombies, arriving before this agile-type zombie almost instantly. The fire axe gleaming with a cold light swung down without hesitation, striking directly at its head. Seeing that 5 low-tier beings dared to attack it, the agile-type zombie's eyes flashed with towering fury. Its body moved in an instant, but with the disadvantage in numbers, the agile zombie was injured after just a single exchange. Though it evaded most attacks thanks to its remarkable speed, Lu Chuan had already prepared, forming a semi-encirclement. Unless this zombie turns and runs away, it is destined to be injured. The zombie's right arm and back were slashed at the first encounter. However, one corpse puppet got its axe stuck between ribs and couldn't pull it out immediately. The agile zombie became furious and directly tore apart this corpse puppet's head with a swipe of its sharp claws. The evolutionary direction of agile-type zombies mainly focuses on enhancing speed and terrifying attack power. But their physical defense is far inferior compared to the hulking zombies. In Lu Chuan's view, they're only slightly stronger than ordinary zombies. Under Lu Chuan's control, 2 zombies launched a frontal feint attack. Bang! The agile zombie possessed tremendous strength with just 2 claw strikes. It sent Lu Chuan's 2 zombies stumbling backward several steps. Without hesitation, the other 2 corpse puppets immediately swung their weapons to attack. A downward chop and a horizontal slash. The agile zombie dodged the overhead axe strike, but another axe had already sunk deep into its waist. Squelch! A large chunk of flesh was sliced away, and even the agile zombie suffered severe damage. Roar! Enraged, the agile zombie burst with speed, its claws tearing through the head of one of Lu Chuan's zombie puppets. However, the other 3 zombies had already charged forward. Though the agile zombie was fast, nothing could dodge this rain of axes. Thud! 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 3 consecutive axe blows landed, one of which cleanly severed the agile zombie's head. No matter your kung fu, you still fear a kitchen knife, and I've got 5 axes. Looking at the fallen agile zombie, Lu Chuan felt a surge of joy. This evolved zombie was indeed powerful. Without his remote control, these 5 low-tier zombies would have been wiped out in 2 rounds. So far, only 2 have been lost. Lu Chuan controlled the remaining corpse puppets, dug out the crystal cores and put them in his pocket, then quickly headed back to the residential area. Chapter 24 Secondary Evolution. 10 corpse puppets. These corpse puppets were controlled by Lu Chuan and had long lost their own thoughts, unless Lu Chuan chose to actively disconnect the connection. Although the crystal cores were extremely tempting to zombies, the remaining 3 corpse puppets remained completely unaffected. Under Lu Chuan's control, the 3 corpse puppets rushed toward the residential area at high speed. If any zombies smelled the scent along the way and tried to snatch them, Lu Chuan would make the corpse puppets raise their axes for a strike. Evolved zombies were relatively difficult to deal with, but for these ordinary zombies without much thought, Lu Chuan's controlled corpse puppets could basically kill them with 1 axe strike each. The Crystal Core escort team chopped their way back to the residential area as if cutting melons and vegetables. After taking the crystal cores, Lu Chuan had these 3 corpse puppets stand guard at the building entrance with fire axes to ensure the safety of the building. He himself quickly ran up to the 6th floor. Lu Chuan was immediately delighted when he saw this crystal core because he discovered it was identical to the one he had previously absorbed, white with a tinge of red. This meant the agile zombie they had just surrounded and killed wasn't merely an evolved zombie but one that had already absorbed crystal cores. No wonder this agile type zombie moved so swiftly, it had already undergone one evolution. After calming his somewhat excited emotions, Lu Chuan then swallowed this crystal core. Instantly, tremendous energy once again surged through his entire body, identical to the previous sensation. Lu Chuan's brain seemed to experience massive expansion again, but having gone through this before, he was now quite familiar with the process. Gritting his teeth to endure the rapid growth of his psychic powers, after a while the sensation of extreme mental clarity returned. A slow smile curled at the corners of Lu Chuan's mouth. He knew his strength had increased once again. Lu Chuan's 5 senses underwent another enhancement, with his hearing, vision, and other senses all significantly improved from before. Most crucially, his psychic abilities had become far more powerful than previously. Moreover, the body that Lu Chuan had always considered quite frail finally received substantial improvement after continuously consuming 2 crystal cores. His physical strength, speed, and even the defensive capability of his skin surface had all strengthened considerably compared to before. Lu Chuan had previously looked at the massive guy's incredibly swift and robust physique with genuine envy in his heart, particularly those 2 arms resembling refined steel, capable of blocking even the attacks from agile zombies that could tear apart cars. Now, although his body hadn't evolved to that exaggerated extent, it had become much stronger than before. Lu Chuan's fists cut through the air with a whooshing sound, resembling a martial arts master from wuxia films who had immersed himself in martial studies for decades. Feeling his current physique, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Although his evolutionary direction focused entirely on psychic abilities, his previously frail physique had made him somewhat uneasy. Now he finally felt considerably more satisfied with himself. Lu Chuan picked up the steel machete placed nearby and began swinging it. Instantly, flashes of blade light filled the living room as sharp slicing sounds cut through the air. In Lu Chuan's hands, this steel machete became like a lethal weapon. A spark of excitement flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. Indeed, consuming crystal cores accelerated enhancement much faster, directly elevating his close combat capability by a significant margin. Then Lu Chuan focused his mind and discovered his psychic power had also improved substantially. If his initial post-Blood Moon evolution psychic capacity could be compared to a water glass, now it had multiplied several times over, more like a water basin in scale. Testing briefly from the upper floor, Lu Chuan found his current psychic power could simultaneously control 10 zombies. Moreover, his maximum control range had now extended to 3,000 meters. Overflowing with excitement, Lu Chuan quickly ran downstairs. From among the surrounding zombie horde, he selected 10 zombies with intact limbs and robust physiques to form his puppet zombie squad. During this period, Lu Chuan had dispatched zombie puppets to extensively search for supplies in the vicinity. For weapons like fire axes, Lu Chuan would basically have his zombie puppets bring them back to the building whenever they were found. Each zombie puppet was equipped with a sharp fire axe. Now these sturdy zombie puppets, each averaging 1.8 meters in height, stood in orderly formation before Lu Chuan. With fire axes resting on their shoulders one by one, their imposing manner was exceptionally formidable. Looking at his zombie squad, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The zombie version of the Axe Gang appeared to be taking initial shape. Standing before this zombie squad, Lu Chuan felt nothing but high-spirited ambition, completely devoid of the confusion and despondency that had plagued him since the apocalypse began. In his mind's eye, Lu Chuan was already fantasizing about building an enormous zombie army, wielding sharp weapons to conquer all directions. Ha ha ha, you may be strong but I don't care. In a one-on-one fight, I might not be a match for you close combat evolved zombies. But Lu Chuan survives in this world relying on just 3 things: ruthlessness, psychic power, and numbers of zombie puppets. In the apocalypse, survival depends on forces. Who would duel you brainless brutes who only evolved muscles but not brains? I follow the swarm tactics, mobilizing the masses. You want to fight me bare-handed? Sorry pal, I'll greet you with axes and machetes instead. Martial virtue. More people and more axes are what's very good. Watching his increasingly powerful minions, Lu Chuan felt his confidence growing stronger. Turning to look at building number 1 in the distance, Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, a flash of murderous intent appearing in their depths. He hadn't forgotten there was still an extremely terrifying monster in building number 1, completely different from all the zombies he'd encountered before. Even Lu Chuan wasn't sure whether to describe it as a zombie, because as a member of the zombie race, he truly didn't want to acknowledge that thing as his kin. Controlling corpse puppets to experience death's first-person perspective, that crimson figure had given Lu Chuan too terrifying a shock. especially after today's direct confrontation with the agile zombie. That other zombie made Lu Chuan feel even more apprehensive by comparison. Even this twice-evolved agile zombie couldn't withstand his swarm tactics, yet that crimson figure was faster than the agile zombie, and its attacks were even more ferocious. What concerned Lu Chuan most was its tongue that could function as a hidden weapon, making it virtually impossible to guard against. 2 zombies had been instantly killed. Could the strength of his 10 corpse puppets barely manage to take it down? After some consideration, Lu Chuan still shook his head. With his current strength, it was still difficult to guarantee victory against that opponent. The main issue was knowing too little about that monster, having only caught a glimpse of it during the last supply run. Lu Chuan glanced in the direction of building number 1, his eyes flashing with a trace of apprehension. Given the opponent's mysterious strength, Lu Chuan decided to wait a few days for an opportunity to send puppet corpses in again for testing, to determine exactly how powerful this monster was. With such a ticking time bomb nearby, Lu Chuan couldn't sleep soundly. Chapter 25: The Fully Armed Puppet Corpse Squad. Soon, 3 days passed. During this period, Lu Chuan had almost completely converted the 6th floor into a training room. Bang, bang, bang. Thudding sounds continuously emanated from the 6th floor living room, accompanied by the growls of zombies. Crack. Lu Chuan grabbed a zombie's arm, locked its joint, then forcefully slammed it down. The zombie directly smashed into another zombie that had crept behind Lu Chuan, ready to bite. Lu Chuan swiftly executed a high whip kick, knocking down another zombie beside him. The kick was so powerful it sent the zombie's head flying clean off. Lu Chuan moved with extreme speed, completing this series of actions in the blink of an eye. After dispatching 3 zombies, the other 2 just managed to reach Lu Chuan's side. With a cold smirk, Lu Chuan immediately executed a duck under takedown, slamming both zombies together. Crack, crack. As Lu Chuan swung his fists, the still growling zombies had their heads completely smashed to pulp. Even when facing 5 zombies attacking simultaneously, Lu Chuan could now handle them with ease. Lu Chuan discovered that after his evolution, his physical capabilities had improved tremendously. The enhancement wasn't just in strength, his speed, reflexes, and bodily resilience had all undergone comprehensive evolution. This significant physical upgrade made Lu Chuan face the zombie encirclement like a martial arts master. His body moved like a dancing butterfly, effortlessly dodging the bites and lunges of these ordinary zombies. Utilizing the combat skills he had practiced during this period, Lu Chuan could swiftly knock down several zombies. With his enhanced strength, Lu Chuan's powerful punches and kicks could even directly crush the zombies' heads. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. His current physique finally looked like that of an apocalypse survivor. His previous weak and stiff body had struggled against ordinary zombie hordes, but now he had no such concerns. Lu Chuan controlled his zombie puppets to carry out these dismembered zombie remains one by one. He then briefly washed off the bloodstains on himself, as he couldn't appear covered in blood when feeding the little one later. After returning to the 7th floor, Lu Chuan prepared the formula on time and carefully fed Xiao Qiqi spoonful by spoonful. Looking at the child's innocent smile, Lu Chuan couldn't help but smile too. The little one's appetite kept improving, happily drinking the sweet milk every day. Even in this apocalyptic world, little Qiqi didn't lose her appetite because of it. After feeding little Qiqi, Lu Chuan directly grabbed the pile of toys he had scavenged from nearby. Among them were Barbie dolls, toy cars, teddy bears, and so on. Ji Rushue watched as her zombie father used clumsy methods to amuse her, feeling utterly speechless for a moment. Although she appeared to be an infant on the surface, inside she was a mature, calm, and decisive peerless empress. How could such childish toys possibly interest her? Still, this was her zombie father's well-meaning gesture after all. Although Ji Rushue had lived 2 lifetimes and was long past the age of being amused by such trivial toys, yet in her heart she felt incredibly warm after all. Neither in her past life nor this one had she ever experienced such doting affection before. Looking at her zombie father's diligent yet pathetic appearance, Ji Rushue reluctantly forced out a faint smile in cooperation. Lu Chuan had initially felt somewhat disheartened when he saw little Qiqi's expressionless face. After all, he had never been in a relationship before, let alone raised a child, and could only rely on methods learned from TV dramas. He had thought he failed, but unexpectedly the little one actually smiled, which relieved Lu Chuan's heart before he doubled down on trying to amuse Ji Rushue. Ji Rushue's eyelid twitched involuntarily. It seems being too kind isn't necessarily a good thing after all. Forget it, I'll just treat this as training my mental strength. After playing with the little one for a while, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he walked to the window, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. The preparations are nearly complete. It's time to test that guy's limits. Lu Chuan selected new team members from among the wandering zombie hordes around him. Although evolved zombies are relatively rare, these ordinary low-level zombies can still be found everywhere on the streets. Even though Lu Chuan engages in combat training every day and constantly consumes zombies, he can still replenish his forces from the surrounding areas anytime. After careful selection, Lu Chuan replenished his forces with 10 new zombie puppets. Each one was tall, robust, with intact limbs and showed no signs of being bitten by their kind. The bloody monster from last time had given Lu Chuan an extremely strong shock. The two zombie puppets were instantly killed without even putting up a fight. Such a huge gap in combat power made Lu Chuan not dare to underestimate his opponent in the slightest. Looking at the 10 robust zombies wielding fire axes before him, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The pressure emanating from these 10 zombie puppets standing together was indeed overwhelming. Lu Chuan believed that even if they encountered a massive zombie, his puppet squad could chop it to death. However, looking at these zombies before him, Lu Chuan still felt something was missing. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. I only armed these zombies but forgot to equip them with basic armor. Lu Chuan remembered there was an electric bike shop at the street corner that also sold helmets. Then Lu Chuan led his zombie group to smash open the shop door and promptly equipped each zombie puppet with a full-face motorcycle helmet. Viewing the completely transformed zombie squad standing before him, Lu Chuan felt a surge of joy. These 10 zombie puppets, wearing black full-face helmets and holding fire axes in formation, projected such formidable presence that one might mistake them for a biker gang returned from the dead. Lu Chuan knocked on these helmets and nodded in satisfaction. The defensive capability should be sufficient. As for their bodies, Lu Chuan didn't equip them with additional armor since they were just low-level zombies anyway. If any were lost, he could simply control a few more from the zombie horde. The zombies are nearly immortal, completely defying physiological common sense. For these zombies, only the head is the most vulnerable spot. As long as their heads are protected, they can continue fighting even with missing limbs. Equipping helmets can significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of this puppet zombie squad. Even if their bodies are torn apart, as long as their heads remain intact, they can still counterattack with an axe. Lu Chuan finally nodded in satisfaction this time. Then he led his puppet zombie squad, advancing toward building number 1 in a grand formation. Chapter 26: The Battle Against the Grotesque Zombie. It's truly unknown how the monster in building number 1 evolved into its current form. Recalling their last encounter and that bloodthirsty, ferocious appearance, even Lu Chuan himself felt somewhat nauseated. Even as a zombie, you should at least maintain some human semblance. Yet that blood-soaked monster could hardly be recognized as having once been human. Last time he was instantly headshot killed by this monster, but now Lu Chuan was well prepared and somewhat confident. Let me see if you can withstand my axe gang, you monster. Lu Chuan remained in building number 5, fully concentrating on controlling his zombie puppet squad. His current mental radiation range reached 3 kilometers, making it unnecessary to enter the battlefield personally. Moreover, that zombie was so terrifying that Lu Chuan didn't believe he could withstand it in close combat. Therefore, staying hidden in his base was the safest option. Remotely controlling 10 zombie puppets, Lu Chuan had them enter the building's main entrance before systematically checking room by room starting from the first floor. Lu Chuan didn't act recklessly, conducting the inspection with extreme caution to ensure no corner was left unchecked. He paid special attention to any traces on the ceilings in particular. After all, no one knew exactly how this blood-red mutated monster had evolved, making its body structure extremely bizarre. Abandoning its human form with combat capabilities, it gained clawed limbs and formidable physical strength, allowing it to scale walls and ceilings with remarkable agility. Under Lu Chuan's methodical search, the corpse puppets conducted their inspection inch by inch. They quickly finished searching 4 floors, yet still found no trace of the blood-colored monster. Lu Chuan frowned deeply. We haven't seen it across 4 consecutive floors. Could this bloodthirsty creature have fled already? Soon, the corpse puppet squad reached the 5th floor and continued their cautious search indoors. Unnoticed by the corpse puppet squad, right above the doorway they entered, lurked a blood-colored monster. Its 4 clawed limbs, sharp as steel blades, were embedded in the walls as it clung spider-like to the doorframe, utterly silent. Its savage eyes glared down at the cluster of corpse puppets below. The blood monster's position was strategically perfect directly in the corpse puppet's blind spot. After all, Lu Chuan was remotely controlling the corpse puppet, sharing its vision, unable to observe as thoroughly as if he were there himself. Where exactly has this monster run off to? It couldn't possibly have escaped this building. Lu Chuan couldn't help but feel worried this blood-red monster was extremely troublesome. If it managed to escape building 1 and hid in the shadows, the danger level would increase dramatically. It could definitely be considered a top-tier killer zombie. Swish! At that moment, the sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and a blood-red figure suddenly descended from above. Bang! As the blood-red monster swung its sharp claws, one of Lu Chuan's corpse puppets nearest to the door took a heavy blow and was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, Lu Chuan had prepared in advance and equipped these zombies with fully enclosed helmets. The motorcycle helmet was now nearly torn in half, and the corpse puppet's head was almost completely crushed by the claws. But thanks to the helmet's protection, the corpse puppet wasn't completely destroyed and could still fight. Lu Chuan immediately reacted, hastily controlling the corpse puppet group to turn around, swinging fire axes toward the bloody figure. The heavy axe cut through the air with a powerful whooshing sound. If Ji Rushue were present, she would undoubtedly recognize this zombie type at a glance. This was precisely the liquor zombie from her past life memories that caused massive casualties among human survivors in the early apocalypse. The blood-colored liquor seemed enraged by the corpse puppet squad intruding into its territory. It completely ignored the swinging axes of the group and continued its assault on the corpse puppet squad. Seeing this, a cold smirk curled on Luchuan's lips. Zombies would always be zombies no matter how much they evolved. It was useless if they didn't evolve brains. This liquor moved with extraordinary agility, darting between the corpse puppets. With terrifying swings of its twin claws, several zombies were sent flying. However, under Luchuan's control, these corpse puppets would attack endlessly unless their heads were crushed. Even when their bodies were frozen through, the axes still came chopping straight down. Thud! The liquor's claw pierced right through a corpse puppet's torso, yet Luchuan made the puppet ignore it and tightly clamped down on the liquor's claw with its arms. Without hesitation, an axe came swinging straight down at its head. Several other corpse puppets charged forward wielding fire axes, continuously brandishing their sharp blades. Although the liquor was extremely agile, now trapped in the encirclement of corpse puppets, even though it managed to leap away, it still couldn't dodge in time and was struck several times consecutively. During this period, Luchuan hadn't just been practicing his close combat fist and foot techniques but also honing his blade chopping skills. Moreover, to better maximize the combat potential of his corpse puppets, Luchuan had specifically studied some axe-wielding force application techniques. This allowed his zombie puppet squad to wield their axes with greater ferocity. Luchuan even specifically controlled several zombie puppets to attempt continuous slashes at the same spot on the blood-colored monster. After all, the muscles of this blood-colored monster appeared extremely condensed. Luchuan knew in his heart that with only the combat power of low-level zombie puppets, it would likely be difficult to seriously injure the opponent. But fortunately, what he emphasized wasn't single combat, but swarm tactics. Just as expected, as Luchuan controlled the zombie horde to keep hacking, numerous wounds were directly left on this liquor's body. However, just as Luchuan had anticipated, this liquor's muscles were extremely well developed. With only the strength of ordinary zombies, the fire axes could only tear off some flesh when striking, unable to cause major trauma. Luchuan immediately controlled 3 zombie puppets to have all their axes strike at the same spot. Thunk! The triple long axe attack finally took effect. As the last zombie puppet's fire axe swung down, the liquor couldn't dodge in time and Luchuan finally managed to chop off one of its arms. After losing an arm, this liquor finally understood the might of the zombie squad before it, completely leaping out from the zombie horde and climbing onto the ceiling. Luchuan immediately controlled these zombie puppets to start throwing fire axes directly at the ceiling. Bang! 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 Unfortunately, after jumping out of the zombie encirclement, the liquor's speed became extremely swift. But the low-level zombie puppets he controlled saw their speed, strength, and accuracy plummet dramatically. This zombie puppet reacted quickly after dodging the axes. It directly smashed the window glass and fled outdoors. Luchuan's pupils contracted sharply. Through the zombie puppet's vision, he could see this blood-colored monster actually moving effortlessly along the building's exterior wall. And the opponent moved extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 27, Zombie Dad is such a coward. Damn it, that bastard actually got away. Watching the figure disappear outside the window, Luchuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. He never expected the opponent to escape despite him bringing 10 corpse puppets and making thorough preparations. Even on the sheer 90-degree building exterior, this zombie could move as if walking on flat ground. Its movements were lightning fast, just like a natural-born killer. Luchuan secretly felt fortunate that he had prepared a helmet in advance, otherwise today's battle would not only fail to capture this crimson monster, but also cost him numerous corpse puppets. The crimson monster moved with such incredible speed that Luchuan couldn't even clearly discern its movements. Failing to eliminate it this time would likely make the monster more vigilant, and it might even seek revenge. With terrifying limb strength, it can easily hang upside down anywhere and launch corresponding attacks at any moment. This is currently the most troublesome mutated zombie Luchuan has encountered. Allowing this monster to escape is like setting off a ticking time bomb. If it got startled and fled the residential area, that would be one thing. What's truly worrying is if it remains lurking within the compound, that would pose an enormous threat. This zombie moves silently, making its movements extremely difficult to detect. In a one-on-one fight, Luchuan stands no chance against it. Most crucially, the building's exterior walls are like level ground to this zombie, allowing it to climb freely like a spider. What worries Luchuan most is the possibility of this blood-red monster sneaking into Building 5 someday. After all, this creature doesn't need to use stairs at all. Even if Luchuan stations several zombies to block the corridors, it would be useless. If it discovers the little one, climbing up the exterior wall would make the situation completely unpredictable and impossible to guard against. But at present, Luchuan had no choice. He had underestimated his opponent's strength and actually let them escape. Better late than never. Luchuan quickly adjusted his emotions and began formulating a defensive plan. He immediately deployed 3 robust zombie puppets to patrol Building Number 5 in full armor daily. This way, even if the monster infiltrated stealthily, he'd be promptly alerted to avoid being caught off guard. Observing the marks this zombie left on the wall, Lu Chuan inwardly marveled. Such a formidable entity, the energy contained within its crystal core likely far surpassed both the hulking brute and agile zombies he'd encountered before. If he could absorb this zombie's crystal core, his power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. For now, Lu Chuan could only dispatch other zombie puppets to continue scouting nearby, hoping to encounter other evolved zombie types. After absorbing 2 crystal cores, Lu Chuan originally felt quite good about himself. However, this blood-colored monster gave him a very realistic lesson. Lu Chuan urgently wanted to improve his strength. Otherwise, if he encountered more powerful zombies, even controlling a few corpse puppets would be useless then. Now, Lu Chuan could control corpse puppets to move within a 3-kilometer radius. This distance was already quite sufficient. In the 7th floor bedroom, Ji Rushua had also made significant progress in her psychic abilities. At this moment, she was manipulating 2 cloth dolls, making them constantly flutter in mid-air. Originally, as a peerless empress, Ji Rushua would have disdained playing with such small dolls. She only wanted to not hurt Lu Chuan's goodwill, but later discovered that manipulating dolls was not only fun but also trained her psychic ability. She suddenly found herself enjoying it. Sensing Lu Chuan's arrival outside the door, Ji Rushua quickly stopped using her psychic power and hugged the cloth dolls to her chest. As soon as Lu Chuan entered, he saw Xiao Qiqi hugging a cloth doll, playing happily in the room. Her smile was utterly innocent, her eyes pure and unblemished. Gazing at such a pure and lovely little creature before him, Lu Chuan's emotions seemed to be healed. Little one, this world is too dark and broken. I hope you won't be disappointed when you grow up. May you always grow up carefree like this. May both of us survive through this apocalyptic world. Looking at the little girl, Lu Chuan felt motivated to do anything. Even though devastation stretched beyond the window, this bedroom still preserved some beautiful innocence of humanity. In this world, survival requires ceaseless slaughter. This bedroom is the last pure land Lu Chuan reserved for himself. Gazing at the bedroom window, Lu Chuan's expression suddenly turned extremely grave. He hurried outside. Ji Rushua looked at her zombie father with some confusion. These days, he basically hadn't gone out to search for supplies and had stayed at home all the time. Now he was going in and out again, and his complexion seemed to have become somewhat unpleasant. Could something have happened outside? Soon after, Ji Rushua saw her zombie father return carrying a large pile of wooden boards and nails. He then nailed the wooden boards one by one onto the windows. That blood-red monster far exceeded her common sense judgment, being completely different from ordinary zombies. Though it couldn't walk upright, it could perform exaggerated feats of scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Even the exterior walls of buildings were as level ground to it. The 7th floor, which had originally been quite safe, was no longer secure. Although Lu Chuan had arranged for zombie puppets to continuously patrol the hallway as a safety precaution, but this zombie completely didn't follow the normal path. If it were to climb in through the bedroom window, there would simply be no way to defend against it. It's impossible for me to monitor the bedroom window constantly, so I can only temporarily board it up with wooden planks. This way we won't be caught completely off guard, and it can at least ensure Xiao Qiqi's safety to some extent. Lying on the bed, Ji Rushua couldn't help feeling puzzled by what she was seeing. Her zombie father had stayed home for several days without going out. That was one thing, but why was he boarding up the windows today? Watching her zombie father's serious expression, Ji Rushua slightly raised an eyebrow. Could it be that her zombie father had sensed the power of evolved zombies and become so frightened he wanted to escape the chaos outside? After much thought, this seemed to be the only possible explanation after all. When would you ever see a zombie boarding up windows? Although Ji Rushua understood well that ordinary low-level zombies would instinctively feel terrified when facing those evolved mutant zombies, ordinary low-level zombies that haven't evolved stand no chance against mutated zombies. But there's no need to be so frightened as to board up the windows. Ji Rushua shook her head helplessly. My zombie dad is really such a coward. Chapter 28 Survivors. This zombie can actually use weapons. Ji Rushua didn't look down on her zombie father in her heart. After all, she understood that surviving as an ordinary zombie in this post-apocalyptic world was already extremely difficult. In Ji Rushua's memory, as more and more evolved zombies and mutated beasts appeared, low-level ordinary zombies became like ants by the roadside, no different from cannon fodder. Moreover, since the Blood Moon, many evolved humans have emerged among mankind. At first, humans could only flee in panic when facing these ordinary zombies, but with continuous evolution, even humans could easily hunt these low-level zombies. Without strength or status, surviving as an ordinary zombie was already extremely difficult, let alone while carrying an infant like herself. Ji Rushua understood clearly in her heart that her father did this actually for her safety. After all, the 7th floor bedroom was where she lived, and her father wanted to ensure she wouldn't be disturbed by other zombies. Watching her zombie father continuously staring at the wooden board, a warm current flowed through Ji Rushua's heart. Even in this cruel apocalypse, even while facing countless pressures in life with life and death crises potentially arriving at any moment, even though zombie father was utterly terrified in his heart, so fearful of the apocalypse that he dared not even go outside, yet he never once thought of abandoning this burden of his. Though lacking sufficient strength, he still tried his best to find ways to protect her safety. Her zombie father might be a zombie, but he had already surpassed most people in this apocalyptic world. At least for Ji Rushua, whether in her previous life or this one, this was the first time she had experienced such profound paternal love. Zombie dad, wait for me, it won't be long before you won't have to live in fear anymore. Just give me enough time to grow stronger, and then I'll be the one protecting you. Ji Rushua gazed at zombie dad's retreating figure, her eyes radiating a determination unusual for someone her age. The arrival of the apocalypse had already cost humanity too much. Ji Rushua refused to lose this precious familial bond she had never obtained in either of her 2 lifetimes. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Chuan kept hammering nails until he finally secured the window's defenses. However, he didn't completely seal it off, leaving 2 openings for light and ventilation. While safety was crucial, Lu Chuan didn't want little Chi-Chi to grow up in an oppressive, stifling environment, especially since the bedroom was already boarded up, providing adequate protection. Looking at the bedroom window, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. That blood-colored monster was indeed extremely powerful, but even if it wanted to break through the glass and several layers of wooden boards to charge in, it would require considerable effort. The blood-colored monster's attacks on zombies were simply massacres, but its strength was considerably weaker compared to the hulking zombies. At least the bedroom window's defenses were sufficient to give him some reaction time. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. Lu Chuan arranged for zombie puppets to continuously search nearby, but that blood-colored monster had never reappeared since its disappearance. Not seeing that terrifying figure, Lu Chuan slightly relaxed. However, Lu Chuan didn't let his guard down and still assigned 2 zombie puppets to patrol building number 5 daily. After all, these zombie puppets didn't need to eat, drink, rest, or require payment. Suddenly, Lu Chuan sensed a mental fluctuation in his mind. One of the zombie puppets searching for supplies in the distance had made a new discovery. In search of supplies, a corpse puppet arrived at a small grocery store 2 streets away. After prying open the door, it began preparing to collect resources. Damn it! How come there's still someone in this store? Never mind why he's here. Since we've encountered him, he's just unlucky, let's kill him. At that moment, several human survivors suddenly rushed in from outside, all holding steel pipes and kitchen knives. They all glared ferociously at the corpse puppet. However, when Lu Chuan made the corpse puppet turn around, these people all froze. Holy shit, is this fucking zombie? The group who had just charged in were instantly terrified when they saw the corpse puppet controlled by Lu Chuan. The pale body and blood-red pupils all confirmed the creature's identity as a zombie. The previously aggressive group immediately stiffened in place, their eyes filled with terror. Although the apocalypse had been ongoing for some time, human survivors still maintained an instinctive fear of zombies. Lu Chuan was also startled by these people who suddenly rushed out, not expecting there to be survivors hiding nearby. Not wanting to cause trouble, Lu Chuan prepared to control his zombie puppet to leave this shop. Look at you cowards! It's just a single zombie, what's there to be afraid of? One of the men, relatively muscular in build, charged toward Lu Chuan's zombie puppet wielding an iron rod. Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. He hadn't wanted any trouble, but now he could only control the zombie puppet to swing its fire axe in defense. Bang! The axe collided with the iron rod, and at first contact Lu Chuan was greatly shocked. He had specifically chosen zombie puppets with stronger physiques, and zombies naturally possessed greater strength than ordinary humans. Yet Lu Chuan didn't anticipate this man's tremendous strength. The powerful force transmitted through the steel pipe made the zombie puppet's arm go numb. The fire axe wasn't even held firmly, it was directly knocked flying by the opponent's strike. Moreover, this man was decisive in killing, with extremely fast offensive movements. Before Lu Chuan could react, the steel pipe came crashing down directly on his head. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, the puppet corpse's head burst open like a watermelon. The man walked over to Lu Chuan's puppet corpse and stared thoughtfully at the fire axe that had been knocked away. This world is really damn absurd, even zombies can use weapons now. Could this be some new type of evolved zombie? However, he soon stopped paying attention to this and turned to urge his companions behind him. Alright, everyone, hurry up and gather supplies. If we attract any more evolved zombies later, we're done for. Upon hearing this, the group quickly got to work, stuffing various kinds of food and bottled water into their backpacks. In this apocalyptic world, stumbling upon an unlooted store was practically like finding paradise on Earth. Good thing we have Gangzi here, otherwise, we'd never have found this much food. Exactly. What are evolved zombies worth? With Brother Gangzi's divine strength, they're just one swing away from death. Watching the burly man kill zombies with single blows, his companions scavenged supplies while flattering him. After all, having a powerful ally in the apocalypse significantly increases survival odds. The man called Gangzi revealed a smug expression upon hearing their praise and compliments. Chapter 29. Has little Chi-Chi started walking? I never thought there'd still be survivors alive nearby after all this time. Lu Chuan in Building 5 frowned slightly, feeling surprised as he recalled the recent scene. Now over a month had passed since the zombie apocalypse began, and especially recently, Lu Chuan had barely seen any living people. Apart from that unfortunate soul killed by the agile zombie last time, he hadn't encountered other humans for ages. The empty streets only roamed with mindless zombies, one after another. To his surprise, he directly encountered several people this time. It seems there must be quite a number of human survivors in this zombie crisis. However, because these zombies are completely bloodthirsty, most people can only hide in the shadows. But recalling the man who fought with his zombie puppet just now, Lu Chuan's expression became extremely grave. Although that man appeared more physically robust than the surrounding individuals, he absolutely shouldn't possess such formidable strength. The zombie puppets he selected were all physically strong specimens to begin with, and after turning into zombies, their strength had been enhanced to some degree. Even ordinary zombies alone would pose no problem dealing with such average survivors. Not to mention these zombie puppets were under his control and could wield weapons in combat. Yet unexpectedly, after clashing with that man, even the fire axe in his hand was knocked flying away. This was truly godlike strength. Reflecting on recent experiences, Lu Chuan couldn't help but secretly speculate in his heart. All the changes seemed to begin from that blood moon night. After that night, zombies appeared to have evolved and even developed different evolutionary paths. Under the blood red moon, it wasn't just zombies that were bathed in its light. Lu Chuan somewhat suspected, could other creatures have undergone similar transformations? The mysterious man encountered today was most likely an evolved human. Such terrifying power could probably only be unleashed by evolved creatures. Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh internally. The changes in this world were far more complex than he had imagined. Previously he had been solely focused on the transformed zombies, but now it seemed that with the passage of the blood moon's time, more and more bizarre creatures would appear in this world. Forget it, it seems I can't send corpse puppets to that area anymore. In Lu Chuan's view, evolved humans were even more frightening than zombies. Because zombies had no brains, he could still use corpse puppets for human wave tactics or employ schemes to trap and kill them. However, the same tactics wouldn't work as effectively when used against humans. Lu Chuan currently doesn't want to stir up trouble. He only hopes to gain more power, survive well in this apocalyptic world, and ensure Xiao Qiqi grows up healthy and happy. Humans possess extremely complex thoughts and high intelligence. What zombies failed to notice doesn't mean human survivors wouldn't discover. Lu Chuan doesn't want to risk being targeted by these human survivors for just a tiny amount of supplies. After all, he's not alone and can't just flee anytime with his zombie puppets. In his bedroom, there's little Xiao Qiqi, an infant whose safety Lu Chuan must consider. For now, Lu Chuan only wishes to use his zombie puppets to continuously seek out and ambush a few isolated evolved zombies, growing stronger by devouring their crystal cores to gain more power. After all, the apocalypse is becoming increasingly complex. Only by possessing sufficient strength can one ensure a peaceful life for oneself and the little one. As for what changes might occur in the outside world, Lu Chuan actually doesn't care about it. He himself had inexplicably arrived in this world and then been inexplicably bitten by zombies. For Lu Chuan, as long as it doesn't disturb his life with the little one, the world can do whatever it wants. It has nothing to do with him. After the brief encounter with human survivors, several more days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan has currently stopped collecting supplies because these few zombie puppets are far too efficient. All the rooms in Building 5 have already been filled with various supplies. These supplies are completely sufficient for Xiao Qiqi's use, and there's no point in hoarding too much anyway. After all, with the passage of time, these supplies will eventually expire. No matter how much you hoard, if it can't be used, it's just a waste of time and energy, and might even invite unnecessary trouble. Inside the 7th floor bedroom, Ji Rushua had been practicing the crystal breathing technique day and night, constantly absorbing the energy particles in the air, her strength continuously growing under the transformation of these energy particles. Especially her originally very weak psychic power had now improved to a great extent. Ji Rushua used to feel exhausted just controlling leaves, but now she was even attempting to levitate her own body with psychic power. In this world, if you can't take care of yourself, it would be extremely troublesome when the apocalypse comes. You must at least have some survival skills. Her zombie father currently appeared to be a very ordinary low-level zombie, and Ji Rushua understood she absolutely couldn't remain just a bedridden baby. She must adapt to post-apocalyptic life as soon as possible, otherwise the two of them might face danger sooner or later. Ji Rushua was continuously using her own strength to practice crawling on the bedroom bed. After the physical transformation from practicing the glazed breathing technique during this period, Ji Rushua's strength had far surpassed that of other infants of the same age. As Ji Rushua's control over her body improved, her crawling speed on the bed became increasingly faster. Ji Rushua finally began attempting to use telekinesis to balance her body. Then, with the support of telekinesis, she gradually transitioned from crawling on all fours to walking upright. Directly using telekinesis to achieve aerial flight would consume too much energy. However, using telekinesis to maintain a force-assisted state to accelerate learning upright walking posed no problem. Moreover, since telekinetic support constantly surrounded her body, Ji Rushua didn't need to worry about falling if she failed. In this worry-free learning environment, Ji Rushua quickly began standing and walking. Creak! At this moment, Lu Chuan pushed the door open and entered. Seeing this scene on the bed, Lu Chuan was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Lu Chuan even began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. Little Chi-Chi was just a few months old baby, yet she was already walking upright on the bed by herself. He didn't even know when the little one learned to crawl, and now she's already walking. Chapter 30, Zombie Daddy's swordsmanship is so lousy. After the initial shock, Lu Chuan's eyes filled with delight, and the corners of his mouth began to curl up uncontrollably. Although Lu Chuan was determined to help the little one grow up healthy and happy, he clearly understood in his heart that the child was living in this apocalyptic world an unchangeable fact. So even if he could protect little Chi-Chi all the time, she would eventually have to learn to adapt to life in the apocalypse. However, despite having this intention, Lu Chuan wasn't prepared to let the little one start adapting to the post-apocalyptic life so early. Although Lu Chuan didn't know Chi-Chi's exact age, judging by her size, he inferred she must be only a few months old. After all, the little one hadn't been weaned yet and could only lie motionless in the infant bed. Originally, Lu Chuan thought it would take quite some time before the little one could learn to walk. To his surprise, after just a few days of not paying attention, the little one had already learned it by herself. Watching little Chi-Chi wobbling unsteadily on the bed, Lu Chuan quickly went over, picked her up, and placed her in the living room to practice walking. The bed's surface was very soft with its mattress, plus it provided an uneven ground, so even if the little one learned to walk, it would take more time to master walking on flat surfaces. Practicing directly on the even floor of the living room would yield faster progress. As for Ji Rushua, whether it was the living room or any ground, she could master it proficiently given enough time. After all, the telekinetic power she now possessed could even make her body levitate briefly in midair. Using it just for balancing her body was naturally a piece of cake. Ji Rushua walked somewhat clumsily at first, as she had just begun learning to stand and walk. She still needed time to adapt to this new body. However, as Ji Rushua quickly adapted to this body and utilized the strength she had tempered during this period, she soon walked with remarkable steadiness. When Ji Rushua looked up and saw the shocked expression on her zombie father's face, she couldn't help feeling somewhat proud. If she weren't afraid of shocking her zombie father, she could even perform a somersault right then. Lu Chuan stood aside, watching the little one adapt so quickly to walking for the first time with such stable posture, feeling deeply gratified. Little Chi-Chi had finally grown up a bit more. At this moment, Lu Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. The little one can learn to walk upright at such a young age, completely surpassing peers of the same age. My daughter has the makings of an empress. However, after practicing for a while, Ji Rushua stopped. After all, given her current physical condition, relying solely on her body's strength to maintain upright walking is still quite difficult. If she wants to keep her body balanced, she'll need to continuously expend mental energy. Even though she's made considerable progress in age recently, she can't sustain this constant consumption and naturally can't maintain upright walking for long. Seeing this, Lu Chuan on the side thought Ji Rushua had exhausted much strength learning to walk upright and thus fell into a state of fatigue. Lu Chuan hurried forward to pick up the little one and placed her on the living room sofa to rest. Lu Chuan deeply understood the principle of gradual progress. He didn't expect the little one to transition directly from lying in a crib to walking upright freely within a single day. That would simply be too unrealistic. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan himself took the steel machete and went to the balcony to practice his blade techniques. After consuming the crystal core, Lu Chuan's body had undergone certain evolution compared to before. His speed, reflexes, and strength had all improved to some degree. As he now swung the steel machete, the blade cutting through the air produced whooshing sounds. Silver blade lights continuously flashed through the air, giving Lu Chuan the bearing of a martial arts master at this moment. Whether in his past life or present one, Lu Chuan had never received any formal martial arts training. His current practice merely involved imitating simple routines by swinging the machete, drawing from some martial arts memories of his previous life. In Lu Chuan's view, as long as one was fast enough and strong enough, even a brick could be effective. Moreover, after prolonged training, Lu Chuan could feel his proficiency with the machete continuously increasing, wielding it with growing ease and skill. Compared to those true masters of blade techniques, his own skills were simply crude and full of flaws. But Lu Chuan didn't care about this. Regardless of whether the swordplay was fierce or not, just the fact that a zombie could wield a blade isn't that terrifying enough. The whistling sounds of swinging blades caught Ji Rushua's attention. Seeing Lu Chuan practicing on the balcony, she couldn't help feeling surprised. Is Zombie Dad actually improving his skills? Ji Rushua had now concluded that her zombie father was just an ordinary zombie. Even after experiencing the blood moon, he hadn't awakened any extraordinary abilities. But in her heart, Ji Rushua understood there were significant differences between her zombie father and normal zombies. That difference was her zombie father possessed human consciousness, his greatest advantage. After all, ordinary zombies couldn't think, let alone wield weapons. With a sharp blade in hand, her zombie father still couldn't deal with those powerful evolved zombies, but among ordinary low-level zombies, this already gave him a significant advantage. Ji Rushua nodded slightly to herself. Although her zombie father's combat skills seemed mediocre, he was actually quite clever. However, this sword technique was simply too awful. In her previous life as the human empress, Ji Rushua had experienced countless battles during the apocalypse. Whether it was close combat or weapon-based fighting, she possessed exceptional expertise and experience. Moreover, in the later stages, Ji Rushua had cultivated many formidable martial techniques. Now, in Ji Rushua's eyes, the sword technique her zombie father was practicing appeared fierce and intimidating, but in reality, it was riddled with flaws and utterly terrible. If he encountered even a slightly stronger opponent, they could likely obliterate her zombie father in an instant. These flashy moves may look impressive, but they possess no real combat effectiveness. Not only do they exhaust one's strength without yielding results, they're practically trash to the extreme. On the balcony nearby, Lu Chuan, who was brandishing a machete, couldn't help feeling somewhat proud when he noticed Xiao Qiqi staring intently at him. Lu Chuan thought the little one was captivated by his swordsmanship, feeling quite pleased with himself, and immediately began swinging the blade with even greater vigor. Chapter 31, The Monstrous Zombie Reappears. Watching Zombie Dad tirelessly swinging his machete on the balcony, Ji Rushua finally understood why she'd been hearing constant clanging noises from downstairs every morning in bed. At this realization, Ji Rushua suddenly understood no wonder Zombie Dad hadn't gone out these past few days. He must have sensed the danger outside and was holed up practicing combat techniques. Although Zombie Dad's swordsmanship was truly painful to watch, one couldn't deny this was indeed an effective way to enhance one's capabilities. The zombies mutated by the blood moon in the outside world have all evolved, possessing formidable combat abilities and undergoing significant transformations. But my zombie father still hasn't changed at all, clearly being the most ordinary low-tier cannon fodder zombie. Continuously swinging swords to improve weapon proficiency and enhance both offensive and defensive capabilities could indeed be considered a viable method. At least in Ji Rushua's past life memories, many survivors exercise to strengthen their bodies, aiming to maintain greater stamina when facing zombies. As an ordinary zombie without special abilities, one could only rely on such basic methods to maximize survival chances during the apocalypse. Ji Rushua watched Lu Chuan practicing with his machete, her mind wandering to other matters. Noticing Ji Rushua's fascinated gaze, Lu Chuan mistakenly thought the young girl was genuinely interested. Immediately, Lu Chuan swung the machete with renewed vigor, creating continuous whooshing sounds through the air. I never thought the little one would be interested in such violent things. It seems I need to keep practicing more so I can pass on this set of blade techniques to her when she grows up, Lu Chuan thought rather proudly to himself. In this post-apocalyptic world, this was the simplest method Lu Chuan could currently think of to increase survival odds. That a little girl could take interest in weapons and martial arts was actually a good thing in Lu Chuan's view. After all, the apocalypse was extremely cruel. It wouldn't show mercy based on one's age or gender. Lu Chuan would be more than willing to share his knowledge with her when she grew up, at least to improve the little one's survival capability. In this cruel post-apocalyptic world, Lu Chuan still believed improving survival skills was most essential. In the following days, Lu Chuan let Xiao Qiqi play by herself in the living room. Anyway, the 7th floor bedroom windows had been boarded up with planks to guard against that blood-colored monster, so the lighting wasn't good anyway. The living room on the 6th floor was brighter, and because of frequent combat training sessions held there, it was also more spacious. Lu Chuan practiced his close combat techniques and knife skills on the balcony, while Ji Rushua trained in upright walking in the living room, simultaneously honing her telekinetic control abilities. Accompanied by Lu Chuan, little Ji Rushua walked more steadily with each passing day. Under Lu Chuan's watchful eyes, little Qiqi's progress was astonishing compared to ordinary children. Calling her a child prodigy wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet Ji Rushua's gaze grew increasingly determined, her distinct black and white pupils showing no trace of childish innocence. As the apocalypse continued to unfold, Ji Rushua began feeling a sense of crisis growing within her, becoming increasingly anxious. After all, since the blood moon anomaly, the entire world had become fraught with dangers. The vigorous release of energy particles in the air had caused numerous zombies to undergo a series of mutative evolutions. And this is just the beginning. The further it progresses, the more terrifying these changes will become. Meanwhile, numerous other creatures have also joined the ranks of the evolutionary army. Such ordinary cannon fodder like her zombie father will likely lose their living space before long. So Ji Rushua knew very well in her heart that she had to grow up as quickly as possible. At the very least, she must quickly master upright walking and possess relatively excellent mobility. Only then could she be of help to zombies. At minimum, she couldn't become a burden in this apocalyptic world. In such a gradually intensifying, cruel apocalypse, an ordinary zombie without evolution, paired with an infant who couldn't move freely, was in Ji Rushue's eyes nothing short of a disastrous start. As a former empress, if she wanted to turn the tide from such an opening, the only way was to find a method to hasten her cultivation progress. Roar! Just as both Lu Chuan and Ji Rushue were steadily improving themselves, an angry roar suddenly sounded from outside the building. Hearing this roar, Lu Chuan, who had been watching Ji Rushue walk, immediately had his attention stirred. The next second, Lu Chuan's vision switched as he rapidly controlled his corpse puppet to arrive at the scene. On the green belt of Sunshine Residential Area, two zombies that had clearly undergone mutation and evolution after the blood moon anomaly were engaged in continuous battle. One zombie had an exceptionally massive build, standing nearly 2.5 meters tall with tremendously muscular physique. Its two particularly powerful arms resembled coiled dragons, and when it swung its fists, the whooshing sounds of displaced air made one's scalp tingle. With each swing of its arms, it could even smash craters into the ground. This was precisely the tank-type zombie that Lu Chuan had encountered before and which had consumed crystal cores. The other zombie was even more familiar to Lu Chuan, the terrifying crimson creature with its four limbs crouched low to the ground. Although this monster doesn't appear as massive as the tank-type zombies with their overwhelming visual impact, its movements are extremely swift. Moreover, each of its attacks is equally formidable. Its sharp claws constantly slash through the air. If these were ordinary zombies, they would have been instantly killed countless times over. This strangely postured zombie struck Lu Chuan as particularly bizarre. After all, having evolved into such monstrous appearance, even other zombies would probably find it repulsive. Yet the combat capabilities of these blood-colored monsters were truly formidable. Even Lu Chuan's controlled puppet squad only survived because of their fully enclosed helmets. Otherwise, it's hard to say how many members of that building entry squad would have remained. Yet through the puppet's vision, Lu Chuan felt some doubts. He had recently blown up a large zombie. Where did this new one come from? Are these evolved zombies appearing this frequently? Most crucially, Lu Chuan noticed that the injuries on that blood-red monstrous zombie had actually healed completely. Even the arm that had been severed by his controlled corpse puppet had now completely regrown. The two powerful zombies before him were engaged in an extremely terrifying battle, their clash generating earth-shaking commotion. Lu Chuan speculated these two evolved zombies were brimming with killing intent, likely fighting to obtain each other's crystal cores once again. Chapter 32, Mutual Destruction, Lu Chuan Profits. The thought of crystal cores made Lu Chuan's heart grow fervent. Though the two zombies were massive in size and possessed horrifying offensive capabilities, a glint of desire still flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. In this apocalyptic world, it's always been a fight to the death. Either be killed by other zombies or human evolvers, or find ways to devour more crystal cores to obtain a stronger physique. These past few days, Lu Chuan hadn't only been improving his combat skills but also sending out corpse puppets to search for traces of evolved zombies. It was unfortunate that he hadn't encountered any until now. When he finally came across two at once, this was an excellent opportunity. Moreover, that blood-red monster was practically an assassin among zombies. Its movements were silent, its attacks lightning fast, and its techniques extraordinarily vicious. In Lu Chuan's view, this zombie that could scale walls and ignore building heights posed a far greater threat than the hulking zombie. He had originally planned to find a way to eliminate this type of zombie, and now coming across two zombies fighting each other was like manna from heaven. What's more, if he could obtain both zombies' crystal cores, his own strength would undoubtedly make significant progress. The apocalypse was inherently cruel. Like this, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Lu Chuan's eyes. No time like the present. With this thought, Lu Chuan immediately left through the door, closing the building's entrance behind him. Ji Rushue also heard the zombie roars coming from outside, knowing it must be another fierce battle between powerful evolved zombies. What puzzled Ji Rushue was why her cannon fodder zombie father suddenly pushed the door open and went outside. He hadn't dared to go out for days, so why would he leave now? The furious zombie roars outside sounded extraordinary. Going out to join the commotion at such a time would be courting death, wouldn't it? Ji Rushue was utterly speechless about this, completely bewildered by what had gotten into her zombie father. Currently unable to move freely, it was obviously impossible for Ji Rushue to go out and stop or help him. She could only silently pray inside the house. This zombie father is truly irresponsible. After practicing some worthless knife skills for a few days, does he really think he's a master now? Ji Rushue, unaware of Lu Chuan's evolved abilities, never imagined that although Lu Chuan's physical form couldn't compare to those two close combat killing machines, he wasn't fighting alone either. While descending the stairs, Lu Chuan immediately began summoning his corpse puppet squad. The corpse puppets patrolling or searching various locations, now under Lu Chuan's control, all picked up fire axes and donned fully enclosed motorcycle helmets, stealthily moving toward the greenbelt area of Sunshine Community. Currently, the tank-type zombie and the blood-colored monstrous zombie were locked in fierce combat, neither willing to yield. Now their eyes were only fixed on each other, completely disregarding the ordinary zombies wandering nearby. After all, unevolved low-level zombies were nothing more than cannon fodder to these mutated zombies, not even worth attacking, because only evolved zombies possessed crystal cores, making attacking the surrounding low-level zombies simply a waste of energy. Bang! 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 The battle between these two zombies made Lu Chuan's scalp tingle just watching it. The blood-colored monster zombie that had given him considerable trouble now moved with equally astonishing agility. Even though it moved on all fours, this didn't hinder its speed in the slightest. With terrifying explosive power, it kept circling around the tank-type zombie, its horrific claws launching attacks intermittently. However, this blood-colored monster that could easily kill ordinary zombies instantly had met its match this time against the tank-type zombie. The tank-type zombie had an exceptionally robust build, with its most crucial feature being extremely strong defense. This behemoth was both massive in size and thick-skinned, making it quite difficult for the blood-colored monster to land effective attacks. The sickle-like claws kept slashing, but were all blocked by the tank zombie using its tough arms. This attack that could easily tear apart an ordinary zombie's head merely left a shallow bloodstain on the tank zombie's arm. Although the tank zombie had a robust physique and tremendous strength, capable of smashing deep craters into the ground with each swing, the crimson monster proved far too agile, causing most of the tank zombie's attacks to miss their mark. Watching the two zombies locked in endless combat, Lu Chuan remained composed, patiently controlling his puppet squad's stealthy concealment in the shadows. Both creatures possessed formidable strength, making it unlikely for either to gain decisive advantage quickly. Just as Lu Chuan anticipated, these zombies were equally matched adversaries, engaged in a battle where neither could clearly outdo the other. Only after an extended, brutal conflict did their fight finally escalate into full intensity. The residential complex's greenbelts had long been reduced to utter ruin under the destructive forces of these two powerful zombies. The earth was covered with scars, with craters everywhere, and the surrounding vegetation withered and fell. The two powerful evolved zombies, after their reckless close-quarters combat, were both wounded. The bloodthirsty monster zombie with flayed crimson skin swiftly leaped onto the hulking one's back. Its sickle-like claws directly pierced through the tank-type zombie's vulnerable shoulder joint. Then, utilizing its terrifying speed and attacks, it rapidly tore and within moments completely ripped off one of the Hulk's arms. However, the enraged Hulk zombie struck back with a vicious punch that shattered the monster zombie's left leg. Unfortunately, this crimson monster moved on all fours though its left leg was injured. This didn't hinder its movement. Yet after losing an arm, the tank zombie's combat effectiveness began to plummet sharply. As the saying goes, hands are like two doors. Now that the tank zombie has lost one of its doors, its combat power has been reduced by more than half. The bloodthirsty monster continued its harassment attacks, relying on its astonishing speed. Its claws were extremely sharp, and the tank zombie missing one arm was repeatedly slashed with bloody wounds. Boom! With a loud crash, the hulking figure fell heavily to the ground. The battle between these two evolved zombies ultimately concluded with the victory of the crimson monster. Although the tank-type zombie had a robust physique, after losing an arm, it could no longer defend against the bloodthirsty monster's relentless assaults. Now, its massive body had been nearly dismembered. Just as the crimson monster was about to retrieve the crystal core, Lu Chuan immediately issued a command. The puppet zombie squad that had been lying in ambush quickly surrounded it. Roar! Seeing this, the crimson monster let out an angry roar, attempting to intimidate and drive away the puppet zombies with its menacing presence. However, the corpse puppets controlled by Lu Chuan were not intimidated by its pressure. The 10 puppets mindlessly swung fire axes at it in turns. Since this was an open area, the blood-colored monster couldn't scale walls, immediately losing its greatest advantage. But unwilling to abandon the crystal core it had worked so hard to obtain, just a moment's hesitation left it surrounded by the puppet squad, with sharp fire axes hacking wildly. Thwack! Thwack! The corpse puppets under Lu Chuan's control wielded their fire axes with brutal force. When the licker finally realized something was wrong and tried to flee, its legs had already been severed by the puppets, leaving it to struggle on the ground with its forelimbs, its speed drastically reduced. Lu Chuan wasn't about to let this monster escape. He immediately commanded the puppets to charge forward. Under the chaotic axe blows, it was nearly hacked into mincemeat. After ordering the puppets to extract the crystal cores from the two evolved zombies, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. The crystal cores of both evolved zombies have been successfully obtained. Chapter 33: Devouring Crystal Cores, Significant Enhancement. The commotion caused by the zombie battle was too loud. To avoid attracting unwanted attention, Lu Chuan quickly commanded his puppet zombie squad to retreat. Receiving the crystal cores from the blood-soaked puppet zombie squad, Lu Chuan examined them and discovered that both cores had mostly turned red. Lu Chuan nodded inwardly in confirmation. Just as he had speculated, zombies could grow stronger by continuously devouring the crystal cores from their own kind's brains. Moreover, the more crystal cores a zombie consumed, the redder the color of the core in its brain would become. The two evolved zombies that his puppet squad had opportunistically eliminated earlier had clearly consumed numerous crystal cores. Not only were they formidable in combat, but the cores in their brains were already mostly red. Holding the 2 crystal cores in his hands and reflecting on recent experiences, Lu Chuan could roughly deduce the current evolutionary stages of the zombies. Zombies that mutated and evolved after the Blood Moon Night will form a crystal core in their brains. Before consuming others of their kind, this core remains pure white. As they consume more cores from their kind, the color of their core progressively deepens into red. When the core fully transforms into red, quantitative changes will likely trigger qualitative changes, most probably advancing to the next level. However, Lu Chuan doesn't know how much stronger the zombies will become when their cores fully turn red, probably reaching a level where they can completely overpower other zombies. He stops dwelling on these thoughts, figuring he'll cross that bridge when he comes to it and see what actually happens. The allure of these cores becomes irresistible to Lu Chuan. He hastily commands all his corpse puppets to guard the stairwell of the building while he himself heads to the 3rd floor. The 2 cores in his hand resemble exquisitely carved crystals, their red and white hues strikingly beautiful. Lu Chuan swiftly swallowed the crystal core into his stomach, and instantly, an overwhelming power dispersed throughout his body. This terrifying evolutionary energy flooded into every limb and bone of Lu Chuan's body. His flesh, meridians, and skeleton all began undergoing tremendous transformations under this fearsome power. The wound on Lu Chuan's shoulder gradually healed through repeated evolutions, completely losing its initially gruesome and horrifying appearance. The intensity of power unleashed from consuming the crystal core this time had completely surpassed Lu Chuan's expectations. Originally, these 2 zombies were already evolved specimens that had consumed their own kind multiple times. Now, after directly devouring 2 more cores, the surging power caused Lu Chuan's body to tremble uncontrollably. Although Lu Chuan's evolutionary path was mental-based, unlike tank-type zombies that develop abnormally muscular physiques with extremely thick arms, nor would he evolve like lickers, shedding surface skin and even losing the ability to walk upright. Lu Chuan's body size remains no different from that of a normal person, yet it has undergone slight changes as he continuously devours crystal cores. Lu Chuan has grown slightly taller than before, and his overall physique has become more robust. As a zombie, the bluish-black veins that originally covered his body surface have gradually faded with evolution. His muscles have also become extremely compact and powerful, though since Lu Chuan always wears clothes, these changes aren't particularly noticeable. Most crucially, Lu Chuan's consciousness suffered tremendous impact. His brain felt as if it were about to explode. Refining 2 half-red, half-white crystal cores simultaneously has already exceeded the limits of what Lu Chuan's current consciousness can endure. Though Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and persevered, he only managed to hold on briefly before being knocked unconscious by this terrifying force. 7th floor living room. Ji Ruxue, who had been waiting anxiously in the room, grew increasingly frantic. The zombies' roars outside had ceased, most likely indicating that the battle had concluded. But her zombie father still hadn't returned after going out for so long, which made her extremely worried. It's been so long, could something really have happened this time? What were you thinking? When evolved zombies are fighting, why would a normal zombie like you go join the commotion? We're doomed. This time we're truly doomed. Just from hearing the commotion, those 2 zombies clearly weren't just first-stage evolutions. Even ordinary evolved zombies wouldn't dare participate in battles of that level. What were you thinking? With no signs of movement whatsoever, Ji Ruxue was genuinely panicking now. In her view, her zombie father was most likely already dead after all. Those 2 zombies definitely had the ability to instantly kill ordinary low-level zombies. It was already the worst possible starting scenario, and now things were completely ruined. After an indeterminable amount of time had passed, Lu Chuan finally felt his consciousness returning. Struggling to control his body, Lu Chuan groggily opened his eyes. His mind felt unprecedentedly clear at this moment, with all the swelling pain from his previous evolution completely gone. This kind of unobstructed mental clarity was something he'd never experienced before. Clearly, devouring 2 crystal cores in succession had caused a tremendous transformation in his consciousness. Lu Chuan's lips curled upward uncontrollably. The enhancement of his mental power meant he could now expand his puppet squad again. Though he didn't know what the future might hold, for now, the strategy of overwhelming numbers still proved highly effective. Just as wild punches could defeat a master, his wild slashes could kill evolved zombies too. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan felt as if his body contained an inexhaustible well of strength. Bang! Lu Chuan raised his hand and punched the wooden wardrobe beside him, instantly creating a gaping hole with a single strike. Following up, Lu Chuan kicked at the nearby wall, this single kick managing to knock the plaster clean off. Lu Chuan quickly tested his jumping and running abilities again, clearly feeling that his body had undergone comprehensive and substantial improvements compared to before. With continuous evolution, his skin color became increasingly similar to humans, while also growing tougher and more resilient. Lu Chuan pinched his skin forcefully, sensing that although it wasn't as tough as a tank-type zombies, it felt like leather. Light scratches probably wouldn't even leave marks on him now. Lu Chuan was extremely satisfied with his current body. His strength, speed, and reflexes had all significantly improved, and even his defensive capabilities had become much stronger than before. Feeling these powerful transformations in his body, Lu Chuan could no longer suppress the smile on his face. With his current physique, Lu Chuan felt that even if he encountered other evolved zombies, he now possessed considerable self-defense capabilities. However, Lu Chuan maintained a very clear understanding about his evolutionary path. It was his psychic power. Now with significantly enhanced psychic power compared to before, Lu Chuan estimated based on past experience that this evolution would likely allow him to control about 30 zombie puppets. The psychic radiation range has reached a terrifying 8,000 meters or so, marking a qualitative leap this time. Chapter 34. Can little Chi-Chi say daddy now? Feeling this terrifying evolution, Lu Chuan subconsciously touched his head. Although he couldn't physically feel the crystal core inside his brain, Lu Chuan surmised that after consecutively devouring several zombie crystals, his strength must have improved tremendously. The two most recently consumed crystals in particular brought him the most noticeable power boost. Having devoured so many crystals, Lu Chuan speculated that the core in his brain might have already turned pure red. If zombies with white nuclei are considered first tier, does his now red nucleus mean he has entered the second tier with red nuclei? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment but didn't immediately go to control more zombies to replenish his puppet squad. Now that his strength had greatly improved, a bold idea emerged in Lu Chuan's mind. Since I can control ordinary zombies, then evolved zombies should be controllable too. After all, they're all brainless zombies. The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more plausible this speculation seemed. Without brains, and with his enhanced mental power, suppressing zombies appeared perfectly reasonable. Once this thought entered his mind, it became impossible to suppress. Just the mere idea of it made Lu Chuan extremely excited. After all, if he could control evolved zombies, his combat power would skyrocket dramatically. Evolved zombies and ordinary zombies are completely incomparable. A single evolved zombie can instantly annihilate a group of ordinary low-level zombies. These corpse puppets would have absolutely no chance of killing evolved zombies without my control. Even taking advantage of opportunities would be completely hopeless. Though still quite unfamiliar with this world, after such a long time, Lu Chuan has come to understand that as time progresses, various zombies will continue to break through their limits. If I keep controlling ordinary zombies, even with overwhelming numbers, it might become difficult to truly defeat the enemy eventually. Thinking this, Lu Chuan grew increasingly eager and immediately began controlling corpse puppets to search everywhere for traces of evolved zombies. However, the number of evolved zombies is far fewer compared to ordinary ones. Now Lu Chuan's mental radiation range has reached a terrifying 8 kilometers. Within this 8-kilometer radius, he can control corpse puppets to search everywhere, making him more powerful than before. Lu Chuan was in an excellent mood now that he had successfully eliminated the blood-colored monster lurking in the shadows. This meant one major threat less to worry about. That blood-colored monster was exactly like an assassin hiding in darkness, moving silently yet striking with lightning speed. Lu Chuan had genuinely feared that one day when he stepped out of the building, he might have his head pierced by a tongue the next second, or see that blood-colored monster climbing up to the 7th floor. Now he didn't need to live in constant fear anymore. Just as Lu Chuan was thoroughly satisfied with the tremendous power boost brought by his successful evolution, Ji Rushue was rolling anxiously on the living room sofa. With no movement for such a long time, Ji Rushue had completely lost all hope for Lu Chuan. Given how formidable those two zombies were, there was no doubt that Zombie Dad was completely done for this time. Although Ji Rushue understood that surviving in this post-apocalyptic world would be extremely difficult. Non-evolved zombies could perish at any time anywhere, yet she still hadn't expected this moment to come so quickly. Recalling the time spent with her zombie father during this period, although they never communicated verbally, they could still sense each other's feelings. Though it wasn't like the relationship between normal infants and parents, as a combination of human and zombie, their interactions still retained warmth. In this post-apocalyptic world where all humanity had long disappeared, two lonely souls found companionship in each other. This rare experience made Ji Rushue feel something truly beautiful, though she never expected that the hard-won paternal love she finally obtained in her second life would vanish again so quickly. The thought that she might never see the one who had been taking care of her again made even Ji Rushue, who had once been a peerless empress accustomed to life and death, feel somewhat sad at this moment. Just a little more time, and I would have grown strong enough. Maybe then I could have protected you instead. Poor zombie father, why couldn't you wait just a bit longer for me? Why couldn't you stay until I grew stronger? Crack, crack. Just as Ji Rushue was feeling utterly dejected, there suddenly came the sound of the door lock moving. Ji Rushue was startled at first, but soon realized it was Zombie Dad returning. Ordinary zombies would simply smash into doors, they wouldn't know how to operate a lock. Sure enough, the next second the door opened, revealing a familiar figure outside. Zombie Dad didn't die. Is this real? Am I hallucinating? That's incredibly lucky. Ji Rushue felt overwhelming excitement and thrill in her heart. The commotion caused by those two evolved zombies earlier had been tremendous. Even human survivor evolvers might not have handled it easily. Let alone her father, who was just an ordinary low-tier zombie. If he joined the fight, he would have been mere cannon fodder, something easily obliterated. There'd been no movement for so long that Jirushua had assumed something happened to Zombie Dad. Never expected him to miraculously reappear at the door. At this moment, Jirushua suddenly felt like she had regained something precious that was lost. She originally thought that after experiencing the cruelty of the apocalypse, she had already become completely indifferent. But she never expected that after losing contact with her zombie father, she would still feel panicked. Unknowingly, she had truly come to regard him as family, not just a companion who took care of her daily needs. Overwhelmed with excitement, Jirushua immediately jumped down from the sofa when she saw Lu Chuan. In her excitement, she ran straight toward Lu Chuan, though she had only just learned to walk upright and her movements were still unsteady. Now she walked in a wobbly, unsteady manner, but this still couldn't contain her excitement. Watching Jirushua stumbling toward him, Lu Chuan also felt extremely excited and quickly crouched down to support her. After all, the little one had just learned to walk, and Lu Chuan was afraid she might fall. "Daddy!" The sound of baby babble reached Lu Chuan's ears, causing his body to stiffen as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. Watching the little one running toward him, Lu Chuan felt a roaring in his brain as if his system had crashed. Little Chi-Chi was calling him daddy. Chapter 35, I've grown teeth, no need for milk anymore. Lu Chuan felt his scalp tingle all over, standing frozen in place, utterly at a loss. Having lived 2 lifetimes already, he hadn't even had a girlfriend yet who knew he'd become a father ahead of schedule. This peculiar sensation left Lu Chuan momentarily unable to find words to describe it. Now he finally understood why people would stand dumbfounded when seeing their newborn child, their brains seemingly ceasing to function. He didn't even stop to wonder how could little Chi-Chi suddenly start speaking without anyone teaching her. Lu Chuan had initially thought this was all just an act, never imagining such miraculous feelings could be real. Looking at this utterly adorable little creature before him, Lu Chuan felt his heart melting from sheer tenderness. In this cold, bloody, and broken apocalyptic world, such a childish voice seemed capable of dispelling all death and darkness. Not only Lu Chuan was extremely shocked, but Jirushua herself was equally astonished. The moment she spoke, Jirushua froze in place, her eyes filled with amazement. How could she suddenly start speaking? However, Jirushua didn't pay too much attention to it after all. She wasn't truly an infant. With her past life soul, speaking wasn't really a problem for her. It's just that after being reborn as a baby, she hadn't yet familiarized herself with this body's organs and hadn't practiced vocalization much, otherwise she could have started speaking much earlier. After all, when Jirushua first opened her eyes, the world had already plunged into doomsday crisis. Apart from this zombie father with human consciousness by her side, Jirushua had no other conversational companion, so she simply remained silent most of the time. Clearly, this was because she had been overly excited and emotional just now, causing her inner thoughts to spill out uncontrollably. Seeing her zombie father who had accompanied her for many days survive and return completely unharmed, Jirushua felt genuine excitement and joy in her heart. This feeling of regaining what was lost is what moves people the most. Even for Jirushua, who was accustomed to life and death separations, experiencing all this now made her heart overflow with happiness and excitement. In Jirushua's heart, she had long regarded Lu Chuan as family and irreplaceable presence in her life. Though one was a human infant and the other a zombie in the apocalypse, this bond transcended racial boundaries. Lu Chuan looked at little Chi-Chi before him, so excited that he began gesticulating animatedly. He had never been called dad before, never imagined the wondrous feeling of becoming a father could be so extraordinary. Roar! Roar! Lu Chuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at the little one before him, his heart overflowing with unspoken words. Alas, as a zombie now, he had long lost the ability to speak. Whether he could ever recover this physiological function remained uncertain for now. There was no hope. Thus, Lu Chuan could only utter low growls to express his inner excitement and exhilaration. He just didn't know if Xiao Chi-Chi could understand his meaning. The corners of Lu Chuan's mouth involuntarily twitched upward. Fortunately, after continuous evolution, his current appearance bore little difference from a human's. Otherwise, making such an expression would have been somewhat horrifying. Ha 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 ha, I'm a father now. Who would have thought in my previous life I didn't even have a girlfriend, yet after rebirth into this zombie form, I've unexpectedly become a dad. Xiao Chi-Chi is amazing. I always knew my clever daughter was a genius. Lu Chuan was extremely excited at this moment. As for the matter of the little one speaking, Lu Chuan had actually considered it before. But currently, he was truly powerless to help. After all, speech requires mutual communication. If no one teaches Xiao Chi-Chi, what if she grows up unable to speak and becomes mute? She can't just keep roaring like me, that would be too bizarre. Therefore, most of the time Lu Chuan didn't even dare to make sounds in front of Xiao Chi-Chi, afraid she might learn the wrong things. But he never expected that the little one, staying alone in the room every day, could actually learn to speak without being taught. Being able to stand up and walk upright, and learning to speak without instruction. If this isn't genius, then what is? Lu Chuan finally understood what it means to be born with knowledge. Xiao Chi-Chi is precisely such a child prodigy. No, a baby prodigy. He felt Xiao Chi-Chi's talents were truly wasted living in this post-apocalyptic world. If she could live in a stable world with such intelligence and aptitude, the little one would undoubtedly become a child prodigy. Daddy, no milk. Seeing her zombie father preparing to make formula for her, Ji-Rushua quickly ran to Lu Chuan's side, tugged at his clothes hem, and babbled. As she spoke, she also opened her mouth to reveal 2 rows of tiny milk teeth. Having to drink formula every day, Ji-Rushua really didn't want to have it anymore. She felt like even her breath smelled of formula now. Lu Chuan's hands paused mid-motion, momentarily embarrassed. He hadn't expected the little one to grow so quickly, already having milk teeth. He had absolutely no experience in childcare. It turned out he understood even less about these things than little Chi-Chi. Subconsciously scratching his head, Lu Chuan looked around the kitchen in momentary bewilderment. Having never raised a child before, apart from preparing formula, Lu Chuan didn't know where to begin. However, Lu Chuan quickly reacted and ran to the 6th floor, clearing out an open space in one of the rooms. Then Lu Chuan had the zombie puppet gather firewood. He took out a pot, poured in some mineral water and rice, and began cooking. Lu Chuan never expected that he would actually start a fire inside the building so soon. As the apocalypse progressed, fresh vegetables had long disappeared, forcing Lu Chuan to cook some rice porridge for the little one. Next, Lu Chuan added some milk powder and used a spoon to mash the porridge into a thick, paste-like consistency. Looking at the bowl of sticky rice paste before him, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This could be considered baby food for the apocalypse. After letting the paste cool slightly, Lu Chuan brought it over to the child. Dad, I can do it myself. Watching Lu Chuan clumsily attempt to feed her, Ji-Rushua simply couldn't wait any longer. She simply took the spoon directly from Lu Chuan's hand, then began eating from the bowl by herself, bite by bite. Although the baby food Lu Chuan made was quite simple and rough, Ji-Rushua wasn't picky. After all, in this apocalyptic world, having anything to eat was already quite good, definitely better than continuing to drink milk every day. Watching the little one eating so heartily, Lu Chuan couldn't help but sigh emotionally. Little Chi-Chi has finally grown up. Chapter 36, The First Evolved Zombie Puppet. Swish, swish, swish. The living room was filled with the sounds of slicing through air, more piercing and fierce than before. Lu Chuan swung his machete with tremendous force, the silvery blade casting cold glints that illuminated the entire room. As Lu Chuan continued evolving by absorbing crystal cores, this body had already undergone significant improvements. It was no longer the stiff and fragile body from the beginning. Even though he didn't know any formal sword techniques and had never systematically learned any combat skills, yet without comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes, Lu Chuan was merely swinging the machete randomly based on fragmented martial arts memories in his mind. The fierce wind-whipping movements and chilling blade flashes made him appear like a top-tier martial arts master. Why does it feel Daddy seems to have become much stronger than before? Ji-Rushua sat on the sofa, watching her zombie father practicing sword techniques not far away, her heart filled with profound confusion. Recalling their first meeting, her zombie father had seemed no different from other zombies, just with slightly less bloodstains and wounds on his body. His physique had been equally emaciated and weak, exuding an air of decay. But now, as the zombie father brandished his machete, his figure appeared remarkably robust. Through observing the folds of Lu Chuan's clothing and his overall posture, Ji-Rushua could discern that beneath those clothes lay undoubtedly a muscular, powerfully built man. Moreover, even its skin color seems to have changed. If one didn't look carefully, one might truly mistake it for a human. What's going on here? Could it be that zombies, like humans, can also strengthen their bodies through exercise? Why didn't I encounter such things in my previous life? After some thought, Ji-Rushua became reconciled to this fact. After all, in her previous life, she had never encountered a low-level zombie that could preserve human consciousness either. Ji-Rushua tentatively regarded these as secrets of the zombie race. Although she had been the human empress in her previous life, most of her time had been spent either surviving or fighting. In her past life, when facing zombies, she had either fled or fought. She had never really observed carefully what zombies actually looked like. Watching her zombie father continuously swinging the machete, Ji-Rushua couldn't help but recall some body forging techniques she had known in her previous life. If it's possible to become stronger through training, could she perhaps teach these techniques to her father for cultivation? His father wasn't an evolved zombie, and as the apocalypse continued to develop, he would eventually become the lowest level cannon fodder. Every bit of strength gained would increase the possibility of surviving the apocalypse by one more measure. At the same time, Ji-Rushua was quite curious what would zombies look like if they practiced body refining techniques. Could their combat power catch up to those evolved zombies? On the balcony, Lu Chuan looked at the sharp machete in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Ever since his physical attributes had been greatly enhanced through the crystal core, Lu Chuan could clearly feel that his execution of previously practiced combat techniques had become increasingly refined. His body had improved considerably compared to before. Lu Chuan felt that with weapons at hand, he might even be able to hold his own against other evolved zombies in close combat. Just then, Lu Chuan suddenly felt a mental stir. The corpse puppet he controlled had transmitted new information. As the perspective shifted, Lu Chuan discovered that one of his controlled corpse puppets had finally found an evolved zombie on a street several kilometers away. A tank-type zombie with an enormous frame and bulging muscles squatted on the street, gnawing at something unknown. Seeing this behemoth before him, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up. His psychic abilities had improved significantly compared to before, and Lu Chuan had been wanting to attempt controlling an evolved zombie. Now he finally got the opportunity. Without hesitation, Lu Chuan immediately headed out towards the direction of the evolved zombie. Lu Chuan didn't act rashly. He first gathered a group of corpse puppets around himself, pretending to be a wandering group of ordinary zombies, slowly approaching the tank-type zombie. With numerous corpse puppets providing cover around him, this small cluster of zombies swaying continuously on the street didn't appear particularly conspicuous. Similarly, that tank-type zombie which was continuously devouring flesh didn't notice the anomaly on the road surface, still keeping its head down while feeding itself. For safety's sake, Lu Chuan didn't immediately initiate mental control but instead used the surrounding zombie puppets as cover, gradually inching closer to the target. Lu Chuan had never attempted to control an evolved zombie before and didn't know what it would feel like. Therefore, to be more cautious, he deliberately slowed down the zombie squad's pace to avoid attracting this tank zombie's attention. Finally, without alerting his target, Lu Chuan had already closed within less than 100 meters of this tank zombie. At this distance, Lu Chuan could clearly see the zombie's skin texture, its brawny muscles radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Lu Chuan immediately began concentrating his psychic power, gathering his mental energy into threads that continuously enveloped the zombie before him, attempting to establish control. As expected, Lu Chuan could instantly turn other zombies into his puppets when controlling them. But when his mental power enveloped this particular zombie, Lu Chuan actually encountered resistance. Roar! The tank zombie let out several growls and began resisting Lu Chuan's psychic force. However, Lu Chuan's evolved psychic power was exceptionally strong, quickly breaching the tank zombie's defenses. Streams of invisible psychic threads rapidly surged into the tank zombie's body, and Lu Chuan successfully turned this powerful evolved zombie into his undead puppet. Did it actually succeed? Successfully controlling an evolved zombie made Lu Chuan ecstatic with surprise. He hadn't expected to truly accomplish this. Although controlling this relatively strong evolved zombie consumes significantly more mental energy than ordinary zombies, for the already evolved Lu Chuan, this was still barely within his acceptable limits. From Lu Chuan's perspective, exchanging some mental energy for a powerful Hulk zombie puppet was an exceptionally profitable deal. This massive creature before him possessed an extremely robust physique, with thick arms resembling coiling dragons. With just a swing of its arms, this zombie could crush cars flat. Such terrifying strength was completely incomparable to ordinary zombies. This single-controlled Hulk evolved zombie puppet alone displayed combat power surpassing an entire squad of regular zombie puppets. Observing the Hulk zombie puppet before him, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. With the addition of this evolved zombie, his combat capability had improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 37, Zombie Puppets vs. Mutant Giant Hound. The more Lu Chuan looked at this extremely muscular behemoth standing over 2 meters tall, the more delight he felt. As the saying goes, 1,000 troops are easy to obtain, but a good general is hard to find. This massive evolved zombie before him was undoubtedly the general of his zombie puppet squad. The muscles, thick and sinuous like coiling dragons, seemed capable of flattening all obstacles in their path. This hulking corpse puppet was nearly twice the size of ordinary ones. Its massive arms alone were as thick as 2 ordinary corpse puppets' thighs combined. Lu Chuan controlled the corpse puppet to stand before him, instinctively reaching out to touch its arm. Hiss so hard. These rock-solid arms might as well have been forged from refined steel. Not only did they possess boundless strength, but their defensive toughness was extraordinary too. Lu Chuan rapped his knuckles against them several times, immediately producing loud thud-thud-thud sounds. This really isn't ordinary strength. Standing before me, you're practically a giant. In that case, I'll call you Big Fatty from now on. Hands on hips, Lu Chuan looked quite satisfied. Big Fatty stood at the forefront, followed by 10 ordinary low-level corpse puppets. For the first time, Lu Chuan felt his corpse puppet squad finally possessed the capability to survive in this apocalyptic world. With his team of zombie puppets, Lu Chuan returned to Sunshine Residential Area with great satisfaction. With such a burly figure standing beside him, Lu Chuan felt his back straighten automatically as he walked down the street. Indeed, strength speaks the loudest. Having such a powerful combatant by his side filled him with an overwhelming sense of security. On their way home, Lu Chuan took Fatso along to visit the neighborhood hardware store. Familiar with the route, he went straight to the back of the hardware store, pushed aside piles of equipment, and retrieved 2 massive iron hammers, each measuring a full meter in length and weighing over 100 G. Normally, hardware stores don't carry hammers of this weight. Such hammers require tremendous strength to wield. Ordinary sledgehammers typically weigh around 10 G, but these were 3 times heavier. Even a zombie puppet would find it strenuous to swing 100 G hammers, significantly reducing attack speed without any practical advantage. They simply couldn't compare with the usefulness of those half-meter-long fire axes. So Lu Chuan had left these two giant hammers in the hardware store, never expecting they would actually come in handy one day. He tossed the two hammers to Big Fatty, who swung them with tremendous force, one in each hand. Such absurdly heavy hammers would be beyond the capability of other corpse puppets. But for Big Fatty, they seemed custom-made. The twin hammers looked like divine weapons in his grasp. Lu Chuan positioned Big Fatty guarding the entrance of Building 5, the two hammers resting at his feet like some door god's implements. With this mighty general blocking the doorway, Building 5's security was absolutely unquestionable. After tasting the benefits of evolved zombies, Lu Chuan continued sending corpse puppets to track other zombies in the following days. Current evidence suggested zombies needed to consume crystal cores to evolve, so naturally, the more cores the better. Now with Fatty as an advanced combat force, coupled with the cooperation of numerous puppet squad members, Lu Chuan is confident he can take down any single evolved zombie. After all, just a fully armed puppet squad alone can barely fight above their level, let alone now that he has an additional evolved zombie. Fatty's skin defense is extremely tough and possesses immense strength, but when fighting agile-type zombies, he shows slight deficiencies. Either he kills the opponent while getting injured himself, or there's a high possibility of being gradually worn down and killed by the opponent exploiting their agility. However, the puppet controlled by Lu Chuan perfectly compensates for these shortcomings. That is the dual hammers in Fatty's hands. When these hammers swing, any ordinary zombie daring to get close would instantly have their bones shattered and tendons broken. Now this hulking zombie has completely become a powerful entity with integrated offense and defense under Lu Chuan's control. Meanwhile, upstairs, Ji Rushua continuously practices the glazed breathing technique, honing her telekinetic control. The colored glass breathing technique continuously inhaled and exhaled the energy particles in the air, simultaneously strengthening her body while enhancing her psychic power. After continuous practice during this period, Ji Rushua's ability to walk upright had become increasingly proficient. She no longer swayed unsteadily like in the beginning, and could even perform simple hopping movements. Moreover, taking advantage of Lu Chuan's absence, Ji Rushua had collected several iron nails from elsewhere and had been continuously training her psychic abilities. Swish, swish, swish. With a series of whooshing sounds, the iron nails flew rapidly under Ji Rushua's psychic control, embedding themselves straight into the dining table. Such terrifying force was completely sufficient to pierce through a human skull and easily take lives. Her innate talent for psychic manipulation, combined with her other ability of time control, had already granted her formidable combat power to easily harvest lives during this apocalyptic era. The mere thought of an infant being capable of killing imperceptibly is utterly terrifying. Observing the iron nail embedded deep into the dining table, Ji Rushua nodded in satisfaction. Though her current strength couldn't be considered exceptionally formidable, it was sufficient for these early days of the apocalypse. As long as she didn't encounter those eerie creatures with special abilities, self-preservation shouldn't pose any problem. Gazing at the devastated world outside the window, Ji Rushua's eyes grew increasingly determined. I believe it won't be long before I can protect my zombie father when he goes out to search for supplies. Although I'm still an infant now, this emperor won't become a burden. Ji Rushua truly didn't want to experience the pain of losing family again. Bang, bang, bang. The clattering sounds from downstairs indicated her zombie father was training again. Ji Rushua sighed helplessly. Her zombie father was indeed working hard. It's just unfortunate the harder he tries, the more heartbreaking it becomes. An ordinary low-level zombie, no matter how much it trains, can at most make its body slightly stronger. No matter how hard it tries, it will still just be an ordinary zombie. Without breaking through the limitations of its genetic body, relying merely on its most basic mortal flesh, it simply cannot be a match for evolved creatures. Poor zombie dad, I'll just have to help you hunt more evolved zombies in the future. Ji Rushua had made up her mind there was clearly little hope of her zombie father becoming stronger on his own. Fortunately, as a peerless empress, it wouldn't be long before she could probably fight evolved zombies herself. Later, when she hunts more evolved zombies, even if she has to feed him these crystal cores, she would make her zombie father gain some strength. Though Ji Rushua wasn't sure what changes would occur when ordinary zombies devour crystal cores, at any rate, it should make them stronger than regular zombies. 6th floor living room. While Ji Rushua was striving to construct a future for herself and Lu Chuan in her mind, Lu Chuan had already effortlessly defeated 10 zombie puppets encirclement on the 6th floor with his formidable combat power. Although these zombies appeared similar in size to Lu Chuan, their combat capabilities were completely incomparable. It was like comparing a 1.5T car to a V12 supercar. While similar in size, they operated on entirely different horsepower levels. After successfully advancing to the second rank by consuming zombie crystals, Lu Chuan's physical abilities had significantly improved. One could say he had achieved comprehensive breakthroughs in strength, speed, reaction time, and defense. The most crucial advantage Lu Chuan held over other zombies was his extraordinary intelligence. These ordinary low-level zombies could only attack with instinctive biting and pouncing, while Lu Chuan possessed learned combat techniques. With advantages in both technique and strength, even though Lu Chuan was a telekinetically evolved zombie, he could effortlessly handle 10 opponents in close combat with room to spare. Ha! Suddenly, Lu Chuan felt a stirring in his mind. His corpse puppet had made another discovery. A low-level corpse puppet was patrolling the residential area when it suddenly spotted a giant mutated dog. The mutated dog was originally on the second floor, but noticing the corpse puppet, it actually smashed through the window and leaped down. As the mutated dog charged down, if it weren't for the canine head, Master Lu Chuan would have had difficulty associating this creature with a dog. The mutated dog's body length had nearly reached 2 meters, with fur turned completely black and stiff. Its body was extraordinarily stout, almost resembling a wild black boar. This was Lu Chuan's first encounter with another mutated creature since the apocalypse began. Lu Chuan also wanted to test the strength of this mutated creature, quickly controlling his zombie puppet to advance. But the moment the corpse took just one step forward, the mutated dog instantly pounced. Bang! This low-level zombie puppet was instantly killed. Lu Chuan estimated that this mutated dog's strength was probably no weaker than an average evolved zombie, and its temperament was far more ferocious. Immediately, Lu Chuan pulled out his trump card, the evolved zombie Big Fatty. Like a door god, Big Fatty charged at the mutated dog while wielding 2 massive iron hammers. Big Fatty, gripping dual hammers, radiated an overwhelmingly terrifying aura enough to scare away most other creatures. But the gigantic mutated dog showed no fear, dashing across the ground like a black lightning bolt. The mutated dog was muscular, but its height was significantly shorter than Big Fatty's. Its sharp claws were like curved blades, leaving deep gashes in the ground with each swipe. If an ordinary evolved zombie were to fight this mutated dog, it would likely require an intense battle. However, the zombie controlled by Lu Chuan was like a war god descending to earth. The 2 massive iron hammers swung through the air so fiercely that the mutated dog didn't dare approach for a moment. Bang! Catching the mutated dog off guard, Big Fatty smashed his hammer onto its front paw. Despite the dog's robust physique, this single blow shattered its bones instantly. Bang! Without any hesitation, Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty to deliver the finishing move. One hammer smashed viciously onto the mutated dog's head, causing the enormous canine skull to explode like a watermelon. Chapter 38, Mutated Beast Core. Double Blessings. Looking at the corpse of this powerful mutated dog, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the strength of an evolved zombie is completely incomparable to that of low-level zombies. This mutated dog possessed extreme speed and an exceptionally robust physique, essentially combining formidable strength with a powerful constitution. Most crucially, its several razor-sharp claws resembled curved blades, and being a mutated creature rather than a zombie dog made it distinct. Consequently, it retained a certain level of animal intelligence, making it more challenging to deal with than evolved zombies. However, precisely because it wasn't undead, experiencing severe pain would stimulate this mutated creature and impair its subsequent judgment. This ultimately enabled Lu Chuan to kill it with relative ease. Zombies have crystal cores in their brains. Other creatures that mutate likely gain strange powers after the blood moon. Thinking this, Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty to directly reach into the giant mutated dog's skull and grope around, indeed finding a white crystal core. Clearly, this mutated dog hadn't consumed any of its kind since the apocalypse began. Had it undergone several evolutions, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to handle. Staring at the fresh flesh before him, Lu Chuan didn't let it go to waste. He immediately controlled Fatty to lift the corpse of the mutated giant dog and began heading back toward Sunshine Residential Area. Now that the zombie outbreak had lasted for over a month, Lu Chuan hadn't seen fresh meat for a long time. In the early days of the zombie apocalypse, all he could chew on was frozen meat. The only fresh meat available was human flesh. The bloody scent of fresh flesh soon attracted other zombies. Hordes of zombies, drawn by the smell of blood, began surrounding Fatty. Roar! Seeing the approaching zombies, Fatty let out a furious roar. Under the overwhelming pressure from this evolved zombie, the lower-level zombies instantly trembled uncontrollably, freezing in place out of fear, not daring to advance. Roar! Roar! But just then, an equally furious roar erupted. A massive entity radiating oppressive aura suddenly came charging from the distance. This monster stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, its physique almost matching Big Fatty's. Its body was equally burly and robust, with muscles brimming with terrifying explosive power. The exceptionally thick and muscular arms clearly identified it as the same type of evolved zombie as Big Fatty. Roar! The zombie's eyes brimmed with savagery, clearly targeting both the mutated dog corpse on Big Fatty's back and the crystal core in his brain. Couldn't find you after searching so long, and now you deliver yourself to me. Facing this massive evolved zombie, Lu Chuan showed no panic. Instead, his joy intensified. Currently, he urgently needed evolved zombie crystal cores to enhance his strength. This constant evolutionary temptation was too alluring, even Lu Chuan found it hard to resist. Though mainly because in this post-apocalyptic world, only continuous evolution could ensure survival. Facing this evolved zombie before him, Big Fatty controlled by Lu Chuan showed no signs of backing down either. After tossing aside the corpse of the mutated giant dog, it immediately launched into frenzied combat. Boom! 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 Two massive creatures over 2 meters tall collided with each other, their swinging arms flattening all surrounding vehicles. The ground around them became riddled with trenches. The battle between these tank-type zombies was like excavators gone wild, violently destroying everything in the vicinity. Being zombies, they knew nothing of pain. Each strike was delivered with full force. The two zombies' arms constantly swung and clashed, producing metallic clanging sounds that defied their fleshy origins. This evolved zombie and Big Fatty were evenly matched in size, their strength nearly identical in this moment. However, Big Fatty under Lu Chuan's control displayed slightly more formidable combat prowess. Lu Chuan utilized his combat skills and quickly gained overwhelming superiority over his opponent. Meanwhile, other low-level corpse puppets arrived at the scene, brandishing fire axes as they charged forward. Bang! 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 However, low-level zombies were after all just low-level zombies, completely incomparable in combat power to these evolved zombies. Even the usually unstoppable fire axes proved ineffective this time. When struck against the massive zombie's arm, they only produced clanging sounds without causing substantial damage. Roar! It seemed Lu Chuan's unorthodox tactic of swarming with numbers had thoroughly enraged this tank zombie. After breaking free from Big Fatty's control, it wildly swung its arms, smashing one unfortunate corpse puppet's head before it could dodge. Zombies at this evolutionary level were too powerful. They posed a deadly threat to corpse puppets. After completing the test, Lu Chuan finally wielded his dual hammers. Witnessing Dipang draw the twin hammers from his back and swing them madly at the opponent, his combat effectiveness instantly multiplied several-fold. Crack! Crack! Under the relentless hammer swings, the hulking zombie couldn't dodge in time, multiple bones across its body fracturing from the blows. Lu Chuan's massive hammers targeted specifically the knee joints of the enormous zombie. Though this tank-type zombie possessed formidable defenses, Dipang controlled by Lu Chuan matched its monstrous strength pound for pound. When Lu Chuan shattered both legs of the behemoth, its massive frame wavered unsteadily before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Before it could attempt to rise again, Lu Chuan's terrifying hammers descended in rapid succession, pummeling its back and arms with savage fury. Striking while the enemy was vulnerable, the remaining corpse puppets surged forward once more to finish the job. The puppet corpses wielded their fire axes in a frenzy of chopping. The evolved zombie, having lost most of its mobility, was finally successfully killed by the puppet corpses. Crack! The puppet corpse swung the fire axe with force, splitting open the big fellow's skull and extracting the crystal core from within. Lu Chuan was overjoyed. He had been searching for evolved zombies for many days without spotting a single one. Little did he expect today would bring double happiness. Not only had he encountered and slain a mutated giant dog, but he had also killed an equally powerful evolved zombie. With 2 mutated crystal cores obtained directly, his strength could now be upgraded to some degree. Soon, Big Fatty brought back both the crystal cores and the mutated giant dog's corpse to building number 5. Lu Chuan took the crystal cores. This was his first time seeing the crystal core of a mutated creature. Visually, it didn't seem significantly different from the crystal cores found in the zombie's hindbrains. The most crucial point was that although he had never consumed this type of crystal core before, Lu Chuan could feel an intense craving for it within his body. This craving was no different from when facing zombie crystal cores. Lu Chuan could firmly conclude that these mutated giant dog crystal cores could definitely be consumed by zombies as well. After all, since he had already become a zombie, why would zombies be picky about their food? Holding the 2 crystal cores before his eyes, Lu Chuan contemplated briefly before swiftly devouring both of them. Immediately, another surge of immense power began circulating relentlessly through Lu Chuan's body. This long-lost evolutionary energy continuously nourished Lu Chuan's somewhat withered physique, making his already mutated body grow even stronger. Lu Chuan could distinctly feel the power within his body increasing steadily. Simultaneously, that sensation of comprehensive enhancement in defense, speed, and other attributes once again welled up in his mind. However, considering Lu Chuan was already a second-tier zombie now, while the 2 mutated creatures slain today were merely first-tier. The mutated tank-type zombie possessed a red and white crystal core in its brain. The mutated giant dog only had a white one. Though Lu Chuan gained some energy by absorbing both cores, the increase wasn't particularly significant. Thus, even though he absorbed 2 cores simultaneously again, the impact they had on him was noticeably less severe than before. Lu Chuan nodded inwardly. It seemed that as his strength grew, achieving further breakthroughs would require either consuming more crystal cores or defeating stronger opponents. Although first-tier cores provided relatively little energy individually, their advantage lay in quantity. This time he had obtained 2 cores in total. The power from these cores made Lu Chuan's physical strength become more refined than before. Simultaneously, his psychic energy began increasing further. Unlike before, he wasn't overwhelmed by sudden surges of psychic power, though he could clearly feel the drastic depletion after controlling Big Fatty. Now that these 2 crystal cores have been devoured, all previously consumed psychic energy has been replenished. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up as overwhelming joy flooded his heart. With this replenishment of psychic energy, it meant he could control yet another revolved zombie. His power would surge dramatically once again. After refining both crystal cores, Lu Chuan felt remarkably refreshed, his mind clearer than ever before. Observing the mutated giant dog carried back by Big Fatty, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It had been ages since he'd last tasted such fresh bloody prey. Today would be quite the feast. Lu Chuan then crouched over the zombie dog and began tearing large chunks of flesh with his teeth. However, something felt different this time. Lu Chuan didn't feel particularly delighted by his discovery. Even as he gnawed on this fresh bloody meat, the hunger he felt was noticeably less intense than before. Compared to his previous self, who had to fight zombies desperately just for a piece of frozen meat, his current situation was incomparably better. After eating some flesh and blood, Lu Chuan left the rest to Big Fatty. Perhaps due to evolution, Lu Chuan felt his current hunger wasn't as intense as before. Moreover, for present-day Lu Chuan, consuming crystal cores actually made him feel more comfortable. Big Fatty didn't care about such considerations. Facing this fresh bloody feast, he started devouring it voraciously without reservation. As the mutated giant dog's flesh was consumed, Big Fatty's injuries began healing at a visibly rapid pace. Chapter 39. Could Father Zombie not be an ordinary zombie? It wasn't that Lu Chuan hadn't considered keeping some of the mutated giant dog's flesh to make meat porridge for little Chi-Chi. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, relying solely on milk powder and rice paste would inevitably lead to nutritional deficiencies. But Lu Chuan truly didn't dare gamble on whether humans could safely consume the mutated flesh of this giant dog. If the little one were to eat it and contract some virus, that would be disastrous. Whether this mutated creature's meat was edible would have to wait until he could verify it through proper testing. After that night of the blood moon, humans, zombies, and all surviving creatures in this world must have undergone mutation and evolution. If humans can indeed eat these mutated creatures' flesh, then the little one's future diet would become much more varied than now. Lu Chuan still believed feeding this flesh to the zombies was safer. After all, no one knew what exactly these mutated creatures' bodies contained. He would encounter more mutated creatures in the future anyway. If their flesh proved edible, there would be plenty of opportunities. Missing this one wouldn't matter. Inside the living room, Ji Rushua remained unaware that Lu Chuan was leading the corpse squad in carnage outside. She sat cross-legged on the sofa, practicing meditation with proper form. It could be seen that Ji Rushua's body was trembling slightly because her current physique was still too weak. As she practiced the glazed breathing technique, a large number of energy particles from the air rapidly poured into her body, continuously enhancing her physical strength while simultaneously strengthening her psychic power. A moment later, the aura emanating from Ji Rushua suddenly experienced a dramatic surge. Wonderful! After such prolonged cultivation, I've finally broken through to the second rank. Ji Rushua abruptly opened her eyes. Those clear black and white pupils appeared exceptionally bright in the dimly lit living room, completely different from the zombies of the apocalypse. Her eyes now brimmed with confidence and excitement. After all, as an infant, her breakthrough to second rank would significantly improve her self-preservation abilities. In Ji Rushua's memories, after the initial chaos of the apocalypse, everyone gradually entered a life of mutation and evolution. Meanwhile, human survivors classified humans, zombies, and ferocious beasts into 9 ranks according to their strength levels. First tier is the weakest, while 9th tier represents the pinnacle of numerical extremes and thus the strongest. 7th tier denotes king level, 8th tier signifies emperor level, and 9th tier represents the supreme sovereign level existence. In her previous life, Ji Rushua experienced endless battles and struggled relentlessly through the apocalypse, ultimately breaking through to become a peerless female emperor. After the strange blood moon phenomenon, all beings who gained evolutionary abilities through mutation were classified as first-tier existences. If zombies and mutated beasts wish to obtain continuous evolution, they must devour each other's crystal cores, converting their opponent's cores into their own energy. It can be said that if zombies and mutated beasts seek evolution, their only path forward is through ceaseless slaughter. Compared to zombies and mutated beasts, human competition was somewhat less intense in certain aspects. Soon after the apocalypse began, human survivors started developing evolution-enhancing serums. In the mid to late stages of the apocalypse, humans utilized ancient ruins to create cultivation techniques that allowed them to absorb energy particles from the air, continuously improving their physique and advancing their cultivation realms. However, we're still in the early stages of the apocalypse now, and those human cultivation techniques haven't been developed yet. Therefore, at this time, human strength remains relatively weak compared to zombies and mutated creatures that can rapidly evolve by consuming crystal cores. But for Ji Rushua, these limitations didn't apply to herself. As a powerhouse who had cultivated all the way to the Emperor realm, Ji Rushua's glazed cultivation technique remained top tier even in the late stages of the apocalypse. Though merely an infant, Ji Rushua had still managed to reach second-order cultivation through her glazed breathing technique. In Ji Rushua's memory, humans in this current period shouldn't have anyone who has broken through to second order yet. Swish, swish. As Ji Rushua willed it, the 2 iron nails that had been deeply embedded in the tabletop flew back rapidly into her hands. It was evident that after the breakthrough, the flying speed of these iron nails had increased slightly compared to before. Moreover, through continuous practice during this period, Ji Rushua had become increasingly proficient in controlling these iron nails. Even when retrieving them at such tremendous speed, they caused not the slightest damage to her tender little hands. Ji Rushua nodded with satisfaction. Confident in her dual talents, she believed her telekinesis combined with time manipulation could ensure her survival in this apocalyptic world, even protecting her zombie father. Creak! At the sound of the opening door, Ji Rushua hastily concealed the nails. With a wave of her small hand, the stuffed bear nearby flew into her grasp. When Lu Chuan entered, Ji Rushua pretended to be an ordinary child playing with toys. In high spirits, Lu Chuan saw the little one looking so lively and adorable, his smile brightened even more. He quickly walked to Ji Rushua's side, picked up the Barbie doll nearby, and began to amuse the little girl. Although Lu Chuan's way of entertaining children was rather clumsy, fortunately Ji Rushua was sensible enough to pretend to enjoy it, providing Lu Chuan with plenty of emotional satisfaction. Ji Rushua sighed helplessly in her heart, wishing only that she could grow up faster. Wait a minute. Ji Rushua, who had been absent-mindedly humoring Lu Chuan, suddenly detected a faint but distinct scent of blood coming from her zombie father's body. As a peerless empress who had walked through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, Ji Rushua was extremely sensitive to such smells. Taking advantage of Lu Chuan's inattention, Ji Rushua carefully observed and indeed discovered some bloodstains on his body. Although not obvious, it was definitely fresh blood. At the same time, Ji Rushua discovered a small clump of hair. She secretly picked it up. When Lu Chuan turned around and entered the kitchen to cook, Ji Rushua carefully brought the hairs close to her eyes for identification. What kind of hair is this? Completely black, somewhat stiff, and also long and thick. This absolutely couldn't be something grown by humans or zombies. Could it be a mutated beast? Ji Rushua speculated silently in her heart. Apart from mutated beasts, she truly couldn't imagine what kind of creature would have such hair. But the problem was that mutated beasts were usually extremely powerful. With her unevolved zombie father, how could he possibly be a match for a mutated beast? Unless her zombie father wasn't an ordinary zombie. Chapter 40, Must Test Out Father's Abilities. After the seeds of doubt took root in her mind, Ji Rushua's heart began to grow restless. Ordinary zombies had limited evolutionary potential and might very well become obsolete over time. But evolved zombies are different in this apocalyptic world, they can gradually grow stronger. Thinking that her zombie father might potentially become a formidable force in the future, Ji Rushua's heart began to race with excitement. When Lu Chuan returned to the room, Ji Rushua immediately began scrutinizing him intently. Usually she hadn't paid much attention, but upon closer inspection today, she realized that indeed her zombie father was completely different from those ordinary zombies wandering the streets. Those zombies that didn't evolve after the apocalypse would gradually become emaciated over time. After all, zombies themselves are an existence that defies natural laws. People who should be dead continue to live like walking corpses. Moreover, as the apocalypse progresses, zombies would have fewer opportunities to devour fresh flesh, causing their appearances to become increasingly gaunt and terrifying. But judging by body shape and appearance alone, her zombie father was completely different from those wandering zombies outside. If one didn't look carefully, they might even mistake him for a human. Swish, swish, swish. Lu Chuan returned home and went to the balcony again to practice his self-created Lu-style blade technique. The steel blade in Lu Chuan's hands whistled through the air with formidable force. He could easily execute various movements that required extreme joint flexibility and body coordination. This further confirmed Ji Rushua's speculation. Although non-evolved zombies would still experience some physical enhancement after the blood moon even if they couldn't evolve, they were far from being as agile as humans. Whether it was joints or muscles, they remained comparatively more rigid, completely incapable of reaching Lu Chuan's level of flexibility. After such prolonged contact, Ji Rushua could definitively confirm that her zombie father's physique had indeed undergone significant changes since their first meeting. His physique was noticeably more robust, with exceptionally well-developed muscles that stretched his shirt taut, making him resemble a male model with an explosive figure. This was extremely rare among zombies. Although Ji Rushua knew her zombie father was different from ordinary zombies, she couldn't spot anything unusual no matter how carefully she examined him. Normally after that blood moon, zombies with potential would undergo mutation and evolution. When zombies evolve, they typically gain certain supernatural abilities. Yet no matter how hard she looked, Ji Rushua couldn't detect any unique abilities in her zombie father. He was merely somewhat stronger than regular zombies, slightly more agile, and somewhat more handsome in appearance. Instead of undergoing any particularly notable physical changes, he was becoming more and more human-like. When zombies and mutated beasts evolve, it usually manifests in their physical forms, making their unique abilities distinguishable by appearance alone. For example, in Ji Rushua's memories of her past life, among the evolved zombies in the early apocalypse, there were some with significant physical transformations. Take the tank-type zombies for instance. Once evolved, their bodies become exceptionally burly and powerful, with incredibly tough muscles, particularly those steel-forged arms of theirs. Just their appearance alone reveals extraordinary formidable presence. Then there are the agile-type zombies. While their torsos don't change much beyond becoming somewhat leaner, their hands grow abnormally thick and powerful. The original human palms evolve into bestial claws, with fingernails as tough as steel blades. These two types represent the more common evolved zombies in the early apocalypse period, and were particularly troublesome for many survivors during that phase. Even more extreme cases like lickers transform into neither human nor ghost abominations, shedding all skin to expose crimson muscles, resembling blood-red monsters. Although many evolved zombies with significant physical changes will eventually become elemental zombies through continuous mutations and evolution over time. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, most zombies primarily evolved and mutated in terms of their limbs or overall physique. Of course, apart from these majority physically evolved zombies, there were some zombies that gained very special abilities after the blood moon. For example, some zombies could actually adjust their body appearance like chameleons to achieve an invisibility effect. There were also zombies that looked no different from ordinary ones on the surface, but possessed unique talents. In a survival base from her past life, Ji Rushua once witnessed a zombie that appeared completely ordinary but had earth-walking ability, which secretly infiltrated the base and led to its complete downfall. But this type of zombie is absolutely 1 in 10,000, possessing exceptional growth potential. As long as it doesn't meet premature demise, it can basically become a regional zombie king in the late stages of the apocalypse. Observing her zombie father, whose physique showed no changes yet was fundamentally different from ordinary zombies, Ji Rushua suddenly conceived a bold idea in her heart. Could it be that zombie father isn't just an evolved zombie, but actually one of those extremely rare cases that successfully awakened an exceptionally rare innate ability? If this were truly the case, then her zombie father has been hiding his capabilities far too well. After living together with him day after day for so long, she still didn't know what his innate ability was. Ji Rushua resolved that she must definitely find a way to test out her father's innate ability. Although zombie father kept his secrets well hidden, Ji Rushua felt no dissatisfaction at being kept in the dark. On the contrary, she was extremely happy. Zombies are inherently mindless creatures. Normally, they exist in an extremely bloodthirsty state, and only a portion of them can evolve intelligence in later stages. It's exceptionally rare for a zombie to possess human consciousness during the early phases. Having no evolutionary talent would be one thing, but combined with continuously evolving abilities, now that would be an absolute royal flush start. Not even Ji Rushua, who was once the Phoenix Empress in her past life, has encountered this kind of zombie until now. And those talents that aren't easily noticeable to others usually possess tremendous potential and value. The thought that her zombie father wasn't some mediocre being, but actually had the potential to become a zombie king, made Ji Rushua laugh uncontrollably. "Little Chi-Chi, what are you grinning at me for?" Lu Chuan approached Ji Rushua's side. Seeing her looking at him with curious amusement, his mood instantly brightened. Noticing that Ji Rushua's clothes had gotten dusty, Lu Chuan hurried downstairs. After all, an infant's body is extremely fragile. If she were to get sick, there'd be no place for treatment. From the pile of baby clothes he'd scavenged, Lu Chuan picked out a light pink princess dress. After giving Xiao Chi-Chi a thorough wash and changing her into new clothes, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Chi-Chi in the pink princess dress looked absolutely adorable, with snow-white smooth skin and glossy black hair completely unaffected by the apocalypse, remaining silky soft. Her especially large, dewy eyes made Lu Chuan feel as if his very soul was being purified. "Don't worry, Xiao Chi-Chi. Your daddy will keep growing stronger. Even in this apocalyptic world, I'll make sure you live like a princess." Chapter 41, 2 Survivor Groups. A week passed in the blink of an eye. One could say these past few days were the most peaceful and comfortable time Lu Chuan had experienced. The blood-red licker that resembled a zombie killer in the residential area had been slain, so there was basically no need to live in fear every day. Moreover, as his strength continued to improve, various matters were handled by zombie puppets, with the evolved zombie Debao standing guard at the door like a gate deity. Lu Chuan currently didn't need to worry much about sudden dangers. Father's father is called grandfather. Father's mother is called grandmother. Childish voices kept coming from the living room. Someone unaware might think they'd arrived outside some store. In the living room, Ji Rushua could be seen holding a blue and white learning machine from which these nursery rhymes were emanating. This was something Lu Chuan had specifically arranged for zombie puppets to obtain for the little one in recent days. The little one was growing up too fast, practically like a child prodigy. In such a short time, it had already begun speaking spontaneously without being taught, which truly caught Lu Chuan off guard. They say parents are children's first teachers, but as a zombie, Lu Chuan was completely incapable of fulfilling this educational role. For the little one's future, Luchuan specifically sent zombie puppets to find this kind of learning device that doesn't require electricity and has built-in batteries. This learning device can produce sounds to interact with people, perfectly compensating for his inability to speak. At the very least, it prevents the little one from growing up mute, reduced to making aba or roar noises at everything. Moreover, this learning device is highly advanced and can effectively tutor the child's studies. Before transmigrating, Luchuan had seen many advertisements for learning devices but always believed they were useless. He never expected that after arriving in this apocalyptic world, such devices would actually prove valuable. Mom no longer needs to worry about my studies. Turns out this advertising slogan wasn't just empty words but genuinely useful. Watching Xiao Qiqi diligently hugging the learning device, Luchuan nodded in satisfaction. The little one shows great enthusiasm for learning. At least with this learning device, she won't grow up illiterate. It would be even better if she could master normal human communication skills using this device without parental assistance. However, Luchuan doesn't know that Ji Rushue doesn't need this kind of infantile enlightenment education at all. Before being reborn and before the zombie apocalypse broke out, Ji Rushue had already been admitted to graduate school at a prestigious university. During this period, Ji Rushue has adapted to her infant body and can speak normally, but she dares not reveal any flaws. After all, her current identity is merely that of a newborn baby. Speaking too fluently would be simply unbelievable. Even for a child prodigy, mastering the language system without hearing normal human conversations first would be highly improbable. Although Luchuan had turned into a zombie, Ji Rushue didn't believe her zombie father would be stupid enough to notice nothing at all. Therefore, while holding the learning device, Ji Rushue studied with utmost seriousness, carefully learning every word and phrase. This was all in hopes that she could soon engage in more relaxed, normal conversations without being detected as unusual. Otherwise, pretending to speak like a child was truly unbearable. Daddy, mommy, grandpa, grandma. Though it felt awkward for someone with 2 lifetimes of experience to utter such simple words, Ji Rushue still made great efforts to feign a babbling, learning to speak manner. She cast a glance at her excited zombie father standing nearby and sighed helplessly. My dear zombie father, I'm only relearning this basic education for your sake. I should be grateful you actually managed to find a learning device, though why couldn't you just get me a rocking horse instead? Ji Rushue never expected that after painstakingly completing her postgraduate studies in her previous life, then surviving the apocalypse and overcoming countless hardships to become an empress, she would now be starting over from scratch, even beginning to learn infant enlightenment education. Luchuan, unaware of all this, watched as little Qiqi displayed extraordinary enthusiasm for self-learning and surprisingly excellent learning efficiency, which pleased him greatly. It seemed his beloved daughter was indeed a remarkably talented child prodigy. Seeing how the little one could already read and speak through the learning device, with her skills continuously improving, Luchuan felt thoroughly satisfied. After hearing little Qiqi speak, Luchuan had spent these past few days collecting various infant enlightenment books, baby intelligence toys, and word recognition cards. Never let children suffer deprivation, never skimp on education. This was Luchuan's most genuine belief as a parent. During this period, while Luchuan hadn't encountered any evolved zombies, he did come across some human survivors. However, looking at those fleeing survivors in disarray, Luchuan had no intention of intervening at all. Even hearing their heart-wrenching wails and pleas for mercy, Luchuan's eyes showed no fluctuation. After all, not everyone could be like Xiao Qiqi. In the apocalypse, life and death are fated while wealth is in heaven's hands. As the doomsday crisis unfolds, humanity's inherent flaws gradually reveal themselves. Luchuan couldn't guarantee what these survivors might do if they survived. Betraying companions has become an utterly commonplace occurrence in the post-apocalyptic world. Luchuan wouldn't let so-called saintly compassion dictate him to help these complete strangers. If even companions could be betrayed, how much more so for an existence like himself who isn't even human? Luchuan even suspected that if exposed, he might be captured by human survivors and sliced into specimens. Over this past week, Luchuan had thoroughly mapped out everything within an 8-kilometer radius using his corpse puppets. Within an 8-kilometer radius of Sunshine Community, there are 2 relatively large survivor groups. One of them is the group led by the evolved strongman that I encountered last time in the store. The group consists of about 20 people, hiding in a 3-story building in a small park northwest of Sunshine Community. They have set up numerous simple traps both inside and outside the park, and have also locked the main gate with barbed wire. The other survivor group is located at the police station closest to Sunshine Community. Luchuan sent several waves of zombie puppets to explore and found that the police station's entrance is barricaded with sandbags, forming a simple defensive position. Moreover, the surroundings are reinforced with barbed wire, and many zombies can be seen killed outside the gate, with numerous bullet casings on the ground and bullet holes on the walls. Although this police station near Sunshine Community is relatively small, it still has a stockpile of firearms. The remaining police officers, combined with the rescued survivors, total about 30 people. Holding their ground inside the police station, they form a fairly strong survivor group. Chapter 42: The Second Evolved Zombie Puppet. According to current observations, both survivor teams possess remarkable strength. One has evolved new humans, the other has superior firepower reserves. Having such capabilities in the early apocalypse is already quite extraordinary. Even though Luchuan's zombie puppet squad has significantly improved, he still doesn't wish to oppose these two factions. Let's not interfere with each other. I hope you won't disturb me. As a human himself, Luchuan has little interest in human flesh. From the apocalypse until now, Luchuan only consumed frozen meat from refrigerators, with the sole fresh meat being that mutated giant dog. Moreover, after the Blood Moon mutation, Luchuan discovered that the crystal cores in mutated zombies' brains are far more appealing than fresh flesh. After his evolution, Luchuan has largely stopped consuming flesh altogether. Of course, Luchuan had no intention of contacting these humans either. After all, he was no longer human, not just a zombie, but an ever-evolving zombie at that. Luchuan had no doubt that if he appeared before either of these two groups, they would immediately try to eliminate him without hesitation. After careful consideration, Luchuan realized the only companion he could interact with now was little Chi-Chi. As a zombie with human consciousness, he refused to associate with those bloodthirsty monsters. Moreover, regular zombies lacked awareness and only acted on their instinct to kill. Even among evolved zombies, whenever they met, their only thought would be to devour each other's crystal cores. And for someone like him who retained human consciousness, returning to the human faction was completely out of the question. The survivors also understood the principle that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Since the apocalypse began, countless humans had fallen because of zombies. This sea of blood and enmity meant they would never accept a zombie into their ranks. Even if humans were to truly accept him, Luchuan would probably have to sleep with one eye open at night. As long as these humans don't come to provoke him, Luchuan can't be bothered to deal with them. Although he still retains human consciousness, Luchuan doesn't believe he should live like these human survivors. Survival in the apocalypse is fundamental, and Luchuan won't hold back just because the opponent is human. It could even be said that for Luchuan, humans are much more troublesome than zombies. Without brains, they only act on instinct, so they can only oppose him directly. But human intentions are far more complex. Luchuan can hardly guarantee he won't fall into some trap. Therefore, for Luchuan, mutual non-interference is the best way of life. However, if these humans provoke him and disturb the rare peaceful life he shares with Xiao Chi-Chi, Luchuan wouldn't mind revealing his bloodthirsty side. Having inexplicably arrived in this world and been infected by zombies, Luchuan had been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that he finally had a peaceful and beautiful life, if anyone dared to disrupt this situation, Luchuan would definitely make them pay the price. Beside him, Ji Rushua raised her head in confusion, having just felt the surrounding temperature drop sharply. She actually sensed a thick murderous intent emanating from her zombie father, who had always taken meticulous care of her. Had something happened to anger her zombie father? Recalling the mutated beast fur and fresh blood stains she had previously discovered on her zombie father's body, Ji Rushua became even more certain that her zombie father was definitely an evolved zombie and probably not one to be trifled with. Sensing something, Luchuan turned his head to find Xiao Chi-Chi looking at him with adorable eyes. Luchuan hurriedly restrained his killing intent and revealed a gentle smile. At this moment, Luchuan suddenly felt a stirring in his mind. His corpse puppet had detected new movement. After sharing the corpse puppet's vision, Luchuan pushed open the door and went downstairs under Ji Rushua's puzzled gaze. In a small shop near the police station, Zhao Lin and several police colleagues were gathering supplies. Although the police station had some reserve resources, the quantity was limited. As time passed in this post-apocalyptic world, food had clearly become insufficient. Mainly because initially, the police station had overestimated their own strength while underestimating the horror of this apocalypse. This led to the police station exhausting large amounts of supplies and personnel in the early stages. They had expected to receive support from above soon, but now over a month had passed without any sign of help. This made the survivors in the police station realize that this time they might have to rely on self-rescue. The small shop had already been ransacked by humans, but some supplies remained. Several officers carried their police backpacks, remaining vigilant while collecting items. Inside the shop, there were only the sounds of heavy breathing and the noise of gathering supplies. Tap tap. Suddenly, everyone heard a faint sound. All movement ceased instantly as they warily scanned their surroundings. What was that noise just now? Did you all hear it? An officer frowned deeply and asked in a hushed voice. The others remained silent. Zhao Lin glanced around and said quietly, "Probably just some zombie passing by outside. Let's not waste time, hurry and gather supplies to return to the station. We mustn't get trapped by zombies." However, this police squad's luck seemed rather poor. Just as Zhao Lin finished speaking, a somewhat emaciated zombie appeared at the shop's entrance. Although this zombie looked no different from ordinary ones at first glance, its pair of enormous claws betrayed its identity as an evolved zombie. "Go! Retreat to the station immediately. This is a mutated zombie." Zhao Lin's face turned ashen as she urgently called for everyone to withdraw. The officers reacted swiftly, shouldering their backpacks and turning to flee. Although all officers were well trained, they were clearly no match for this evolved agile zombie. Bang! 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 The agile zombie moved extremely fast, closing the distance by several meters in just an instant. Bang! 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 The officers immediately opened fire, but being regular police rather than SWAT members, their marksmanship was comparatively weaker. Compounded by the evolved zombie's lightning speed and constant dodging between shelves, none of their shots found their mark. Zhao Lin looked at the mutated zombie, then at her teammates, a flash of sorrow passing through her eyes. Bang! 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 Zhao Lin fired 3 consecutive shots directly at the mutated zombie while shouting loudly to draw its attention. Get out of here! Take the supplies back to the station immediately, the survivors there need you more. As she spoke, Zhao Lin even threw the supplies she had gathered to her teammates. As law enforcement officers, we must protect everyone's safety. You absolutely must take these supplies back. The other officers hadn't expected Zhao Lin to still be thinking about the survivors at such a critical moment. I'll distract the zombies, you all take this chance to escape. With Zhao Lin continuously firing shots and shouting, the evolved zombie predictably charged straight toward her. Zhao Lin desperately dodged, but how could her speed possibly match that of an evolved zombie? The obstructing shelves were all torn apart by the zombie's terrifying claws until the last bullet was spent, forcing Zhao Lin into a dead end. Facing the approaching zombie, Zhao Lin's heart sank to the depths of despair. But just when she thought death was certain, the pursuing evolved zombie suddenly froze in place. The bloodthirsty zombie now appeared to have a strangely vacant look in its eyes. Chapter 43. Oh my god. Just how much supplies has Zombie Dad stockpiled? Zhao Lin opened her eyes in disbelief, seeing the evolved zombie standing motionless in place, which puzzled her greatly. However, in this life or death moment, Zhao Lin had no time to ponder what had happened and quickly detoured around the zombie, running toward the police station. Escaping from a zombie's grasp was extremely difficult, let alone from an evolved one. Zhao Lin's face was now filled with panic, her mind completely blank. Only moments after she left did the evolved zombie regain its ability to move. The once ferocious zombie suddenly appeared to be controlled by some unknown force, walking blankly toward the side of the shop. The next second, a figure slowly emerged from the corner. It was Lu Chuan, who had rushed here swiftly. The reason this evolved zombie stopped chasing Zhao Lin was that Lu Chuan had successfully controlled it using his manipulation ability at the critical moment. I truly didn't expect that after all this time in the zombie apocalypse, there are still people with such saintly compassion. Lu Chuan had witnessed everything that happened inside the shop just now. After all, in this apocalyptic world, it's every man for himself or heaven will destroy him. During this period, he had seen too much mutual slaughter among humans, one moment sharing life and death loyalty, the next stabbing companions in the back and pushing them toward zombies. This was the first time he'd seen someone willing to sacrifice for their comrades, voluntarily choosing to stay behind his rear guard. Even when facing imminent death, this person still worried about those unrelated survivors at the police station. Lu Chuan actually admired such people somewhat, but he couldn't approve of this approach. After all, in such a selfish and wicked world, preserving such pure humanity naturally makes one an exceptionally noble and kind person. The problem is, in the apocalypse, kindness and justice are the most useless things. Survival is the only fundamental truth. Such self-sacrifice is extremely rare in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, kind people like this usually don't meet good endings in post-apocalyptic times, because human nature is the most unpredictable thing. However, Lu Chuan didn't care much about this. Saving Zhao Lin was merely a matter of convenience. Today also made Lu Chuan realize that evolved zombies indeed possess formidable combat capabilities against ordinary humans. Even these armed police officers couldn't kill such an evolved zombie. Lu Chuan looked at the evolved zombie before him, its torso somewhat emaciated but hands transformed into claw-like weapons, and nodded with satisfaction. Though also an evolved zombie, this one was completely different from the previously subdued Fatty. Fatty clearly specialized in robust physique and balanced offense-defense capabilities, while this agile-type zombie moved with extreme speed, making it impossible for even these trained officers to hit. Lu Chuan stepped forward to examine this evolved zombie's claws. Indeed, they were extremely sharp. From today onward, your name shall be Lightning. When Lu Chuan arrived at the scene, he happened to witness this zombie continuously dodging bullets. Its lightning-fast speed made Lightning the most fitting name in his view. Afterward, Lu Chuan returned to Sunshine Residential Area with his harvest. Looking at the two figures, one large, one small, guarding the entrance, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. With two powerful evolved zombies, Fatso and Lightning, by his side, Lu Chuan felt completely secure. After this period of evolution and accumulation, Lu Chuan now possessed over 20 ordinary low-level zombie puppets plus these two distinct types of evolved zombie puppets. Fatso and Lightning were two different types of evolved zombies. Fatso had a robust physique, immense strength, and maxed-out defense, while Lightning specialized in speed and offense. The pair perfectly covered each other's weaknesses with their complementary attack and defense capabilities. A single mindless agile type evolved zombie alone could push an entire squad of armed police officers to their limits. Now with over 20 low-level zombies and 2 evolved zombies at his command, Lu Chuan felt he could practically swagger through this apocalyptic world. Unless encountering human military forces with substantial firepower, Lu Chuan didn't believe he would face any significant threats. After all, even his most defensive subordinate Fatso couldn't withstand attacks from human firearms at present. As for whether they would evolve enough to resist thermal weapons in the future, Lu Chuan had no certainty about that. But currently, this world had already fallen over a month into the apocalypse, and Lu Chuan still hadn't seen any military forces entering the city for rescue operations. Only small-scale rescue efforts had been organized by city police officers initially, but these were eventually abandoned due to the overwhelming zombie numbers and insufficient manpower. This zombie outbreak had been too sudden, the entire world had fallen victim to it. Lu Chuan speculated that the military probably wasn't faring any better, since there was no reason the infection would only target urban residents while sparing armed forces. While Lu Chuan was inspecting his corpse puppet army, he didn't realize Ji Rushue was no longer in the bedroom. Earlier, Lu Chuan had sensed the evolved zombies and left quickly. Seeing him depart, Ji Rushue secretly used her psychic power to open the door. Having now broken through to the second stage, Ji Rushue has regained much of her confidence. With 2 powerful talents in hand and having reached the second stage, Ji Rushue believed she faced little danger as long as she didn't encounter those particularly powerful evolved zombies. Ever since her rebirth, Ji Rushue had remained confined within these rooms. She hadn't experienced freedom for so long. This tiny body imposed severe restrictions on her movements. After continuous cultivation during this period, supplemented by her psychic abilities, Ji Rushue's body could now move normally. Thus, Ji Rushue began attempting to venture out and observe life beyond these walls. After all, staying cooped up indoors every day would drive anyone mad, especially for someone like Ji Rushue, who had once reached the pinnacle of power as a peerless empress standing at the top of the pyramid. Being cooped up inside the house all day made her feel unbearably stifled. When she was weak before, it couldn't be helped, but now that she had self-protection capabilities, Ji Rushue had no intention of remaining confined. At the very least, she needed to understand where she was and which region she currently inhabited. Descending the stairs to the 6th floor, Ji Rushue walked through the open door only to be stunned by the sight before her. The room on the 6th floor was crammed full with all kinds of supplies. These supplies of various sizes completely filled every storage space originally prepared in the room, leaving not an inch of waste. Gazing at these fully packed rooms downstairs, Ji Rushue stood momentarily speechless in amazement. Her zombie father had stockpiled such an enormous amount of supplies during this apocalyptic era, enough to directly open a store. Chapter 44. Could Father's evolutionary ability be Earth evasion? Although Sunshine Community, where Lu Chuan lived, was an old residential area, it followed the same layout with 2 households sharing 1 elevator. The doors of both units on the 6th floor remained open, and Ji Rushue discovered upon inspection that both were fully stocked with various supplies. Upon entering the room, one could immediately see several large bags of rice piled up in the kitchen area. After counting everything, Ji Rushue found nearly 10 bags of rice, each weighing 50 jin, prepared in the room. As for the powdered milk she needed to prepare, there was an enormous amount with several well-known brands available. Canned milk powder completely filled the cabinets, while outside they were piled up like small mountains, even with bagged milk powder stacked on top. Staring at the mountain of milk powder before her, Ji Rushue's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't imagine how long it would take her to consume all this milk powder. By the time she finished drinking all this milk powder, she'd probably be thoroughly marinated with its flavor. In addition, large quantities of bottled water were stacked inside the room, reaching a height of 3 meters right up to the ceiling. The piled-up items formed a small mountain which Ji Rushue's current tiny body couldn't even climb over. In addition, there were many daily necessities, though mostly specialized for infants, such as various types of diapers, milk bottles, and bibs, among others. Various kinds of children's toys, alphabet cards, fairy tale books, and more. Lu Chuan had brought back quite a variety. After all, Lu Chuan had never raised a child before, and he didn't know exactly what items were needed for a baby's growth process. So whenever he saw any infant products during his scavenging, Lu Chuan would have the zombies carry back every single one without exception. Anyway, it was already the apocalypse, these things didn't cost any money. Moreover, Lu Chuan understood clearly that this cruel world definitely wouldn't always be smooth sailing, so moving supplies back home as early as possible would bring some peace of mind. And so they kept moving things until all kinds of supplies were piled up everywhere. Only a small space was left in the living room, which Lu Chuan used to practice his combat skills. Looking at the dazzling array of items filling the house, Ji Rushue felt both astonished and warmed by a surge of emotion. It was clear that Zombie Dad had collected all these supplies just for her, since a zombie wouldn't need any infant supplies. Ji Rushue's small hands gently caressed the supplies, her clear black and white eyes brimming with gratitude. In such a chaotic world, gathering and transporting so many supplies back home must have required tremendous effort from Zombie Dad. Just looking at this massive quantity of supplies was enough to shock her. How did Zombie Dad manage to do this? It couldn't have been easy to bring back so many supplies, could it? Staring at the room full of supplies, Ji Rushue couldn't help but sink into deep thought. After all, although zombies don't feel excessive fatigue like humans do, with just 2 hands their ability is still limited. Bringing back all this rice probably wasn't that easy. Usually, Dad either takes care of me or practices combat skills, going out very rarely. For a single zombie to transport so many supplies would absolutely require a huge amount of time. But I've never seen my zombie father spend that much time collecting supplies. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue couldn't help but fall into contemplation, but then her eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. Zombie Dad probably isn't an ordinary low-level zombie. If he's an evolved zombie, then everything would make sense. It's highly likely that the ability to transport so many supplies is related to Zombie Dad's evolution abilities. The more Ji Rushue thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, how could an ordinary zombie possibly transport so many supplies? But what exactly is Father's evolution ability? After all this time, I still haven't detected even a hint of it. Generally speaking, when zombies evolve, their changes can more or less be reflected in certain aspects. Yet until now, Ji Rushue hasn't found any clues at all, only sensing that her zombie father is more robust and agile than ordinary zombies. Besides these traits, there don't seem to be any other special characteristics. Ji Rushue sat on the sofa and began searching through her memories of those rare evolved zombies with unique abilities she encountered in her past life. Indeed, there were quite a few zombies with peculiar abilities, but after much thought, Ji Rushue still couldn't match any of them with her zombie father. Moreover, this was still just the early stages of the apocalypse. Most zombies with special abilities only begin to manifest them during the middle and later phases. A zombie awakening special abilities in the early stages would be like a once-in-10,000 martial arts prodigy among human sex, absolutely exceptional. Looking at the room full of supplies, Ji Rushue frowned. Could it be an Earth evasion ability? An Earth element zombie awakened with Earth evasion ability could freely move underground, greatly reducing travel time. To quickly transport so many supplies into the house, in Ji Rushue's view, only an Earth evading zombie could achieve this. Another possibility was a zombie that awakened spatial ability, such as directly transferring various supplies into the room through spatial power. But Ji Rushue dismissed this possibility immediately upon consideration. After all, spatial power was an extremely rare talent. Space and time would always remain the two most formidable existences. When time doesn't manifest, space reigns supreme. Any being possessing spatial talent absolutely had the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. As for zombies with spatial talent, Ji Rushue had only heard of one such case in her previous life. This kind of talent was simply too rare. Chapter 45, You're the police, of course you're responsible for protecting us. Having acquired another capable subordinate, Lu Chuan was in excellent spirits. He could already envision the near future where he'd be followed by a powerful horde of evolved zombies, thriving even in this post-apocalyptic world. The 2 evolved zombies were left guarding the 1st floor while Lu Chuan returned to the 7th floor. The moment he pushed the door open and entered, Lu Chuan was met with an astonishing sight. Little Chi-Chi was actually using the copybook he bought, lying on the floor practicing handwriting. Although the characters Chi-Chi wrote were crooked and looked quite unsightly, their basic forms were still faintly recognizable. Of course, the reason for such sloppy handwriting was that Ji Rushue was deliberately making it so. She didn't want to reveal her identity as a reincarnator too early. A child this young being able to read and write would be absolutely unbelievable. That's why she purposely made her handwriting appear clumsy, barely maintaining the pretense of being a beginner learner. If the handwriting had been perfectly neat from the very beginning, even a fool would have recognized something was unusual. Even though the handwriting was quite messy, Lu Chuan still felt both shocked and delighted when he saw it. Although Lu Chuan had been single for many years without any romantic relationships or children, he still knew that most babies at Xiao Chi-Chi's age were still crawling on the ground. When Lu Chuan first met Xiao Chi-Chi, the little one could only lie in the crib, lacking even the strength to cry. Yet in such a short time, the little one not only learned to stand and walk on her own, but also started speaking and is now even teaching herself how to write. Lu Chuan increasingly believed his precious daughter was a once-in-a-century prodigy, and even the term prodigy couldn't fully describe Xiao Chi-Chi's intelligence and talent. After all, in Lu Chuan's previous life, he had never heard of any child achieving so much at Xiao Chi-Chi's age. Especially considering this was achieved without my participation in tutoring, little Chi-Chi managed to reach this level entirely through self-study. However, Lu Chuan didn't overthink it, attributing all the credit to little Chi-Chi's intelligence and the effectiveness of the learning machine. Truly worthy of being called a genius learning machine, it really takes the worry out of a parent's mind about studies. Watching the little one practice writing stroke by stroke, although the current handwriting was quite messy, it was already extraordinarily impressive. A sense of pride and satisfaction welled up in Lu Chuan's heart. Perhaps this was exactly what people meant by parental fulfillment when seeing their child's exceptional achievements. My daughter Lu Chi-Chi is truly extraordinary. Then Luchuan gently squatted down and carefully pinched Ji Rushue's cheek. The little one's skin was extremely smooth, kept clean, and well-groomed by Luchuan even in this post-apocalyptic world, with a fair complexion that made her as adorable as a porcelain doll. Daddy seems particularly happy today. The results from this outing must have been quite good, Ji Rushue silently speculated to herself. During this period of time together, the zombie father would often pinch his face for no reason. Although Ji Rushue couldn't understand what zombie father wanted to say, she could perceive this as an expression of his great happiness. Inside the police station. After Zhao Lin narrowly escaped from the evolved zombie and returned alive to the police station, she discovered a heated argument taking place inside. On one side were her colleagues, the police officers in the station. On the other side were the survivors they had taken in and rescued. At this moment, these rescued survivors were extremely agitated, pointing at the officers' noses while berating them loudly. What good are you? Why should we ordinary citizens go out to search for supplies? You're wearing police uniforms. Protecting us is your damn job as officers. We're taxpayers. We've paid so much to support you, and now you want us to risk our lives. Pa, don't even think about it. The officers who were being pointed at and scolded by these survivors all had livid faces, their eyes filled with gloom. All right, what's going on here? Why is everyone suddenly arguing? Seeing the situation, Zhao Lin hurried forward to separate the two sides. Seeing that Zhao Lin had actually returned alive, her police colleagues all wore expressions of astonishment. After all, when they left, they had seen Zhao Lin being cornered by that evolved zombie. No one expected she could survive such a situation. The survivors who had been loudly berating others immediately changed their expressions upon seeing Zhao Lin, their faces lighting up with excitement. Officer Zhao, it's great that you're still alive. Officer Zhao, come quick. You need to judge this fairly. Officer Li and Officer Wang actually want us to go out and search for supplies. Isn't this a joke? We're just ordinary people. It's so dangerous outside. What if we encounter zombies? How dangerous it is outside. They actually want us to go search for supplies. This is utterly unreasonable. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the police officers present grew increasingly grim. They never expected that after risking their lives to gather resources, instead of receiving gratitude, they would face even harsher accusations. Officer Li and Officer Wang felt an inexplicable rage welling up in their hearts as they recalled today's events inside the shops. Shut up, all of you. Your lives are precious. Does that mean ours are worthless? Why should it always be us risking our lives to gather supplies while you just stay indoors waiting for distribution, unwilling to lift a finger? Hearing her colleagues' complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. All right, everyone, stop arguing. Leave the supply gathering to us. As police officers, it's our natural duty to protect the public. Facing danger first is our responsibility. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, the survivors in the room immediately broke into cheers and applause. Officer Zhao is truly righteous. Unlike some selfish people. Yes, Officer Zhao is a real good police officer. Thank you, Officer Zhao. These survivors also knew how dangerous the outside world was. Once you went out, you might never return. They had no intention of taking such risks. Officers Li and Wang's faces darkened to the extreme. However, remembering how Zhao Lin had lured away the zombies today, they just exchanged glances, snorted coldly, and didn't continue speaking. Then the police officers began distributing the resources. As the survivors saw the dwindling supplies in their hands, they couldn't help but start complaining. Officer Zhao, could you collect more food next time? These rations aren't nearly enough. Exactly. I go to bed hungry every night now. The food you brought back is too little. Hearing these complaints, Zhao Lin couldn't help but frown. Yet seeing everyone's dire situation in this post-apocalyptic world, Zhao Lin's heart softened and she nodded helplessly nonetheless. In the post-apocalyptic world, food was becoming increasingly scarce. As a police officer, Zhao Lin always believed she should take care of everyone else, so she allocated herself the smallest rations. While others still received food twice a day, Zhao Lin only ate one small packet of biscuits daily. Chronic malnutrition often made her feel dizzy. Chapter 46, The Future's Strongest. The 9 Death Demon Cop. Sunshine Residential Area. The originally peaceful garden road now echoed with the sounds of whipping air and clashing metal. Two figures moved with extraordinary swiftness, resembling martial arts masters from kung fu movies. For a moment, the area was filled with flashing blade lights, and the whooshing sound of blades cutting through the air was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The two figures currently engaged in combat were Lu Chuan and his newly acquired evolved corpse puppet Lightning. As Lu Chuan continuously devoured crystal cores to evolve, his physical abilities had improved dramatically compared to before. After continuous combat training during this period, ordinary low-level zombie puppets could no longer meet Lu Chuan's combat requirements. Even if all these zombie puppets attacked together, Lu Chuan wouldn't feel much threatened. The previously controlled Fatty wasn't really suitable as a sparring partner. Fatty had an extremely robust physique and tremendous strength. His swinging sledgehammers could practically sweep away 1,000 troops. Standing before Fatty, Lu Chuan felt like an infantryman trying to challenge a tank head-on. so currently he wouldn't be foolish enough to engage Fatty in combat, while Lightning was undoubtedly his best sparring partner at present. Lightning didn't have the exaggerated size and strength of Fatty, but as an evolved zombie, its strength wasn't bad either. In fact, because Lightning was a physically evolved type, its strength even surpassed Lu Chuan, who had consumed several crystal cores consecutively. During this period, Lu Chuan's zombie puppets had searched extensively for resources nearby and found 2 more machetes in a hardware store. After giving these 2 steel blades to Lightning, Lu Chuan issued the command to attack himself. Then ensued on Garden Road, 2 figures continuously clashing like martial arts masters. The steel blades slashed relentlessly through the air, even sparking upon collision. Swish, swish, swish. Lightning, as an agility-type evolved zombie, could burst forth with extreme speed, its figure darting about much faster than Lu Chuan. Even after prolonged combat training facing the dual blade-wielding Lightning, Lu Chuan could only barely manage defensive parries. The slightest mistake could potentially lead to injury. However, Lu Chuan's own bodily coordination and combat awareness continued to grow through this constant tempering. With every clash of blades, Lu Chuan felt his arms being violently knocked back. As they exchanged blows, Lu Chuan utilized all the combat techniques from his previous life's memories combined with his recently acquired fighting skills. Lu Chuan now truly understood how crucial it was to have a sufficiently powerful and suitable training partner. After prolonged combat, Lu Chuan halted his commands. Observing the dual blade-wielding Lightning before him, Lu Chuan nodded inwardly in approval. Although Lightning was merely a first-tier zombie, it proved worthy of being a physique-evolved specimen. In close-quarters combat, Lu Chuan's current abilities still fell slightly short of Lightning's. While their battle was far more perilous than fighting low-tier zombies, Lu Chuan felt thoroughly exhilarated. Though constantly being overpowered in the fight, Lu Chuan experienced an exhilarating sense of catharsis. His combat skills were improving exponentially during this battle, progressing far faster than when training against low-tier zombies. Lu Chuan never let go of the preparations to temper his own strength, although his evolutionary ability was to control zombies through telekinesis. But Lu Chuan believed he shouldn't rely too heavily on this ability. After all, if there were no zombie puppets around him and the enemy couldn't be controlled, then he would have to depend on his own capabilities. Only by possessing sufficiently powerful personal strength could one truly survive the apocalypse. This was the ultimate principle. Looking at the evolved zombie before him, Lu Chuan pondered briefly before issuing another command. Once more, flashes of blade light and sword shadows flickered continuously across the area. Anyway, zombies weren't like humans. They didn't require long rest periods or consumption of various foods to replenish their energy. After briefly summarizing the lessons from the recent battle, Lu Chuan once again began his cultivation practice. Inside the room, Ji Rushue started wandering around again after Lu Chuan left. Ji Rushue kept rummaging through various clutter in the room, hoping to find some useful information. Since being reborn, Ji Rushue had been living solely in the bedroom, still unaware of her exact location. After pulling out a pile of documents and certificates, Ji Rushue hurriedly opened them one by one to examine their contents. So this is Jianghai City. Among the scattered documents, Ji Rushue discovered a contract that clearly recorded property information about this location. Having finally clarified her current geographical position, Ji Rushue secretly sighed in relief. After all, she possessed memories from her previous life that could prove useful after rebirth. However, Ji Rushue felt somewhat regretful that she wasn't very familiar with Jianghai City's situation. In Ji Rushue's memory, Jianghai City had 2 particularly famous powerhouses. One of these powerhouses was human while the other was a mutated beast. Neither belonged to the evolved zombie category. The human one was a powerhouse who had reached the Emperor realm, known by people as the 9 Death Demon Officer. This name sounded quite strange, but Ji Rushue had heard that before the apocalypse, this 9 Death Demon Officer worked in the police force. Moreover, she was a policewoman. But what's most crucial is that this woman possesses an extraordinarily special ability. She has the bizarre power of resurrection. In the apocalypse, resurrection is like having cheat codes, and the most unbelievable part is that this 9-death policewoman can activate her cheat ability 9 consecutive times. She has 9 chances to resurrect. Furthermore, with each death and subsequent resurrection, her power increases exponentially. One could say this is an overwhelmingly overpowered existence. This godlike talent ability essentially makes her invincible. It was precisely thanks to this extraordinary ability that this policewoman survived early-stage betrayals and deaths from teammates during the zombie apocalypse. Her original patriotic fervor for serving the people gradually froze amidst the despicable human nature of the apocalypse, transforming her into a cold-blooded killing machine. Eventually, she grew to become one of the top-tier powerhouses. The other evolved beast, meanwhile, originated from a giant polar bear in the zoo. After the zombie outbreak, the zoo lost all management. These ferocious beasts were either devoured by zombies or mutated to become extraordinarily powerful. This originally massive polar bear in particular possessed explosive combat capabilities. This beast king was called Thunder's Roar by people, a mutated giant bear that controlled the power of lightning. Chapter 47, Jirushua. I will train my father to become the strongest zombie. Jirushua actually didn't know much about that lightning-wielding polar bear called Thunder's Roar. After all, she was the human emperor. Whenever she encountered ferocious beasts, it was usually for battle. As for that human expert 9-death demon cop, Jirushua had several encounters with her in her previous life. In fact, Jirushua had personally killed this policewoman once. It was precisely this battle that revealed to Jirushua the 9-death demon cop's peculiar evolutionary ability. The capacity to resurrect after death was far more powerful than ordinary talents. The most crucial point is being able to enhance one's strength after death. This is simply extraordinary. No matter how powerful other innate abilities might be, once a person dies, that's truly the end. But this policewoman was different, capable of resurrecting multiple times, an ability many could only dream of possessing. However, this human powerhouse from Jianghai City had rather unfortunate luck. When Jirushua killed her, it had already been her 9th death. Although Jianghai City's 9 deaths demon officer couldn't match Jirushua's strength from her previous life as an empress, she had still reached the imperial realm, making her one of the top powerhouses in the post-apocalyptic world. It wasn't easy for Jianghai City to produce such a top-tier powerhouse. This was mainly because her ability was truly too heaven-defying. Recalling memories from her past life, Jirushua couldn't help but curl her lips into a faint smile. I wonder if after my rebirth, I'll still get to meet that woman with such a peculiar talent. Finding each other in this vast sea of people would be extremely difficult, especially during this apocalypse where death could come at any moment. Although Jianghai City isn't considered particularly large, it's certainly not a small town either. The chances of randomly encountering someone would be quite slim. Jirushua estimated that after her rebirth, it would be very difficult to meet that person again. I truly never imagined someone could possess resurrection abilities. If I happened to meet her in advance, I might consider recruiting this individual. Jirushua pondered silently to herself. After the blood moon night of the apocalypse, the advancement of human survivors primarily depends on their awakened evolutionary abilities. The more exceptional the awakened ability and the greater the innate talent, the higher the likelihood of becoming a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Extremely rare are individuals like the 9-death demon officer who possess resurrection capabilities and gain multiple-fold enhancement after reviving. Moreover, in Jirushua's memories, this female police officer had genuinely cultivated to the Emperor realm and became a top-tier expert. With such heaven-defying abilities, this 9-death demon officer should have been able to progress much further. The Emperor realm was merely a transitional phase for someone with such capabilities. Perhaps due to his personality traits, this 9-death demon cop wasted too many precious revival opportunities during the early apocalypse. If he could have adapted to post-apocalyptic life sooner and started enhancing his strength earlier, saving those valuable revival chances for later stages, he might have had the opportunity to break through to Emperor Realm. Reaching Emperor Realm would make him one of the planet's true top-tier powerhouses. For ordinary people it wouldn't matter, but someone with Emperor-level potential is definitely worth recruiting and subjugating. Jirushua still couldn't be 100% certain about her zombie father's innate abilities. From her memories, Jianghai City actually didn't produce any exceptionally powerful zombies. This meant following the previous life's evolution trajectory, her zombie father would likely face numerous life and death crises in later stages. Recruiting some talented powerhouses would allow her to better ensure zombie father's safety. After confirming her current geographical location, Jirushua returned all the retrieved documents to their original places. Only then did she feel at ease to return to bed, sitting cross-legged to begin her cultivation. As Jirushua's strength broke through, the speed of the glazed breathing technique's circulation became increasingly faster. Jirushua's current sensitivity to the energy particles in the air had also become more acute compared to before. A large number of energy particles integrated into Jirushua's body, continuously tempering her currently somewhat petite frame. Meanwhile, most of these energy particles were used to enhance Jirushua's psychic power. It seemed that because she practiced the glazed breathing technique, Jirushua absorbed a large amount of energy particles from the air, causing her to grow slightly faster than ordinary infants. Thus Jirushua cultivated for a long time. After what seemed like ages, when she had completed another full cycle within her body, she slowly opened her eyes. But looking at the empty room around her, Jirushua couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Zombie Dad has been out for so long, but he still hasn't returned yet. Could he have gone out to gather more supplies? The existing supplies downstairs alone could last us quite a while. There shouldn't be any accidents, right? Since learning they were currently in Jianghai City, Jirushua had grown even more concerned about Zombie Dad's safety. Because Zombie Dad currently possesses human consciousness and likely some special innate abilities, such zombies should theoretically grow increasingly powerful. But in her previous life, she hadn't encountered such beings in Jianghai City, which only suggested one possibility: her Zombie Dad had most likely encountered danger. Jirushua stood up and walked to the door. Hearing complete silence downstairs without any movement, she thought for a moment before quietly opening the door and descending. This time, Ji Rushue went directly to the 5th floor, where she noticed clear signs of forced entry on the door. After Ji Rushue opened the door and entered, she was immediately shocked by the scene inside the room. She saw that the 2 rooms on the 5th floor were exactly the same as those on the 6th floor, also piled high with abundant resources, primarily food and water. There were also various infant clothes, toys, and other items, with baby supplies being the most stocked goods. Without a doubt, these were all specially prepared for her by her zombie father. Looking at the mountain-like stockpile, the astonishment in Ji Rushue's eyes grew even stronger than before, while her heart swelled with greater emotion. She realized how much her zombie father had done behind her back. She never expected that what she saw earlier on the 6th floor was actually just the tip of the iceberg. It now appeared that she had underestimated her zombie father's special abilities, as he had quietly transported such an enormous amount of supplies. Suddenly, Ji Rushue had a new idea, and she continued walking downstairs. Just as she had expected, the door locks on the 4th and 3rd floors had also been forcibly pried open, with rooms filled to the brim with large quantities of supplies. Ji Rushue was utterly stunned. She never expected her father to have practically filled the entire building during this time. Could it be that every time father went out during this period, he simply brought back everything useful from the surrounding area? Who would have thought that zombie dad would have such hoarding tendencies? While others might stockpile large quantities of goods, her zombie dad had straight up stockpiled an entire building. Ji Rushue felt increasingly moved. All these supplies represented her father's love, the kingdom her zombie dad had built for her. Well, more accurately, the milk mountain he had hauled back. Ji Rushue chuckled and continued downstairs. But the moment she reached the 2nd floor, her expression changed abruptly. Ji Rushue detected an exceptionally fierce and formidable aura, completely different from that of ordinary zombies. What's going on? Could there be an evolved zombie downstairs? Ji Rushue immediately lightened her footsteps, silently moving to the 2nd floor balcony. She peered down through the window and indeed saw an exceptionally robust figure radiating formidable energy. Big Fatty stood guard at the building entrance wielding twin hammers, appearing from afar like a door god. What's happening? Why would a tank-type zombie be stationed downstairs? Ji Rushue's pupils constricted sharply. She never imagined an evolved zombie would appear right beneath her and zombie dad's building. Strange, with such a powerful evolved zombie guarding downstairs, how did dad manage to go out? Oh right, she nearly forgot zombie dad was also an evolved zombie. This must mean dad's awakened ability is undoubtedly Earth traversal. The presence of Big Fatty guarding downstairs made Ji Rushue increasingly certain about Lu Chuan's awakened talent. In Ji Rushue's view, only this kind of earth diving ability could silently slip out right under the noses of evolved zombies. Moreover, only this earth diving ability could enable her zombie father to move back so many supplies in such a short time. Ji Rushue didn't alert the Big Fatty at the door and quietly returned to the 7th floor. Although with her current breakthrough to 2nd-tier abilities under the dual talents of telekinesis and time control, this 1st-tier evolved zombie couldn't harm her. But Ji Rushue had no intention of fighting it. After successfully confirming her zombie father's innate ability, Ji Rushue felt extremely pleased. Though earth-diving zombies might not possess outstanding combat abilities and may not become zombie lords in the future, their survival skills are top-notch, which gave Ji Rushue considerable relief. Since dad is an evolved zombie, things are easier now. We need to find ways to hunt more evolved zombies for dad to consume their cores and evolve. Even with just earth diving talent, he can become a formidable zombie. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue nodded slightly to herself and began making plans in her heart. In a few days, I'll first eliminate that big fellow on the 1st floor. Having such a powerful creature guarding outside would definitely make dad's coming and going very inconvenient. I can also use the crystal core of evolved zombies to help dad further improve his strength. At this thought, Ji Rushue recalled that powerful beast emperor in Zhanghai City again. The white bear called Thunderous Roar by survivors became extremely ferocious after evolving and mutating. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had heard that this Thunderous Roar had been wreaking havoc in Zhanghai City. Several relatively stable large-scale human survivor bases were destroyed by this giant bear. She decided in her heart that if she ever encountered this giant bear in the future, she would eliminate it as well, considering it as removing harm for the people. Moreover, the crystal core of Thunderous Roar, this mutant beast with potential to become a beast emperor, would surely be helpful to dad. Chapter 48 News from the Survivor Base. Lu Chuan, who was currently fighting with lightning, had no idea that his top subordinate had already entered his precious daughter's kill list. After all, it was hard for Lu Chuan to imagine that an infant who had recently been lying helpless in a crib and had just learned to walk with both legs only a few days ago could actually open doors and go downstairs alone. After fighting with lightning for quite some time, the fierce cleavers in their hands had basically devastated the surrounding greenery like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Looking at the agile dual-wielding zombie before him, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. After the battle, his combat skills had improved significantly. Controlling lightning, he returned together to building number 5. Leaving Lightning downstairs with Big Fatty to guard the door, Lu Chuan went upstairs and deliberately took a shower first. Although he was now a zombie, after all, he was still living together with the little one. If it were during the first month of the apocalypse, Lu Chuan indeed lived carelessly every day. As long as there wasn't too much bloodstain on his body, he wouldn't bother with thorough cleaning. But today was different. Now that he had a baby with him, Lu Chuan made sure to wash and tidy up every day. After all, he had gathered a vast amount of resources through his zombie puppets. Precious drinking water, which others treasured dearly, had already piled up an entire building under his collection. On one hand, this was to prevent bacteria. Little Chi-Chi was still very young, and her resistance was nothing like an adult's, so hygiene and safety precautions were absolutely necessary. On the other hand, Lu Chuan didn't want his own foul odor to affect little Chi-Chi at close range. However, Lu Chuan noticed that as he continued to evolve, the zombie-like characteristics on his body seemed less pronounced than before. Even the hideous scar on his shoulder had unknowingly healed after devouring the crystal core. Lu Chuan looked in the mirror and felt that although he was currently a zombie, his appearance didn't look as bad as before. After grooming himself, Lu Chuan changed into a simple clean shirt and even sprayed some lightly scented branded cologne. When Lu Chuan returned to the 7th floor, he discovered little Chi-Chi was now fast asleep on the sofa. The little one looked extremely peaceful and serene lying there, just like an adorable little angel. Although Ji Rushua had broken through to the 2nd rank through the glazed breathing technique, she was still just a baby after all. Under normal circumstances, babies of Ji Rushua's age would be considered advanced if they could just crawl back and forth on a bed. Yet Ji Rushua could now independently climb up and down 7 flights of stairs. She was practically a Valkyrie among infants. But after all, this body's original physical strength was too weak. Even after breaking through to the 2nd rank, most of the enhancement went to psychic power, with no significant increase in physical strength. Shortly after crawling back into the room, Ji Rushua fell into a deep sleep. Looking at little Chi-Chi who looked so adorable on the sofa, Lu Chuan decided that since the little one could already walk now, it was time to take her out for some fresh air. Being cooped up indoors all the time, with no one to communicate normally with, and the windows boarded up by himself, Lu Chuan was genuinely worried that this enclosed environment might affect little Chi-Chi's personality development. Moreover, with his own evolving strength, the zombies in Sunshine residential area had already been cleared out by his corpse puppets. Lu Chuan selected some zombies with intact limbs and robust builds to replenish his corpse puppet squad while eliminating all the others. After all, the apocalypse never lacks zombies. Even if his corpse puppets get killed by evolved zombies, he can just casually control a few on the streets. The safety of the residential area is what matters most. Over this period, Lu Chuan has thoroughly familiarized himself with the surrounding terrain. Though Sunshine Community is an old residential area, it boasts enclosed surroundings. When the time comes, he can simply have Fatty guard the community gate with dual hammers while Lightning secretly follows to protect Xiao Chi-Chi's safety. There's no longer anyone within Sunshine Community who could pose a threat to the little one. Moreover, with Lu Chuan himself accompanying Xiao Chi-Chi, even going out for fresh air wouldn't be dangerous. Not long ago, Lu Chuan still needed to worry about survival in the apocalypse. But now, having gained control of 2 evolved zombies, his confidence has grown significantly stronger than before. The following few days passed in complete tranquility. Lu Chuan continued deploying corpse puppets throughout the area, using them as surveillance cameras to patrol and scavenge for supplies. Little Chi-Chi spent her days practicing upright walking at home or holding a learning device to practice speech communication and handwriting. After these few days, little Chi-Chi could be said to have made astonishing progress, making Lu Chuan increasingly believe his daughter was nothing short of a prodigy. As for Lu Chuan himself, he spent every day engaging in Royal City PK with Lightning in the open areas of their residential complex. As an agility-type zombie, Lightning became Lu Chuan's most outstanding sparring partner after wielding dual blades. During several days of combat, Lu Chuan's battle experience improved dramatically, with significant enhancement in applying various combat techniques and utilizing his own agility. Buzz! Suddenly, a tremendous roaring sound came from the sky. Lu Chuan quickly took shelter under a large tree and warily looked upward. He saw a military green helicopter flying across the sky. Then Lu Chuan witnessed dense clusters of papers scattering down from above. The helicopter was actually distributing leaflets. Lu Chuan hadn't expected that the military forces had already collapsed. He was surprised to see helicopters still able to enter the city after such a long time. After picking up and reading the leaflet's information, Lu Chuan confirmed that not just Zhanghai City but the entire world had already fallen. The military in Zhanghai City had established a survivor base in a township outside the city. The leaflet primarily called for survivors from all regions to voluntarily make their way to the survivor base. Lu Chuan also noticed the leaflet specifically mentioned evolved humans among survivors, aiming to inspire remaining humans to regain hope for life. It seems after all this time, the military has recovered enough to establish survivor bases, Lu Chuan remarked. After briefly reviewing the leaflet's information, Lu Chuan casually discarded it. After all, he was now a zombie. Human survivor bases had nothing to do with him. If humans were to encounter him, they'd likely treat him to a round of bullets first. Ji Rushuen in the 7th floor bedroom also heard the aircraft noise and quickly used telekinesis to obtain a leaflet. After seeing the information above, Ji Rushue let out a cold sneer. Ji Rushue recalled how in her previous life she had initially held on to hope for humanity during the early apocalypse, which led her to join a human survivor base. But after entering, Ji Rushue discovered that even in such large human survivor bases, darkness still prevailed. As the apocalypse progressed, the original social norms of equality had long been overturned. Evolved humans became the elite class, the stronger one's abilities, the more privileges one could enjoy, while ordinary survivors could only be relegated to the lowest tier of productivity. The high-ranking members of survivor bases could drink red wine and eat steak while living in the most comfortable environments, whereas ordinary survivors had to huddle in damp, chilly dormitories and receive fixed, meager rations. Most crucially, even in an apocalypse, humans still couldn't unite against the zombies, instead engaging in constant scheming and deception against each other. In her previous life, before Ji Rushue had fully grown, she was once schemed against by villains and almost perished in a zombie horde. After glancing at the flyer in her hand, Ji Rushue sneered and threw it away. In her view, living with those scheming humans was worse than staying by her zombie father's side. At least her zombie father wouldn't betray her. Chapter 49. Could I possibly be an evolver? What's going on? Why did that plane fly away? After all this time, we finally saw a plane, and it didn't even stop before leaving. Damn it! We've endured so long in this apocalypse, and this plane wasn't even coming for us. Hearing the buzzing sound in the sky, the survivors in the police station had initially been thrilled. Everyone thought that after the apocalypse had lasted this long, they'd finally received military rescue, so they immediately rushed outside. But after waving their arms on the ground for so long, the plane didn't stop at all and just flew off into the distance. It wasn't coming for them after all. It would have been better if they hadn't seen the plane at all. The arrival and departure of the aircraft caused many survivors on site to nearly break down mentally, cursing loudly and continuously. Watching the helicopter fly away, the crowd felt extremely disappointed and furious. A trace of helplessness flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes, but everyone still picked up the flyers to examine them. Great! It's a survivor base we're saved. I knew humanity couldn't have been completely wiped out. There's still the capability to establish survivor bases. This base is located outside the city where there are fewer zombies. Maybe there are warm rooms and sufficient food there. Let's head to the survivor base. The survivors who had been utterly disappointed moments ago became extremely excited after reading the flyers, their hopes instantly rekindled. However, these unarmed civilians with no means of self-defense immediately turned their attention to Zhao Lin and the other police officers present. Officer Zhao, you're police officers. Protecting our safety is your duty. You must escort us to the survivor base. That's right. We don't have guns. You absolutely must protect us. The survivors spoke with an air of entitlement, as if protecting their lives during the apocalypse was truly Zhao Lin's responsibility. Upon hearing the survivors' words, the other officers present immediately took offense. Are you insane? If you want to get yourselves killed, don't drag us down with you. Idiots! Have you even looked at where that survivor base is? It's so far from our police district. By the time we got there, we'd probably be zombie chow. Exactly. You've been hiding indoors clinging to life every day, while we've been risking our lives outside. Of course you don't understand the danger. Initially, there had been far more officers than currently remained. But out of a sense of duty, when the apocalypse came, many had gone out on rescue missions. They had underestimated the zombies' strength, leading to massive casualties among their ranks. During this period of gathering supplies, some of the remaining surviving officers inevitably fell. Now these survivors actually had the audacity to demand that the remaining officers escort them to the survivor base, which thoroughly infuriated the officers. For a moment, both sides started arguing fiercely again. Seeing everyone's heated argument, Zhao Lin couldn't help but feel a headache coming on and quickly spoke up to stop them. All right, everyone please stop arguing. Let's calm down and discuss this properly. I understand everyone's desire to leave the city and go to the survivor base. As police officers, we will definitely protect you. I promise to lead you all to the base. As soon as Zhao Lin said this, the previously furious survivors immediately cheered and gathered around her. Officer Zhao is truly a good person. This is what a real police officer should be. However, the expressions on the other officers' faces turned extremely grim. The journey to the survivor base was extremely long, and no one knew what might happen. There's a high possibility we could be surrounded by a zombie horde, or even encounter evolved zombies. Zhao Lin, this isn't the time for willfulness. Do you have any idea how dangerous the outside world is? How exactly do you plan to escort them to the survivor base? Most likely we wouldn't make it far before being devoured by zombies. Seeing her colleague's opposition, Zhao Lin immediately resumed her attempts at persuasion. I know going to the survivor base is dangerous, but consider this: evolved zombies have already appeared, and those creatures are extremely powerful. The city was already teeming with zombies to begin with. Staying here isn't a sustainable solution, it's only going to get more dangerous. Moreover, our supplies are running low and we need replenishment. The survivor base is established outside the city, far from massive zombie hordes, giving us significantly better survival odds than staying in the urban area. After hearing Zhao Lin's earnest persuasion, the police officers wore grim expressions and fell silent one after another. The group reluctantly reached a temporary compromise, then began formulating plans. The distance to the survivor base is extremely far. Trying to walk there would be impossible. First, we must find some transportation vehicles, preferably ones with high ground clearance and sturdy construction. The zombie apocalypse arrived too suddenly, leaving many paralyzed or even exploded burning vehicles on the roads. Adding to this, we're likely to encounter zombie attacks along the way, so the requirements for transportation vehicles are quite high. It would be best if we could get some large trucks. Their chassis are high enough and the bodies heavy enough to plow through any zombies blocking the road, Zhao Lin analyzed with a furrowed brow. And we could simply ram through any abandoned vehicles along the way. The trucks would also be big enough to carry all of us. We just need one heavy-duty truck. After hearing Zhao Lin's plan, a middle-aged man among the survivors raised his hand. Officer Zhao, if you need a truck, I can help. Before the apocalypse, I specialized in driving large trucks for long-distance hauls. But the apocalypse crisis erupted too suddenly. My truck wasn't nearby, it was parked at home. Zhao Lin became immediately excited upon hearing this, never expecting there would coincidentally be a truck driver among the survivors. If they could solve the truck problem, everyone's chances of survival would greatly increase. Zhao Lin quickly inquired, then where is your home? We should retrieve the truck as soon as possible. Not too far from the police station. I live in Sunshine Residential Community. Meanwhile, in a basement somewhere. There were nearly 20 survivors living here, both men and women. The basement was extremely dark, and piles of feces and urine filled the space with a pungent foul odor. Various supplies were haphazardly scattered around the basement, making the surroundings terribly messy and filthy. The poor ventilation made the indoor stench simply nauseating. Brother gang, we've got good news. What's all this shouting? If you attract zombies, I swear I'll slap you dead with one hand. The man called Brother Gang was sleeping with a woman in his arms. Being woken up by his underlings made him extremely displeased. Brother Gang, look, these are leaflets dropped by helicopters. They've actually established survivor bases. Brother Zhang, we really can't stay here anymore. You're so strong, please take us to the survivor base. However, in response to his underlings' pleas, the man merely waved his hand dismissively. All of you, piss off. Go there my ass. The outside is full of zombies. If you're not afraid of death, go yourselves. Before the apocalypse, Gangzi was just a nobody at the bottom of society, with no status and no one paying attention to him. But after the outbreak, relying on his own strength, he became the leader of the survivor group. Every day he indulged his desires with women, enjoyed priority access to food, and had so many followers singing his praises. To him, this was simply living like a god. However, when he turned over the leaflet and saw the information about evolved humans appearing among mankind, Gangzi's eyes suddenly lit up. My divine power suddenly surged not long ago. Could it be I'm actually one of those legendary evolvers? Chapter 50. Whatever your purpose is, let's just beat you to death. What's Dad busy with outside again? Why has he been away from home so often recently? Ji Rushue opened her eyes from meditation only to find her zombie father absent from the room once more. Ji Rushue had grown accustomed to spending time with her zombie father, yet lately he'd been frequently absent for unknown reasons, which puzzled her. Especially after confirming her zombie father was indeed an evolved zombie, this made Ji Rushue even more curious about what he did outside every day. Left alone in the room again, Ji Rushue felt genuinely bored and restless. Sitting on the sofa, Ji Rushue suddenly thought of something and rushed to a drawer, pulling out a large black telescope. This had been left behind by the room's previous owner. When Ji Rushue found the housing contract earlier, she incidentally discovered this as well. Clutching this enormous telescope, Ji Rushue excitedly pushed her small stool to the balcony, then used both hands and feet to climb onto it. The black telescope was very large, while Ji Rushue currently only had the body of a small infant. This black telescope was nearly as wide as her head, making normal viewing impossible for Ji Rushue, so she had to use just one eye to observe. The little one kept peering out the window while holding the telescope, looking utterly ridiculous yet adorable. In the telescope's field of view, the city outside appeared utterly devastated. One could see that in places not too far away, raging fires were still burning. After all, the zombie outbreak had occurred too suddenly. Many people were still working or driving when they abruptly mutated into zombies, resulting in numerous explosions throughout the city. The number of firefighters was far from sufficient, so many fires were only extinguished by the subsequent heavy rain. Even so, explosions caused by zombies continued incessantly, with new fires breaking out from time to time. Thick black smoke gathered above the city, making the entire Jianhai city appear utterly devastated. The streets were filled with terrifying zombies, each wandering aimlessly. Ji Rushue kept scanning with her binoculars but found no trace of any human survivors. Zombies everywhere, not a single sign of human survivors. Looking at the devastation before her, Ji Rushue sighed helplessly. It was exactly the same as the world she remembered from her previous life, without any changes. Indeed, in these early days of the zombie apocalypse, the city contained nothing but endless death. Ha! Why has that big guy moved to the neighborhood entrance? Ji Rushue noticed through her binoculars that the large-headed tank-type experimental zombie, which should have been below her building, had instead moved to the entrance of Sunshine residential area. The pair of massive iron hammers stood by his side, looking just like temple guardian statues. Well then, although I don't know why this big fellow suddenly moved over there, with it no longer blocking the entrance, my zombie father can come and go much more easily now. Ji Rushue was convinced that Lu Chuan had awakened an earth diving ability, so she always believed that with this tank-type evolved zombie around, Lu Chuan could only enter and exit the building daily by diving underground. Ji Rushue continued scanning with her binoculars searching for Lu Chuan's figure, but perhaps due to the viewing angle, her current position couldn't overlook the entire residential area, so she failed to spot him. Failing to find her zombie father, a flicker of boredom and disappointment flashed through Ji Rushue's eyes. The surroundings were filled with nothing but decay and zombies, no novel sights to be seen. Ji Rushue put away the binoculars and returned to the couch somewhat disappointedly, resuming her cultivation practice. In her current situation, besides cultivation practice, there really wasn't anything else for her to do daily. However, Ji Rushue was unaware that in the unseen corner, Lu Chuan was engaged in a master-level duel with lightning. Clang! 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 The sound of clashing blades was extraordinarily fierce as Lu Chuan's machete continuously collided with lightning's steel saber. Sparks flew incessantly between them, their formidable blade auras cutting through the air with terrifying sonic booms that made one's scalp tingle. Lightning's movements remained as lightning-fast as ever, the flashing arcs of his twin sabers creating dazzling patterns in the air. Yet through their repeated daily battles, Lu Chuan's combat skills had improved dramatically. After enduring daily high-intensity training, Lu Chuan had progressed from merely receiving beatings to barely holding his ground. Now with significantly enhanced combat techniques, Lu Chuan could fight lightning on equal terms. Though still inferior in speed to lightning, he compensated perfectly with his refined combat techniques. Purely in terms of combat skills, Lu Chuan had already completely outmatched his opponent. As for strength and speed, these couldn't be enhanced through mere training alone, they required evolution via crystal cores. However, given equal physical attributes, Lu Chuan was confident he could defeat his opponent in just a few rounds. Looking at the cleaver in his hand, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. His recent training had clearly not been in vain. This kind of high-pressure combat training was what truly accelerated his improvement. Today's combat practice should end here. Xiao Qiqi must be awake by now, time to go back and cook for her. Lu Chuan nodded contentedly and prepared to return home for a shower. But just then, his mind flickered as he swiftly switched his perspective to Big Fatty's viewpoint. At the entrance of Sunshine residential area, several sneaky figures suddenly appeared. These four figures were none other than Zhao Lin accompanied by two police officers and that middle-aged truck driver. The group avoided zombies and stealthily approached Sunshine Community, planning to escape by driving a truck away from this place. However, when they saw the extremely burly Big Fatty standing at the entrance of the community, Zhao Lin and the others were all startled. The other officers and the truck driver immediately wanted to retreat. This wasn't their first encounter with evolved zombies, whose combat power was far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Yet, Zhao Lin insisted on proceeding with their plan. Don't be afraid, everyone. The truck is right inside. It's our only hope to leave the city. We've dealt with such bulky types while scavenging supplies before. I'll lure it away. Tank-type zombies were massive and immensely strong, but they had one flaw, their sheer size. With Zhao Lin's slender build, she could easily slip into narrow passageways to evade pursuit. Quietly appearing not far from Big Fatty, Zhao Lin picked up a stone from the roadside and hurled it directly at him, attempting to draw the zombie away. That policewoman. After switching perspectives, Lu Chuan recognized Zhao Lin before him, though he couldn't understand why she had come all the way to Sunshine Community instead of searching for supplies near the police station. Zhao Lin was equally puzzled. Normally, evolved zombies should charge straight at her, but currently Fatty remained completely motionless. After throwing several more stones without eliciting any reaction, Zhao Lin simply took out her pistol. Seeing this, Lu Chuan instantly became furious. Though he didn't know her intentions, anyone who dared point a gun at his zombie puppet was signing their own death warrant. Chapter 51, with such a ferocious giant, Daddy must be terrified. Bang! A gunshot suddenly shattered the silence of the street. Seeing Fatty remained unresponsive, Zhao Lin fired directly at his head. Because evolved zombies exert tremendous pressure on ordinary zombies, with Big Fatty standing at the community entrance, the wandering zombies on the street basically wouldn't come this way. Seeing no zombies around, Zhao Lin finally dared to fire her gun. Otherwise, even if she could escape the pursuit of the tank-type evolved zombie, she would still be torn to pieces by ordinary zombies attracted by the gunshots. However, Lu Chuan had already prepared when he saw Zhao Lin draw her gun, directly manipulating the two giant hammers to block his head. For tank-type zombies, as long as the head isn't injured, other problems aren't significant at all. Zhao Lin froze in place now, never expecting this tank-type evolved zombie to actually block with hammers. Her bullets were all intercepted by its giant hammers. While searching for supplies during this period, Zhao Lin had fought many zombies, but this was her first time encountering such a strange one. Ha! Gunshots! The sudden gunshot startled Ji Ruxue, who was in the middle of her cultivation. She hastily exited her cultivation state, her short legs frantically carrying her to the balcony where she grabbed binoculars to look toward the residential compound's entrance. There, she witnessed Zhao Lin standing armed in confrontation with Big Fatty. What's going on? Why would a police officer come to this place? And how is this officer so bold, daring to fire at an evolved zombie alone, and a massive tank-type zombie at that? Observing the scene at the compound entrance through her binoculars, Ji Ruxue felt overwhelming surprise. It's important to know that tank-type zombies possess extraordinarily strong defenses and immense physical strength. Due to their robust physique, ordinary handgun shots hardly affect their combat capability unless it's a direct headshot. During the early stages of the zombie apocalypse, these tank-type zombies and agile-type zombies posed the greatest threat to human survivors. These two types of zombies are numerous and difficult to deal with, causing great suffering to many survivors. Why does this police officer look somewhat familiar? Ji Ruxue adjusted the telescope's focus, carefully zooming in until she realized Zhao Lin's face seemed vaguely recognizable, though she couldn't immediately recall where she'd seen it before. This was actually because Zhao Lin hadn't yet begun her evolutionary enhancement, and neither her physique nor appearance had undergone any significant changes. Thus, outwardly, she looked vastly different from the 9 Death Demon officer Ji Ruxue had encountered in the apocalypse's later stages during her previous life. To the point where Ji Ruxue couldn't immediately make the connection. The main reason was that when Ji Ruxue had encountered the 9 Death Demon officer in her past life, the other party had already undergone continuous evolution, reaching the Imperial Extreme realm. Ji Ruxue found it hard to associate that Imperial Extreme powerhouse with the seemingly reckless young police officer before her eyes. After that gunshot rang out, a flash of intense killing intent passed through Lu Chuan's eyes. This time, he was genuinely angered. By sheer coincidence, he had saved this person's life last time. Never did he expect this mentally unstable police officer would so recklessly provoke him, even attempting to shoot his zombie puppet dead. Whoever you are, since you dared to attack me, there's only one outcome: death. Lu Chuan controlled Fatso, wielding dual hammers as he gave chase towards Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin remained composed. Seeing her plan succeed, the corners of her mouth curled up in a faint smile. She turned to flee, intending to lure Fatso to a remote location. But at that very moment, Zhao Lin suddenly heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind her. Instinctively turning her head at the noise, she was instantly petrified by the sight before her eyes. An enormous iron hammer was actually flying through the air towards her. Holy shit! Why isn't this zombie following the usual script? In her final moments, Zhao Lin only saw darkness before her eyes as blood gushed violently from her mouth. This single thought dominated her mind. Zhao Lin couldn't understand why the zombies she encountered today were completely different from before. The massive hammer thrown with full force by Fatso carried immense weight. Zhao Lin's frail body stood no chance. She was instantly crushed to death by a single hammer strike. Lu Chuan controlled Fatso to walk to Zhao Lin's corpse, retrieve the great hammer, and take the pistol from her body. Looking at the blood-stained hammer in hand and the bloodied corpse at his feet, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Good accuracy, but more practice is still needed. As a tank-type zombie, Fatso possesses tremendous strength but moves considerably slower than agile-type zombies. However, wielding dual hammers changed everything. They could be swung with formidable force and now served as ranged weapons, capable of both close combat and long-range attacks, which greatly pleased Lu Chuan. As for the police officer he'd smashed to death with a hammer, Lu Chuan couldn't care less. Anyone who dares shoot at me will be killed regardless of who they are. Even if a real saint came, Lu Chuan would smash her brains out with one hammer blow. The two police officers hiding in the shadows and the truck driver, witnessing Zhao Lin being killed by a hammer strike, were instantly terrified into panic. The three didn't even bother to collect Zhao Lin's body, immediately turning around and fleeing. The three regretted not being born with extra legs, desperately fearing the evolved zombie chasing behind them. Remembering the enormous hammer that had flown through the air earlier, all three felt their legs turn to jelly. On the 7th floor, Ji Ruxue watched everything unfolding below through her binoculars. Holy cow, this big guy is way too brutal. He actually killed that police officer with just one hammer strike. Although part of the reason was that Cop's brain wasn't working right, but this zombie is still way too vicious. Seeing how ferocious this tank-type zombie was, even Ji Ruxue couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Yet at the same time, she felt extremely puzzled. Although this tank-like zombie appeared immensely powerful and physically robust, it should still fall within the range of first-tier zombies and hadn't broken through to the second tier. Zombies of this level, despite having successfully evolved, still acted solely based on their bloodthirsty instincts, with crude fighting techniques and methods. From Ji Rushua's memories of her past life, zombies typically only regained intelligence during the later stages of evolution. Only when zombies broke through to that level would they finally learn how to wield weapons in combat. As for this low-tier zombie like the hulking one before her, it was fundamentally incapable of such actions, limited to basic attack methods like swinging its fists and arms. If first-tier zombies could all use weapons for attacks as early as this tank-type zombie, it would spell absolute disaster for human survivors. Who would have thought this big guy could be so ferocious in battle? Dad has to walk past him every day, he must be terrified. P.S. There will be more during daytime, dear readers. Chapter 52. Damn. This policewoman just rose from the dead. We absolutely can't let this big guy stick around. Such a brutally efficient killer must be eliminated immediately. This bastard guards the residential gate daily, posing serious threats to Zombie Dad too. Thinking how her Zombie Dad had to face this powerful tank-type zombie every time entering or leaving the compound must be nerve-wracking. Ji Rushua quietly resolved in her heart. This brute could already wield weapons at first-stage evolution, who knows what monstrous form he'll take later. Tank-type zombies were physically enhanced to begin with, and now they've learned weapon skills. Their combat power will become terrifying. We mustn't allow further development. Ji Rushua believed that if she could secretly kill this powerful zombie, her zombie father would be extremely pleased. Moreover, she could let her zombie father absorb the core crystal of this evolved zombie, which would greatly enhance his strength. However, Ji Rushua also understood that she absolutely couldn't reveal her powers too early. After all, she was still an infant, less than 1 year old. Other children her age were still struggling to crawl on the ground. It would be truly shocking if she, at this age, could kill an evolved zombie. Ji Rushua didn't even dare imagine what kind of look her father would give her if she displayed such astonishing abilities now. After some thought, she decided she must keep her true capabilities hidden. As for this powerful evolved zombie, she would wait until her father left the residential area before figuring out how to secretly eliminate it. Although I'm still just an infant now, I've already broken through to the second rank through the glazed breathing technique. With my awakened abilities of telekinetic control and time manipulation, Ji Rushua was quite confident about slaying this evolved zombie. However, it must be said that this hulking zombie isn't like ordinary low-level zombies at all. The way it threw the hammer to kill the policewoman just now was rather astonishing too. It swung those massive hammers with tremendous force, and even when thrown from a distance, their accuracy remained pinpoint. That human policewoman just now was directly hit by this iron hammer, bleeding from all orifices, bones broken, with blood gushing from her mouth like a fountain. The scene was truly gruesome. Ji Rushua really didn't want to see the day when her zombie father would receive such a hammer blow from this creature. Although zombie father is also an evolved zombie, and his body is much more robust than ordinary zombies. But Ji Rushua could be certain that with such a powerful hammer strike, the slightly thin body of Zombie Dad absolutely couldn't withstand it. I never thought that even after becoming a zombie, I'd still get to handle a real pistol. I'll keep this pistol for now, it might come in handy later. Lu Chuan controlled lightning in front of Building 5 to retrieve the pistol that Zhao Lin had dropped. Playing with the police pistol in his hand, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. After the apocalypse arrived, despite the emergence of various evolved zombies and mutated behemoths, such firearms still maintained considerable lethality. At present, ordinary zombies would undoubtedly die with just one shot to the head. Even his big fatty, referring to a companion or pet, might not survive if shot in the head. After all, the fatal spot for zombies is where the crystal core in their heads is located. As for that policewoman he killed with one hammer strike, Lu Chuan felt nothing particular about it. Although this was his first time killing someone across both lifetimes, Lu Chuan felt as if he had long grown accustomed to it. He had inexplicably arrived in this world and just as inexplicably experienced the zombie crisis. Now, after so much time had passed, Lu Chuan had long since lost any feeling for so-called human lives. In this post-apocalyptic world, human lives were as worthless as weeds, with death occurring every moment of every day. The streets were already full of wandering corpses. One more police officer wouldn't make a difference. Moreover, in this apocalypse, Lu Chuan had witnessed too much human depravity. In Lu Chuan's view, his own survival was the supreme principle. In the middle of an apocalypse, showing mercy when someone shoots at you would be utterly foolish. Although he still retained human consciousness, Lu Chuan wouldn't constrain himself with the moral standards from his previous life. As a zombie, suppressing his bloodthirsty urges to avoid hunting survivors was already the limit of his benevolence. Lu Chuan didn't feel he owed any particular care to these surviving humans. Up to now, Lu Chuan's attitude toward these human survivors was this: he wouldn't actively provoke them. But once these humans provoked him, he would show no mercy whatsoever. They must be killed without exception. He still had little Chi-Chi to take care of, and no matter what, nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, how could the tiny baby survive alone in this apocalyptic world? After quickly freshening up, Lu Chuan hurried upstairs. His precious daughter must have been starving by now, though he hoped more that the sudden gunshots earlier hadn't frightened the little one. Late at night, moonlight descended. Zhao Lin's corpse still lay at the neighborhood's entrance, untouched. Because De Pang, stationed there by Lu Chuan, guarded the entire area, his evolved zombies' presence kept ordinary zombies at bay. Though Zhao Lin's flesh was fresh, Lu Chuan still retained human consciousness. He could kill these humans without mercy, yet he didn't want to see his corpse puppets devour their former kind. Moreover, evolved zombies were different from ordinary low-level zombies. They no longer needed to consume such ordinary, energy-lacking low-level flesh to evolve. What no one noticed was that under this moonlight, Zhao Lin, who should have been long dead, was emitting a faint, blood-colored ghostly glow from her body. Although this glow wasn't particularly bright in the darkness of night, it was still noticeable enough to catch attention. Crack! Crack! Under this faint bloody glow, Zhao Lin's bones began to creak and realign, the originally shattered fractures slowly restoring themselves to their original form. Her broken bones healed and fused back together, and her once mangled, blood-soaked body was now undergoing an eerie restoration under the influence of this crimson light. Her long-deceased torso began to rise and fall with breath once more, and then Zhao Lin, whose face had been bloodied from all 7 orifices, suddenly snapped, her eyes wide open. The blood on her body had already coagulated into a dark brown color, yet this body that should have long been dead suddenly rose shakily from the ground in an eerie manner. Bathed in the crimson glow, the blood-soaked policewoman stood motionless on the spot in a daze. On the 7th-floor bedroom, Lu Chuan seemed to sense something and immediately switched to De Pang's perspective. When he witnessed the bizarre scene occurring outside the residential compound, he was utterly stunned by what he saw. Holy shit! Ghosts exist! This policewoman actually rose from the dead. Chapter 53. Strange, why isn't this big guy attacking Dad? I'm still alive. Is this hell? At this moment, Zhao Lin felt dizzy-headed. She staggered to her feet and looked around in confusion. Because before being smashed to death by De Pang's hammer, she had been beaten until blood flowed from all 7 orifices. So all she saw were dried bloodstains, and now looking around, everything appeared blurry through a blood-red haze. Feeling discomfort in her eyes, Zhao Lin instinctively wiped them before her vision cleared. She saw the familiar streets, the familiar residential compound, even the giant zombie not far away. Everything looked exactly the same. This wasn't the underworld, this was Sunshine Residential Compound, the very place she'd seen before dying. Zhao Lin's pupils contracted sharply as she realized she might still be alive. Wait, how am I still alive? Zhao Lin was completely stunned. She immediately checked her body, touching and examining herself all over. Though covered in blood, she couldn't find a single wound or broken bone. This doesn't make sense. Didn't that zombie smash me to death with its hammer? How? The inexplicable situation left Zhao Lin utterly bewildered. She remembered clearly just before death, a massive hammer had struck her abdomen with tremendous force. Under the intense pain, she spat blood and then immediately fell unconscious. Zhao Lin still remembered hearing the sound of her bones breaking before she died, yet now there wasn't a single issue with her body. If not for being covered in blood, Zhao Lin might have even doubted whether everything earlier was just an illusion. Staring at the massive, demon-like tank zombie not far away, Zhao Lin shuddered violently. Recalling the scenes from earlier in the day, she didn't dare linger any longer and immediately fled in panic toward the police station. Through Fatty's perspective, Lu Chuan watched as this corpse, which had clearly been smashed to a pulp in broad daylight, its bones shattered and blood gushing from all orifices, undeniably dead, weirdly stood up in the night. Most bizarrely, it patted its body as if nothing had happened, then turned and bolted with astonishing speed. At this moment, even Lu Chuan was utterly baffled by what he was seeing. Is this woman some kind of indestructible cockroach? How could she still not be dead after being smashed like that? Lu Chuan could confirm this woman wasn't a zombie. When seeing the corpse stand up, Lu Chuan immediately rushed downstairs to the residential compound's entrance. He promptly began employing his psychic abilities, wanting to attempt controlling her. But this woman was completely different from zombies. Ordinary zombies were like mindless empty water bottles. From Lu Chuan's psychic perspective, all the zombies flooding the streets were unconscious puppets that his psychic power could easily manipulate. Yet when Lu Chuan tried controlling this woman psychically, he discovered her body contained an innate power, the willpower unique to humans. This meant the female police officer before him hadn't turned into a zombie, still retaining human consciousness. Such a bizarre phenomenon reminded Lu Chuan of the robust man he'd encountered earlier in the shop. That man appeared no different from ordinary people externally, perhaps just more muscular. Yet he possessed an incredibly formidable divine strength. The corpse puppet under his control had even its axe sent flying by the opponent's strike. That was definitely not a level of power an ordinary person could possess. Moreover, the leaflets previously issued by the military had mentioned that evolved individuals had already emerged among human survivors. Connecting these clues, although Lu Chuan didn't know exactly what had happened to this mysterious policewoman, he could vaguely make an educated guess. Perhaps this woman had also mutated after the blood moon, and likely her ability to resurrect was due to her being one of these evolved individuals. If this weren't the case, Zhao Lin's miraculous revival after having her bones shattered would simply be too bizarre to explain. What exactly happened? Why am I still alive? Zhao Lin ran a great distance without stopping, finally pausing in a secluded corner. The chilling wind during her sprint had somewhat cleared her mind. Now that she was safely away from the threat of the evolved zombies, Zhao Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. Staring at her blood-stained clothes, Zhao Lin furrowed her brows tightly. What happened during daytime was real. I was truly smashed by that evolved zombie and completely died. These bloodstains can't be fake. Yet Zhao Lin couldn't understand why, despite having her bones shattered, she now showed no injuries whatsoever. Zhao Lin pinched her ribs, then her arm, but didn't feel even the slightest ache. Currently, she couldn't find a single bruise anywhere on her body. This recovery effect was simply too heaven-defying. Wait, something has changed about me. Zhao Lin glanced behind her. She had already run quite far in her panic earlier. Yet she still felt like she had boundless energy, far surpassing her previous self. Clenching her fists, Zhao Lin felt power coursing through her entire body. After testing, she found her physical fitness had significantly improved compared to before, with tremendous enhancement in both strength and speed. Feeling as if reborn, Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze filled with shock. Recalling the message she had seen on the flyer earlier, Zhao Lin suddenly felt her scalp tingle. Could it be I'm also an evolver? Apart from this reason, Zhao Lin simply couldn't understand why she not only survived but also underwent such terrifying physical changes. Daddy, check. The next day, in the bedroom on the 7th floor, Ji Rushua handed the math homework she had completed to Lu Chuan, the little one looking utterly adorable with her charmingly naive expression. Lu Chuan initially paid no attention, but after taking a glance, he was completely stunned. What's going on? Little Chi-Chi can already do math calculations. Little Chi-Chi isn't even 1 year old yet, but she's already accomplishing what other children can only do at several years old. Lu Chuan's eyes widened, his entire body stiffening as he stared blankly at Xiao Chi-Chi's math homework. Seeing Lu Chuan react so strongly, Ji Rushua beside him also felt somewhat panicked. Oh no, did I overdo my performance? Ji Rushua truly didn't want to continue playing dumb anymore. Pretending to be a completely clueless infant was simply too difficult. She wanted to gradually reveal her extraordinary traits, wanting to slowly acclimate her zombie father to her various leaps of unusual progress. For example, building up the persona of a genius infant so that even when her actions far surpassed those of her peers, her zombie father wouldn't be too shocked. After the initial shock, Lu Chuan looked at the math homework with extreme delight. Ha, little Chi-Chi is truly amazing, truly worthy of being called a once-in-a-century prodigy. Lu Chuan didn't feel anything was amiss. On the contrary, he became extremely excited. Perhaps witnessing that female police officer's death and revival earlier, seeing her crawl back from being a corpse firsthand, had created an immense impact on Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan was already quite unfamiliar with this strange new world, and after the Blood Moon's transformation, evolutionary beings had gradually begun appearing among humans. Now that even something as absurd as resurrection from death was possible, what's so strange about our little Chi-Chi just being a bit smarter? What's wrong with being able to do arithmetic before 1 year old? This is called a child prodigy. Perfectly reasonable. Within such extraordinary circumstances, Lu Chuan felt that unless the little one directly handcrafted a nuclear bomb, nothing would really surprise him anymore. Ha ha ha. My daughter has the potential of an emperor. Seeing such remarkable intelligence in the little one, Lu Chuan was extremely pleased. Being sufficiently intelligent would at least enable the child to survive longer in the cruel apocalyptic future. Lu Chuan looked at little Chi-Chi, who was staring wide-eyed in front of him like a porcelain doll, feeling all the negative emotions brought by the apocalypse being soothed. The little one was so adorable that Lu Chuan instinctively pinched her chubby cheeks. This action made Ji Rushua heave a sigh of relief in her understanding. When Zombie Dad pinched her cheeks, it meant he was extremely delighted inside. Seeing Zombie Dad so happy, Ji Rushua knew her current situation hadn't been exposed yet. Since Dad didn't seem suspicious, she felt even more relieved. It appeared she could continue pushing boundaries to gradually acclimate Zombie Dad to her behavior. After all, pretending to be foolish and clueless every day was truly exhausting. Moreover, after the Blood Moon, nearly all living creatures had been evolving continuously. Ji Rushua didn't want to forever face this increasingly cruel apocalypse in an infant form. Lu Chuan's mind stirred as the zombie puppets he had deployed outside once again detected traces of evolved zombies. Lu Chuan immediately placed the little one on the bed and hurried downstairs. After waiting until Lu Chuan left, Ji Rushua quickly scurried on her small legs to the balcony position and raised the massive black telescope again to observe the residential gate. She wanted to check whether the female police officer's corpse from yesterday was still lying in the same spot. After seeing that female officer who was killed by the tank-type zombies flying hammer yesterday, Ji Rushua kept feeling she had seen that person somewhere before but couldn't recall it immediately. However, an even stranger scene within the residential area now captured Ji Rushua's attention. A group of well-built zombies could be seen gathering together from various corners of the residential area. Each of these zombies wore fully enclosed motorcycle helmets and carried sharp fire axes in their hands. However, one figure among the zombie crowd caught Ji Rushua's attention. Judging from the familiar clothing, it was unmistakably the zombie dad who had just gone downstairs. The group of zombies walked together toward the residential area's gate, then all followed behind the hulking zombie guarding the entrance as they left Sunshine residential area. Ji Rushua froze in surprise. How strange at such close distance, that hulking zombie didn't attack Dad. Chapter 54. Could there be a zombie king within Sunshine residential area? In Ji Rushua's memory, whenever evolved zombies approached each other, they would invariably attack to seize each other's crystal cores. Lower-tier evolved zombies similarly lack independent consciousness. Their only differences from ordinary zombies are their enhanced strength and evolutionary potential. Lower-tier evolved zombies also act purely based on primal instincts. Ordinary zombies follow their bloodthirsty desires, hunting survivors everywhere to devour fresh flesh. The reason evolved zombies don't consume flesh and blood everywhere like ordinary zombies is because they crave more concentrated energy sources, such as the crystal cores found in the brains of evolved zombies and mutated beasts. If two evolved zombies were to encounter each other, it would inevitably become a fight to the death. Neither would stop until one perished and was consumed by the other. Yet what I observed through the telescope just now was truly bizarre. If Dad is an evolved zombie, how could he peacefully coexist with that hulking tank zombie? Could I have guessed wrong? Perhaps Dad is just an ordinary zombie, not an evolved one. From Ji Rushua's perspective, the only scenario where they wouldn't attack each other would be if an evolved zombie was accompanied by an ordinary zombie. Since ordinary zombies don't produce crystal cores, they hold nothing of value for evolved zombies to covet, making them not worth the effort to attack. But what puzzled Ji Rushua was if Father wasn't an evolved zombie, how had he managed to transport so many supplies right under that hulking creature's nose? The rooms on several floors below were packed with massive amounts of supplies. Gathering this much wouldn't have been easy, it must have taken considerable time. Moreover, that massive zombie had been blocking the entrance all along. Even if her father wasn't an evolved zombie and didn't trigger its devouring instincts, that oppressive aura alone would have kept ordinary zombies at bay. And while evolved zombies lack consciousness, their instincts would never allow a common zombie to act recklessly within their territory. Ji Rushua had thought her own hidden identity was deep enough, but now she suddenly realized her zombie father might be equally mysterious. This won't do, I must find an opportunity to properly test him. To confirm whether Father is truly an evolved zombie and what kind of awakened abilities he might possess. Lu Chuan was unaware that the little one had already discovered various anomalies about him through the telescope. He led his zombie puppet squad, marching in grand formation towards a shopping mall in the southern part of the residential area. Lu Chuan had been using zombie puppets to search for evolved zombies all this time. Evolved zombies and low-tier zombie puppets aren't even on the same strategic level. Controlling just one evolved zombie could completely destroy an entire zombie puppet squad. Moreover, if he wanted to continue breaking through, he absolutely needed the crystal cores from evolved zombies. Although he engaged in daily battles with lightning, this only served to sharpen his combat skills. To achieve true enhancement in physical psychic strengthening, merely doing this wouldn't be enough. Just moments ago, while one of Lu Chuan's zombie puppets was wandering along this pedestrian street, it detected traces of an agile-type zombie. So Lu Chuan immediately set out, bringing his zombie puppet army to this location. Although the streets were filled with wandering zombies after the apocalypse outbreak, most of them were still just low-tier zombies. Even after the Blood Moon mutation, evolved zombies remained only a small fraction, and Lu Chuan had encountered remarkably few of them during all these days. Upon arriving at this commercial district, Lu Chuan quickly spotted that evolved zombie. However, since Lu Chuan had brought Fatty along this time, the agile zombie detected him as soon as he approached. Swish, swish, swish. Under Lu Chuan's control, Fatty remained standing motionless. But that agile-type zombie had already brandished its sickle-like claws and charged toward Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan hastily commanded his zombie puppet army to move forward and block. This agile-type zombie possessed extremely strong combat power. These low-tier zombie puppets were no match for it. However, Lu Chuan had equipped each zombie puppet with a helmet. As long as they weren't headshot, they wouldn't immediately lose combat capability. But soon, the agile-type zombie that had just been emanating a powerful aura suddenly stood still in place. Seeing this, Lu Chuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. His mental power had recovered significantly during this period. The psychic energy consumed earlier to control the evolved zombie had fully replenished, allowing him to quickly bring this evolved zombie under his command. Looking at the evolved zombie before him, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. This was the third evolved zombie under his control. Since you're the second agile-type zombie, I'll name you Lightning too. Thinking about now having 3 evolved zombie puppets under his command, Lu Chuan felt extremely excited. If this progress continued, his zombie puppet army would keep expanding continuously. In the beginning, Lu Chuan hadn't realized how extraordinary his innate ability truly was. But now, as his strength kept increasing, Lu Chuan increasingly felt that this unique talent of his was truly terrifying to the extreme. As long as his psychic power continued to grow, Lu Chuan could control even more zombie puppets. The more powerful corpse puppets one possesses, the more crystal cores one can obtain. This creates a continuous cycle, using crystal cores to enhance psychic power, then using psychic power to control corpse puppets. Such virtuous cycle is simply the best evolutionary method. Lu Chuan was extremely excited. He seemed to already envision his future self commanding an invincible army of evolved corpse puppets. Why hasn't Daddy returned after being out for so long this time? Could something have happened to him outside? Ji Rushua had been waiting on the balcony for Lu Chuan's return, wanting to figure out what was happening with her zombie father. However, her current body was still less than 1 year old. Her height being insufficient, she could only stand on tiptoe on a stool to peer over the balcony. Standing for so long had made Ji Rushua's legs somewhat numb. She kept stomping her tiny feet to stimulate blood circulation and prevent numbness. But soon, Ji Rushua made a new discovery. The departed zombie horde had returned, and what's more, there was now a Swift-type zombie standing beside Dad alongside the original ones. What's going on? Where did this additional evolved zombie come from? This scene struck Ji Rushua with tremendous impact. Her brows tightly knitted together as she combed through her past life memories until only one possibility remained. The ability to gather multiple brainless evolved zombies, suppressing their cannibalistic urges to coexist peacefully. There's only one explanation for this phenomenon. That could only mean one thing: a zombie king existed within Sunshine Residential Complex. Chapter 55. We must free Dad from the zombie king's control. Standing on the 7th floor balcony, Ji Rushua felt chills running down her spine. In her past life's memories, among the many varieties of evolved zombies, there existed one exceptionally rare type. Survivors referred to this particular zombie as the sovereign zombie. The king zombie appears virtually indistinguishable from ordinary zombies at first glance, moving through the horde without showing any noticeable abnormalities. Although these king zombies are also evolved variants, they lack the extremely robust physique and formidable defenses of tank-type zombies. They also do not possess the terrifying speed or aggressive instincts of agile-type zombies. Their appearance undergoes minimal changes due to evolution, nor do they awaken bizarre elemental abilities like other specialized undead. In fact, their combat effectiveness does not necessarily surpass that of other evolved zombies. King zombies possess only one innate talent, yet this ability is so horrifying that it has become the stuff of nightmares in the post-apocalyptic world. They can command other zombies. Survivors have come to call these alpha undead overlords the zombie kings. Because in this apocalyptic world, they truly reign as absolute monarchs, leading their zombie hordes to ravage everything in their path, leaving virtually no blade of grass standing. While humans have developed countermeasures against other evolved zombies, the zombie king remains the one entity nobody wishes to confront. Ji Rushua had encountered a zombie king in her previous life. At that time, Ji Rushua had joined a remarkably powerful survivor base protected by formidable outer defenses, substantial military reserves, and numerous teams of evolved humans within. One could say that such a survivor base, if allowed to develop continuously, would undoubtedly produce many powerful human warriors in the future. However, what terrified Ji Rushua and all survivors in the camp was that on an eerily silent night, the peaceful streets suddenly trembled with strange vibrations, followed by torrential rains pouring down. As lightning streaked across the night sky, sentries on the city walls spotted massive zombie hordes gathering beyond the base perimeter. Countless zombies charged madly toward the base. Most critically, the traps specifically designed against zombies at the base's periphery were strangely bypassed by these undead creatures. The zombie horde seemed to be under someone's control, capable of precisely targeting the base's weak points. Initially, the base didn't take this zombie wave seriously, but they soon paid the price for their carelessness. Due to neglected defenses, a massive number of zombies flooded to the base's front gates. Moreover, hidden within this enormous tide of undead were numerous powerful evolved zombies. Only when the horde reached the base's outer walls did these evolved zombies begin baring their claws. By the time human survivors tried to mount a defense, it was already too late. Thus, Ji Rushua's survivor base was utterly destroyed by this terrifying zombie wave. The reason this zombie horde could circumvent human traps and avoid heavily defended areas was simple: it was being commanded by a zombie king. Although the zombie king lacks formidable combat abilities, it possesses intelligence no weaker than humans. Most crucially, it can transform these bloodthirsty, mindless zombies into a powerful army. Even evolved zombies can be controlled by it. Thinking of this, Ji Rushua momentarily found it hard to believe. One must understand that zombie kings are extremely rare. Barely one emerges among 100,000 zombies. Could she and her zombie father really be this unlucky to have a zombie king appear precisely in Sunshine Residential area? Recalling how these zombies coexisted peacefully earlier, each appearing disciplined and orderly, 20-some zombies gathered together, showing no trace of being bloodthirsty monsters, more like a squad carrying out a mission. Such an eerie scene couldn't possibly occur unless a zombie king was commanding them from behind. Ordinary zombies would fear the pressure of evolved zombies and dare not approach casually, while evolved zombies would fiercely fight each other out of greed for each other's crystal cores. How could they possibly coexist peacefully as she had just witnessed? Could it be that Dad and other evolved zombies are all taking orders from the zombie king in this residential area? Or perhaps Dad is the zombie king himself? But this thought was instantly dismissed by Ji Rushue the moment it appeared. Because in Ji Rushue's memory, while the zombie king's combat ability isn't strong, it possesses extraordinary intelligence. Therefore, such zombies would naturally avoid public appearances to conceal their identity and ensure their own safety. The zombie king usually hides in some remote corner, commanding other zombies to act on its behalf even during zombie outbreaks. The king remains hidden deep within. Yet today, her zombie father actually went out with the horde directly, something that would be absolutely taboo for a zombie king. The zombie king would absolutely never expose himself to danger out of caution. Moreover, wherever the zombie king appears, the surrounding area must be filled with zombies to give him a sense of security. But her zombie father, apart from practicing combat skills or occasionally going out, he spends most of his time with her. A tiny baby like her couldn't possibly provide any sense of security for the zombie king. This is just like in chess, the general always has soldiers flanking him. Except for today, Ji Rushue had never seen any other zombies around her father before. Additionally, according to Ji Rushue's understanding, the zombie king has a strong racial consciousness. He has a violent temperament, is extremely bloodthirsty, enjoys devouring fresh flesh and blood, and usually carries a heavy stench of blood. But her zombie father not only doesn't smell bad, he even has a pleasant fragrance. Besides, judging by the nature of a zombie king, it wouldn't adopt a human baby like me and take such meticulous care of me every day. She had never even seen zombie dad lose his temper. Based on these observations, Ji Rushue temporarily ruled out the possibility that zombie dad was the zombie king. However, her zombie dad was still an evolved zombie who had to obey the zombie king hiding in the residential area. Ji Rushue suspected that the reason zombie dad could adopt her was mostly due to the residual human-like consciousness in his mind. This allowed dad to make his own decisions while still being controlled by the zombie king. No! I must find a way to help dad break free from the zombie king's control. Actually, helping zombie dad escape control would be relatively simple because the zombie king finds it difficult to control entities of much higher levels than itself. So as long as I plunder a large number of zombie cores for dad to absorb, when his level becomes much higher than the zombie king's, he will naturally break free from its control. Ji Rushue glanced at the horde of zombies below, her eyes flashing with a cold gleam. Humph. Damn zombie king, how dare you think you can command Ji Rushue's father? You'd better hide well in your little territory, because if I find you, I'll definitely kill you. Lu Chuan, now with an additional evolved zombie puppet, was extremely pleased, unaware that both he and his puppets had already been marked for death in little Chi-Chi's notebook. After returning with lightning number 2, Lu Chuan immediately began assigning tasks. Big Fatty would continue guarding the residential gate with his twin hammers. Such massive size and defensive capability would be wasted if not stationed at the entrance. As agile zombies, Lightning and Lightning 2 each led 10 fully armed ordinary zombie puppets to continue patrolling within the residential area. Observing the zombie squads performing their respective duties, Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He intended to transform the entire residential area into his own impregnable fortress. Chapter 56. Has this policewoman come to die again? Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, who had been smashed to death by a hammer and revived on the spot, felt overjoyed upon realizing she might have become an evolved being. Feeling the surging energy within herself, Zhao Lin sensed an overwhelming strength coursing through her body, eager to be unleashed. After confirming the direction, Zhao Lin quickly dashed toward the police station. Encountering several wandering zombies along the way, Zhao Lin pondered briefly before drawing her dagger to engage them in hand-to-hand combat. To her delight, Zhao Lin discovered that her combat ability had indeed improved significantly compared to before. These ordinary zombies were no match for her at all. With her exceptional combat skills, Zhao Lin killed all the zombies blocking her path along the way. Sunshine Residential Area was several kilometers away from the police station. Even after running back, Zhao Lin still didn't feel any exhaustion. However, when Zhao Lin, covered in blood and looking somewhat disheveled, returned to the police station, she immediately found guns pointed at her head. Don't shoot! I'm Zhao Lin. I'm still alive. Startled to see her colleagues aiming guns at her, Zhao Lin quickly explained in alarm. What? Officer Zhao, you're not dead. The officer on guard was utterly dumbfounded. They had already heard from several colleagues who went out today that Zhao Lin was killed by an evolved zombie's hammer strike at the entrance of Sunshine Residential Area. Yet now, here she stood perfectly fine before them. Aside from being covered in blood, she looked no different from a living person. Although Zhao Lin's current state appeared somewhat bizarre, the officers let her in out of trust for their fellow officer. When Zhao Lin returned to the main hall, everyone in the police station stared at her with disbelief. Officer Zhao, are you human or ghost? The truck driver pointed at Zhao Lin with trembling fingers, his voice shaking as his face turned pale. Zhao Lin, is it really you? We thought you'd already been killed by that evolved zombie. The officers couldn't help but gulp as they looked at Zhao Lin, their eyes filled with indescribable shock. It's really me. I discovered I'd become an evolved, that's how I survived. After speaking, Zhao Lin recited several police regulations from memory, finally dispelling everyone's doubts, though the looks they gave Zhao Lin still brimmed with astonishment. With a grim expression, Zhao Lin said, "The zombies are growing stronger. I believe we must leave the city as soon as possible." Today at Evolution Community, that tank-type zombie could actually attack with flying hammers. This completely shattered Zhao Lin's worldview. Among the evolved zombies she had encountered before, none had learned to use weapons like this. This likely indicates the zombies in the city are evolving to higher levels. If they continue to barricade themselves in the police station, it might mean certain death. But even after Zhao Lin voiced these thoughts, everyone in the room still shook their heads, unwilling to join her. "Officer Zhao, you must be joking. There's an evolved zombie at Sunshine Homestead's entrance. How could we possibly handle such a powerful hulking zombie?" This time even the police officers shook their heads in refusal, unwilling to go along. "Don't worry everyone, I'll handle that evolved zombie myself. Now that I've evolved too, you've got nothing to fear if you follow me." Zhao Lin then demonstrated her dramatically increased strength and speed after evolution to everyone. She selected several colleagues to fight alongside her, but Zhao Lin, with her overwhelming physical superiority, knocked down all her colleagues within just a few rounds. Such remarkable combat prowess left everyone in the hall utterly astonished. Zhao Lin shrugged somewhat helplessly and said, "Now everyone can see for yourselves. With my current strength, luring away that big guy shouldn't be a problem." In Zhao Lin's view, distracting that massive creature wasn't an impossible task. The reason she was instantly defeated today was because she never expected that zombie could actually wield weapons. Seeing Zhao Lin's persistence and having witnessed firsthand her enhanced combat capabilities as an evolved human, everyone eventually nodded in agreement. For the police officers, after all, it would be Zhao Lin who went forward to distract the evolved zombie. If Zhao Lin succeeded, that would be ideal. They could all escape in the truck to the human survivors' base. If something happened to Zhao Lin, they could simply retreat back to the police station. After all, Zhao Lin's death would be her own business. With one less person, there'd be more food to share among the rest. Under Zhao Lin's encouragement, the police station immediately began making preparations for a new round of operations. In the 7th floor bedroom, Lu Chuan turned off the gas stove's flame and scooped the freshly cooked fragrant egg fried rice into a bowl. This gas stove and its matching cookware set were brought over from a nearby restaurant by Lu Chuan's zombie puppets. After all, they couldn't keep gathering wood and burning it inside the building forever. Due to practicing the glazed breathing technique, Ji Rushua's physical growth had accelerated significantly under the catalysis of abundant energy particles, progressing much faster than ordinary infants. By now, even her milk teeth had fully grown in. Lu Chuan was quite astonished when he noticed this, never expecting the little one to develop so rapidly. Nevertheless, he felt genuinely pleased. In this apocalyptic world, the faster the child grew, the better. That's precisely why Lu Chuan prepared egg fried rice, filling the room with the comforting aroma of home cooking. Heavens above! I can finally eat normal food again. Ji Rushua held her small bowl, gazing at the golden fried rice with eggs until her eyes grew slightly moist. After days of consuming nothing but rice paste and powdered milk, Ji Rushua felt like she would vomit if she had to drink anymore. Her entire body carried the scent of milk powder, as if she had been marinated in it. It had been so long since she last tasted such fragrant, wok fried rice. Gripping her small spoon, she took big mouthfuls, her face breaking into a satisfied smile. Who would have thought that Zombie Dad could actually cook decently? The only regret was the lack of meat, only eggs. Silently, she vowed to hunt down some beasts in the future so Zombie Dad could prepare grilled meat for her. Now this was real food meant for humans. Watching little Chi-Chi bury her face in her small bowl as she devoured the meal, Lu Chuan wore a gratified smile. After the little one finished eating, Lu Chuan gently wiped the rice grains from Ji Rushua's mouth with his hand, then poured her a cup of plain boiled water. Ji Rushua took the cup and drank it all in one gulp. In this zombie apocalypse, the sensation of warm water mixed with rice flowing into her stomach made her feel incredibly comfortable. The next morning, inside the residential complex, Lu Chuan wielded a machete while continuously practicing his combat skills with Lightning One. After prolonged practical training, Lu Chuan could now fight evenly with Lightning One. But just then, Lu Chuan's mind stirred as he quickly switched to Fatty's perspective. Several figures had appeared at the entrance of the residential complex. These people wore black riot police gear, holding either police batons and riot shields or police pistols and rifles. The leader had a slender figure. Through the transparent visor of the riot helmet, Lu Chuan recognized this person as the female police officer who should have been smashed to death by a hammer yesterday. Is this policewoman coming back to die again? Chapter 57, Ji Rushua, back from the dead. Could this woman be the legendary 9-Death Demon Cop? Lu Chuan frowned deeply. He hadn't expected this policewoman, who had been so difficult to resurrect, would be so reckless as to challenge him again, and this time with so many reinforcements. This only strengthened Lu Chuan's determination to eliminate her completely. This time I'll smash you into pulp. Let's see if you can still resurrect then. Lu Chuan immediately controlled Fatty, swinging the twin hammers as he charged toward Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin employed the same tactic again, raising her gun to fire at Fatty's head. Fortunately, Lu Chuan had anticipated this and used the massive hammer to shield Fatty's head. Bang! The hammer perfectly intercepted the bullet, after which Lu Chuan suddenly swung his arm, sending the massive hammer hurtling toward Zhao Lin with tremendous force. Humph! Trying the same trick on me again. This time, Zhao Lin had anticipated Big Fatty's attack. Her leg muscles tensed, erupting with tremendous force as her body sprang forward like a released spring. Bang! Zhao Lin's speed was so fast that it directly caused Big Fatty's hammer swing to miss its target. Lu Chuan showed slight surprise but immediately swung his hammer again in pursuit. Yet he discovered that even with Big Fatty now in full sprint mode, the zombie still couldn't catch up to this female police officer. The slender figure clad in riot gear was running at astonishing speed. Big Fatty's two nearly 1 meter long hammers couldn't even graze her. Every time the hammers were thrown, the female officer would nimbly dodge them with keen reflexes. Even when Lu Chuan threw both hammers consecutively, the policewoman managed to evade them with bizarre precision. Bang! 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 Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty to keep swinging both hammers relentlessly, yet no matter what, they couldn't land a single hit on the police officer. To think that in just one day, this policewoman's reaction speed had improved so dramatically. Hearing the sudden gunshots, Ji Ruxue in the bedroom immediately became alert. The little one quickly ran to the balcony and pressed against the window, observing the situation in the residential area through binoculars. Through the binoculars, Ji Ruxue once again spotted that policewoman who had been crushed to death yesterday. The woman was now alive and kicking at the residential gate, moving with extraordinary agility. What's going on? Wasn't this woman instantly killed by that huge zombie yesterday? How is she so lively today? There are several more people today. Ji Ruxue noticed not only this resurrected policewoman, but through the binoculars she also saw several additional officers wearing riot gear today. These individuals wore police riot suits that could withstand zombie bites. Clearly they had come prepared. Now these officers had entered Sunshine residential area while Fatty was being lured away by Zhao Lin. What are these fully armed police officers doing in Sunshine residential area? There are no survivors waiting for their rescue here, only other powerful evolved zombies and even a zombie king. Ji Ruxue's eyebrows knitted tightly together. In her view, these police officers downstairs were practically courting death. Oh no, where's Dad gone? Only now did Ji Ruxue realize her zombie father wasn't currently in the room. This couldn't help but make her feel somewhat anxious. After all, these police officers downstairs were all carrying firearms at this current stage. Police-issued weapons still posed significant threats to zombies. A single headshot could kill even an evolved zombie. Why would Dad choose this moment to go out? He wouldn't encounter any danger, would he? Ji Ruxue felt concerned. She absolutely didn't want her father to run into this group of people. Though considering Dad retained human consciousness, he probably wouldn't be foolish enough to walk right into these people's line of fire. At this point, Ji Ruxue could only silently pray in her heart, hoping her zombie father wouldn't be foolish enough to run out and test the muzzle of someone's gun. Everyone move quickly. We don't know how long Zhao Lin can hold out. Find the truck keys and leave this place immediately. When the police team arrived at Sunshine Community and saw the gatekeeper like Big Fatty, they were instantly shocked by the evolved zombie's strength. Even after entering the community, they could still hear the occasional thunderous impacts of the hammer strikes outside, making everyone's scalp tingle with fear. If not for Zhao Lin, an evolved human, distracting the zombies, they would never have made it here. The group quickly began searching Sunshine Community but soon encountered Lu Chuan's zombie puppet squad armed with fire axes, along with the evolved zombie lightning one. The police officers froze in place, their minds going completely blank at the sight of the zombies before them. Bang! 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 Outside the residential compound's gate, the Big Fatty controlled by Lu Chuan kept swinging its twin hammers, but the slender Zhao Lin before it seemed to possess endless stamina. She continuously danced just beyond its reach, and no matter how the twin hammers swung, they simply couldn't land a hit on her. This was the first time since Lu Chuan started controlling Big Fatty that he encountered such a troublesome opponent. Having successfully evolved, Zhao Lin effortlessly dodged several of Big Fatty's attacks, which further boosted her confidence in her own abilities. Utilizing her exceptional agility and speed, she kept leading Big Fatty in circles around the gate area, handling the situation with perfect ease. Is that all you've got, big guy? While running ahead, Zhao Lin casually picked up a wooden stick from the roadside and threw it at Big Fatty, attempting to provoke the evolved zombie. She had already seen her team members enter Sunshine residential area, and Zhao Lin definitely didn't want this evolved zombie turning back toward the compound. Although Zhao Lin's enhanced strength far surpassed ordinary humans, attacks of this level still felt like mere tickles to the tank-type zombie Big Fatty. Lu Chuan frowned deeply. While this woman clearly lacked Big Fatty's brute strength, her reaction speed and agility were superior, leaving him temporarily at a loss. Moreover, she kept changing directions right in front of him, clearly leading him in circles. Lu Chuan couldn't understand why these police officers would come to Sunshine Residential Area without reason. They'd maintained a policy of non-interference, having never crossed paths before yesterday. What astonished Lu Chuan more was how this policewoman seemed completely different after her resurrection compared to yesterday. The same puzzlement was shared by Ji Rushue, who observed them through binoculars from the balcony above. Seems this policewoman is deliberately diverting the big guy's attention to let her team infiltrate Sunshine Residential Area. But why has she become so much stronger? Wait! Ji Rushue's pupils suddenly contracted as she recalled her memories from the previous life. Just yesterday, she had been instantly killed by that huge zombie, yet she revived and even gained significant power enhancement. This is Jianghai City and the person before her is a policewoman. All the elements are present. Could this woman actually be the 9-death demon cop she encountered in her previous life? Chapter 58. This zombie king is truly formidable. Standing on the balcony, Ji Rushue carefully observed the policewoman's face through her binoculars. The more she looked, the more familiar it seemed. Yesterday she had noticed this person looked extremely familiar, but couldn't recall why immediately. Today, combined with this strange transformation, Ji Rushue finally recognized who this person would become in the apocalypse. However, the current policewoman differed somewhat from the 9-death demon cop Ji Rushue knew from the apocalypse. In Ji Rushue's memories, the 9-death demon cop kept a very efficient short haircut and carried an aura of murderous intent about her. Back then, the 9-death demon officer could be said to be decisive in killing, immensely powerful and absolutely ruthless once she took action. But now, Zhao Lin still had long hair and appeared gentle and lovely like a soft-spoken girl. These two versions of the same person shared nothing in common except their facial features, which was why Ji Rushue didn't recognize her immediately. But now, seeing the other party's death and rebirth transformation, Ji Rushue finally realized. Appearance and personality may change due to various events during the apocalypse, but the ability to resurrect from death cannot be faked. Her pre-apocalypse occupation was policewoman. She could resurrect after being killed and even strengthen herself through resurrection. Who else could it be but that 9-death policewoman from Jianghai City in her previous life? Ji Rushue didn't believe such a rare talent could have a second possessor in a small place like Jianghai City. Watching Zhao Ling circling outside the gate with that hulking zombie, Ji Rushue couldn't help feeling somewhat excited. Just 2 days ago, I had been thinking about how to recruit Jianghai City's future top powerhouses. Little did I expect that so soon I would encounter this not yet fully grown 9-death demon officer. The 9-death demon officer's ability to resurrect and grow stronger was simply too heaven-defying. If she could remain more calm and cautious in the early stages and die fewer times, she might even break through to the Emperor realm in the future. If I could subdue the 9-death demon officer before she fully grows, she would become a formidable general under my command. Even in my absence, the 9-death demon officer would be more than capable of protecting my zombie father's safety. On the other side, when Lu Chuan noticed someone else had entered the residential area, endless cold glints instantly flashed through his eyes. Fatty! Crushed that policewoman to death for me. Lu Chuan relinquished his direct control and simply gave Fatty the order to act freely. At the same time, Lu Chuan switched his vision back to the puppet squad within the residential area. Sure enough, several police officers wearing the same bomb squad gear and carrying firearms came into view. These individuals had already entered the residential area, but they apparently hadn't anticipated encountering so many zombies inside. Upon seeing Lu Chuan's puppet zombies, their faces immediately showed astonishment, the expressions beneath their riot helmets visibly paling. Lu Chuan's eyes burned with killing intent. Though unclear about these intruders' exact purpose, Sunshine Residential Area was his territory. Anyone trespassing on his domain had only one fate: death. All of you die. Lu Chuan immediately commanded his puppet zombie squad to charge forward. The officers finally reacted upon seeing the approaching zombies, frantically pulling their triggers. Bang! 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 The concentrated gunfire echoed through the complex, its terrifying reports instinctively chilling to hear. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushue's face dramatically changed color as she immediately thought of her zombie father. The 9-death demon police outside the main gate must undoubtedly be evolved ones. As for whether there are other evolved ones among the remaining humans who entered together, this remains unknown. If there are indeed other evolved ones present, their combat power combined with firearms would be truly formidable. Ji Rushue suddenly felt a shock in her heart as she remembered there was a zombie king residing in Sunshine Residential Area. Could it be that these humans already know about the zombie king's existence and came here specifically to eliminate it? The more Ji Rushue thought about it, the more plausible it seemed otherwise. Why would these fully armed police officers come to Sunshine Residential Area for no reason? There were neither supplies nor survivors here, nothing except this zombie king that could possibly attract humans. Growing increasingly worried, Ji Rushue hurriedly opened the door and rushed down from the 7th floor to the 2nd floor to prevent her zombie father from dying at the hands of these human evolved ones. When Ji Rushua reached the balcony, she discovered the combat strength of this zombie puppet squad far exceeded her expectations. Facing the officers' gunfire, the puppet squad actually raised their fire axes, blocking their foreheads while charging forward madly. The sudden appearance of these puppets had already unsettled the officers. Now seeing bullets being blocked by axes, the officers were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell kind of zombies are these? Since when do they block bullets? Bang! 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 The officers kept aiming for headshots, but with just their handguns and rifles, they couldn't penetrate the fire axes to hit the zombies behind. Moreover, Lu Chuan had equipped all these puppets with full-face motorcycle helmets. Damn it! It's all Zhao Lin's fault. If she hadn't insisted on retrieving that truck, we wouldn't be in this mess. Shooting while cursing, the officers found these zombies completely different from any they'd encountered before, thoroughly disrupting their formation. Ji Rushua looked out from the second-floor balcony towards the battlefield, but still couldn't see any trace of her father, which made her extremely anxious. However, after scanning the residential area carefully, Ji Rushua suddenly spotted her father hiding at the corner of a building. Seeing her father safe and sound, Ji Rushua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed her zombie father was quite special indeed, not obeying the zombie king's command to go forward as cannon fodder. With their fire axes and helmets for defense, plus the agile zombies drawing most of the firepower, the zombie squad quickly closed in on the officers. Among these people, only Zhao Lin was an evolved human. Ordinary people meeting zombies at close range would meet a tragic end. It would have been better if they encountered ordinary zombies, as their riot gear could at least withstand zombie bites. Unfortunately, they encountered the zombie squad controlled by Lu Chuan. Fire in turns. Remember to reload. Retreat, retreat, everyone retreat immediately. Faced with these bizarre zombies, the officers completely lost their will to resist and frantically fled toward the neighborhood entrance. They had already been unable to effectively eliminate these zombie puppets, and now with their formation broken, the creatures instantly closed the distance. Under Lu Chuan's command, the zombie puppets approached wordlessly, raising their axes to directly hack at the officers' necks and joints. Piercing screams immediately echoed through the residential compound. Damn you, Zhao Lin! I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Bastards! Where did these zombies come from? Amidst the horrific shrieks, several officers were hacked to death by the chaotic axe blows. The gunfire within the neighborhood ceased. Standing on her balcony, Ji Rushua couldn't help but gasp in shock. I never imagined the Zombie King and Sunshine community would be so terrifying. These controlled zombies actually arm themselves and can even block bullets. Such a terrifying Zombie King, who knows where it's hiding? Ji Rushua furrowed her brows, silently contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to eliminate the Zombie King right now. Chapter 59. I dare you to come back to life again. Ji Rushua never expected this Zombie King to be even more outrageous than she had imagined. At least according to Ji Rushua's memories from her previous life, the Zombie King and Sunshine community was far more exaggerated than any she had encountered before. The Zombie King she met in her past life could at most command other zombies to attack, but this one in the community clearly possessed much more advanced combat techniques in controlling zombies. After pondering for a while, Ji Rushua ultimately shook her head. Forget it, it's better not to alert the enemy for now. She hasn't yet reached an irreconcilable stage with this Zombie King, and most crucially, she still doesn't know its exact hiding place. Moreover, she's unaware of this Zombie King's true capabilities. If she fails, it might just become more vigilant. According to Ji Rushua's understanding of the Zombie King, once startled, it would immediately relocate and continue to lay low. The Zombie King escaping would be bad enough, but the crucial point is that it could influence her zombie father's behavior. It might even manipulate her zombie father into leaving Sunshine residential area. If they left now, all the supplies her father had collected in this building would go to waste, all his hard work during this period. Moreover, Ji Rushua couldn't guarantee what might happen if the assassination attempt failed. Faced with such a highly intelligent Zombie King, Ji Rushua decided she must be absolutely certain she could kill it in a single strike before taking action. After all, this residential area alone had as many as 3 evolved zombies. Controlling 3 evolved zombies simultaneously was no easy feat. It suggested the Zombie King in this area might already have reached the 2nd tier. This meant it was on the same level as her. The most crucial point is that Ji Rushua is currently just an infant. Although she has broken through to the 2nd rank, her combat effectiveness is still limited by physical constraints. It's better to wait until I reach the 3rd rank before taking action. By then, with the advantage of my cultivation realm, I should have a chance to completely eliminate this Zombie King. Ji Rushua was quite confident about her cultivation breakthrough. After all, in the early stages, zombies could only advance by continuously accumulating crystal cores. But what Ji Rushua currently masters is the most scientific cultivation method developed by humans in the late apocalypse period, which offers relatively fast cultivation speed. Father, wait for me a little longer. I believe I'll soon be able to help you break free from that Zombie King's control. After giving her zombie father hiding in the shadows one last profound look, Ji Rushua decisively turned and went upstairs. All those humans who ran into Sunshine Residential Area have already been hacked to death by zombies with random axes, basically posing no significant threat anymore. Evolved zombies are quite sensitive to the scent of living humans, and since this is the second floor, it's relatively easy to expose oneself here. To avoid implicating her zombie father, Ji Rushua quickly returned to the 7th floor. How strange. Why would these fully armed policemen leave their police station to come all the way to Sunshine Residential Area? Looking at the police officers' bodies that had been hacked apart by his zombie puppets' axes, Lu Chuan couldn't help feeling puzzled. Lu Chuan had already sent his zombie puppets to search the Sunshine Residential Area thoroughly, yet he still couldn't figure out what exactly had attracted these officers. However, Lu Chuan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, his powers were growing stronger, so he wasn't particularly worried about attacks from this small survivor group. Unless it was some heavily armed military force coming, Lu Chuan wouldn't be especially concerned. Looking at the police gun held in the corpse's hand, Lu Chuan smiled slightly. He then took down all the police guns and bullets from several bodies. Weighing the black firearm in his hand, Lu Chuan immediately felt a strong sense of security. Lu Chuan couldn't help but ponder, these firearms still have very strong killing power. Could he equip his zombie puppets with guns in the future? Zombies that can shoot guns, who could withstand that? Originally, zombies were already extremely difficult to eliminate, only killable by headshots. Even with just half a body remaining, they could still continuously attack. Combined with firearms, they'd be practically invincible. Bang! 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 At this moment, continuous smashing sounds still came from outside the residential area's entrance. Remembering there was still a female officer outside that needed dealing with, Lu Chuan quickly switched his consciousness to Big Fatty. Through the revival evolution ability, Zhao Lin's physical fitness had now been significantly enhanced. Facing the clumsy and slow-moving Fatty, Zhao Lin could handle it with ease for the time being, effortlessly toying with this tank-type zombie. However, Zhao Lin also understood that, given her current strength, directly confronting this tank-type zombie would still be extremely difficult. But leading it around in circles was not much of a problem. Zhao Lin originally only intended to buy time, allowing her companions to enter the residential area and search for the truck keys. As long as they secured the truck, the group would have hope of escaping the city. However, Zhao Lin was unaware that her police companions had already been killed by zombies inside the residential area. Among the group sent by the police station, she was the only surviving evolved individual left. After Fatty came under Lu Chuan's direct control, its combat effectiveness drastically improved. Lu Chuan's battle instincts had noticeably sharpened compared to before. His control over the evolved zombie enhanced its fighting prowess, whereas Zhao Lin had previously been able to handle Fatty's attacks with ease. But she suddenly noticed that Fatty's hammer swinging speed had become even more furious. The crucial point was that each hammer's landing spot had become more unpredictable, often able to accurately anticipate Zhao Lin's movements. Zhao Lin could only rely on her evolved body to narrowly dodge the attacks by a hair's breadth. Feeling the sudden surge of pressure, Zhao Lin's pupils contracted. Against Fatty's assaults, the slightest carelessness might result in a direct hit. What's going on? How did this big oaf suddenly become so intelligent? Under the increasing combat pressure, cold sweat covered Zhao Lin's forehead. She stared at the hulking figure behind her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zhao Lin never expected that in just moments, her opponent's combat ability could improve so dramatically, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Ji Rushua had been observing the battle from the 7th floor all along. Watching Zhao Lin quickly get single-handedly suppressed by Fatty, Ji Rushua couldn't help but feel utterly helpless. This idiot! With only 9 lives to begin with, she's about to waste another one for nothing. Just as Ji Rushua had predicted, under Lu Chuan's dense and fierce attacks, Zhao Lin quickly reached her limit. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chuan switched his left hammer to a thrusting motion, sending Zhao Lin stumbling backward. Before she could recover, his right hammer came crashing down, shattering her spine, the sound of snapping bones unmistakably clear. Thud! 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 Having witnessed this woman's resurrection before, Lu Chuan now swung both hammers with frenzied brutality. Like pounding beef into meatballs, he shattered every bone in Zhao Lin's body, pulverized her organs, and left the ground soaked in gushing blood. Only when Zhao Lin lay completely lifeless did Lu Chuan finally relent. For those who came looking for trouble, Lu Chuan never held back. Moreover, Zhao Lin came back from death yesterday and returned with backup today. Who knows if she might bring the army next time. I'll smash you to pieces. See if you can resurrect again after this. Chapter 60. Seriously, is this woman cheating? Could this woman be any dumber? Such a precious resurrection opportunity wasted just like that. You idiot! Don't you know you only have 9 resurrection chances? You've already wasted 2 of them for nothing. Ji Rushua on the balcony watched Zhao Lin get killed again and felt utterly speechless. This resurrection ability that makes you several times stronger after death is absolutely monstrous. Yet such an incredible gift is being wasted so carelessly by Zhao Lin. From Jirushua's memory, the 9-death demon cop talent isn't just heaven-defying, it's practically pure stat cheating levels of broken. Because Zhao Lin's talent is calculated based on her strength at the time of death. Each death directly multiplies her strength several times over its previous level. If Zhao Lin could save this rare resurrection opportunity for later use, the enhancement effect would be terrifyingly powerful. In Jirushua's memories from her past life, the 9-death demon cop had wasted this monstrous talent by using too many resurrection chances during the apocalypse's early stages. Otherwise, with such an overpowering supernatural ability, she wouldn't have ultimately plateaued at merely the Emperor realm. Jirushua had previously considered that if she could subdue the other party early enough, she might be able to help the 9-death demon cop reach the Imperial realm in the future. But clearly, this woman proved even more foolish in the early apocalypse than she'd imagined, otherwise she wouldn't have only one life remaining when they met. At the residential complex's entrance, Lu Chuan finally managed to kill this resurrected woman by controlling Fatty. He manipulated Fatty to step forward and confiscate Zhao Lin's police pistol. Combined with the police guns from those officers earlier, Lu Chuan now has 6 police firearms accumulated in his possession. Moreover, he's retrieved quite a few bullets from these officers' bodies. Holding this cold firearm in his hands, a glint of cold light flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes. With lethal weapons at hand, killing intent naturally arises. Originally, zombies only wielded fire axes, but now with firearms in hand, their combat power would rise sharply. Lu Chuan even began considering whether to simply take down that police station while he's at it. He presumed there must be plenty of guns and ammunition inside the police station, and typically police stations are quite well equipped with firearms. If possible, he might be able to upgrade his zombie puppets equipment and directly assemble a squad of zombie puppets armed with firearms. Lu Chuan had long noticed the survivor group near the police station. Although he's turned into a zombie, he still retains human consciousness. Although Lu Chuan harbored no particular affection for humanity in this world, having inherited a human soul, he remained reluctant to actively attack these human survivor groups. Yet unexpectedly, these human survivors came to his doorstep despite him not provoking them first. If yesterday's appearance of that policewoman at Sunshine Community's entrance was merely coincidental, then today's events, her resurrection and return with more team members, clearly indicated a premeditated scheme. With today's encounter involving an evolved human and several armed officers, Lu Chuan couldn't guarantee that a SWAT team might not show up tomorrow. Moreover, assembling a zombie squad equipped with firearms proved far too tempting an idea. The mere thought of fearless, painless zombies capable of ranged attacks was terrifying enough. With such a squad at his command, Lu Chuan felt he could truly dominate the city streets without restraint. Having come to this conclusion, Lu Chuan made up his mind to send an evolved zombie to investigate the police station area tomorrow. Primarily, Lu Chuan wanted to verify whether there were other evolved beings in the police station. This woman who could fake her death had truly taken him by surprise. Reviving overnight with all injuries healed, this was even more outrageous than zombies. A gentleman might wait 10 years to take revenge, but as a zombie, he demanded immediate retribution. Lu Chuan's principle had always been, don't provoke others if unprovoked. But if provoked, eradicate them completely. The police station had repeatedly caused trouble, and Lu Chuan wasn't going to tolerate it anymore. Whoever threatened the safety of himself and Xiao Qiqi would be eliminated without hesitation. At least Lu Chuan was certain these officers would shoot him on sight. In that case, he'd show no mercy either. How infuriating. I originally planned to take Xiao Qiqi downstairs soon for some fresh air and sunshine, but with all this killing going on, that's impossible now. I originally didn't want to bother with these human survivors, but now it seems that for the safety of Sunshine Community, if absolutely necessary, I'll have to drive away both survivor groups in the vicinity. After resolving the community battle and ordering the corpse puppets to clean up the battlefield, Lu Chuan returned upstairs. Pushing open the door, he saw little Qiqi lying on the coffee table doing her homework. Seeing the child's diligent and studious adorable appearance, Lu Chuan's previously gloomy mood instantly improved significantly. Nothing compares to my daughter's cuteness. No matter who you are, don't even think about disturbing my daughter's studies. After night fell, Lu Chuan watched as little Qiqi obediently went to bed and fell asleep before returning to the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Chuan frowned and began contemplating his next steps. Nowadays, little Qiqi is clearly developing much faster than ordinary infants, and my daughter is absolutely a prodigy. Lu Chuan pondered to himself how he could provide a better growth environment for little Qiqi. You must understand that raising a child is a marathon task. To ensure Xiao Qiqi grows up healthily, it would take at least many years. First of all, Sunshine Community where they currently reside is absolutely not a place for long-term stay. Although I've temporarily stockpiled quite a lot of food now, sitting idle and eating will exhaust the savings. The food will eventually run out one day. Even if it doesn't get completely consumed, it would spoil and go bad due to temperature changes, making long-term preservation impossible. Being a zombie myself, I don't care, but for the little one to grow up healthy, these are all issues I must consider. We still need to create food production. There must be renewable food sources to ensure the little one has continuous food and nutrition intake in the coming days. Lu Chuan truly has no experience in this aspect after all. In his previous life he was just an ordinary office worker. When thinking about post-apocalyptic survival, the only references Lu Chuan can recall are those wasteland video games. Should I start farming? With so many zombie puppets anyway, they're all free labor force. Cultivating land for continuous planting proves to be a sustainable development method. But at this moment, Lu Chuan suddenly had a realization. His eyes immediately filled with shock. After switching to Big Fatty's perspective, Lu Chuan saw that female police officer who had been smashed to pieces by him during daytime was now standing up completely unharmed. Holy shit! Is this woman cheating? Chapter 61, Cooperating with the 9 Death Demon Cop to Eliminate the Zombie King. Lu Chuan was utterly dumbfounded. The corpse that had been smashed into a pulp outside the residential gate was actually slowly reassembling into a graceful human form under a crimson glow. When the light faded, standing perfectly intact on the street was none other than Zhao Lin. Lu Chuan felt his brain couldn't process this. Seriously, bro? Which one of us is actually the zombie here? I smashed you into pulp, yet you're still fucking alive. Lu Chuan felt his worldview being constantly refreshed. He thought this world seemed to have no limits. People could actually die and revive repeatedly. Even zombies without pain perception would be dead beyond redemption after being smashed like this. And revival was one thing, but this woman didn't have a single injury on her body. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Meanwhile, Ji Rushue, who had been pretending to sleep in the bedroom earlier, had now rushed to the window, observing the situation below through the previously made hole. In her previous life, Ji Rushue had been very curious about how this 9 Death Demon Cop revived, or whether there were any special conditions for revival. For example, the preservation state of the corpse, or the manner of death. She had also wondered whether this 9 Death Demon Cop could still revive if the physical body was completely destroyed, but unfortunately she never got the chance to experiment. The scene of Zhao Lin's revival just now had also been witnessed by Ji Rushue. Even though she had reached the Emperor realm in her previous life, Ji Rushue still felt utterly shocked by this. This innate ability was simply too outrageous. It wasn't just simple resurrection, even shattered bones and flesh could completely regenerate. One must understand that flesh and blood regeneration isn't that simple. This already involved the power of life laws. According to Ji Rushue's memories from her past life, law power was something only monarch-level experts could comprehend. Yet this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. For the 9 Death Demon Enforcer to master law-level power while still so weak was utterly terrifying. Although Ji Rushue knew this was a passively mastered ability for the 9 Death Demon Enforcer, it still proved her monstrous talent. Subjugate. I must subjugate this woman. Looking down at Zhao Lin below, Ji Rushue's eyes shone with intense light. With such monstrously exceptional talent, she absolutely had to recruit her to her side. With proper cultivation, this 9 Death Demon Cop's future achievements will undoubtedly exceed all expectations, and she can become a tremendous asset in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, who had shocked both Lu Chuan and Ji Rushue, stood frozen in place herself. Zhao Lin stared at her completely unharmed body with equal disbelief. She even began questioning whether she was hallucinating or if everything before her was just a prolonged dream. The sensation of being killed by that creature during daytime remained vividly clear in her memory. That feeling couldn't have been faked. It had truly happened to her. Have I been reborn again? Could it be that I possess an immortal body? Zhao Lin's eyes widened, her breathing momentarily growing rapid from excitement. And it wasn't just resurrection from death. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, realizing her current strength seemed significantly greater than during daytime. Compared to earlier, my combat power has actually increased considerably. Is this the ability possessed by evolvers? Getting stronger upon death. This is simply too overpowered. Zhao Lin could no longer suppress the upward curl of her lips, her entire being brimming with excitement. The leaflets scattered from the military helicopter mentioned that evolvers with extraordinary abilities possess exceptionally formidable combat strength. Now Zhao Lin believed it. The evolver's ability was truly terrifying. Ha! What can mere zombies do to me? Though killed twice consecutively, Zhao Lin's confidence now surged dramatically. It couldn't be helped. Anyone who revived after certain death would undergo tremendous psychological changes, especially when their power multiplied several times after resurrection. Staring at the tank-type zombie that had killed her twice, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes before she charged straight at Big Fatty. Though revived, the sensation of being killed had been all too real. Just recalling the incident makes Zhao Lin shudder with lingering fear, fueling her anger even more. Lu Chuan was still reeling from the shock of this female officer repeatedly coming back from the dead when he saw her charging straight toward Fatty. An intense fury immediately surged in Lu Chuan's heart. So what if you cheat? So what if you can revive? Damn it! If I could kill you twice, I can kill you 3 or 4 more times. I refuse to believe you can still come back. He had already thought the battle was over, but this woman had the audacity to resurrect yet again. To put it plainly, what was happening to Zhao Lin completely shattered Lu Chuan's worldview, filling him with both astonishment and an increasingly murderous intent. Such a being capable of resurrection must be eradicated completely, otherwise, who knows what might happen in the future. Lu Chuan controlled Fatty's body, raising his twin hammers to meet the challenge. You can revive, huh? Then let's see just how many lives you've got. Swish, swish. In his burning rage, Big Fatty Lu Chuan swung the pair of iron hammers with such ferocity that the whooshing sound sent chills down people's spines. Heh, big guy, you've killed me twice already. I don't believe you can kill me a third time. Zhao Lin's eyes were slightly bloodshot at this moment. Like Lu Chuan, she was consumed by murderous intent. Lu Chuan was extremely frustrated after failing to kill his opponent despite 2 attempts. Zhao Lin felt even more furious, being killed twice by the same zombie, with the second death being particularly humiliating as her body had been smashed to pieces. This was absolutely unbearable. Even though Zhao Lin was kind-hearted and gentle by nature, her movements now were exceptionally fierce. Lu Chuan frowned as he realized during their exchange that this policewoman had actually grown stronger again. Her speed was noticeably faster than during daytime. No matter how fast or viciously he swung his hammers, he couldn't threaten her anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chuan swung his massive hammer, thrusting, whirling, and smashing, but this time all his attacks were dodged consecutively by Zhao Lin. Immediately after, Zhao Lin's body exploded into action like a leopard, swiftly arriving behind Fatty. Bang! She then delivered a whip kick that struck squarely at Fatty's knee joint. The tremendous force made Fatty momentarily unable to withstand it, dropping to one knee. Lu Chuan hastily swung both hammers, forcing Zhao Lin to retreat quickly. On the 7th floor, Ji Rushue observed the scene and nodded slightly in approval. As expected of the 9 Death Demon cop, after revival, her strength has indeed increased again. This woman is stupid but strong. Perhaps she can be used to team up and eliminate the Zombie King in the residential area. Chapter 62. If you can't beat it alone, then gang up on it. The more Ji Rushue thought about it, the more feasible this plan seemed. Although this 9 Death Demon cop from the early days of the apocalypse doesn't seem to have adapted to post-apocalyptic life yet and appears a bit slow-witted, but there's no way around it. This person's awakened resurrection and power enhancement ability is simply too overpowered. In Ji Rushue's eyes, this policewoman was practically born under a lucky star, being hand-fed by the heavens themselves. She could both resurrect herself and double her combat strength each time. Such monstrous talent Ji Rushue had never encountered another like her in the entire apocalyptic world. Although at the very beginning of the apocalypse, this 9 Death Police had already been killed twice by the same evolved zombie. While this was indeed somewhat outrageous, her even more outrageous talent meant that after dying twice, her strength had multiplied several times over, surpassing even first-tier evolved zombies. Now she had even reached second-tier strength. If Ji Rushue were to act alone against a zombie king capable of controlling multiple evolved zombies, there might still be some risk. But with this immortal policewoman who had already achieved second-tier strength, their success rate would increase dramatically. With this undying policewoman drawing attention up front while Ji Rushue secretly attacked using her own abilities, they might actually have a chance to eliminate this zombie king in a single strike. The zombie king within Sunshine Community exerted tremendous pressure on Ji Rushue. This was merely the early stage of the apocalypse, yet this zombie king had already mastered the combat techniques of controlling zombies with great proficiency. It even surpassed those zombie kings she encountered in her previous life that could already command seas of corpses. Ji Rushue dared not imagine how monstrous this zombie king's power would become if allowed to continue growing. Moreover, her zombie father still lived within Sunshine Community, under this zombie king's control. Therefore, no matter what, she had to eliminate this threat as quickly as possible. However, how to cooperate with this 9 Death Demon police officer plunged Ji Rushue into deep contemplation once again. After all, she wasn't in her previous life's body. Now this infant form was rather awkward to say the least. Outside Sunshine Community, Lu Chuan kept clashing with this 9 Death Demon police officer, but as the battle progressed, the pressure in Lu Chuan's heart grew increasingly heavier. Because he discovered this woman's power growth was abnormally terrifying. Bang! 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 Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty, continuously swinging those massive iron hammers, leaving the ground at the residential compound's entrance completely ravaged. But this time, no matter how Lu Chuan attacked, Zhao Lin could precisely dodge every strike. That slender, graceful body erupted with terrifying speed and strength. Her vastly improved physical coordination made even the edges of her clothes untouchable by Lu Chuan's dual hammers. Even now, Zhao Lin could swiftly close the distance to Big Fatty, launching counterattacks while dodging the giant hammers. Her terrifying force frequently made even the defensively formidable Big Fatty tremble, even getting hit multiple times in joint areas that forced him into half-kneeling positions to disperse the impact. Lu Chuan could only rely on his twin hammer's offensive range, constantly swinging to maintain distance from her. Gazing at this slender-figured policewoman before him, Lu Chuan's eyes were filled with grave solemnity. In less than a day, this person's combat capability had already increased several-fold. Her speed, strength, agility, reactions, every aspect had improved dramatically. Yesterday I could still instantly kill her, but now this woman's combat power has actually surpassed Fatty. This is simply too outrageous. Lu Chuan was shocked by this woman's absurd progression. Not only did she survive being killed, but her strength actually doubled as if completely reborn. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? Lu Chuan originally thought his situation transmigrating to this apocalyptic world, becoming a zombie while retaining human consciousness, was already incredibly rare. He had often wondered during countless late nights whether he might be the protagonist like in those web novels he read in his previous life. After all, the probability of something like this happening was extremely low. But now, after seeing this policewoman, Lu Chuan's belief began to waver. Because he realized this female officer before him was the true chosen one. Compared to her, he might as well be just an NPC. Fine. Since you're cheating, don't blame me for abandoning martial ethics. Lu Chuan manipulated his remaining zombie puppets, sending them towards the battlefield as reinforcements. Since Big Fatty couldn't win in a one-on-one fight, don't blame him for resorting to gang tactics. Your talent is resurrection and growth, mine is controlling zombie puppets. Now let me show you my full current strength. In an instant, Lightning 1 and 2, along with other ordinary zombie puppet squads, came charging from all directions of the residential area. Although this woman had become much stronger after evolution, Lu Chuan refused to believe that his 3 evolved zombie puppets plus so many ordinary ones couldn't subdue her. Lu Chuan even ran down from the 7th floor himself. This was mainly because Lu Chuan controlled the zombies using his own mental power, similar to wireless networks or Bluetooth in his previous life. Lu Chuan's brain served as the signal source, while the controlled zombie puppets were individual terminals. The farther apart they were, the weaker the signal became. Currently, Lu Chuan's maximum controllable range was 8,000 meters. However, this distance is affected by the number of controlled zombies and the complexity of the combat situation. At this moment, Lu Chuan is simultaneously controlling all the zombies while making each one fight according to his will. This places tremendous strain on his psychic power. For Lu Chuan at his current level, controlling so many zombies in combat at once is somewhat overwhelming for his psychic energy, so he can only maintain close range control to minimize the drain on his power. Zhao Lin naturally heard the commotion inside the residential area. Looking up, she saw a large number of zombies charging toward her and instantly felt her scalp tingle. She hadn't expected there to be so many zombies inside the compound, with what appeared to be evolved zombies mixed among them. Faced with such a horde rushing at her all at once, even with her continuously improving strength, she might not be a match for them. This is bad. If there are this many zombies in the compound, then everyone. Thinking of the others who had entered the compound during the day to retrieve keys, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a sense of ominous foreboding. There are actually so many zombies in this residential area. Even as an evolved human, I feel my scalp tingling with fear, let alone my companions. Moreover, it's already nighttime now, they're most likely in grave danger. Ha! Did Dad go downstairs? In the bedroom, Ji Rushue sensed the sound of Lu Chuan opening the door and leaving. Could it be that Dad received the summon from the Zombie King again and went to fight that 9 Death Demon cop? After some thought, Ji Rushue followed downstairs as well. Chapter 63, Many thanks for your rescue, esteemed master. Ji Rushue went all the way downstairs and pushed open the unit door. This was her first time leaving the building since her rebirth. The room Lu Chuan chose to live in was in Building 5, still some distance from the residential area's entrance. After surveying the terrain, Ji Rushue quietly made her way to the vicinity of Building 1, using greenery belts and various public facilities as cover along the way. Building number 1 was located closest to the residential compound's gate. To get a better view, Ji Rushue directly opened the unit door and stealthily made her way to the second floor of building number 1. From the second floor windows here, she could clearly observe the fierce battle taking place at the entrance. Since he couldn't defeat his opponent in single combat, Lu Chuan had gathered all his zombie puppets at the entrance. Currently under his control, Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 had respectively joined the battle. As for Zhao Lin, the remaining ordinary zombie puppets didn't pose much of a threat, serving only as minor distractions. Although these zombie puppets differed from regular zombies by being able to continuously swing their axe blades, there was still a significant gap in physical capabilities between the two sides. Using just these cold weapons alone, it remained difficult to bridge the power gap with an evolved human. After all, these ordinary zombies didn't even possess first-tier strength, while Zhao Lin, having broken through continuously, now boasted strength equivalent to a second-tier expert. Fortunately, Lu Chuan had provided excellent protection for these ordinary zombies. Each wore a helmet, otherwise Zhao Lin might have counter-killed several upon first encounter. Lu Chuan simply ordered the ordinary zombies to retreat to the side, having the 3 evolved zombies attack together, instantly putting immense pressure on Zhao Lin. Apart from Big Fatty, the tank-type zombie with both offense and defense at the forefront, there were also 2 extremely fast agility-type zombies. Zhao Lin could only continuously dodge the evolved zombies' attacks, using the terrain outside the residential area to distance herself from Big Fatty while carefully avoiding the coordinated assaults of the 2 agility-type zombies. Although the growls kept ringing in her ears, Zhao Lin still showed no intention of retreating. Perhaps having experienced life and death situations made Zhao Lin much braver now. Moreover, having been killed twice consecutively by Big Fatty and personally experiencing death twice had somewhat toughened Zhao Lin's originally sensitive nerves. A bunch of bloodthirsty monsters. Today I'll see exactly what gives you the strength to slaughter humans so wantonly. After becoming an evolved human, Zhao Lin's strength increased and her confidence grew substantially. Drawing upon her police combat training, Zhao Lin momentarily unleashed impressive power against the surrounding zombies. Especially after realizing her comrades had likely perished in the zombie horde, Zhao Lin became consumed with fury. For Zhao Lin, these past weeks had been spent fighting side by side with these very comrades. Since the apocalypse began, nearly every survivor had lost family, loved ones, or companions to the zombies. Having held out at the police station with these officers for over a month, Zhao Lin had developed deep bonds with them all. The likely annihilation of her battle-forged comrades made Zhao Lin burn with rage, leaving her with only one desire to slaughter these zombies for vengeance. Although Zhao Lin appeared delicate and fragile in appearance, at this moment of unleashing her full power, even 3 evolved zombies temporarily found it difficult to suppress her. She grew increasingly ferocious in battle as she suddenly remembered her resurrection ability. Instead of continuously dodging as before, she now charged straight into the zombie horde for direct confrontation, fighting with what seemed like reckless abandon. From upstairs, Ji Rushua scanned the battlefield perimeter and discovered her father hiding among the ordinary zombies without joining the fight. This realization made Ji Rushua breathe a sigh of relief. As expected, while father might be influenced by that zombie king, perhaps because he retains human consciousness, he hasn't been completely controlled into becoming cannon fodder. Ji Rushua cared little about other zombies as long as her zombie father remained unharmed. That was sufficient. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan's true body mingled among several ordinary zombie puppets, his form completely inconspicuous at this moment. Meanwhile, seeing that 3 evolved zombies couldn't subdue Zhao Lin alone, Lu Chuan felt somewhat surprised. He immediately divided his psychic control to manipulate 6 zombie puppets who directly raised their police guns to aim at Zhao Lin. Bang! 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 In the silent night, rapid gunshots suddenly rang out. Zhao Lin's heart immediately tightened as she desperately tried to dodge. Although she was already a second-stage evolver, her speed still couldn't outpace bullets. Moreover, there were still 3 evolved zombies harassing her nearby. Despite her best efforts to evade, Zhao Lin was still shot in the arm, blood immediately streaming down continuously. The excruciating pain of the bullet entering her body made Zhao Lin gasp repeatedly, with fine beads of cold sweat instantly appearing on her forehead. Zhao Lin glanced at the group of gun-wielding zombies before her eyes filled with shock. How is this possible? How can these ordinary zombies who only know how to bite actually use guns? Staring at the dark gun barrel before her, Zhao Lin's heartbeat skipped a beat. Even as an evolved human, she couldn't withstand bullet shots. The mere thought of being killed by a zombie using human firearms filled Zhao Lin with extreme humiliation. Upstairs, Ji Rushua witnessed this entire scene and instinctively exclaimed, "What a terrifying zombie king! To master human weapons in such a short time, this defies all natural laws." Ji Rushua furrowed her brows. This zombie king in Sunshine Neighborhood must be eliminated quickly. If allowed to grow further, the consequences would be unimaginable. After those people died in Sunshine Neighborhood just this afternoon, and now the zombie king has learned to use firearms by nightfall, Ji Rushua dared not let it develop any longer, for who knew what might happen next. Meanwhile, seeing Zhao Lin's injured arm, Lu Chuan immediately commanded his evolved zombies to launch another fierce assault. The injury to one arm significantly reduced Zhao Lin's combat effectiveness, forcing her to constantly dodge under the surrounding attacks. Additionally, the substantial blood loss also affected her speed to some extent. Originally, Zhao Lin could barely hold her own against the assault of 3 evolved zombies, but now with her injury, she was gradually being overpowered. Strike when you're down, I'll take your life. Die now. Lu Chuan seized the moment, controlling De Pang to swing the iron hammer, aiming for a fatal blow. But just then, De Pang's muscular figure froze midair for a full second. That brief moment allowed Zhao Lin to narrowly evade the lethal strike. At the same time, a somewhat childish voice echoed in Zhao Lin's mind. "What are you staring at? Run! Remember to meet me at the breakfast shop near the neighborhood tomorrow night." Only then did Zhao Lin realize she had just been saved. She immediately seized the chance to escape toward the distance, shouting loudly, "Thank you for your help, mysterious benefactor." Chapter 64, Survival Lies in Prudence, Not Recklessness. In the silent night, Zhao Lin's voice suddenly rang out loudly. Hearing this noise, Ji Rushua on the second floor immediately wore an expression of speechless frustration. "A master. Master my ass. Do I look like some kind of master to you? Is this policewoman mentally challenged or something?" At a time like this, instead of fleeing for her life, she still has to turn back and shout nonsense. Does she think she's acting in some martial arts movie? In Ji Rushua's opinion, Zhao Lin shouting like that in front of so many zombies was practically no different from betraying her allies. If not for having witnessed this policewoman get killed by evolved zombies twice already, Jirushua might have suspected her of deliberately alerting the zombies. Was she always this stupid in the early days of the apocalypse? No wonder she never progressed beyond emperor rank despite having such monstrous talent. I originally thought she must have encountered some deadly danger early in the apocalypse that forced her to burn through her revival chances so quickly, but now it's clear this woman probably died from sheer stupidity. Glancing at the zombie horde below, Jirushua shook her head helplessly. Fortunately, the current opponents are merely a group of zombies. After all, zombies of this level likely haven't developed the intelligence for normal human communication and probably can't understand human speech. What Jirushua had just employed was a special ability she acquired in her previous life from a secret realm. It was an arcane technique called sound transmission, which uses mental power to convey words directly into the target's consciousness for silent communication. This technique allows Jirushua to communicate successfully without making any sound in this apocalyptic world. Though today the technique only half succeeded while she indeed made no sound, Zhao Lin concluded the interaction by broadcasting it to the world. Jirushua's purpose for intervening this time was to successfully establish contact with the 9 Death Demon officer. Eliminating the Zombie King in Sunshine Residential District was an urgent priority, and Jirushua didn't want to see its power continue growing unchecked. So I must reach a cooperation agreement with the 9 Death Demon cop as soon as possible. Without this second-tier powerhouse who can continuously resurrect to take the front line, Jirushua had no confidence in completely eliminating that Zombie King. Moreover, Zhao Lin had already been killed twice consecutively at Sunshine Community's entrance over 2 days. Jirushua really didn't want this idiot to waste another life here. I need to hurry back to the bedroom. Father will probably return soon after the battle ends. Seeing numerous zombies already preparing to return to the community, Jirushua quickly left building number 1 and ran back to building number 5. After continuous practice during this period combined with her psychic enhancement, Jirushua had already acquired considerable speed. Lu Chuan stood still watching the injured policewoman rapidly disappear into the darkness, choosing not to send any corpse puppets in pursuit. He just stared grimly at the direction of her departure. After all, Lu Chuan had just fallen for the lure the tiger away from the mountain tactic during the day. Fortunately, the zombie puppets in the residential area were strong enough to eliminate that squad. Who knows if some other characters might come here. However, Lu Chuan felt somewhat puzzled by Zhao Lin's words earlier. Thanks to the master for saving me. Could there be other hidden human powerhouses nearby? Lu Chuan cautiously scanned the surroundings, but the streets looked no different than usual. There wasn't the slightest movement around, nothing seemed suspicious at all. The zombie puppets Lu Chuan had deployed nearby also hadn't detected any abnormalities. Even so, Lu Chuan remained very concerned about Zhao Lin's words and immediately began controlling numerous zombie puppets to disperse in all directions. But after turning the entire area upside down, Lu Chuan still found no traces of other humans. The absence of any human traces didn't relieve Lu Chuan, instead, it made him even more cautious. Lu Chuan believed the female officer's parting words couldn't have been aimless. Facing a group of mindless zombies like them, her actions before fleeing would serve no purpose otherwise. Her manner clearly suggested she was signaling to someone else. How strange, who exactly was that policewoman speaking to? Lu Chuan carefully recalled his earlier control over Fatso's state. Originally, he could have delivered a fatal blow to the officer. But for some inexplicable reason, his movements seemed to have paused momentarily, allowing her to escape by sheer luck. At this thought, Lu Chuan's brow furrowed deeply. The zombie puppets under his control wouldn't pause without reason. Could there truly be other humans hiding nearby and remaining completely undetected by him? The possibility that some evolved human might have secretly interfered in his battle with Zhao Lin made Lu Chuan's heart sink heavily. These human evolved abilities keep getting more and more bizarre. Lu Chuan originally believed that his ability to control zombies after the Blood Moon was already exceptionally formidable, but recent consecutive events have made him realize there are actually quite many evolvers in this apocalyptic world. One should never underestimate the heroes of this world. After all, even this seemingly not too bright female police officer could resurrect twice, with her combat power doubling each time. Lu Chuan couldn't guarantee what strength other human evolvers might have attained by now. Tonight's words shouted by Zhao Lin made Lu Chuan grow increasingly cautious. Lu Chuan nodded secretly to himself. It seemed he would need to maintain better concealment from now on, as one could never tell when another revolver might suddenly emerge from some corner. If these human evolvers discovered all these zombies were being controlled by him, they would undoubtedly adopt the strategy of capture the thief first by catching their leader. Currently, he had only reached the second level after all, and moreover, he wasn't the zombie type that focused on physical enhancement. If he were truly targeted by human evolvers, then the chances of survival would likely be slim. Lu Chuan decided he still needed to maintain a low profile. Lying low and not acting recklessly was the true path to success. This policewoman had been smashed to pulp by him, yet she could still resurrect on the spot, with her strength even doubling. This kind of innate ability was truly too exaggerated. Lu Chuan didn't believe he possessed the same resurrection ability as that policewoman. On the other hand, Ji Rushua, who had saved Zhao Lin, returned to her bedroom and began pondering how to make contact with the 9-Death Demon cop the next day. If this were her past life, she wouldn't have hesitated at all, she would have gone to meet them directly. The problem was, she had been reborn. Ji Rushua looked at her current petite, delicate baby body and momentarily felt utterly speechless. If she went to meet someone like this, probably anyone would find it unbelievable. Chapter 65, New Type Zombie Tyrant. The next day, after the police force invaded the residential area yesterday morning, Lu Chuan was genuinely angered and prepared to lead his zombie puppets to take over the police station. However, Zhao Lin's formidable combat prowess displayed at night made Lu Chuan reconsider and ultimately abandon this plan. He never expected this female officer to be so abnormal, able to resurrect after dying so many times and even growing stronger each time. With such a powerful evolved human guarding the station, plus the likely presence of other officers, Lu Chuan currently lacks complete confidence in defeating them. Most crucially, evolved humans can continuously break through limits and advance. If this female officer escaped, she would become a serious hidden danger. Lu Chuan's personality prefers to eliminate problems at their root, completely exterminating the opponent to remove all potential threats. But the problem is this female officer can actually resurrect. Lu Chuan now dares not even kill her completely, fearing she might simply revive again on the spot moments after being slain. He never expected that this female police officer, whom he had casually killed with a single hammer strike during their first encounter, would now become such a troublesome existence for him. If he didn't kill her, this potential threat might eventually endanger him. But if he killed her, she might revive and evolve faster, becoming even stronger. Wait, next time I encounter her, I'll just break all 4 limbs to immobilize her. Since she gets stronger by reviving after death, I simply won't kill her. Problem solved. Lu Chuan nodded in satisfaction at this solution. Against opponents with resurrection abilities, the best strategy was to render that power useless. He refused to believe this woman could fully recover while teetering on the edge of death. However, another concerning factor weighed on Lu Chuan's mind. Standing on the balcony, Lu Chuan surveyed the residential compound and surrounding streets with his crimson eyes filled with solemnity. Zhao Lin's inexplicable shout yesterday definitely wasn't without reason. Lu Chuan was certain of that. This means that near Sunshine residential area, apart from this strange policewoman, there exists another even more mysterious evolved human. The sudden paralysis of Big Fatty under my control allowed the policewoman to dodge a fatal blow. Combined with the policewoman's inexplicable words, Lu Chuan became certain there might be other human evolvers nearby, ones who could evade his detection. Most crucially, these 2 human evolvers seemed to be helping each other, standing united against him. Seriously, what did I do to deserve this? I'm just guarding my own neighborhood. Why do evolvers keep coming to cause trouble? Lu Chuan felt utterly speechless. He'd long discovered the human survivor base, yet never bothered them. All he wanted was to live peacefully with Xiao Qiqi, yet inexplicably became a target. If this was some valuable strategic location, fine, but what's so special about this rundown old residential area? Worth 2 such monstrous evolved individuals joining forces. After the helpless complaint, Lu Chuan's mind also became somewhat solemn. The recent series of factors made him sense the approach of crisis, leaving him somewhat uneasy. Originally, Lu Chuan had broken through to the 2nd tier and controlled 3 evolved zombies along with over 20 ordinary ones. Such power already seemed extremely formidable in his view. But encountering those abnormal evolved individuals these past 2 days made Lu Chuan realize his current strength was far from sufficient. Urgently enhancing his power had become imperative. As a zombie himself, there was only one way to increase his strength: continuously consuming crystal cores. Therefore, early in the morning, Lu Chuan dispatched 10 ordinary zombie puppets to patrol the surroundings, attempting to discover more zombie presences. Police station. Zhao Lin, where are Xiao Wang and the others? Why have you returned alone? Officer Lu, responsible for guarding the police station, saw Zhao Lin returning alone and immediately asked with a face full of surprise. At the same time, the commotion of Zhao Lin's return caught everyone's attention inside the police station and they all immediately rushed out. However, upon seeing Zhao Lin's bloodstained arm and the absence of anyone behind her, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. Zhao Lin looked sorrowful as she shook her head under the crowd's bewildered gaze. I thought after luring away that evolved zombie at the entrance, everyone could safely retrieve the keys. But I never expected there would be 3 evolved zombies and over 20 ordinary ones inside that residential area. I'm sorry, everyone, we underestimated the strength of the zombies in that area. Upon hearing Zhao Lin's words, everyone in the police station couldn't help but gasp in shock. They never imagined such an old residential area would contain so many zombies. Wait a minute, if you're saying there were that many zombies inside, then how did you manage to come back? Officer Lu looked at Zhao Lin with suspicion as he asked, his tone filled with doubt. Xiao Wang and his team all went out with their service firearms, yet they all died in the residential complex. And you alone returned alive. Could you really handle so many zombies by yourself? Zhao Lin immediately recounted everything that happened in Sunshine Residential Complex, even revealing to everyone that her evolutionary ability was resurrection. However, Zhao Lin's words only drew scornful laughter from everyone in the police station. Zhao Lin, don't you find your own words utterly ridiculous? Resurrection. Do you think we're 3-year-old children? Moreover, even if you could resurrect, could you handle so many zombies simultaneously? Are you trying to fool ghosts? When Zhao Lin mentioned resurrection, some survivors among the humans became agitated, pointing at her and shouting angrily, "You're utterly laughable. In this apocalypse, countless people have died without a single case of resurrection, yet you alone can resurrect. By what right? All of us have lost loved ones and friends who've left us forever, yet you claim you can resurrect. Are you deceiving us or mocking us? So many police officers sacrificed themselves for us to reach the survivor base. Why are you still alive? I bet you fled the battlefield and got them all killed." Exactly. Maybe it was her cowardice that doomed everyone. The crowd hurled accusations at Zhao Lin. Even her fellow officers who had fought alongside her now wore dark expressions. Zhao Lin's resurrection ability was simply too unnatural. No one was willing to trust her. Facing the relentless accusations, Zhao Lin stood frozen in shock. She couldn't comprehend why everyone's attitude had changed so drastically when all she'd wanted was to lead them safely out of the city to the human survival base. She had risked her life fighting zombies for their sake, even dying twice at the hands of the undead. If not for that mysterious expert's help, she might have lost her third life as well. Yet these very survivors who had smiled at her just days ago had completely changed faces overnight. Not only did they utterly disbelieve his words, but they even began to accuse and hurl insults at her. It seemed as though her successful escape from the zombie siege was somehow a mistake, as if she should have died together with those team members inside Sunshine Residential Area. Zhao Lin clenched her fists tightly. Since no one believed her, she simply stopped explaining. At this moment, Zhao Lin secretly resolved in her heart that she must go to Sunshine Residential Area to retrieve the truck keys and avenge her fallen comrades. Recalling last night's agreement with that mysterious expert, Zhao Lin decided to make another trip to Sunshine Residential Area tonight. Lu Chuan placed the freshly cooked egg fried rice before Ji Ruxue, who immediately began devouring it ravenously. Seeing the little one so adorable, the pressure Lu Chuan had felt from those human survivors earlier eased considerably. "Little glutton, you really can eat. I think calling you Little Tao Tai would be more appropriate." Seeing Ji Rushue's adorable appearance, Lu Chuan became even more determined to enhance his strength as soon as possible. He absolutely couldn't let others disturb the peaceful life he shared with his daughter. Just as Lu Chuan was watching Xiao Qiqi continuously eating, he suddenly had a mental alert. A patrolling corpse puppet suddenly noticed commotion coming from the street. A group of survivors could be seen fleeing desperately, with an evolved zombie chasing behind them. This evolved zombie's appearance was actually something Lu Chuan had never seen before. The creature appeared extremely violent in temperament, emitting a savage aura that even made Lu Chuan's controlled corpse puppet tremble involuntarily. Most crucially, the zombie's arms had completely transformed into sharp claws. With each swipe of its powerful claws, it tore deep grooves into the concrete road and casually flipped over parked cars by the roadside. Moreover, the strength and speed displayed by this zombie were incomparably powerful, far surpassing any zombies Lu Chuan had encountered before. These survivors stood no chance against this zombie. Among the crowd, only a man in a black tank top could barely engage it using a steel blade, while others were being slaughtered one after another. Lu Chuan noticed the man in black tank top was precisely that extraordinarily strong evolved human he had encountered before. What formidable regenerative ability! After switching perspectives, Lu Chuan saw that wounds left by the steel-wielding evolved human on the zombie actually healed within moments. Could this be a new type of zombie? Moreover, this oppressive aura clearly indicated it had reached second stage evolution. Lu Chuan was astonished seeing this tyrant-like evolved zombie. Lu Chuan then went downstairs with Lightning 1 and Big Fatty, rushing toward the incident location. As for Lightning 2, he left it in the residential area to protect little Chi-Chi's safety. Seeing Lu Chuan hurriedly leave the residential area again, Ji Ruxue frowned. Is Dad going on another mission for the Zombie King? Chapter 66, Immortal Body. Huh. Then do me a favor. Brother Gangzi. Help! Help! Don't abandon me. I don't want to die yet. Brother Gangzi, didn't you promise to protect us? The street continuously echoed with the survivors' shrill wails, but what they got in return was this evolved zombie's frenzied slaughter. This evolved zombie seemed far more brutal than previous ones. With its side-like arms swinging, these humans armed with steel bars and clubs stood no chance. Protect your ass. I can't even protect myself anymore. Gangzi's hand holding the machete kept trembling uncontrollably. Watching his followers fall one after another, even his legs began to weaken. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Gangzi's body trembled uncontrollably. During these apocalyptic days he had encountered numerous zombies, even ones capable of wielding axes. Yet all these zombies had been easily obliterated after his own evolution. But this terrifying entity before him was like an apocalyptic tyrant, crushing everything in its path with unstoppable force. Gangzi simply couldn't believe such a horrifying existence could exist in this world. Roar! The dozen or so followers who had accompanied Gangzi were all annihilated in mere moments against the zombie. Looking down at his machete, Gangzi saw its blade had become completely dulled from continuous clashes. Yet the wounds inflicted on that zombie would heal within moments. Damn it! How can these zombies evolve so quickly? Realizing he was no match, Gangzi immediately turned to flee. This zombie's power was too overwhelming to even consider defeating. As for the wailing of his former subordinates in his ears, he could no longer afford to care about them now. In the apocalypse, it's every man for himself. Heaven destroys those who don't look after themselves, let alone these people who hadn't been with him for long. Gangzi quickly ran to a pile of abandoned cars, attempting to use them as barriers against the zombie's onslaught. However, this zombie's physique was extremely robust and its strength was terrifyingly immense. It actually cleared a path through the zombies along the way with its massive claws. Feeling the fierce wind attacking from behind, Gangzi hastily swung his machete to turn and block the attack in his unprepared state. Bang! With just a single strike, the tyrant zombie sent him flying. His body slammed heavily into a car, even denting the car door. The tyrant zombie's tremendous force and the resulting recoil made Gangzi vomit a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! The zombie's legs sprang up from the ground like coiled springs. That massive bulk descended like an artillery shell, causing Gangzi's pupils to constrict violently as he barely managed to dodge aside with a clumsy roll. Without a moment's hesitation, Gangzi turned and fled, but his speed couldn't compare to this level 2 tyrant zombie. What the hell is this damned thing? These evolved zombies are either ridiculously strong or lightning fast. How come this bastard's both? Thud, thud, thud. Leveraging the superhuman strength from his own evolution, Gangzi barely managed to exchange a few blows with the tyrant, though merely defending at best. Within moments, several deep gashes appeared on Gangzi's body, with some wounds on his back exposing ghastly white bone. If not for his evolved physique, a single swipe would have bisected him at the waist. Enduring multiple grievous wounds, Gangzi finally reached a narrow alleyway and dove in headfirst. Wham! As Gangzi's body hit the ground, a tremendous crash sounded behind him. This tyrant's evolved form was incredibly massive. The alley was extremely narrow, only wide enough for a single average-sized adult. The tyrant's enormous size prevented it from entering. Damn it! One day I'm gonna chop you to pieces. Pale-faced and panting heavily, Gangzi stared at the tyrant zombie blocked outside the alley entrance. 1 second later, and he would have been torn apart mid-air by this zombie. This big guy seems quite troublesome. To think that even evolved humans stood almost no chance against it. Lu Chuan witnessed the tyrant zombie's brutality firsthand through his corpse puppet. That super-strength evolved man who had once sent Lu Chuan's puppet's axe flying nearly died at this zombie's hands. Having seen the tyrant's formidable combat power with his own eyes, Lu Chuan didn't dare send Lightning and Big Fatty directly into battle. I originally thought I could overpower them with numbers, but after evolving, this zombie seems to have undergone a qualitative transformation. Its ridiculously exaggerated combat power is just too much. With Big Fatty and Lightning's current abilities, they simply can't eliminate it. There's even a chance they might get killed by it instead. Currently, I only have 3 evolved zombies under my command. Big Fatty and Lightning are my ace generals. I absolutely can't afford to lose them. Lu Chuan frowned. Now that he's broken through to Tier 2, consuming Tier 1 zombie crystals no longer has much effect. The puppet zombies have been searching nearby for so long before finally discovering this Tier 2 zombie. Lu Chuan really doesn't want to let it get away. There are always more solutions than difficulties. I refuse to believe we can't take you down. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up as a new idea came to him. Immediately focusing his mind, he controlled Lightning to charge toward the tyrant zombie at a rapid speed. As fellow evolved zombies, the tyrant immediately sensed Lightning's presence. Missing out on a human had already enraged this tyrant zombie immensely. Now seeing Lightning deliver itself right to its doorstep, its eyes immediately gleamed with bloodlust. Compared to humans, the crystal nuclei inside evolved zombies' heads held far greater attraction for it. Seeing the tyrant zombie notice him, Lu Chuan hurriedly controlled Lightning to flee in the opposite direction. The tyrant immediately gave chase, trampling those barely alive survivors along its path into bloody pulp. This tyrant zombie had already reached 2nd tier evolution, making its speed comparable to the agile-type Lightning one. Yet once again, Lu Chuan demonstrated the difference between having brains and lacking them. Through his control, the Lightning zombie, benefiting from his thorough knowledge of the terrain and ability to fully utilize its agility, maintained a lead of several body lengths over the pursuing tyrant. The tyrant grew increasingly furious as it consistently failed to reach Lightning. However, because Lu Chuan deliberately chose complex terrain, the tyrant was constantly obstructed by various obstacles along the way. The angrier it became, the harder it was to catch up, leaving it hopelessly trailing behind Lu Chuan. Soon after manipulating Lightning, Lu Chuan spotted the heavily guarded police station not far away. Lu Chuan's solution was to lead this tyrant zombie to that mysterious reviving policewoman. When Snipe and Clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Both of these beings were extremely troublesome, and Lu Chuan didn't want to face either alone at present. In that case, he would employ the strategy of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf. Let's see whether the second stage zombie or the second stage evolved human was stronger. So you policewoman have an immortal body, don't you? Then do me a favor. P.S. Recently received quite a few negative reviews, with the biggest complaint being poor characterization of the female lead in many details. Actually, this is the author's first attempt at original content. Readers may notice the author previously only wrote fanfiction works. This is my first original work. Please bear with any shortcomings in my writing ability. Go easy on the criticism. The author will strive to complete it and improve the storyline. As for readers' concerns about the protagonist's identity being revealed, it should be explained within a dozen or so chapters. Please be patient. You can criticize the author but don't trash the book itself. Chapter 67. Zhao Lin battles the tyrant. Inside the dilapidated store, the shelves that were once fully stocked were now completely empty. Even the few remaining food items had already rotted and putrefied. Splatters of blood could still be seen throughout the room, long since congealed and dried into black stains. Several corpses could be found in the store, though none showed signs of being torn apart. Zhao Lin could tell at a glance that these deaths were all caused by human hands. It was clear that after the apocalypse began, people had stopped at nothing to obtain supplies. All concepts of human morality had been discarded. People would stab each other in the back over a single piece of bread. Frowning deeply, Zhao Lin took in the desolate scene before her. Damn it, food supplies are becoming increasingly scarce now. Looking at her somewhat deflated backpack, Zhao Lin felt utterly helpless. She had spent the entire morning searching through residential areas and stores within 2 to 3 kilometers of the police station, but still came up empty-handed. Yesterday, everyone who went out with Zhao Lin died in Sunshine Residential District, so now no one is willing to accompany her on supply runs. But the reserves at the police station are dwindling. If they don't find sufficient supplies soon, they won't be able to sustain everyone. To ensure everyone has enough resources to hold on, Zhao Lin had no choice but to venture out alone today. Even as an evolved, she only has 2 hands and 2 legs. She can't be in multiple places at once or search quickly. After a whole morning outside, all she managed to collect was 2 bottles of water, 1 juice, 2 pieces of bread, and a chocolate bar, barely enough for herself. It seems that living in the city after the apocalypse requires vigilance not just against zombies, but also against these increasingly scarce supplies. Zhao Lin sighed softly, her eyes filled with helplessness. The beginning of the apocalypse meant the world had ground to a halt. Daily refreshed supplies in the city had become limited commodities. Looking at the corpses in the room, all victims of human hands, Zhao Lin's eyes burned with both anger and resignation. As a police officer, fighting crime had been her duty before the apocalypse began. But she never expected that the social order she once upheld would collapse completely the moment the zombies appeared. Zhao Lin clenched her fist, then loosened it helplessly. She took out the map she carried with her and studied the surrounding areas. However, most locations on the map were already marked places she had searched before. Even unmarked spots, like the shop she was currently in, had already been looted by other survivors. If we run out of food, I really don't know what everyone will do next. Bang! 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 Just as Zhao Lin was deep in thought, sudden gunshots echoed from the distance. Trouble! The police station is under attack. Hearing the gunfire, Zhao Lin's expression changed immediately and she sprinted toward the police station. When Zhao Lin arrived at the police station, she was shocked by the scene before her. Bang bang bang! The tyrant zombie had reached the police station under Lu Chuan's leadership. However, as Lu Chuan had anticipated the police station's defenses, he took cover behind various buildings when approaching the station entrance. The massive tyrant appeared in full view of the survivors. Seeing such a terrifying creature, the officers immediately opened fire without hesitation. But this zombie was frighteningly powerful. It charged straight toward the police station entrance despite the hail of bullets. The police door, reinforced with multiple layers, now appears to be at risk of collapsing under the violent pounding of the tyrant's enormous claws. All the survivors inside the police station had turned deathly pale with fear. Having survived these 2 months in the apocalypse, they had never encountered such a terrifying evolved zombie before. Particularly those ordinary residents who had always relied on police officers for supplies, never venturing out to search for resources nor facing zombies directly, were now utterly panic-stricken. Each thunderous impact of the zombies' blows against the iron door felt like a massive hammer striking their hearts. As the police station's massive iron door showed signs of loosening and potential collapse under the tyrant's assault, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with terror. The tyrant zombie's colossal physique and strength beyond comprehension plunged everyone into despair. When Zhao Lin rushed back to the police station, she arrived just in time to witness this tyrant zombie relentlessly pounding against the station's main entrance. Seeing the gate already shaking precariously, Zhao Lin didn't dare delay and quickly rushed forward. Without another word, she raised her gun and fired at the tyrant zombie. Bang! 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 Zhao Lin couldn't care about anything else now, immediately shooting at the zombie in an attempt to attract its attention with gunfire. Just as she had anticipated, when this evolved zombie saw a human actually shooting at it, it felt tremendously provoked. Now it roared incessantly like a mad beast, its terrifying giant claws erupting with extraordinary strength. Hearing the gunshots from outside, everyone inside the police station reacted quickly and came out to investigate. They then discovered it was Zhao Lin who had gone out alone to search for supplies today returning, and she was single-handedly diverting the zombies. The survivors who had mocked Zhao Lin this morning immediately changed their attitude, their faces now full of enthusiasm and delight. "Officer Zhao, you must save us. Officer Zhao, hurry up and lure this zombie away. If you don't, it's going to break down the gate soon. Officer Zhao, weren't you always the one who cared most about us unarmed survivors? If this zombie gets in, none of us will survive. Hurry up and lead it away." The survivors wept bitterly one after another, looking at Zhao Lin as if she were their savior. Zhao Lin, who had been continuously firing at the zombie, paused momentarily upon hearing the voices from inside the police station. As soon as Zhao Lin stopped shooting, dissatisfied voices immediately rose again from inside the station. "Officer Zhao, didn't you say yesterday that you could resurrect? Were you lying to us? Since you can resurrect, what's the harm in dying one more time? Isn't your one life worth exchanging for so many of ours?" "Exactly. You're an evolver who can resurrect anyway, what are you afraid of? Quickly lure the zombie away." The survivors who had been weeping moments ago now spoke with unmistakable impatience in their voices. Zhao Lin clenched her fists, her emotions in turmoil. But looking down at the police badge on her chest and remembering her duty as an officer, Zhao Lin's eyes flashed with renewed determination. She continued firing to attract the tyrant zombie, deciding to lure it away. Lu Chuan secretly watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. This woman is so foolish, it's almost admirable. Chapter 68, Gas Station. Burning the Tyrant. Lu Chuan never expected that even after 2 months into the apocalypse, people like Zhao Lin still existed in this world. After the apocalypse began, so-called humanity had long been discarded by everyone. Survival is the only law in this cruel world. As a zombie himself, Lu Chuan had personally witnessed how survivors learned to stop at nothing to stay alive. Yet this Zhao Lin before him was a complete fool, one who was being used without even realizing it. Clearly, the survivors at the police station were no different from vampires, constantly draining the officers of their worth. Lu Chuan could see there were actually many survivors inside the police station. If these survivors had swarmed out together yesterday, perhaps his residential area truly wouldn't have withstood their assault. But these despicable and greedy fellows only wanted to reap without sowing. Even now, they couldn't care less about Zhao Lin's life. Although this personality is vile, for the apocalypse precisely such selfish people tend to survive longer. A foolish woman like Zhao Lin, if she persists with this self-sacrificing mentality, is doomed not to survive the apocalypse. At this moment, Zhao Lin was resolutely risking her life to lure away this second-stage zombie. For her beliefs as a former human, Lu Chuan still held some respect for her in his heart. After all, Lu Chuan admitted to himself that he couldn't be so altruistic, couldn't sacrifice his life for a group of strangers. That kind of behavior seemed utterly foolish in his view. "Foolish woman, I hope you can help me severely wound this tier 2 zombie, at least it'll make my earlier act of saving your life worthwhile." The tyrant was successfully drawn by Zhao Lin's attack and immediately charged toward her. Its massive frame raced across the ground, exerting tremendous pressure on Zhao Lin even before it reached her. Although both were tier 2 entities, Zhao Lin could clearly feel an overwhelming oppressive force from this tyrant zombie. Bang! In their first exchange, Zhao Lin was directly sent flying, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Damn it! How can this evolved zombie be so powerful? Last night, she had held her own against 3 evolved zombies from Sunshine Residential Area, yet now she could barely withstand this single zombie in combat. Could it be that this zombie has successfully evolved further from its original state? This level of power completely surpasses ordinary evolved zombies. Zhao Lin was momentarily overwhelmed with shock. After engaging in combat, she could only rely on her agile physique and abundant combat techniques to continuously dodge. Bang! 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 The tyrant zombie's terrifying claws swept through the air like thrusting spears with each swing, creating whooshing sounds. Zhao Lin's eyelids twitched violently as the claws narrowly grazed past her body. The car behind her was pierced as easily as tofu. Witnessing this, Zhao Lin was utterly terrified. If those dreadful claws had struck her body, they would likely have pierced clean through her in an instant. Seeing an opportunity, Zhao Lin delivered a powerful punch to the zombie's body, only to discover that this evolved zombie's condensed muscles rendered her attack completely ineffective. Helpless, Zhao Lin could only perform a backflip to dodge the claws, using the car roof to leap several meters away before raising her gun and firing directly at the tyrant. Bang! 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 The zombie moved extremely fast, and Zhao Lin emptied her magazine without holding back. Fortunately, she was already a second-stage evolved being, and her marksmanship had improved significantly. Although many bullets were dodged, several still hit the zombie's body. But the next second, Zhao Lin was shocked by what she saw. The bullets hitting the zombie's body didn't affect its combat capability at all. Then Zhao Lin noticed the tyrant's muscles begin to writhe continuously. The 9mm bullets she had just fired were actually being expelled by its muscles. The bleeding wounds were healing at a visible speed, and soon enough they completely closed up. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? They're both zombies, so why is this evolved zombie so powerful? Not only does it possess extraordinary combat abilities, but it also has such outstanding regenerative capabilities. Zhao Lin's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Damn it, I absolutely can't engage in direct confrontation with this creature anymore. Realizing the enormous power gap between them, Zhao Lin stopped fighting back and immediately turned to flee into the distance. At this point, all she could do was run as far as possible, trying to lead this zombie away. Faced with such overwhelming strength, Zhao Lin truly lacked the confidence to face it in battle. The tyrant zombie let out a thunderous roar, causing the wandering zombies on the street to tremble uncontrollably in fear. The tyrant immediately charged toward Zhao Lin, and behind these two second-tier powerhouses, a nimble first-tier zombie followed closely. It was precisely Lu Chuan's controlled lightning one. Pursued by the zombie behind her, Zhao Lin had no choice but to flee in panic. But at this moment he noticed a gas station not far away, and his eyes immediately lit up. You damn monster, I'm going to burn you alive today. Lu Chuan, who was controlling lightning as number one, followed from a safe distance behind them. Seeing Zhao Lin heading straight for the gas station, Lu Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. Holy shit, is this crazy woman trying to? Soon, a gunshot confirmed Lu Chuan's suspicions. Bang! With the sound of gunfire, the nearby gas station instantly burst into roaring flames. The tremendous explosion startled even Lu Chuan, who was watching from afar, and the terrifying shockwave shattered windows in buildings several miles around. However, this was just a small gas station, so it didn't have much fuel in reserve. Moreover, after the apocalypse, it had been nearly emptied out, so it only caused a raging fire and small explosions, without completely destroying the surrounding area. Zhao Lin also escaped from the raging flames, though her body was covered in black smoke, her clothes tattered, looking utterly disheveled like a beggar. The shockwave caused blood to continuously spill from the corner of her mouth. She barely managed a few steps out of the fire before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Roar! 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 From within the flames came the furious roars of the tyrant. Lu Chuan and Zhao Lin could see a massive figure rolling and struggling desperately in the fire. Zhao Lin looked at the blazing inferno, a cold smirk curling at the corner of her lips. You can regenerate, can't you? I don't believe even this fire won't kill you. The massive explosion attracted zombies from miles around. Watching the increasingly dense horde approaching, Zhao Lin hurriedly limped away. Moments later, an enormous figure burst forth from the flames, its entire body charred black, emitting shrill howls of agony. Chapter 69, Strike when it's weak, take its life. This powerful second-stage zombie charged out from the flames, its body still burning and completely charred black. Yet even so, that massive body continued struggling incessantly. The monster roared and rolled about frantically in the open space, seemingly trying to extinguish the flames on its body. You've got to be kidding me, it's still not dead. Watching the tyrant zombie roaring in the distance, Lu Chuan's pupils contracted sharply. He never expected this tyrant zombie could survive the gas station explosion. Moreover, Lu Chuan noticed this zombie wasn't just alive. The charred areas on its body surface kept wriggling, and the wounds from the explosion actually showed signs of healing. Charred, crispy skin kept peeling off its body, revealing fresh new flesh underneath. Although he had previously witnessed this zombie's ability to heal from knife and gunshot wounds, Lu Chuan still hadn't anticipated that he'd underestimated his opponent. Just how terrifying could a combat-type zombie become after evolving to second tier? Seeing signs of recovery in this second-tier tyrant zombie, a cold glint flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes as he made an immediate decision. Strike while you're weak. I'll take your life. I refuse to believe you can still be as fierce as before after surviving that gas station explosion. Lu Chuan immediately controlled Lightning and Big Fatty to swiftly move near the gas station. Under the evolved zombies' pressure, ordinary zombies originally attracted by the explosion sounds began retreating into the distance. As if sensing the approach of fellow evolved zombies, the wounded tyrant zombie struggled to its feet despite severe injuries and roared toward Big Fatty in Lightning's direction. Roar! Lu Chuan felt the gravity of the situation. This tyrant zombie's oppressive aura was truly formidable. Most crucially, after evolving, its size had surpassed even Fatso's considerably. Now covered in pitch-black soot and billowing thick smoke, it still bore unextinguished flames in some places. When this behemoth stood up, it truly resembled a demon king incarnate. Without a word, Lu Chuan's controlled Fatso swung both hammers and charged directly at it. Upon seeing this, the tyrant zombie immediately attempted to dodge, but although the explosion hadn't killed it outright, the creature had suffered severe injuries. Bang! With its body critically wounded, its speed decreased dramatically, leaving it unable to avoid Fatso's hammers slamming onto its back. No sooner had it risen than it fell again, with Lightning One instantly following up the attack. Under normal circumstances, Fatso and Lightning One together wouldn't stand a chance against the tyrant. But now, severely wounded by the explosion, when Fatso's hammer blow knocked it down, the tyrant's body went completely rigid. Before he could react, Lightning One had already closed in with dual blades in hand. Roar! The wounded tyrant let out an angry howl, attempting to intimidate Big Fatty and Lightning One with its second stage zombie aura. Little did it know that Lu Chuan was controlling these two zombies from behind. Unfazed by the tyrant's roar, Lu Chuan manipulated Lightning One to swing its blade and cleanly severed the tyrant's arm. Losing an arm made movement even more difficult for this already severely injured tyrant. Under Lu Chuan's control, Big Fatty whirled its twin hammers with tremendous force and continuous smashing attacks. Despite the second stage zombie's formidable physique, several of its bones were successively shattered under Big Fatty's relentless hammering. The massive tyrant zombie was directly smashed down by Big Fatty, unable to stand up again. At the same time, Lightning One never stopped wielding its steel blade, continuously cutting at the tyrant's legs. To prevent this tyrant from making a final desperate attack, Lu Chuan decided to first sever its limbs. Aren't those the evolved zombies from Sunshine Residential Area? How did they get here? Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned when she saw several evolved zombies fighting each other. After the gas station explosion earlier, Zhao Lin, severely injured and surrounded by zombies, had no choice but to temporarily retreat. But she didn't go far, instead continuing to hide and observe from the shadows. Seeing the completely charred tyrant emerge from the flames still alive filled Zhao Lin with both shock and urgency. You've got to be kidding me, even a gas station explosion couldn't kill it. Zhao Lin's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she contemplated her next move. But she never expected two more evolved zombies to suddenly emerge from the shadows the next second. Immediately, the three evolved zombies began fiercely battling each other. When she saw the tyrant zombie being smashed to its feet by Fatty, then having its arms and legs severed by Lightning One, Zhao Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The zombies in Sunshine Residential Area were powerful but still within her capability to handle. But this second stage tyrant zombie was truly incomparable. Now seeing it on its last breath, Zhao Lin could finally relax. Just keep biting each other like dogs. Best if all three of you perish together. Looking at these Sunshine Residential Area zombies, Zhao Lin couldn't help but recall last night's battle. Who exactly was that savior who rescued me? He could even influence evolved zombies. I wonder what kind of awakened power he possessed. Recalling the voice she heard last night, Zhao Lin had a feeling the savior's voice sounded surprisingly young. What a strange person indeed. But to survive in this apocalyptic world, he must be an evolved being like me, I suppose. No matter what, we've already made plans for tonight. By then we'll see who this mysterious figure really is. With this thought in mind, Zhao Lin glanced at the battlefield before limping away with her severely injured body. Her current physical condition was really not good. If she got cornered by other evolved zombies, it would be truly dangerous. Not long after Zhao Lin left, under Lu Chuan's control, Big Fatty and Lightning One fully utilized their respective advantages. One swung the giant hammer with all its might to restrict the tyrant's movements. The other kept slashing with its steel blade, rapidly depleting the opponent's vitality. Thus, in just a short while, this tyrant finally lost all signs of life completely. To ensure the opponent was thoroughly dead, Lu Chuan first had Big Fatty smash its brain from a distance with the giant hammer. Then Lightning One quickly stepped forward and with one swing of its cleaver, severed the tyrant's head. At the same time, he extracted the crystal core from the tyrant's brain. As Lu Chuan had deduced, the second-level zombie's crystal core had indeed turned red, with a significant orange halo shimmering around it. Upon seeing the second-level zombie's crystal core, Lu Chuan was overjoyed. He immediately controlled the zombie to swiftly return to Sunshine Residential Area. He had spent considerable time acquiring this second-level crystal core. Having been away for so long, little Chi-Chi might already be hungry. Considering that each time he devoured a crystal core would plunge him into unconsciousness, Lu Chuan decided to return home first to prepare a meal for little Chi-Chi. After all, he couldn't predict how long this impending unconsciousness might last. Chapter 70, Devouring the Second-Level Crystal Core. Power Enhancement. Sunshine Residential Area, 7th floor bedroom. Daddy's been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? Ji Rushue stood on the balcony with binoculars, scanning the distance with evident worry between her brows. The gas station erupted in flames, visible even from Sunshine Community despite the distance. Staring at the roaring fire and towering black smoke, Ji Rushue instinctively thought of her zombie father. Could this sudden gas station fire be related to Dad? No sooner had this thought surfaced than Ji Rushue quickly shook her head. Her zombie father always acted cautiously even under the Zombie King's orders. He'd stay behind to avoid being cannon fodder. He shouldn't be in danger. Growl! With Lu Chuan absent for so long, Ji Rushue's stomach began growling with hunger. As she continued growing, while her mobility improved remarkably, her energy consumption proportionally increased as well. Seeing her zombie father still hadn't returned downstairs, Ji Rushue had no choice but to go search for supplies herself. Fortunately, Zombie Dad had prepared plenty of food. Ji Rushue took out some biscuits and began munching on them. Ji Rushue couldn't help recalling the agreement she made last night with that 9 Death Demon officer. This foolish woman isn't very bright. I hope she won't stand me up this time. You're back. At that moment, Ji Rushua noticed Zombie Dad returning to the residential area with a group of zombie dolls. Seeing that Zombie Dad was unharmed, Ji Rushua finally let out a long sigh of relief. Having successfully obtained the second-order crystal core, Lu Chuan was extremely pleased. While helping Xiao Qiqi prepare dinner, he even added an extra fried egg for her. After all, as a zombie evolving requires consuming crystal cores, while the little one needs energy supplements to grow. Watching the child wolfing down her food, Lu Chuan immediately took the paper and pen Ji Rushua used for writing practice. Daddy has business this afternoon. You stay home and do your homework properly. Looking at the words written by her zombie father, Ji Rushua no longer felt surprised. She had now accepted the fact that although her zombie father had turned into a zombie, he still retained human consciousness. Got it, Dad. You can go ahead with your business. Ji Rushua swallowed a mouthful of rice and raised her head to give Lu Chuan an adorable smile. She secretly felt pleased inside. It just so happened she needed to prepare for tonight's meeting with that 9 death demon cop, and unexpectedly her zombie father had accommodated her perfectly. After little Qiqi finished eating, Lu Chuan turned and left. This time, he planned to consume a second-stage tyrant zombie crystal core. Having never consumed one of this level before, he had no idea what changes might occur afterward. Worried that any excessive commotion might disturb little Qiqi's studies, Lu Chuan went to building number 4 next door. Lightning number 2 was left stationed below building number 5 to protect little Qiqi's safety. Big Fatty still held twin hammers, standing guard at the entrance of Sunshine residential area like a door god, holding the pass against 10,000. Meanwhile, Lightning 1 was brought by Lu Chuan into building number 4. After all, if he fell into a comatose state after absorbing the crystal core, he would still need Lightning 1 to protect his safety. The eerie female police officer who could resurrect herself had shouted master before escaping, making Lu Chuan realize there were probably powerful evolvers lurking around his neighborhood. Lu Chuan stood on the balcony glancing outside a few times. To prevent these evolvers from detecting anything unusual, he tightly closed all windows and doors. He took the reddish-orange crystal core from Lightning 1's hand. Looking at this second-tier crystal core, Lu Chuan felt extremely excited. It had been a while since he last absorbed a crystal core. Now he could finally grow stronger. The crystal core had an overall blood-red color, with more than half of it glowing orange. Lu Chuan speculated that perhaps when reaching third-tier zombie status, the crystal core would turn orange. This crystal core appeared extremely magnificent, resembling crystal in appearance. Just holding this crystal core in his hand, Lu Chuan's blood-red pupils seemed capable of dripping blood, brimming with desire for the core in his grasp. Without another word, Lu Chuan then swallowed this red-orange crystal core. Instantly, tremendous power erupted forth. This terrifying force far surpassed all previous crystal cores Lu Chuan had consumed, so powerful that his body began trembling uncontrollably. Simultaneously, an invisible pressure radiated from Lu Chuan's body, causing Lightning 1 originally stationed beside him for protection to tremble involuntarily under this power. Although Lu Chuan knew this was a crystal core from a second-tier tyrant zombie, bringing potentially terrifying energy, he hadn't anticipated underestimating the sheer magnitude of this power. A massive influx of energy poured into his body, filling every limb with terrifying power. As a zombie who hadn't evolved for close combat, Lu Chuan's physical changes remained relatively minor despite having consumed numerous crystal cores. However, after swallowing this second-tier crystal core, the overwhelming force made Lu Chuan feel his meridians beginning to swell, his bones being reforged like tempered steel. Simultaneously, Lu Chuan sensed scorching energy radiating from his body as an undead creature long since dead. This burning sensation filled him with unexpected nostalgia. Under this blazing energy, Lu Chuan's flesh seemed to undergo reorganization, his muscles becoming more densely compacted. Had Lu Chuan removed his clothes at this moment, he would have discovered his already defined muscles undergoing dramatic expansion once more. His body had become extremely robust, with muscle definition more pronounced than ever, every contour of his physique brimming with terrifying explosive power. Even the veins were clearly visible, this body resembling a meticulously carved work of art. Yet the most profound change wasn't physical, but the sudden surge of terrifying mental energy. Nearly 70% of the vast energy released from the second-order crystal core had flooded directly into Lu Chuan's mind. The abrupt explosion of psychic power made Lu Chuan feel like his brain was swelling, as if about to burst. Under this terrifying mental onslaught, Lu Chuan only maintained consciousness briefly before gradually slipping back into haziness. The sudden surge of psychic energy was simply too astonishing, far exceeding the scale of Lu Chuan's previous evolutions. Meanwhile, in the bedroom of Building 5, Ji Rushua, who had been writing something on paper, suddenly froze completely before rushing to the window. Ji Rushua stared out the window with astonishment. Just moments ago, she could have sworn she heard her zombie father's voice. Chapter 71, Zhao Lin arrives as promised. Ji Rushua frowned while looking out the window. The residential complex remained utterly calm and undisturbed as usual. The hulking zombie still guarded the entrance, while her zombie father's current whereabouts remained unknown. It seems I was hallucinating. 2 hours later, Luchuan finally awoke from his prolonged slumber in building number 4. The splitting headache he'd experienced before losing consciousness had completely vanished, leaving him feeling exceptionally clear-headed. He felt an unprecedented mental clarity, as if his consciousness could now freely extend to every corner without restraint. Luchuan immediately began expanding his psychic energy outward to its maximum range. After some experimentation, he discovered his current controllable radius for zombie puppets had expanded to over 10 kilometers. Such a great distance shocked even Luchuan at this moment. After all, his psychic powers didn't need to consider any physical obstructions, they covered a full 10-kilometer radius centered on himself. Luchuan stood up, feeling as though his entire body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. Subconsciously, Luchuan lifted his shirt. The frame beneath his jacket had completely filled out his clothes. His muscle mass had increased by 2 or 3 sizes compared to before, with bulging muscles that resembled those of a super soldier. Finding a bedroom with a mirror in building 4, Luchuan stared at his reflection in complete astonishment. The muscular definition across his entire body had become sharply angular, radiating terrifying explosive power. Moreover, Luchuan realized he was gradually becoming more human-like in appearance. His skin no longer bore the sickly bluish-black hue characteristic of zombies, and the formerly purple-black veins throughout his body had returned to their normal state. Only his entire appearance looked paler than ordinary humans, which was due to his blood not circulating properly. Meanwhile, his pupils remained blood red, though a slight distinction had begun to appear between the whites and irises, unlike other zombies whose eyes were completely crimson. Luchuan had always felt that despite evolving, his close combat physical strength wasn't particularly powerful. But after consuming the second-tier tyrant zombie's crystal core this time, Luchuan could clearly feel that even his close combat physical strength had significantly improved. Looking at the slightly trembling Lightning One beside him, Luchuan gave a faint smile. Luchuan controlled Lightning One to follow him to a spacious greenbelt area downstairs. He then issued the command for it to attack him, and instantly Lightning One burst forth with terrifying speed like a cheetah. As an agile-type zombie, Lightning One was extremely fast. After all, under Luchuan's control before, even second-stage tyrant zombies couldn't catch up with Lightning One. Although only at the first stage, it was already incomparable to Luchuan's previous self. However, after this physical enhancement, when Luchuan fought Lightning One again, he discovered he could now completely match its speed. Lightning One no longer held any speed advantage against him. Luchuan even specifically timed their running speeds with a stopwatch. Indeed, they were now evenly matched. Then Luchuan eagerly began practical combat. Bang! With a powerful swing of Luchuan's arm, Lightning One was actually sent flying. Their physical capabilities were no longer on the same level. Luchuan looked in surprise at his thick arms and fists, unable to believe such power could erupt from his own body. Although Lightning One was a speed-type zombie, its strength was significantly inferior to Big Fatty's. However, as a physical evolution-type zombie, it was still much stronger than a psychic-type zombie like himself. At least before consuming the crystal core, his pure physical attributes couldn't even match Lightning One's. But now he had successfully overpowered it. Feeling the immense power within his body, Luchuan was extremely excited. Now, after continuously consuming crystal cores, even compared to ordinary combat-evolved zombies, he possessed considerable physical capabilities. However, Luchuan hadn't forgotten that his greatest advantage actually lay in his brain. With human consciousness, he could train various combat techniques and constantly summarize experiences in battles to enhance his fighting capability, a method far more efficient than zombies' instinctive combat style. Now Luchuan felt confident even if he encountered a tyrant zombie again, though he might not defeat it, he would at least be capable of putting up a fight. However, for Luchuan, these physical enhancements were just supplementary. The most significant change was in his psychic abilities. Feeling his dramatically increased mental power, Luchuan estimated he could now control second-tier evolved zombies. He had witnessed firsthand the overwhelming combat prowess of that tyrant zombie that had crushed everything in its path. He wondered when he might encounter another tyrant zombie. If he could control one tyrant zombie, combining its formidable physique with his own combat skills would greatly enhance his zombie squad's fighting capability. If he could control a powerful tyrant, he wouldn't need to worry too much even if that mysterious female officer who could resurrect came attacking again. Luchuan then commanded his zombie squad to search more distant areas for traces of evolved zombies. Though that female officer sometimes appeared quite foolish, today she had genuinely given him a valuable warning. This is the apocalypse now, all resources can be utilized without worrying about moral condemnation from past lives. When encountering powerful zombies in the future, I should use my brain more instead of always resorting to brute force. 7th floor, living room. A piece of paper fluttered in the air, seemingly covered with writings. Hee, this is how we'll do it tonight. Ji Rushua watched the paper flying in the air and nodded in satisfaction. After thinking long in the afternoon, she still decided not to meet the 9 Death Demon cop for now. After all, her current body was just an infant, meeting might even cause the 9-death demon cop cerebellum to atrophy. Soon, night fell. Dad, I'm sleepy. Ji Rushua bid Lu Chuan goodnight early and returned to her bedroom. It had been over 2 months since the apocalypse began, and the once bustling city had long lost its former clamor. All neon lights disappeared, leaving only complete darkness between the city buildings. However, the bright moon in the sky was exceptionally clear. With many factories shutting down due to human disappearance, the skies over Jianghai City had become much clearer. By the moonlight, Zhao Lin moved stealthily through the streets. After bypassing several wandering zombies, she successfully slipped into a breakfast shop called Sunshine Post on the outskirts of Sunshine Residential District. Chapter 72. If the Zombie King isn't eliminated, it will surely become a calamity. After entering the breakfast shop, Zhao Lin cautiously scanned her surroundings, searching for the figure of the expert who had saved her that day. Zhao Lin appeared utterly disheveled at this moment, with numerous burn marks covering her body. Some wounds caused by the explosion's shockwave hadn't yet healed. Though her physical condition was poor, she remembered the agreement she'd made with that expert the previous night. Holding to the principle that a person must keep their word, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth and persevered to keep the appointment. Although she could only walk with a noticeable limp now, Zhao Lin believed that a person must have something they steadfastly uphold while living in this world. As a police officer, she had always adhered to principles when handling matters, so she placed great importance on credibility. This woman actually came after all. Ji Rushu appeared through the hole left in her bedroom window and indeed saw figures moving in the breakfast shop outside the residential area. This breakfast shop happened to be just outside the residential area, relatively close to Building 5, not in the same direction as the main gate. There was a powerful evolved zombie guarding the main gate, making the breakfast shop site comparatively safer. Most importantly, it was very close to Building 5. Observing the stumbling figure hiding in the breakfast shop below, Ji Rushua shook her head helplessly. In her previous life, she had heard some stories about the 9-death demon cop. Perhaps because she was a police officer herself, she strictly adhered to principles. But the problem was, when the apocalypse came, principles had long ceased to exist. According to Ji Rushua's knowledge, this 9-death demon cop had wasted several revival opportunities in the early days of the apocalypse due to overtrusting companions. Even due to professional conviction, he always believed saving other survivors was his sacred duty. When Ji Rushua heard this news in her past life, she could hardly believe such people still existed after the apocalypse. After being repeatedly betrayed by those survivors he saved and suffering multiple deaths, the 9-death demon cop became utterly disillusioned with this world, completely changing his temperament thereafter in killing without mercy. He became extremely cold-blooded. Ji Rushua had originally doubted the veracity of such rumors, but now she finally witnessed it with her own eyes. Fortunately, the current 9-death demon cop hadn't turned to the dark side yet and was indeed easy to fool. Immediately afterward, Ji Rushua took out the paper she had prepared earlier in the day. She folded it into a paper airplane shape and used telekinesis to make it fly out through the window opening. Through the glazed breathing technique, she continuously absorbed the energy particles between heaven and earth. Ji Rushua's own telekinetic abilities had grown remarkably powerful. Controlling a paper airplane from the 7th floor to fly outside the residential compound was no challenge for her whatsoever. Zhao Lin waited anxiously inside the fast food restaurant, constantly scanning her surroundings through the window. Just then, a paper airplane came trembling through the air into the restaurant, landing right on Zhao Lin's back. A paper airplane. Staring at the paper airplane behind her, Zhao Lin was momentarily stunned. But as she watched the paper airplane circling before her, Zhao Lin suddenly realized this was likely a message left for her by that extraordinary expert. She quickly grabbed it. After unfolding the paper, Zhao Lin discovered a line of elegant, delicate handwriting. The signature at the bottom only contained 3 words, the Invisible One. Tilting her head, Zhao Lin couldn't help but feel puzzled. The Invisible One. Is that the name of the expert who saved me? Or does it mean his ability is invisibility? When Zhao Lin read the information recorded in the letter, her pupils suddenly contracted. What? Zombie King? There actually exists such a monster. One that can control other zombies, even including evolved ones. This information made Zhao Lin's heartbeat accelerate uncontrollably. She couldn't believe there existed such a powerful and unique zombie. There's actually a being in Sunshine Residential area that can control evolved zombies. No wonder I saw those evolved zombies gathered together earlier without fighting each other. And today at the gas station, those 2 evolved zombies actually teamed up to attack the Tier 2 tyrant. Could it all be orchestrated by that evolved zombie king? Zhao Lin frowned deeply, her mind unable to calm down for a long time. The information recorded on this paper airplane completely exceeded her expectations. She had originally thought zombies only had a few evolutionary paths. She never imagined those powerful evolved zombies would be mere puppets before the Zombie King. If she hadn't experienced the battle at Sunshine Residential area earlier, she might have remained skeptical about this expert's claims. but recalling all her experiences at the entrance of Sunshine residential area. It seems the other party wasn't lying. Walking to the window, Zhao Lin gazed at Sunshine residential area under the moonlight. The entire complex was deathly quiet. But Zhao Lin knew it contained multiple evolved zombies and a large number of ordinary ones. After humans turn into zombies, they lose all rationality and consciousness, becoming nothing but bloodthirsty monsters. This holds true even for evolved zombies. But imagine if there existed an evolved zombie possessing extremely high intelligence along with the ability to command others. Zhao Lin dared not imagine how terrifying that would be. A zombie king essentially organizes those scattered, disorganized zombies into a unified force, forming formidable combat strength. If such an entity were allowed to grow unchecked, it would undoubtedly become humanity's greatest future threat. The tyrant zombie they encountered today had already reached level 2, making Zhao Lin realize how rapidly these zombies evolve. While she could easily handle 3 ordinary evolved zombies alone, she couldn't even put up a proper fight against that tyrant. This means that after the apocalypse, zombies may evolve faster than human evolvers. If this zombie king gains control over evolved zombies like the tyrant class, human survivors would stand no chance. Zhao Lin clenched her fists as a police officer. Her inner conviction made her gaze turn resolutely firm. This zombie king must not be allowed to live any longer. Zhao Lin looked at the paper plane in her hand, nodding with a faint smile curling at her lips. This invisible one must be one of the human evolvers. Wanting to join forces with me to eliminate the zombie king, clearly a righteous person who shares my ideals. I knew it. Even in this apocalyptic world, there are still those upholding humanity and justice. Holding the letter, Zhao Lin felt the excitement of finding kindred spirits. Despite her numerous injuries, she radiated excitement as she carefully tucked away the letter and stealthily departed under the moonlight. Ji Rushua observed everything through the hole in the bedroom wall. It seems successful. I knew the 9 Death Demon Cop's personality in the early apocalypse would never refuse me. Since direct communication was impossible, Ji Rushua had left a message in the letter. If unwilling to cooperate, the recipient should tear the paper to pieces. Now that the other party chose to keep it close to their body, it meant they had agreed. Chapter 73, Operation commences. Zhao Lin breaks into Sunshine Community at night. The next morning, while eating breakfast prepared by Lu Chuan, Ji Rushua couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth from curling upwards. Currently, the zombie king in Sunshine Community was like a thorn in her side. This zombie king was far more cunning than any she had encountered in her previous life. If not eliminated soon, it would undoubtedly become a major threat in the future. Most importantly, the zombie father was under its control. This was the fundamental reason why Ji Rushua was trying every means to eliminate it. Only by eliminating it could zombie father break free from control. Fortunately, we have successfully allied with the 9 Deaths Demon Police. They have agreed to cooperate with us in eliminating the zombie king. The 9 Deaths Demon Police have now become second-tier evolvers, possessing the heaven-defying ability to grow stronger upon resurrection. With the 9 Deaths Demon Police taking the front line and myself providing covert support, I'm confident we can successfully slay this zombie king. Looking at her zombie father before her, Ji Rushua clenched her small pink fist while eating. Don't worry, Dad. It won't be long before you're freed from the zombie king's control. As she ate breakfast, Ji Rushua calculated the time in her mind. The agreed moment was nearly upon them. In their correspondence, she and Zhao Lin had already set the time for their assault. 2 nights later would be when they executed their plan. Ji Rushua felt a surge of anticipation in her heart. The zombie king in Sunshine residential area was no ordinary foe. It possessed at least second-tier strength. Don't worry, Dad. As long as I'm here, even if I have to feed you crystal cores, I will definitely make you the strongest zombie. The crystal core of a zombie king plus the other evolved zombies in the community, these crystal cores combined will definitely allow Dad's strength to improve rapidly. Ji Rushua also felt somewhat expectant. To what extent would Dad's strength improve after devouring these crystal cores? She believed that by then, zombie Dad should have self-preservation capabilities. And that zombie king whom Ji Rushua kept thinking about was none other than Lu Chuan himself. At this moment, he was completely unaware that his own crystal core had already been reserved by his daughter. Moreover, she was preparing to dig out his crystal core and bring it back to feed him. Ever since devouring the crystal core of a second-stage tyrant 2 days ago, Lu Chuan's strength had improved tremendously, especially experiencing an explosive growth in psychic power. The combat power of second-stage evolved zombies wasn't just slightly better than first-stage zombies, the improvement was substantial. If he could successfully control a second-stage evolved zombie, the combat strength of his zombie puppets would undergo a qualitative transformation. Just the thought of having several powerful tyrants following behind him made Lu Chuan's lips curl upwards uncontrollably. At that point, he would probably be able to act with complete impunity throughout the city. Only in this way could he provide Xiao Qiqi with a safe and stable environment to grow up in. Unfortunately, although Lu Chuan sent his zombie puppets to expand the search range, after 2 full days of searching, they still came up empty-handed. evolved zombies were inherently rare, and the range within which Lu Chuan could control his zombie puppets was still quite limited. However, what gave Lu Chuan some peace of mind was that the female police officer who used to frequently cause trouble had finally quieted down, giving him much more peace. Nevertheless, Lu Chuan remained vigilant. After all, apart from that bizarre resurrected policewoman, there was still another revolver hiding near his residential area who had never shown up. Over the past few days, Lu Chuan continuously controlled his zombie puppets to conduct a carpet-like search, basically turning over every possible hiding place. Yet, there was still not the slightest bit of progress. A thorough search inside and outside the residential complex still didn't reveal any trace of that person. The longer the other party remained unseen, the more concerned Lu Chuan became. This sufficiently proved that this evolved individual hiding in the shadows possessed far more sophisticated methods than this policewoman. Moreover, there was a high probability their strength was equally formidable. I just can't figure it out. What has my Sunshine residential complex done to offend you all? Why must you trouble me in this vast Zhanghai city? Lu Chuan was utterly exasperated. Whenever he thought about these human evolvers persistently targeting his Sunshine residential complex, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. You'd better keep hiding in the shadows and never show your faces. After I find a second stage evolved zombie, none of you will escape. Standing on the balcony looking out the window, a cold glint flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes. He already had a plan in mind. Once he gained control of a second stage evolved zombie, he would cleanse all human survivors within a 5-kilometer radius. Although he preferred not to take initiative against these humans, if they threatened him, Lu Chuan wouldn't hesitate to eliminate them root and branch. The events of these past days made Lu Chuan increasingly realize that mercy toward others is cruelty to oneself. Little Chi-Chi was still so young, and Lu Chuan didn't want to leave any potential threats for their future life. If any mistake occurs, it would be too late for regrets. As night gradually fell, Ji Rushue's heartbeat began to accelerate. While eating the fried rice with eggs that Lu Chuan had prepared, she carefully contemplated her next moves. "Daddy, I want to sleep." After finishing her meal, Ji Rushue bid Lu Chuan an early good night and retreated to the bedroom. Tonight was the time she had agreed with the 9 Death Demon officer to eliminate the Zombie King. At the thought of battling a powerful Zombie King, rather than feeling afraid, a glint of excitement flashed in Ji Rushue's eyes. As the human empress in her previous life, Ji Rushue had never feared combat. Moreover, fighting with her current reborn body made Ji Rushue feel somewhat excited. Seeing the little one go inside to sleep, Lu Chuan stayed in the living room to rest and recover the mental energy consumed during the day. He needed to maintain peak condition at all times so he wouldn't miss the second stage evolved zombies. And just at this moment, under the bright moonlight, Zhao Lin successfully arrived outside the Sunshine residential area. Looking at the evolved zombie guarding the entrance of Sunshine residential area, Zhao Lin slowly exhaled several deep breaths to calm her somewhat rapid breathing. The truck keys are still inside the compound. This is the perfect opportunity to retrieve them. This mission would both eliminate this threat to humanity and allow everyone to leave the city for the survivor base. For Zhao Lin, this operation was indeed killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She just didn't know how prepared that expert was at this moment. Zhao Lin gazed at the residential area ahead, her expression unavoidably tense. The Zombie King. Does such a powerful zombie really exist in this world? I wonder what would happen if I were to confront that Zombie King with my current strength. However, thinking about how I've come back to life twice in a row, this gave her tremendous courage again. At worst, I'll just die. On the contrary, I can continue to revive. Chapter 74, as expected, there are other evolved individuals. While pondering, Zhao Lin surveyed the surrounding streets. The surroundings were pitch black, with only faint moonlight illuminating the streets. Since Depang was guarding the neighborhood entrance, even ordinary wandering zombies wouldn't come near. The area was extremely quiet without the slightest sound as Zhao Lin kept looking around. This evolved individual called the Invisible One wouldn't break our agreement, right? They spoke with such conviction, they don't seem like the type to go back on their word. Zhao Lin kept scanning the surroundings, guessing whether the Invisible One had already arrived beside her. The invisibility ability is truly formidable, coming and going without a trace, even I can't determine their position. However, Zhao Lin quickly regained her composure. While the invisibility skill is useful, my resurrection ability is the most practical. After all, without this resurrection ability, I would probably be dead by now. Invisible One, we made an agreement earlier, please don't screw me over tonight. Zhao Lin whispered into the air, hoping the hidden expert could hear her words. Then she strode directly toward the residential compound's main gate. As she looked at the hulking figure wielding a giant hammer, battle intent and killing aura flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. Being killed twice in a row by this brute would make even a clay figurine lose its temper. Hey, big guy, I'm back to play with you again. Once near the tank-type zombie, Zhao Lin shouted loudly. This was her prior arrangement with the mysterious expert. She would draw the zombie's attention. Her voice cut sharply through the silent street, instantly capturing Fatty's attention. At the same time, Lu Chuan, who was recovering his spiritual power in the 7th floor living room, was instantly alarmed. It's you again. This never ends. A flash of anger appeared in Lu Chuan's eyes. He had been staying quietly in the residential area with Xiao Qiqi, never offending anyone. Yet this female police officer seemed to have targeted him, coming to cause trouble repeatedly. He thought he could finally have a couple peaceful days, but tonight she actually came again. Humph. Since you insist on courting death, then today I'll make sure you stay here forever. Immortal body, is it? Then I'll break all your limbs, ensuring you never see sunlight again. If you can't die, does that mean you won't need to resurrect? Lu Chuan immediately rushed downstairs, heading straight for the residential area's main gate. His blood-red eyes were filled with murderous intent. This female officer's repeated provocations had completely enraged him. In the bedroom, Ji Ruxue, who had been pretending to sleep, quickly got up upon hearing the commotion outside. The plan begins now. Heh, Zombie King, the hunting hour begins now. Ji Ruxue crept downstairs quietly, then stealthily made her way to the 2nd floor of building number 1. This was exactly the same room where she had previously assisted Zhao Lin. It offered a panoramic view of the residential area's entrance while minimizing the risk of being discovered. By the time Ji Ruxue reached building number 1, the battle outside the residential area had already commenced. Lu Chuan remained hidden nearby, controlling Big Fatty and 2 agile zombies to make the first move. Lu Chuan manipulated Big Fatty, whose dual hammers swung with tremendous ferocity. Having achieved a breakthrough in his psychic powers, Lu Chuan could now control Big Fatty more effectively during combat thanks to his abundant mental energy. He dodged Zhao Lin's attacks while simultaneously executing counteroffensive maneuvers. Under Lu Chuan's control, Big Fatty's hammers moved with such force that each swing followed another like a raging storm. The front hammer swings while the rear hammer smashes down. The dual hammer combo executed flawlessly, giving Zhao Lin almost no chance to catch his breath. Boom! 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 The twin hammers struck the ground with dull thuds, sending tremors that made Zhao Lin's feet go numb. The fierce wind whipped up by the swinging hammers raised goosebumps across his entire body. What's going on? Why does this evolved zombie's attack angles feel much more cunning than before? Frowning continuously while dodging, Zhao Lin felt significantly greater pressure from this tank-type zombie compared to earlier. Though its strength didn't seem to have increased, it could somehow accurately predict his dodging positions and even block his surprise attacks with those massive hammers. Could these brainless zombies actually be capable of learning human combat techniques? At this thought, Zhao Lin's frown deepened further. Fortunately, as a second-stage evolved human, with her outstanding physical strength and abundant combat skills, although facing this evolved zombie carried higher risks than before, Zhao Lin could still handle it with ease. Swish! Swish! However, at that moment, 2 sounds of something cutting through air were heard. Zhao Lin only felt chills run down her skin and instinctively performed several backflips to dodge. As soon as Zhao Lin landed, the scene before her eyes filled her with extreme horror. On the path she had just dodged from, 2 agile-type zombies appeared, each wielding 2 steel knives. Had she been even half a second slower, she would have already had her limbs severed by those blades. Not daring to be careless, Zhao Lin quickly drew 2 tactical daggers. Heh, did you really think being an evolved human makes you invincible? Today I'll make you pay the price. Lu Chuan's eyes were now filled with murderous intent. After his spiritual power was enhanced, Lu Chuan's control over these zombie puppets had also improved significantly. Moreover, his current grasp of combat opportunities has become more precise than before. With continuous fighting, Lu Chuan's various combat techniques kept manifesting themselves. The 2 lightning-fast zombies instantly formed a pincer attack, their silvery white blades gleaming with chilling cold light under the moonlight, leaving Zhao Lin no room for carelessness. Depang, controlled by Lu Chuan, launched frontal assaults with terrifying force from his twin hammers that Zhao Lin dared not block directly, forced to dodge by all means possible. With Lu Chuan's enhanced strength, Zhao Lin found it much harder to fight 1 against 3. Every dodge could barely be described as narrowly escaping danger. Within just a few exchanges, relying on his powerful psychokinesis, Lu Chuan had essentially deciphered Zhao Lin's combat patterns. Immediately changing his left-hand hammer attack pattern, Lu Chuan caught Zhao Lin off guard as Lightning 1 and 2 launched their harassment. Just as the massive hammer was about to smash into Zhao Lin's abdomen, Depang's body suddenly froze unnaturally mid-air for a full second. Zhao Lin seized this opportunity to narrowly dodge the attack. Lu Chuan frowned. He then launched another assault. But then he discovered that whether it was Big Fatty or Lightning 1 and 2, every time they were about to hit Zhao Lin, their movements would inexplicably pause for a second. This allowed Zhao Lin, who should have been defeated, to escape repeatedly. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chuan's eyes. As I thought, there's another revolver nearby. Chapter 75. Damn it, can bullets even curve? Every time his attack was about to land on the target, it felt like some bizarre force made his assault stall, leaving even his body frozen mid-air. This strange situation made Lu Chuan's brows knit tightly together. When fighting this policewoman days ago, the same situation occurred. What kind of power is this? It can actually interfere with my movements. Hiding in the shadows, Lu Chuan controlled zombies to surround Zhao Lin while constantly scanning the surroundings. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't detect any trace of evolved beings in the vicinity. What kind of ability has this hidden evolved awakened? It can actually influence my movements without any visible form. Every time my attack is about to land on Zhao Lin, it suddenly feels like time stands still around us. Could it be that this hidden evolved possesses an ability similar to time manipulation? Had it been before encountering this troublesome policewoman, Lu Chuan might have considered such an idea somewhat absurd. But after witnessing resurrection right before his eyes, the emergence of an evolved being capable of affecting time no longer seemed impossible. Thinking this, Lu Chuan grew increasingly cautious. He summoned all other zombie squads in the compound toward the entrance, while blending in among the zombie puppets himself. No matter what special ability the enemy possessed, that evolved being was likely lurking nearby, and Lu Chuan had no intention of exposing himself to their sight. In order to verify his speculation, Lu Chuan controlled the 3 evolved zombies to attack relentlessly, intensifying their assault with increased ferocity. This made Zhao Lin's already precarious situation even more dangerous. However, Lu Chuan noticed that just like before, whenever his attacks were about to land on Zhao Lin, the controlled zombie puppets would freeze in place for no apparent reason. The duration of this pause was precisely 1 second, just enough time for Zhao Lin to escape. If this happened once, it could be written off as coincidence, but after more than a dozen repetitions, there was no way it could be mere chance. Damn it, why are these two fixated on me? Lu Chuan was now almost certain that there was another evolved individual hiding in the shadows around Sunshine residential area. 2 days ago, when he observed the female officer fighting against the tyrant zombie, she hadn't displayed any ability to halt the tyrant's movements. This was enough proof that this mysterious evolved being capable of manipulating time or at least restricting his actions was a separate entity from the female officer. Compared to Lu Chuan, who was growing increasingly furious, Zhao Lin was quite excited. Facing 3 opponents alone was extremely stressful, but every time she found herself in danger, that hidden evolved would intervene. Up to now, she had already been saved by them over 10 times. It seems that self-proclaimed Invisible One wasn't lying to me after all. They're currently concealed near the battlefield. For me to escape death so many times, it must be their doing. Are they using invisibility to get close and influence the zombies' movements? Not just Lu Chuan, Zhao Lin was also trying to deduce the identity and abilities of this hidden evolved. I never imagined invisibility could prove so crucial in critical moments. Because of Ji Rushua's signature on the previous letter, Zhao Lin became increasingly convinced the hidden evolved possessed invisibility powers. At this moment, Ji Rushua had given Lu Chuan an enormous headache. He clearly had the female officer cornered, yet some inexplicable force kept preventing him from finishing her off. This repeated failure to achieve success was making Lu Chuan somewhat irritable. Since you're so fond of saving people, let's see if you can be faster than bullets. With his close combat restricted, Lu Chuan immediately summoned his squad of gunner corpse puppets. Several zombies raised their firearms, aimed at Zhao Lin, and fired without hesitation. Zhao Lin was currently being suppressed by 3 evolved zombies and didn't notice some zombies had actually taken aim at her with guns. Bang! 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 Only when the gunshots rang out did Zhao Lin realize the danger, but it was already too late for her to react. Although she had become an evolved, she clearly understood that her current speed couldn't possibly surpass bullets. Moreover, with 3 evolved zombies restricting her movement, standing here was practically like being a living target. Yet what Zhao Lin never expected was that although the gunshots rang out, all the bullets whizzed past her body without hitting her. Ha 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 ha, that spray and pray shooting is killing me with laughter. Just when I thought death was certain, the outcome turned out to be unexpectedly comical. This gave Zhao Lin emotions like a roller coaster ride, making her burst out laughing uncontrollably. I knew it. Even if zombies can shoot guns, there's no way they'd be that accurate. To Lu Chuan's ears, Zhao Lin's laughter sounded extremely grating. He never expected this policewoman to be so lucky none of his zombie squad's coordinated shooting managed to hit her. Neither Zhao Lin nor Lu Chuan noticed the small figure watching the battlefield from a second-floor window near the main gate of building number 1. Thank goodness I kept watching based on prior experience, otherwise this 9 death police would have died yet again. Ji Rushua secretly sighed in relief. It was her telekinetic control ability that had made all those bullets narrowly miss Zhao Lin's body. On the other side, Lu Chuan still refused to give up. This time, he personally controlled several zombies to aim at Zhao Lin's direction, then pulled the trigger and emptied the entire magazine. Bang! 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 The dense gunfire rang out again, causing Zhao Lin's expression to change this time. She could see clearly now several zombies had all aimed at her. Even if she dodged a few bullets by luck, she would definitely get hit. However, the same scenario repeated itself. Ji Rushua used telekinesis to divert all the bullets from their trajectories. Are you fucking kidding me? Bullets can actually curve. Lu Chuan completely lost his composure this time. He had seen it clearly. Those bullets that should have hit the policewoman had changed direction mid-flight. Zhao Lin watched as all the bullets perfectly missed her body, momentarily stunned with disbelief. This making bullets curve, surely invisibility power alone couldn't achieve this. To what level has this hidden master in the shadows already evolved? Just as both Lu Chuan and Zhao Lin were stunned, Ji Ruxue, who was manipulating the battlefield from behind the scenes, wore a smug expression. Fortunately, after rebirth, I not only inherited the power of time control but also awakened psychokinesis. Otherwise, relying solely on time manipulation, I truly wouldn't have been able to block so many bullets. Ji Ruxue secretly rejoiced in her heart. Fortunately, she possessed dual talents, otherwise even with the 9 Death Demon Cop's help today, they might not have been able to handle the Zombie King. Thinking this, Ji Ruxue smiled faintly. My apologies, Zombie King. With both psychokinesis and time manipulation at my disposal, no one can touch those I wish to protect. Dual talents mean I can do whatever I want. Chapter 76. You can't touch this zombie. Realizing the hidden evolved being was a peerless master, Zhao Lin relaxed after receiving multiple assists from them. At first, Zhao Lin had to fight cautiously to avoid getting injured, mostly relying on constant evasion. But now that she witnessed bullets bending before her eyes, Zhao Lin completely let loose. This mysterious expert hiding in the shadows was like an invincible cheat code, making Zhao Lin's attacks grow increasingly reckless. Brandishing a pair of tactical daggers, she launched relentless offensive moves against the 3 evolved zombies, abandoning all defense. Though this combat style resembled suicide, Ji Ruxue's protection ensured Lu Chuan's attacks kept missing their mark. Emboldened by this advantage, Zhao Lin fought with growing ferocity. The once suppressed fighter now repeatedly wounded Big Fatty, Lightning 1, and Lightning 2 with her daggers. Lu Chuan was practically fuming with rage. Despite controlling 3 powerful evolved zombies, he couldn't land a single successful hit. In close combat, attacks are forcibly stopped, and bullets can curve after being fired from a distance. What kind of cheat is this? Lu Chuan never expected that in his past life. Just because he didn't spend money in the game, he was treated as mobs to be farmed by paying players. Now that he's transmigrated and reborn into this unfamiliar world, he still can't escape this fate of being dominated. According to the normal script, he should have defied fate and risen to power. Yet unexpectedly, he's now being ground into the dirt. To make matters worse, this female officer already has the ability to resurrect, and now he can't even land a scratch on her. Initially, when he came downstairs, Lu Chuan was full of confidence. This time, he would surely take down this female officer. But in just a short time, he has become utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Zhao Lin, with the help of her formidable teammate Ji Ruxue, is happily holding her own against 3 zombies all by herself. Seeing this, Ji Ruxue, who had been closely watching the battlefield, immediately furrowed her brows and urgently sent a mental message to Zhao Lin: stop prolonging the fight. Don't focus on these 3 evolved zombies. Eliminating the Zombie King is our true objective today. Ji Ruxue rubbed her temples, feeling utterly helpless. This Zhao Lin really lacks common sense. She's enjoying herself in battle but has completely forgotten our original plan. Such reckless fighting style. Does she think I'm some kind of perpetual motion machine? Though the power of time is formidable, each activation consumes tremendous energy. Zhao Lin was never a match for these 3 evolved zombies to begin with. Now that she's fighting unrestrainedly with my protection, the situation has become increasingly perilous. While Zhao Lin was having her fun, poor Ji Ruxue supporting from behind suffered greatly. Such massive energy expenditure couldn't be sustained for long. Only after hearing Ji Ruxue's warning did Zhao Lin in the midst of combat finally remember their actual mission. She then stopped her aggressive attacks and began adjusting her position, gradually maneuvering toward the gate. Seizing the gap when the 3 evolved zombies were engaged in battle, Zhao Lin swiftly dashed toward Sunshine Residential Area. Her sudden change of movement caught Lu Chuan off guard, and he hurriedly controlled Big Fatty, Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 to intercept her. However, Lu Chuan discovered to his dismay that all 3 of his evolved zombies were restrained by some mysterious force, frozen in place and unable to move. Bastard! Hiding in the shadows is cowardly. If you've got guts, come out and fight me properly. This feeling of being secretly targeted infuriated Lu Chuan, who couldn't help roaring in anger. With all 3 evolved zombies immobilized, Lu Chuan had no choice but to intercept Zhao Lin personally despite the risk of exposing himself. Even at the cost of revealing his presence, Lu Chuan absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to enter the residential area or threaten Xiao Qiqi's safety. What? There's another evolved zombie in this residential area. Seeing Lu Chuan charging out from the zombie horde, Zhao Lin was utterly astonished. Ji Ruxue, hiding on the 2nd floor, was also greatly shocked as Lu Chuan's intervention disrupted her plan. Why has Papa made his move too? Wasn't he supposed to be exempt from the Zombie King's orders, not needing to serve as cannon fodder? Ji Ruxue now faced a dilemma. While she could attack other zombies without hesitation, she simply couldn't bring herself to strike at Zombie Papa. As she hesitated, Lu Chuan had already engaged Zhao Lin in combat. Lu Chuan drew his machete from behind his back and swung directly at Zhao Lin, showing absolutely no mercy toward the fairer sex. Frowning, Zhao Lin brandished her dagger and clashed with Lu Chuan. For a moment, the residential compound glittered with chilling blade radiance, and a flash of surprise crossed Zhao Lin's eyes. She hadn't expected this evolved zombie before her to possess such practiced combat skills. His movements were both lightning fast and ruthlessly precise, each strike aimed squarely at her vital points. The more Zhao Lin fought, the more alarmed she became. Even with her 2 tactical daggers, she was struggling to hold her own against this zombie before her. Damn it, how is this Sunshine residential area so treacherous? This evolved zombie looks ordinary, so why is it more troublesome than those 3 outside? Zhao Lin hadn't expected this seemingly unremarkable zombie to be so incredibly difficult to deal with. What's going on? Could there really be zombies that specialize in combat evolution? It feels like it can even predict my next attack. While clashing with Zhao Lin, Lu Chuan simultaneously controlled Big Fatty, Lightning 1, and Lightning 2, which had broken free from Ji Rushua's control, swiftly sending them to reinforce him. He had also noticed that the hidden evolved being's power must have its limits. Though it could restrain his movements, it lasted for barely an instant. As the 3 evolved zombies rushed into the residential area, they were about to join the battlefield. Ji Rushua knew that if they continued to delay, tonight's assassination operation would likely fail. Gazing at the figure of her zombie father, Ji Rushua's eyes were filled with conflict. She naturally didn't want to attack her zombie father. But seeing those 3 approaching evolved zombies, Ji Rushua finally gritted her teeth and couldn't help but use time control on Lu Chuan. Don't blame me, Dad. I'm doing this to kill that zombie king. Once I eliminate the zombie king and free you from his control, you'll be completely released. Simultaneously, Ji Rushua hurriedly sent a mental message to Zhao Lin, quick, enter the residential area. Don't waste time. Seeing the evolved zombie before her being controlled, Zhao Lin immediately prepared to kick it. But the next second, she suddenly discovered her own body had frozen mid-air, unable to move. Zhao Lin, what's the meaning of this? Not even sparing teammates. At this moment, Ji Rushua's voice rang in Zhao Lin's mind. You can't touch this zombie. Chapter 77. Why are all the zombies heading to Building 5? Upon hearing Ji Rushua's words, Zhao Lin froze momentarily. What did she mean by this zombie can't be touched? Could it be that this zombie was actually one of their own? Ji Rushua's sudden intervention left Zhao Lin completely bewildered. What's this invisible woman up to? Doesn't she understand the principle that those not of our kind must have different hearts? Why is she making exceptions for these zombies? Zhao Lin shook her head, unable to comprehend what the invisible woman was thinking. Ignoring Zhao Lin's confusion, Ji Rushua continued transmitting her voice. Remember what I just said, our target is the zombie king in Sunshine residential area. You absolutely must not harm this zombie. With her police intuition, Zhao Lin detected a faint trace of threat in Ji Rushua's tone. She realized that if she actually attacked this zombie before her, the invisible woman in the shadows might very well turn against her. Although she didn't understand what was happening with the invisible entity, Zhao Lin knew that killing the zombie king remained the top priority. Helplessly, she could only give up attacking Lu Chuan and rushed straight into the residential area. Seeing this, Lu Chuan immediately wanted to pursue her but found his body constrained by some mysterious force again. Despite possessing immense strength, he now found himself petrified, like completely immobilized on the spot. This filled Lu Chuan with extreme frustration. This power had been targeting him all night, otherwise he would have dealt with this policewoman long ago. Damn it! You stop right there! Lu Chuan roared furiously as he watched Zhao Lin's retreating figure, his blood-red eyes brimming with endless killing intent. Now he clearly saw this policewoman's single-minded purpose. From initially provoking Big Fatty to battling his 3 zombies, her primary objective had always been to break into Sunshine residential area. Although unaware of the opponent's motives, Lu Chuan at this moment could only worry about the little one's safety. He had already searched every corner of Sunshine residential district, and in Lu Chuan's view, the only thing that could attract these human evolvers' attention was probably little Chi-Chi. The mere thought of little Chi-Chi possibly getting hurt made Lu Chuan burn with rage, desperately struggling to break free from the restraints. Even after consecutively absorbing multiple crystal cores to greatly enhance his physical strength, he still remained completely immobilized. The mysterious force acting upon him now made him feel as if time around his body had come to a standstill. Lu Chuan could only stand still, watching helplessly as Zhao Lin swiftly entered Sunshine residential district. Overwhelming killing intent radiated from Lu Chuan, causing the surrounding temperature to seemingly drop. Damn that woman! I absolutely can't let you go this time. Lu Chuan let out one shrill roar after another, sounds so terrifying they could make anyone who heard them in the dead of night tremble with fear. This terrifying sound made the surrounding zombies tremble physically. Standing upstairs, Ji Rushua watched as her zombie father continuously let out roars of extreme anger, her heart filled with guilt. She never imagined that one day she would actually take action against her zombie father. I'm sorry, Dad. I did this for your own good. As long as we get through tonight, everything will get better. Seeing Lu Chuan's current state of extreme rage, Ji Rushua also felt deeply heartbroken. This was the first time she had sensed such heart-wrenching emotions from her zombie father. Watching her zombie father's retreating figure, Ji Rushua couldn't prevent her eyes from becoming slightly moist. However, she quickly pulled herself out of this emotional state. Because Ji Rushua noticed that after Zhao Lin rushed into the residential area, she seemed completely lost, like a headless fly, momentarily unsure how to proceed. She hurriedly sent another mental message to Zhao Lin inside the compound. The zombie king is cunning and deceitful. Though intelligent, he is extremely fearful of death. Therefore, the place where the zombie king hides must have a large number of zombies protecting it. The fact that these zombies are desperately trying to stop you proves that the zombie king must still be within Sunshine residential area. A flash of anger passed through Ji Rushua's eyes. When she thought about how her zombie father was being used as cannon fodder by this zombie king, she wished she could tear it into pieces. This further strengthened Ji Rushua's determination to kill the zombie king. Although her zombie father still retained some human consciousness, he couldn't completely resist the zombie king's control. If they didn't completely eliminate this zombie king, her zombie father would never gain freedom, let alone dream of having a stable life in the future. Keep searching in the residential area. Wherever you find a large group of zombies desperately trying to stop you from entering, that must be the zombie king's hiding place. Zhao Lin found this reasoning very convincing. She nodded and immediately began carefully searching according to Ji Rushua's instructions. Although Lu Chuan was restrained by an inexplicable force and temporarily unable to move, there were still numerous corpse puppets within the residential area that he could immediately control into action. Some corpse puppets charged toward Zhao Lin under Lu Chuan's command, while others were relocated by him to building number 5. Little Chi-Chi was both Lu Chuan's weakness and his reverse scale. After becoming a zombie following the apocalypse, Lu Chuan couldn't see any hope whatsoever. It was Little Chi-Chi's appearance that changed Lu Chuan's muddled state of mind. Therefore, Little Chi-Chi became the driving force for Lu Chuan to continue surviving. To him, the most precious thing was Little Chi-Chi. No matter what, Lu Chuan absolutely couldn't allow Little Chi-Chi to suffer the slightest harm. Even if something happened to himself, Lu Chuan would never permit his daughter to face even the tiniest danger. Zhao Lin was currently rampaging through the residential area, searching for the situation Ji Rushua had described. These ordinary zombies along the way posed absolutely no threat to a second-stage evolved human like Zhao Lin. After eliminating several puppets controlled by Lu Chuan, Zhao Lin stood puzzled at the center of the residential complex. She had searched the entire complex, yet still couldn't locate the possible hiding place of the zombie king. Strange, she muttered. The information from the invisible ones checks out, so why can't I find the zombie king's possible location? Zhao Lin scratched her head in confusion as she surveyed the surrounding residential buildings. Meanwhile, Ji Rushua kept watching the situation within the complex from upstairs. Her abilities had limits, she couldn't control so many zombies indefinitely. They needed to accelerate their progress and eliminate the zombie king as quickly as possible. But then Ji Rushua made a startling discovery. A large group of zombies were indeed gathering together. And the gathering point was precisely Building 5, where she and her zombie father had been living together. Chapter 78. Could this zombie be related to the invisible ones? What's wrong with these zombies? Why have they all gathered below my building? Ji Rushua felt extremely puzzled when she saw the zombies gathered below building number 5. Inside Sunshine residential area, whether they were evolved zombies or ordinary ones, they were basically under the control of the hidden zombie king. Under the current circumstances, these zombies should first prioritize protecting the zombie king. Ji Rushua remembered very clearly that although the zombie king could control zombies, its actual combat ability wasn't particularly strong. If human evolvers got close to the zombie king, it could potentially be in great danger. Therefore, every zombie king was extremely fearful of death and would never be without zombie protection. This is really strange. I've checked every room in building number 5, they only contain supplies that zombie dad brought back. So what's going on with this zombie horde? While Ji Rushua was still deeply puzzled by this situation, Zhao Lin had already followed the directions she provided and found the number 5 building where these zombies were gathering. Seeing how the zombies firmly shielded number 5 building behind them, a determined glint flashed through Zhao Lin's eyes. Exactly as the invisible one said, when the zombie king is in danger, it gathers all the zombies together. Zhao Lin could see very clearly now the 4 evolved zombies she had fought before, along with numerous ordinary zombies, were all gathered together without any infighting. This seemed extremely bizarre to Zhao Lin. That means the zombie king capable of controlling zombies must be hiding inside this number 5 building. Roar! Roar! Under Lu Chuan's control, the numerous zombies let out waves of furious warning growls. In the quiet moonlit night, these zombies' shrill howls created an exceptionally chilling atmosphere. However, the thought that this zombie king could potentially pose a tremendous threat to humanity made Zhao Lin's eyes burn with unwavering determination. No matter what, we must eliminate this zombie king today, or Jianhai City will never know peace again. The zombie king must be destroyed today. With a furious shout, Zhao Lin brandished her tactical knives and charged straight toward Building 5. Is she crazy? Why is this policewoman charging toward Building 5? Did her brain get damaged during resurrection? Why is she so fixated on me? Lu Chuan, standing in front of Building 5, felt both shock and fury as he saw Zhao Lin speeding toward his position. Originally, he had intended to defend the entire Sunshine residential complex but never expected that hidden evolved human's ability to be so unnaturally bizarre. That force which could freeze his body in place filled Lu Chuan with deep apprehension. Left with no choice, he had to compromise abandoning other areas of Sunshine residential complex to concentrate his forces around Building 5. After all, this entire Sunshine residential area meant nothing to him. The only thing he couldn't tolerate was these two human evolvers disturbing Xiao Qiqi on the 7th floor. As long as his daughter remained unharmed, these two evolvers could do whatever they wanted with the rest. But to Lu Chuan's surprise, even after choosing to back down proactively, these two evolvers still pressed aggressively forward. Damn it! Why must you force my hand? I've already yielded Sunshine residential area to you, yet you still push me relentlessly. Very well, today we'll fight to mutual destruction. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Chuan's blood-red pupils. In the pitch-black night, his eyes seemed to emit faint crimson light. Come then. Since you refused the face I offered, we'll battle to the end. I'm already a dead man walking. Even if I lose my life today, I won't allow you to set foot in Building 5. Today these two human evolvers have completely touched Lu Chuan's reverse scale. Lu Chuan raised his head to look at the 7th floor, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. That place was the only emotional anchor he had since arriving in this unfamiliar world. Under Lu Chuan's control, Big Fatty swung his dual hammers and charged ahead. Boom! 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 Due to Lu Chuan's rage, Big Fatty's current combat strength actually surpassed his usual level, and every strike was executed without holding back. Zhao Lin showed not the slightest fear in the face of the increasingly ferocious zombie. Swish! 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 The two tactical daggers in her hands now danced like bees and butterflies, their blades stained with zombie blood. Even though wounded, Big Fatty still swung his hammers with immense strength, cracking the surrounding concrete floor. Swish! Swish! With a whooshing sound, two slender figures burst out from the zombie horde, their snow-white blades emitting shimmering silver glows under the moonlight. Zhao Lin hastily retreated, but Fatso refused to relent, swinging his massive hammer directly toward Zhao Lin's abdomen. At that moment, Lu Chuan once again felt that mysterious power to send Fatso's movements suddenly froze, allowing Zhao Lin to narrowly dodge past the hammer's edge. Simultaneously, Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 swung their twin blades, flanking from both sides to cut off Zhao Lin's escape route. Just as Lu Chuan was about to succeed again, this power descended upon Lightning 1 once more. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Lin dodged the fatal strike by slipping behind the immobilized Lightning 1. Continuously thwarted by this mysterious hidden evolver, Lu Chuan flew into a rage. Roar! With an angry bellow, Lu Chuan gripped his machete and charged forward personally. With formidable combat skills, Lu Chuan in his fury instantly overwhelmed Zhao Lin, forcing her to keep her head down. What frustrated Lu Chuan immensely was that whenever his attack was about to land on Zhao Lin, that peculiar force would intervene again. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from this restraint. Damn it! Show yourself and fight me properly. Lu Chuan, once again restrained, couldn't help but roar in frustration. Seeing Lu Chuan immobilized, Zhao Lin seized the opportunity. Her tactical dagger flashed as she thrust forward, aiming straight for Lu Chuan's throat. Let's see if you can survive this time, Zhao Lin thought with a cold sneer. But the next moment, to her shock, she found herself frozen in place as well. Her face darkened instantly at this realization. Then, Zhao Lin deliberately exposed a weakness, staggering on her feet as if about to fall backward. As expected, seeing this opening, Lu Chuan immediately swung his blade downward with the momentum. As Zhao Lin had anticipated, the invisible controller once again took control of this zombie. Seizing this opening, Zhao Lin immediately swung her dagger to attack, but unexpectedly found herself blocked yet again. Losing all patience, Zhao Lin roared angrily, "Enough is enough. Whose side are you really on?" Ji Rushua's equally gloomy voice transmitted, "I've told you already, you must not touch this zombie." Sensing the ice in the other's tone, Zhao Lin couldn't help but speculate about the relationship between the Invisible One and this particular zombie. Could it be that this zombie is related to the invisible controller? Chapter 79, No One Shall Harm My Father. With her police instincts, Zhao Lin keenly realized there must be some connection between the hidden controller and this specific zombie. After all, when she'd attacked other zombies, the other party had remained completely silent. Yet with this particular zombie, the Invisible One had repeatedly warned her not to lay hands on it. Now they're even using restrictive power directly on me. This stealth user is clearly an evolved being, yet hasn't joined any human faction. Could it be all for this zombie? Sensing Ji Rushua's peculiar attitude towards Lu Chuan, Zhao Lin immediately began imagining numerous details in her mind. Clearly a powerful evolved human, yet persistently hiding in the shadows, unwilling to show themselves. Ostensibly here to slay zombies, yet deliberately using this peculiar ability to restrict my movements. In that instant, Zhao Lin couldn't help recalling the early days of the apocalypse, when as a police officer participating in rescue operations, she'd encountered many survivors who had lost loved ones. Many couldn't accept that their relatives and friends had turned into zombies, still believing it to be merely some illness and refusing to act against them. Familial bonds made these people unwilling to accept the established fact that their loved ones were already gone. Now Zhao Lin also regarded this hidden stealth user as one of those people she'd encountered before. After mentally constructing a scene of life and death separation between loved ones, a trace of sympathy flashed in Zhao Lin's eyes. This invisible one is still too indecisive. The apocalypse came and took loved ones away. This is undoubtedly tragic, but what stands before you is clearly now a bloodthirsty zombie, and moreover, a puppet of that zombie king. Zhao Lin sighed helplessly. As a police officer, she felt it was her duty to make this evolved being recognize the truth of reality. She immediately raised her voice and shouted, "Open your eyes wide and look clearly. He's a zombie now. Do you think you're saving him? No, you're harming him. He's long lost his rationality. He's no longer human. Can't you wake up? If you truly care about him, then you should let him escape from this bloodthirsty form as soon as possible." By now, Zhao Lin was firmly convinced that the hidden evolved individual simply couldn't let go of past familial bonds, hence this extreme indecisiveness. Zhao Lin's sudden action made Lu Chuan freeze in surprise. Why is this woman suddenly shouting at thin air? Is she talking to that evolved being lurking in the shadows? Lu Chuan glanced at the zombies beside him, feeling somewhat puzzled. Could it be that among the zombie puppets I control, there's a relative of that evolved being? Is that why they've been targeting Sunshine Residential Area? Focused solely on stopping Zhao Lin, Lu Chuan didn't realize Zhao Lin and Ji Rushua weren't discussing other zombies but himself. Ji Rushua in the distance naturally heard Zhao Lin's words, but she had no intention of explaining. Because Ji Rushua knew even if she explained, the other party would absolutely never believe her. After all, if she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed it either. Although her father was a zombie, he miraculously retained human consciousness. On this matter, Ji Rushua held only one attitude: no one, absolutely no one, could harm her father. Although I've lived 2 lives, I've never experienced the warmth of familial love. It wasn't until my rebirth that I felt this sensation being carefully looked after by my zombie father, knowing someone thinks of you and cares for you every day. Through her zombie father, Ji Rushua experienced genuine familial affection. Humanity had long abandoned its humanity after the apocalypse. To Ji Rushua, those despicable humans weren't any nobler than her zombie father. Noticing the invisible one fall into silence after her words, Zhao Lin mistakenly thought she had successfully persuaded them. Zhao Lin sighed inwardly. As I suspected, this invisible one must have some unspeakable past. It's alright. If you can't harden your heart, let me help you sever all ties with that painful past. Zombies are zombies, humans are humans. It's time you wake up completely. Zhao Lin immediately attacked Lu Chuan again, with moves more ruthless than before. While Lu Chuan grew through continuous battles, Zhao Lin as an evolver kept learning as well, with both sides' combat skills constantly improving. Although Zhao Lin possessed the determination to kill zombies, Lu Chuan's combat skills completely surpassed hers. With several other evolved zombies joining the fight, Zhao Lin was no match for Lu Chuan and had to rely on Ji Rushua secretly saving her time after time. Despite being rescued repeatedly, Zhao Lin's determination to eliminate Lu Chuan only grew stronger. In Zhao Lin's view, only by slaying this zombie before her could she truly help the hidden invisible one. For the living, zombified loved ones were like invisible chains binding them firmly to the pre-apocalypse past. Poor invisible one, as an evolver yourself, why can't you see the truth? No matter who he was in life, he has now become a zombie, a bloodthirsty killing machine. He can't recognize your face, can't hear your voice, he'll only chase you madly by sensing your living human scent. Zhao Lin's dagger flashed faster and faster, as if helping the invisible one sever their past had become his more important mission now. In Zhao Lin's view, the dead are gone and the living must move on. Dwelling endlessly in the past benefits no one. It had been over 2 months since the apocalypse began. Zhao Lin had lost count of how many times he'd helped survivors kill zombies that were once their loved ones. But Lu Chuan was filled with unwillingness, clearly stronger than his opponent, yet repeatedly thwarted by that hidden evolved one in the shadows. This feeling of restrained power, unable to be unleashed, made Lu Chuan burn with rage yet left him utterly helpless. Once again restrained by this inexplicable force, Lu Chuan struggled desperately but in vain as Zhao Lin's dagger approached his forehead. At this moment, only Xiao Qiqi's adorable image flashed through Lu Chuan's mind. Xiao Qiqi, I'm sorry. Daddy has tried his best. I never thought I'd break my promise after all. I'm useless, I couldn't protect you. Just as Zhao Lin's dagger was about to pierce Lu Chuan's skull, Ji Rushua once again immobilized her. I told you can't touch him. Ji Rushua's voice burned with anger, carrying even a trace of sinister killing intent. Chapter 80. Daddy was actually the zombie king all along. Damn it! This idiot is beyond hopeless. Hearing Ji Rushua's threatening words, Zhao Lin instantly saw red. With such formidable power at her disposal, yet she remains so indecisive. Does this invisible woman really plan to live with her memories forever? Zhao Lin kept cursing inwardly. She never expected her flawless plan would go awry because of her teammates' indecisiveness. Back at the police station, her colleagues always said she was too kind and naive, that she couldn't be ruthless enough in the apocalypse. But Zhao Lin never imagined she'd meet someone even more indecisive than herself today. Hasn't this idiot figured it out even after all this time in the apocalypse? Zombies are zombies, they have absolutely no connection to the people they once were. Even if they look identical, they're completely different entities now. Zhao Lin's eyes burned with killing intent, strongly desiring to eliminate Lu Chuan before her. Among all the zombies she'd fought consecutively, this most ordinary-looking one exerted the strongest pressure. Its exceptional combat skills made even Zhao Lin, a trained police officer, feel tremendous pressure during their confrontation. Yet despite having many opportunities to kill the opponent, her teammates were simply too unreliable. With the invisible stalker constantly interfering from the shadows, Zhao Lin knew killing this zombie before her was impossible. Helpless, Zhao Lin stopped engaging the zombies and focused on rushing toward Building 5 instead. At the very least, the zombie king must be slain tonight, or all her efforts would be in vain. Seeing Zhao Lin trying to break away toward Building 5, Lu Chuan immediately swung his blade to block her. Building 5 was his final line of defense. Lu Chuan absolutely wouldn't allow anyone else to enter. But just as Lu Chuan's blade hung mid-swing, that strange power descended again, restricting his movements once more. Damn it all. I'll kill you. Stay right there. If you've got any guts, release me and fight fair. Roar. Restricted in place and unable to move, Lu Chuan could only let out continuous roars, his face already twisted into an extremely ferocious expression. Lu Chuan's terrifying bellows made the surrounding zombies tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, Ji Rushua's current psychic power was limited and couldn't maintain control for long. After a brief moment of restriction was lifted, Lu Chuan quickly caught up with Zhao Lin again. I've told you, no one is allowed to enter. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Chuan swung his machete repeatedly at Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, who had almost reached the door, had no choice but to turn and parry with her own blade. Bang! However, Lu Chuan's attack this time carried full force. Zhao Lin failed to block it completely and was sent flying by Lu Chuan, crashing heavily against the unit door. Creak! The aged iron door emitted a teeth-chattering sound, its metal surface even bending from the impact. Damn it! This zombie is really persistent. Zhao Lin's face turned pale from the tremendous recoil that sent tremors through her internal organs. However, ignoring this, Zhao Lin immediately reached back to pull open the large door. Swish! Suddenly, the sound of something cutting through the air came from behind, making Zhao Lin instinctively dodge sideways. A steel blade flew through the air, striking directly onto the door with a metallic clang, sending sparks flying. Even the iron plating of the door was shaved off considerably by the cleaver. Damn it! Are you seriously not done yet? Zhao Lin was utterly exasperated. She had thought today's plan to slay the zombie king would proceed smoothly, never expecting that hidden cloaked figure to be so indecisive she couldn't even kill a single zombie properly. Now here she was, having reached the building's lower floors, yet unable to complete her mission. At this moment, she finally understood exactly how Lu Chuan had felt earlier. Frustration welled up in Zhao Lin's chest. Fighting seemed pointless, yet not fighting felt equally unacceptable. Though her mission was to slay zombies, she found herself restrained by her fellow human evolvers. She was practically fuming with rage. Bang! 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 Lu Chuan seized this opportunity to dash before Zhao Lin. Though bare-handed, his honed combat skills allowed him to hold his own in the clash. Unable to inflict damage, Zhao Lin could only dodge continuously as Lu Chuan's fists pounded the iron door, leaving dented impressions with each dull thud. Ji Rushua, watching from afar, grew deeply puzzled seeing her zombie father fight so desperately. What's gotten into Dad today? Normally he'd just blend into zombie crowds to slack off. Why's he fighting so fiercely against evolvers now? Lu Chuan's abnormal behavior today completely baffled Ji Rushua. Is this zombie king really in Building 5 or not? I've searched every floor and every room in Building 5, it's all just supplies and more supplies. Where could this so-called zombie king be hiding? Could these zombies beneath Building 5 possibly be protecting the supplies my father collected? Would those things even be useful to zombies? Ji Rushua irritably ruffled her own hair, completely unable to understand where the flaw was in her supposedly perfect plan. Aren't these zombies summoned here because the zombie king sensed danger? What exactly is inside Building 5? Could it be for me? Wait. Protecting me. Ji Rushua, deep in thought, suddenly froze. She abruptly thought of something and quickly turned to look at her zombie father, who was desperately trying to stop the policewoman while letting out furious roars. Her father's face had now become utterly terrifying, a horrifying visage Ji Rushua had never seen before. For a moment, Ji Rushua stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed blankly on the scene below. Was Dad risking his life and even willing to get injured not to protect that zombie king, but to protect me who should have been on the 7th floor? What made Dad so furious wasn't that the zombie king might be in danger, but that I might be discovered. All his unusual behavior tonight was actually because he didn't want me to get hurt. After figuring this out, Ji Rushua's heart swelled with emotion. Through 2 lifetimes, no one had ever fought so desperately for her sake. But even if Dad came to Building 5 because of me, why would other zombies come here too? Could it be that Dad can command their actions? Ji Rushue's eyes widened suddenly. If this were true, then it would explain how Dad could gather supplies from an entire building while staying home with her every day. There was also how Dad always hid in the shadows during zombie fights in the neighborhood. Even when going out, Dad would blend in with ordinary zombies. If not for recognizing my father's clothes, I wouldn't be able to tell him apart from ordinary zombies. All these signs seem to point to only one possibility. Could it be that father is actually the zombie king? Chapter 81, Ji Rushue, I'm such a fool. At this thought, Ji Rushue's mind went completely blank. This was something she had never considered before. But now, with all these phenomena connected together, no other possibility remained. Ji Rushue frantically tugged at her own hair, finding it hard to accept this truth. How could father possibly be the zombie king? For a moment, Ji Rushue felt her thoughts were in complete disarray. She couldn't help but recall the zombie king she had seen in her previous life. Those creatures were all bloodthirsty and cruel, slaughtering humans without hesitation whenever encountered. Although the zombie king's combat power wasn't particularly strong, each of them was savage and brutal. In the apocalypse, many large-scale zombie hordes were actually manipulated behind the scenes by zombie kings. The number of human survivors who perished under these hordes numbered in the tens of thousands. For human survivors in the apocalypse, zombie kings were synonymous with disaster and doomsday. The emergence of a zombie king would inevitably be accompanied by frenzied slaughter. Moreover, each of these creatures was cowardly and desperate to survive, willing to manipulate zombies to do anything for self-preservation while never exposing themselves to danger. With intelligence no weaker than and even surpassing that of humans, they displayed extraordinary cunning and treachery. They would even set traps to ensnare human survivors. In the early days of the apocalypse, human survivors were preoccupied with survival, struggling to stay alive in this radically changed world. Additionally, having no prior experience, they knew nothing about the types and habits of zombies. Unaware of the existence of zombie kings, humans operated under the fixed assumption that zombies were mindless creatures. As a result, in the early stages, due to the zombie king's actions, a large number of human survivors were killed. Many survivors and their camps were consequently destroyed. Even many powerful humans that Ji Rushue knew from the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life died under the zombie king's traps before they could fully develop their abilities. Even the survivor camp where Ji Rushue herself lived was eventually breached by the zombie king leading a horde of zombies. It can be said that the existence of the zombie king poses a much greater danger to humanity than other evolved zombies. But this zombie king from her memories simply couldn't match up with her zombie father. Bang! 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 The fierce battle below Building 5 was still ongoing. Ji Rushue could see that her zombie father was displaying a level of ferocity and brutality never shown in daily life. His crimson eyes burned with murderous intent. Every move was executed with ruthless precision, completely devoid of the gentleness he normally showed her. His fists left marks when striking the iron door, proving how enraged father was at this moment. Looking at father fighting so desperately for her sake, Ji Rushue simply couldn't associate him with that cunning and treacherous zombie king. How could this be? If zombie father hadn't appeared in time back then, she would have starved to death. At that time, he was like a beam of light shining into her world. Every day afterward, father would either prepare milk powder and cook meals for her, or play with her. He would even collect various supplies for her, ensuring she could live more comfortably. Although like other zombies, father couldn't speak, when excited he would gently pinch her cheeks to express his joy and affection. How could such a gentle and considerate zombie father possibly be that bloodthirsty and cruel zombie king she remembered from her past life? Even though Ji Rushue had been an empress in her past life and experienced numerous life and death crises, but when this event unfolded before her eyes, she still felt a trace of bewilderment and confusion. Though reluctant to believe, all the signs before her clearly indicated that her father wasn't an ordinary evolved zombie, but the zombie king controlling the entire Sunshine residential area. Ji Rushue found it hard to comprehend in this apocalyptic world, not just zombies, but even humans witnessing her previous predicament probably wouldn't have shown such consideration as her father did. How could a zombie king possibly possess the radiance of humanity? Wait, I almost forgot. My father is a zombie who retained human consciousness. The confusion in Ji Rushue's eyes instantly cleared, replaced by clarity. It must be this. For some reason, zombie dad preserved his human consciousness, which is why he continues to live like a human even after turning into a zombie. Precisely because he possesses human consciousness, he's fundamentally different from all those zombie kings I've encountered before. After realizing this, Ji Rushue suddenly had an epiphany. Although the zombie king possesses intelligence, its thinking fundamentally remains that of a zombie. But her father was different. While his body had turned into a zombie, his consciousness remained unchanged. Reflecting on her recent actions, Ji Rushue couldn't help but bitterly laugh at her own stupidity. I never imagined I could be so foolish. To think I allied with the 9 Death Demon Hunter to free my father from the so-called zombie king's control. All the signs were so obvious I should have realized this much earlier. Father's unusual behaviors all defied logic, yet I never connected him to the Zombie King. The thought of her previous plan to kill the Zombie King and give its crystal core to her father for absorption now struck her as utterly absurd. How incredibly stupid I was actually planning to dig out my own father's crystal core. Looking at her father below who was still desperately fighting for her, Ji Rushua felt immense remorse in her heart. If she hadn't stopped in time, her zombie father might have been in danger today. If that had happened, she wouldn't even have time for regret. Her constant thought had always been to protect her father's safety, yet now she herself had become the source of danger for her zombie father. In an instant, Ji Rushua's heart was filled with guilt. Just as Ji Rushua had sorted out her thoughts, the battle below had escalated into intense combat. Zhao Lin was convinced the Zombie King was inside Building 5 and was desperately trying to break through the door to charge upstairs and kill it. But she was no match for Lu Chuan and the group of evolved zombies to begin with. Now without Ji Rushua secretly assisting, she immediately fell at a disadvantage. Lu Chuan controlled Big Fatty, Lightning 1, and Lightning 2 to surround her. Facing the coordinated attacks of 4 evolved zombies, Zhao Lin instantly found herself in perilous circumstances. The most critical point was that Zhao Lin, confident of the invisible allies' assistance, repeatedly failed to defend against incoming attacks. This ended up costing her dearly. Hiss! The rib fractured by Lu Chuan's punch made each breath painful for Zhao Lin now. Damn Invisible One! We agreed to cooperate in killing the Zombie King. Are you just here to watch the show? Chapter 82 Zhao Lin, the Invisible One really screwed me over. The security door of Building 5 stood right behind her, yet Zhao Lin found no opportunity to open it amidst the swarm of attacking zombies. Is that invisible idiot brain dead? The plan was about to succeed. Where did she disappear to? Zhao Lin kept cursing internally, never expecting her teammate to be so unreliable at the crucial moment. Bang! 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 But before Zhao Lin could think further, Lu Chuan's fist large as a sandbag came smashing toward her. Having consumed the second stage Tyrant Core, Lu Chuan's physical strength had now increased tremendously. Added to his current rage over Xiao Qiqi's safety, every move he made radiated ruthless ferocity. The gust from Lu Chuan's punches alone made Zhao Lin's heart tremble with fear. Facing Lu Chuan's attacks, she could now only constantly dodge. But the enemies she faced weren't limited to just Lu Chuan alone. Zhao Lin had barely dodged Lu Chuan's fist when a massive hammer came crashing down towards her head the next second. Zhao Lin's face instantly turned deathly pale. She kicked hard against the security door, using the recoil to narrowly evade the blow. The area before the unit entrance was relatively cramped, leaving Zhao Lin outnumbered with little room to evade. At this point, Zhao Lin could no longer focus on opening the door to go upstairs and kill the Zombie King. She fled directly to more open ground. After all, persisting like this would likely cost her her life. Yet now, Ji Rushua remained in shock, still unable to process the reality that Lu Chuan was the Zombie King. Without Ji Rushua's time manipulation powers assisting her, Zhao Lin facing multiple evolved zombies like Lu Chuan alone was simply an impossible dream. After just 2 rounds of combat, Zhao Lin was struck by Lu Chuan's fist in her abdomen. The tremendous force made Zhao Lin's eyes roll back in pain. Even as a second-stage evolved human, Lu Chuan's punch still managed to break her ribs directly. With 2 ribs fractured, Zhao Lin's movement speed decreased significantly again. After all, she was merely human and couldn't ignore pain like the zombies could. The broken ribs even made each breath feel like stabbing needles to Zhao Lin. Noticing Zhao Lin's slowed movements, Lu Chuan instantly intensified his attacks with even more ferocity. In no time, Zhao Lin found herself overwhelmed by Lu Chuan and his evolved zombies, utterly battered and helpless. Both Fatty and Lightning 1 and Lightning 2 were now fighting with weapons, making it even more difficult for Zhao Lin to cope. Zhao Lin knew perfectly well that whether it was the giant hammer or the machete, a single hit would instantly incapacitate her. At this moment, she had no choice but to endure Lu Chuan's punches. Bang! 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 Lu Chuan's punches were equally devastating for Zhao Lin. After just a few strikes, she was already spitting blood, with several bones broken. Even her originally beautiful face was swollen and bruised from Lu Chuan's blows. The look in Zhao Lin's eyes had changed from absolute confidence to sheer terror. She felt as if her entire body was about to fall apart. Under the siege of 4 zombies, Zhao Lin was completely reduced to a punching bag by Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan didn't know why, but the strange power that had been enveloping them earlier had disappeared, allowing him to attack her now. He was growing more excited with each passing moment of combat. All evening he had been suppressed by this policewoman, unable to utilize his full strength despite possessing it. Now he finally had his chance for retaliation. Lu Chuan only understood survival of the fittest, never comprehending anything like chivalry toward women. Bang! Another dull thud sounded as Lu Chuan's heavy punch sent Zhao Lin flying 4 to 5 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. This punch made Zhao Lin vomit blood and nearly lose consciousness. Zhao Lin could endure no longer, shouting loudly, "What are you doing? If you don't intervene, I'll be beaten to death." Hearing Zhao Lin's cry for help, Ji Rushua finally snapped back to reality. Viewing the scene below Building 5, Ji Rushua couldn't help covering her face. It was truly unbearable to watch. The thought that she had actually allied with this 9-death demon officer against her father made Ji Rushua feel utterly ridiculous. After all, in my previous life I was, yet never imagined I create such an absurd misunderstanding. This is truly embarrassing. If forced to choose between the 9-death demon hunter and her own father, even if dad were the zombie king Ji Rushua, she would unhesitatingly choose her father. But after all, she was the one who recruited this 9-death demon hunter. Ji Rushua watched Zhao Lin being relentlessly beaten and abused below, feeling somewhat guilty. The problem was things had already gone this far. There seemed no graceful way to stop this battle now. Should she go confess to Zhao Lin? Tell her to cease this battle, reveal that the zombie king originally marked for execution was actually her father. Ji Rushua couldn't help shaking her head. Just thinking about it seemed absurd even to herself. After long deliberation, Ji Rushua still couldn't devise a proper explanation. After all, to humans, zombies were existences that must be eradicated. Especially when her father was no ordinary zombie, but the zombie king capable of controlling the undead and raising immortal armies. Forget it, better not save her after all. If I save her now, it'll be even harder to explain later. True enough. This person doesn't know me at all. Without seeing my face, she wouldn't even recognize who I am. So it doesn't matter if I trick her this once. With this thought, Ji Rushua nodded slightly, having already made up her mind. Looking down at Zhao Lin below, Ji Rushua sighed helplessly. You can only blame your own bad luck. After all, you've got 9 lives. Even if you're beaten to death now, you'll just revive. At most, you'll suffer a bit. If I hadn't saved you back then, you might not have even kept this life of yours. Consider this your repayment. Ji Rushua's thought process completed its shift in mere moments. After all, from beginning to end, the only person she truly needed to protect was her father. As for the 9-death demon enforcer, this woman all boobs and no brains would be tricked countless times in the apocalypse's early days. One more deception from me won't make any difference. Down below, Zhao Lin was still desperately holding on, clinging to the hope that Ji Rushua would intervene to help her. But she was completely unaware that she had already been abandoned by Ji Rushua. Without Ji Rushua's assistance, Zhao Lin could only endure Lu Chuan's one-sided torment. After suffering several more heavy blows from Lu Chuan, Zhao Lin collapsed completely and could no longer stand up. Lu Chuan approached Zhao Lin and lifted her up with one hand. Staring at this female officer who had caused him so much trouble, Lu Chuan's blood-red pupils radiated chilling, killing intent. As Lu Chuan's hand tightened its grip, Zhao Lin felt her breathing becoming increasingly difficult. Darkness filled her vision before she lost consciousness. Damn you, Invisible One. You're such a fraud. Chapter 83. Father's identity must never be revealed. Looking at the unconscious Zhao Lin in his grip, Lu Chuan sneered coldly in his heart. He had endured humiliation all night, and now he could finally vent his pent-up rage. What about your resurrection ability? This time I won't kill you. Let's see how you revive now. Lu Chuan had always believed in eradicating problems completely, leaving no loose ends. But this woman's situation was entirely different. Lu Chuan remembered clearly he had previously smashed this woman into a pulp with his giant hammer, breaking every bone in her body. Yet even in that state, she had somehow managed to resurrect herself. Not only had she reappeared before him full of vitality, but her combat power had inexplicably multiplied several times over. Learning from past mistakes, Lu Chuan decided not to let Zhao Lin die this time. He threw Zhao Lin's unconscious body to the ground, then summoned Big Fatty to swing his massive hammer directly at Zhao Lin's legs. Crack! With a thunderous impact, Zhao Lin's legs snapped instantly. Ah! The next second, a blood-curdling scream like a slaughtered pig echoed between the buildings, Zhao Lin's voice piercingly shrill in the dead of night. The excruciating pain of having both legs brutally smashed jolted Zhao Lin awake from her oxygen-deprived unconsciousness. But the next moment, the agony of her shattered legs surged through her body, knocking her unconscious once again. Before losing consciousness, Zhao Lin's mind was filled with thoughts of Ji Rushua. You damned invisible man. You've completely screwed me over this time. If I ever find you, I swear I won't let you off easily. Yet thinking this made Zhao Lin suddenly want to cry because she realized she had never actually seen the other person's face. Not even when trying to direct her hatred mentally, she had no idea what the invisible man even looked like. When Lu Chuan lifted Zhao Lin up, he discovered she had passed out again from the pain, though 2 trails of tears had escaped from the corners of her eyes. Did this woman cry from the pain? Seeing Zhao Lin in such a miserable state, Lu Chuan showed no trace of pity or mercy, his eyes still filled with indifference. This woman had nearly taken his life today and even attempted to threaten Xiao Qiqi's safety. If not for being unable to kill her, he would have already chopped her into pieces to vent his anger. Lu Chuan disliked letting dangers exist beyond his control. Therefore, he decided to keep this policewoman captive. From now on, at worst, he'd consider it as keeping a pet dog. The woman's ability to grow stronger with each revival made even Lu Chuan feel somewhat troubled. The best countermeasure now was to keep her alive under his watchful eye, under his constant surveillance. After all, Zhao Lin's legs were already broken by him, and Lu Chuan didn't believe she could cause any more trouble. As long as this policewoman wasn't allowed to die, she couldn't revive to seek revenge. Then, Luchuan picked up an iron chain in front of Building 5. It was originally used to lock the unit door, but now it could serve perfectly to bind Zhao Lin. Ji Rushue witnessed all of this from the second-floor balcony. She never expected her gentle and caring father to have such a ruthless side. However, seeing her father act mercilessly didn't repel Ji Rushue. Instead, it filled her with immense joy. In this apocalyptic world, kindness would only bring harm to oneself. In her past life, Ji Rushue fought her way to become the human empress, a journey paved with countless battles and bloodshed. Betrayals from those around her were all too common, so she had long understood that to survive longer in the apocalypse, one must become cold and unfeeling. Originally, because her zombie father had retained human consciousness and had been treating her with such tenderness lately, Ji Rushue had worried whether he would struggle to survive in this new world. But now Ji Rushue was completely at ease. Her father was far more resolute than she had imagined. This time father didn't kill the opponent, merely broke both legs. It seems he's already aware of the 9 Death Demon Enforcer's ability to grow stronger through resurrection. Ji Rushue nodded in admiration, an unconscious smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. For Ji Rushue, the dumber the Zombie King was, the happier she became, as such existence posed a great threat to humanity. But if this Zombie King happened to be her father, then Ji Rushue could only wish him to be as intelligent as possible. After all, survival in the apocalypse wasn't that easy. Judging from the current situation, having this 9 Death Demon Enforcer fall into father's hands was already the optimal outcome. Although this woman was easily deceived, she wasn't a complete fool after all. Since the target already knew information about the Zombie King, there was absolutely no way she could be allowed to leave this place. Otherwise, if the news leaks out, it would be equivalent to making one's father become the target of public criticism. The Zombie King is an extremely dangerous existence for humans. However, the Zombie King's main combat capability isn't particularly strong, and it could fall into danger if specifically targeted by human evolvers. Similarly, when humans face the Zombie King, their main challenge is that they fundamentally cannot locate the Zombie King's position, nor can they easily distinguish which one is the Zombie King among hordes of zombies. Therefore, the Zombie King mingles within zombie hordes. Not revealing its true nature provides the best concealment effect. But the current problem lies in the fact that this Zhao Lin already knows about the Zombie King's existence in Sunshine Residential Area. If she were to escape and expose this to human survivor bases, it would be extremely dangerous for father. Based on her understanding of the 9 Death Demon Police's early-stage psychology, she believes that as long as the other party can leave this place, whether out of revenge against the Zombie King or driven by some sense of justice in his heart, this 9 Death Demon Hunter would undoubtedly try every possible means to carry out the assassination plan against the Zombie King. Now that Dad has broken his legs to limit his movement, this is undoubtedly the optimal solution. As for whether Zhao Lin would suffer because of this, Ji Rushue couldn't care less. Her initial intention to ally with the 9 Death Demon Hunter was mainly because she considered Dad's strength too weak and wanted to use the Demon Hunter's power to protect him. In Ji Rushue's heart, Dad has always been the most important from beginning to end. Even though this 9 Death Demon Hunter might become a powerful human warrior in the future, and subduing him might make him a valuable subordinate, but in Ji Rushue's eyes, he could never compare to her father's importance. Dad's identity as the Zombie King must absolutely not be revealed under any circumstances. At least not for now. Unless in the future when either I or father become powerful enough to fear no siege from human evolvers. At this current stage, we father and daughter must still live cautiously and keep a low profile. Chapter 84. From now on, I shall be father's strongest bodyguard. Ji Rushue remained very confident about future developments. She possessed memories from her past life, along with cultivation techniques humans only developed in the apocalypse's later stages. Moreover, after rebirth, she became a dual talent bearer with 2 exceptionally top-tier abilities. Ji Rushue was certain she would surpass her past life's achievements. Don't worry, father, once I fully mature, no one will be able to harm you. After the apocalypse descends, might makes right. With sufficient strength, even black could be declared white. These were truths Ji Rushue had learned through hard experience in her previous life. What does it matter even if one becomes a Zombie King? What does it matter even if condemned by all humanity? As long as I can possess formidable strength. Even if father's identity as the Zombie King is exposed, I can still protect him completely. At this moment, the battle below is nearing its end. Seeing that the 9 Death Demon officer has been captured by father, Ji Rushue hurried downstairs and ran towards home. After all, it would be disastrous if father discovered I wasn't at home. Now is not the time for me to be exposed. However, because of my plan, Building 5 now has a large gathering of zombies below it. To protect Building 5's safety, Luchuan essentially mobilized all the zombies in the entire residential area. Seeing this, Ji Rushue had no choice but to run towards Building 4, then make her way to its rooftop. There's no way to go downstairs now. I'll have to find a way to travel from above. Building 4 is the closest to Building 5, which can conserve my psychic energy to the greatest extent. Feeling the cool breeze continuously blowing around her, Ji Rushue took a deep breath and then activated her psychic power to lift herself up. The next second, Ji Rushue's petite figure unexpectedly levitated into the air. Without being detected by other zombies, she successfully reached the rooftop of Building 5. Ji Rushue patted her chest, a flash of pride appearing in her eyes. It seems there are benefits to being reborn as a baby. My weight is much lighter than when I was an adult. I've only just broken through to the second tier, yet I already possess some aerial movement ability. After landing successfully, Ji Rushue dared not delay. Fearing her father might discover her condition, she hurriedly returned from Building 5's rooftop to her 7th floor bedroom. Cautiously returning to her room, Ji Rushue immediately closed the bedroom door and pretended to be asleep. After dealing with Zhao Lin, Lu Chuan immediately dispatched zombie puppets to patrol the perimeter of the residential area. Though he didn't understand why that evolved human who could restrict his movements stopped attacking later in the battle, Lu Chuan wouldn't give up searching for them because of this. With such an evolved being possessing unique abilities nearby, I'd have to sleep with one eye open. Even time manipulation could this world awaken any more overpowered abilities. However, Lu Chuan couldn't tell whether the target had already left or was simply too skilled at hiding. He dispatched numerous corpse puppets to comb the entire area, yet still failed to locate the other party's traces. Humph. You'd better keep hiding forever and never let me find you. Otherwise, I'll make sure you learn the price of angering me. A crimson glint flashed through Lu Chuan's eyes in the darkness, appearing truly terrifying. Tonight's two evolved beings had completely crossed his bottom line. Given the chance, he would eradicate them root and branch. Glancing at the female officer who had passed out from pain at his feet, Lu Chuan commanded Lightning One to carry her directly to the 6th floor of Building 5. Zhao Lin's legs had been smashed by Fatty with a hammer, leaving her basically incapable of resistance. Even mobility had become a problem. However, looking at the policewoman lying in the corner, Lu Chuan still felt uneasy. This opponent was simply too tenacious. This kind of innate ability that allows full HP recovery upon death with even enhanced strength was practically an invincible cheat code. After some thought, Lu Chuan proceeded to bind the policewoman's hands as well, in case she might commit suicide upon waking up and come back to trouble him after reviving. For added precaution, Lu Chuan dispatched Lightning One specifically to keep watch over her. This way, he would be immediately alerted if the woman showed any suspicious movements. After completing all these preparations, Lu Chuan could finally let out a sigh of relief. Tiptoeing back to the 7th floor, he pushed open the door to see Xiao Qiqi sleeping soundly on the bed, bringing a rare smile to Lu Chuan's face at last. Little one, as long as you can grow up healthy, I wouldn't hesitate to risk my life for you. Seeing Xiao Qiqi's blanket wasn't properly tucked in, Lu Chuan walked over and carefully adjusted it for her. Then he gently closed the door, careful not to disturb Xiao Qiqi's sleep. When the sound of the door closing echoed, Ji Rushue opened her eyes. Her pure, bright eyes held emotions far too complex for her young age. Father is still as gentle and caring as before. So what if he's the zombie king? As long as father loves me, he'll always be the closest person to me. A faint smile crossed Ji Rushue's face as she thought this. I never would have guessed after all this time trying to figure out father's awakened ability. It never occurred to me it would be the zombie king. I originally thought dad was just an ordinary zombie who would likely become cannon fodder after the apocalypse. Now I don't need to worry about that problem anymore. Ji Rushue couldn't help but recall the powerful zombie kings she had seen in her past life, each one extremely cunning and exceptionally protective of their own lives. Around zombie kings, there were always dense clusters of evolved zombies for protection, terrified of exposing themselves to even the slightest danger. But up until now, apart from dad, not a single other zombie had approached her. Ji Rushue understood in her heart that this must be due to the remnants of dad's human consciousness still governing his actions. Dad wanted her to grow up healthy and happy, so he wouldn't allow other zombies to get close and influence her. Thinking of this, Ji Rushue felt increasingly moved. This feeling of being cherished like the apple of someone's eye was something she had never experienced in her previous life. For Ji Rushue, her previous life was a constant struggle between water and fire, fighting endlessly on the brink of life and death. In the apocalypse, walking alone and not being betrayed or framed was already considered heavenly good news. This precious familial bond made Ji Rushue cherish it all the more. Don't worry, Dad, you're not alone anymore. I'm here by your side now. From today onward, I'll be your strongest bodyguard. Chapter 85. Why is this zombie king collecting so much baby formula? After resolving tonight's crisis, Lu Chuan could finally sit down on the sofa to rest. Leaning back on the sofa, Lu Chuan closed his eyes in contemplation, feeling a wave of exhaustion rising within him. Although he had now become a zombie and could barely feel physical fatigue or pain. To deal with that policewoman who kept resurrecting, he had to control numerous zombies in battle tonight, consuming too much mental energy at once. Even in his zombie form, Lu Chuan felt exhausted and needed some rest. Although the process tonight was somewhat complicated and I expended considerable effort, I've finally managed to capture this troublemaking policewoman who can resurrect. For now, this removes a major thorn in my side. However, what Lu Chuan couldn't comprehend was what exactly is there in his Sunshine residential complex. Why would two evolved individuals target this shabby, old residential area? Lu Chuan raised his hand to massage his temples, an unconscious gesture from his past life to relieve work fatigue. Even though he's now a zombie, this habit still brings him some psychological comfort. I just don't understand it, he muttered. One can resurrect after death with multiple times increased strength, while the other can secretly restrict people's movements. Their abilities are both incredibly overpowered. Instead of making names for themselves in these chaotic times, why must they target my Sunshine residential complex? They couldn't possibly be here specifically for me, could they? I shouldn't have been exposed. Lu Chuan frowned deeply, unable to come up with any reasonable explanation for the time being. However, that evolver who still hasn't shown himself, whom he couldn't find despite multiple searches, makes him extremely worried. That bastard doesn't even need to appear in person to restrict his movements. If that person hadn't kept interfering with him, he would have already captured that policewoman long ago, without wasting so much time and energy. Fortunately, that hidden evolver probably has limited uses of his ability. If his ability could be used infinitely, I would have no chance of winning tonight. Lu Chuan recalled that towards the end of tonight's battle, that strange restraining force on him finally disappeared. Most likely, that evolver had reached the limit of his power and couldn't continue using his ability consecutively. At least in Lu Chuan's view, there's no reason these human evolvers would be ready to cooperate, only to abandon their partner when success was within reach. That would be simply too absurd, wouldn't it? Thinking about tonight's battle, Lu Chuan vaguely felt a sense of unease. It seems I must gain control of a second-tier combat zombie as soon as possible. Otherwise, these human survivors will become increasingly stronger and more troublesome. Currently, it takes all 3 of my first-tier evolved zombies working together just to restrain that policewoman. Clearly, my forces are becoming inadequate. I urgently need to acquire a second-tier combat zombie. Only with sufficient strength can I live safely in this apocalyptic world. The next morning at dawn, Zhao Lin, exhausted from a night of turmoil, gradually regained consciousness. Staring at the unfamiliar surroundings, her mind remained foggy and confused. What's going on? Could it be that I'm not dead? Hiss. As her awareness returned, Zhao Lin was suddenly overwhelmed by intense pain. She quickly looked down and realized both her legs had been crushed and were still bleeding. Her originally beautiful and well-proportioned legs were now mangled and bloody. Just one glance downward made Zhao Lin shudder internally, and she quickly averted her gaze. Such a gruesome sight was something even she could barely bring herself to look at directly. Meanwhile, having been brutally tossed around like a punching bag by zombies last night, Zhao Lin felt as if every bone in her body except her legs had been shattered. The areas where Lu Chuan had struck her were either fractured or covered in bruises. Damn that invisible bastard. The plan was almost successful, yet it still failed. We agreed to kill the zombie king together, but you abandoned me alone downstairs. You bastard. This time, Zhao Lin truly understood the saying, better a god-like opponent than a pig-like teammate. First ordering her to charge into the zombie horde, then abandoning her without a second thought. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Damn invisible coward, don't let me see you again. If I ever meet you again. Zhao Lin suddenly froze, because she realized she didn't even know what the other person looked like. She wouldn't even get the chance to take revenge. After complaining to herself, Zhao Lin endured the pain throughout her body and began surveying her surroundings. Looking up, she immediately saw the evolved zombie standing at the doorway, staring directly at her. Seeing this agile type evolved zombie, the unprepared Zhao Lin got quite a fright. Although this creature before her seemed somewhat emaciated and just stood motionless at the doorway like a block of wood, Zhao Lin would never underestimate it because of that. Just yesterday she had witnessed this very creature's berserk side, wildly swinging dual blades with terrifying combat power. This evolved zombie keeps staring at me without doing anything. Could it be under the zombie king's control? Zhao Lin frowned. Have I fallen into the hands of that zombie king? How strange, since they've already captured me. Why haven't they killed me? Zhao Lin felt extremely puzzled. In her view, zombies were just bloodthirsty monsters that knew nothing but killing. But now that this one had captured her, it hadn't taken any further action, which was truly unusual. It couldn't possibly be that this zombie recognized I can resurrect and deliberately chose not to kill me. After considering this possibility, Zhao Lin's pupils contracted sharply, her eyes flashing with deep horror. That shouldn't be possible. If that were truly the case, this zombie's intelligence would be alarmingly high. Since the apocalypse began until now, Zhao Lin had never encountered any zombie displaying intelligence. Now this zombie king had bound her hands and feet together. If this was to prevent her from committing suicide and resurrecting again, its IQ would be frighteningly advanced. Zhao Lin then surveyed the room she was currently in, astonished to find it filled with infant supplies. Formula milk, diapers, baby clothes, and even various books and toys. If one didn't know better, they might think this was the warehouse of some infant specialty store. This entire room full of infant supplies thoroughly confused Zhao Lin. The room didn't look at all like where a zombie king should live. Even formula milk and diapers are piled up like mountains. What exactly is this zombie king planning? Chapter 86: The Despicable and Shameless Zombie King. Zhao Lin had only heard of zombies devouring human flesh and blood, never that a zombie would need to drink milk. She truly couldn't understand what was going on in this Sunshine residential area. Not only is there this zombie king who can control other zombies, but its behavior is so bizarre. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan had already learned through Lightning One's perspective that Zhao Lin had regained consciousness. Looking at the woman before him, Lu Chuan frowned. This revivable policewoman had been causing him quite a lot of trouble recently, and Lu Chuan held no goodwill toward her whatsoever. If not for her peculiar resurrection ability, Lu Chuan would have absolutely made sure she stayed dead permanently. Noticing that Zhao Lin had regained consciousness and was surveying her surroundings, Lu Chuan closely monitored her movements through Lightning One. This woman was both dangerous and troublesome, and what made matters worse was how difficult she was to deal with. He had already crippled her legs, so she couldn't cause much trouble within building number 5. However, what worried Lu Chuan most was the possibility of this policewoman suddenly committing suicide. What if she revived again and became even stronger afterward? That would pose a significant problem for him. Damn it! Since when does resurrection make someone stronger? What kind of broken ability is this? Is this woman actually cheating with some kind of built-in hack? Lu Chuan couldn't help but wonder, in this world he had transmigrated to, was there anything that couldn't possibly happen? They say birth, aging, sickness and death are unavoidable, yet this person can resurrect even after being beaten into a pulp. Is there no justice in this world? Lu Chuan still remembers when he first met this policewoman. Big Fatty killed her instantly with a casual swing of his hammer, yet she resurrected that same night and was already capable of fighting evolved zombies. To ensure safety, he shattered every bone in her body, yet she still resurrected completely unharmed, with even her combat abilities multiplied. Originally, Lu Chuan thought the mere existence of zombies in this world defied all logic, but compared to this woman before him, zombies seem perfectly reasonable. What troubles Lu Chuan most, however, is how to handle this woman's situation. He can't let her go, yet he can't kill her either. Although he's currently broken both her legs to limit her mobility, there's no guarantee she won't simply choose to commit suicide outright. It probably won't be easy to eliminate her suicidal tendencies. After all, if this woman was truly determined to die, it would probably be very difficult to stop her. Drawing from the various TV dramas and movies he'd watched in his past life, Lu Chuan could immediately think of at least 10 different suicide methods. Damn it! This woman is really troublesome. Why did I have to run into her of all people? The more Lu Chuan thought about it, the more irritated he became, and he couldn't help but rub his increasingly thick hair. Suddenly, Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. Got it! Since this woman loves playing the saint so much, I'll satisfy her righteous heart that wants to save the world. Let's see if she can keep up this saintly act. Physically preventing someone from committing suicide is extremely difficult. If he really wanted to stop her, he would have to completely eliminate the policewoman's suicidal thoughts. Lu Chuan took the paper and pen that Xiao Qiqi used for practice and began writing in crooked strokes. Daddy, what are you doing this time? Ji Ruxue, who was drinking milk from a baby bottle, immediately became curious upon seeing this scene and came over to take a look. On the paper was written in crooked handwriting, "Stay alive. If you die, everyone in the police station will die with you." Ji Ruxue instantly realized this was written by her father for that 9-death demon cop to see. After just a brief consideration, Ji Ruxue understood Lu Chuan's intention. Dad must know about the 9-death demon realm's ability to become stronger through resurrection, so he's worried this person might choose suicide, which would cause trouble later. He's using the lives of police station personnel as leverage to completely eliminate any suicidal thoughts from the 9-death demon realm. Ji Ruxue couldn't help but smile secretly in her heart. This method might not work on others, some might even find the threat ridiculous. But when dealing with this conscientious 9-death demon cop during the early apocalypse, this method might actually be effective. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the 9-death demon policewoman is still in her all-beauty and no-brains phase, wholeheartedly believing in truth, kindness, and beauty, the type who'd willingly sacrifice herself for others' lives. 6th floor. After regaining consciousness, Zhao Lin surveyed her surroundings before pausing to catch her breath and recover some strength. Observing the motionless Lightning One standing at the doorway, Zhao Lin attempted an experimental shift in position, searching for a better angle to loosen her restraints. Her hands and feet remained tightly bound, rendering her completely immobile. Zhao Lin tilted her body slightly, testing whether she could find a way to undo the chains on her wrists. But in the next instant, the whistle of slicing air announced a steel blade pressed against her neck. Zhao Lin's body trembled as she turned to see Lightning One, who had been standing at the door, now behind her. So this bastard has been watching me the whole time. Yet despite the blade at her throat, Zhao Lin responded with nothing but a cold sneer, showing not the slightest trace of fear. With both legs now disabled, she couldn't move or fight. In this condition, she might as well just die. Most crucially, Zhao Lin had now confirmed that she possessed the ability to resurrect after death. At worst, she could just let the zombie kill her with one slash. After resurrection, her legs would recover completely, allowing her to fight these zombies properly. But clearly, Lu Chuan wouldn't allow that to happen. Soon after, Zhao Lin heard approaching footsteps. It was that highly skilled zombie with nearly human appearance whom she'd encountered last night. Isn't this the relative of that invisible one? What does he want with me? Zhao Lin frowned, recognizing Lu Chuan before her. This was the very zombie who'd repeatedly stopped the invisible one from attacking her yesterday, the same zombie who'd made her look like a punching bag being ground against the floor. Several of my ribs were broken by this guy in front of me last night, and now even breathing causes pain. Zhao Lin turned her head away, unwilling to look at Lu Chuan, but he walked straight up to her and handed her a piece of paper. Zhao Lin looked up in confusion. When she clearly saw the information on the paper, she instantly flew into a rage. Damn zombie king! How utterly despicable! The invisible one was right. After all, these zombie kings are truly a bunch of cunning and treacherous scoundrels. Chapter 87. Might as well keep it as a pet. After being threatened by Lu Chuan, Zhao Lin felt both shocked and furious. Her eyes widened, filled with burning anger. However, after throwing her the note, Lu Chuan simply turned and walked away. He believed that given this policewoman's saintly personality, she wouldn't rashly attempt suicide again in order to protect the survivors at the police station. Zhao Lin's delicate body trembled with rage. She never expected the zombie king to be so despicable, resorting to threatening survivors at the police station just to stop her from committing suicide. At the same time, she felt profound shock. Although she'd learned from the invisible ones that zombie kings usually possess remarkable intelligence, today she experienced it firsthand. Not only did this zombie king recognize her resurrection ability, but he even threatened her with police station survivors to prevent her reviving. Zhao Lin now seriously doubted, could this really be the doing of a bloodthirsty zombie? Perhaps only humans skilled in schemes and calculations could achieve this. Though Zhao Lin desperately wanted to refuse, thinking of those innocent survivors at the police station, she could only reluctantly compromise in her heart. Kenzeg 99HCV2G5, 7C55B1, 9C2X8B9PU1EM6LJ2 plus 1 EKQ, 90A9ZK hashtag 1CBL5 Ohm 7W8CK9CV9004HY6BK0MOAZN8D 8W6 MP3TE. In this constantly changing apocalypse, it's becoming increasingly difficult for ordinary people to survive. Without my protection as a survivor in the police station, if the zombie king really wants to attack those survivors inside, they're destined to perish. Looking at the handwriting on the note, Zhao Lin only felt an overwhelming sense of irony. I never would have imagined that I'd be captured by a zombie, even threatened by one. Zhao Lin turned her head to glare at Lightning One standing at the doorway, staring intently at her, and said fiercely, "You'd better not lay a finger on them, or else I'll kill myself." Seeing Lightning One remain motionless in place, Zhao Lin then looked around and shouted at the top of her voice, "Zombie King! I know you can hear me. I'm warning you, don't you dare harm them. If you hurt anyone else, I'll commit suicide right before your eyes." Zhao Lin kept yelling around, but received no response whatsoever, leaving her alone on the 6th floor fuming with anger. Returning to the 7th floor living room, Lu Chuan couldn't help but show a peculiar expression upon hearing the sounds from downstairs. Die for me to see. This is truly a terrifying threat. Lu Chuan remembered the last time he heard such words was from a cliché tragic romance plot where the female lead threatened the male lead. Using suicide as a threat, now that truly frightens me. A cold laugh rose in Lu Chuan's heart. Hearing Zhao Lin's words, he knew this woman wouldn't easily commit suicide. Indeed, this method works best when dealing with do-gooders. Ji Rushue nearby naturally heard Zhao Lin's voice too. It seems father has imprisoned her on the 6th floor. If there's a chance, I might go see her. After all, if I hadn't invited her to Sunshine Community, this 9-death demon cop might not have ended up in this situation. Whenever Ji Rushue recalled this matter, she felt somewhat embarrassed. This 9-deaths demon enforcer was considered a formidable power among humans, yet because of me, he's now being kept like livestock by my zombie father. His legs were even broken, leaving him unable to die or escape, a truly pitiful sight. If I hadn't suddenly backstabbed him last night, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. Recalling the scene of Zhao Lin being besieged by zombies last night, Ji Rushue felt her cheeks grow warm. Who would have thought I, Ji Rushue, would create such an absurd spectacle? Forget it, the identity of the shadow no longer exists from this moment onward. She planned to find an opportunity to go downstairs and check on Zhao Lin. In Ji Rushue's heart, she still harbored the desire to subdue this 9-deaths demon enforcer. After all, this was a powerhouse capable of surviving into humanity's late-stage apocalypse. If not for the 9-deaths demon enforcer squandering too many revival chances early on due to poor judgment, he might have actually broken through to the Emperor realm. Even across the entire apocalypse, few evolved beings possessed such heaven-defying abilities. If I could truly recruit such a powerful evolved individual under my command, it would significantly reduce the difficulty of survival in this apocalyptic future. The most crucial point is that currently in the early stages of the apocalypse, this 9-death demon enforcer is still naive and prone to trusting others easily. If I don't seize this opportunity to bring her under control now, it won't be so easy to deal with her once she becomes corrupted. Thinking this, Ji Rushue moved closer to Lu Chuan's side and pretended to be innocent and naive as she asked, "Daddy, I think I heard some noise. What's that sound downstairs?" Hearing little Chi-Chi's innocent and adorable voice, Lu Chuan was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but turn to look at little Chi-Chi's utterly innocent and lovely appearance. Those clear black and white pupils still held a purity untouched by worldly corruption. Although life in the apocalypse was cruel, little Chi-Chi was still young, and Lu Chuan didn't want the child to experience such a harsh childhood. This world may not be so beautiful and may even be extremely dark, but I'm willing to be that dark figure who keeps all dangers at bay. A father's love is as solid as a mountain. Since I consider Xiao Chi-Chi as my daughter, it's my responsibility to provide her with a beautiful world. As a newborn coming into this unfamiliar world without parents, Xiao Chi-Chi is already pitiable enough. Lu Chuan doesn't want the little one to bear so much suffering. However, that female police officer downstairs who can resurrect poses too great a threat, so I absolutely cannot let her leave. After some thought, Lu Chuan took the note and wrote, "That's a pet daddy keeps." He can neither release this woman now nor directly kill her, so he has no choice but to keep her confined in Building 5. After all, as long as she's regularly fed and watered to keep her alive, it's like keeping a pet in the building. If this woman were outside, she might get herself killed who knows when. At least here, her life can continue indefinitely. She should actually be thanking me. Chapter 88 The Invisible One, Come Save Me Quickly. Pet. Upon hearing Lu Chuan's words, Ji Rushue immediately felt an urge to laugh bubbling inside her. Never would she have imagined that the infamous Nine-Death Demon cop known in her previous life for her formidable reputation and ruthless decisiveness was now being treated as a pet by her own father. The Nine-Death Demon cop possessed exceptional beauty and figure, coupled with formidable combat abilities, making her an extremely famous figure during the apocalypse. Moreover, the corrupted Nine-Death Demon cop had a cold personality and killed without hesitation. In the post-apocalyptic world where humanity had already collapsed, she aroused the conquering desires of many human evolvers, with numerous individuals attempting to subdue her. Yet all these people ultimately met the same fate, either fleeing in disgrace or dying by the Nine-Death Demon cop's hand. If those powerful human figures from her previous life knew the Nine-Death Demon cop was being kept as a pet by her father, they would probably be shocked beyond belief. Ji Rushue couldn't help but feel curious if she told her father about the Nine-Death Demon policeman's identity and status from his past life. She wondered how shocked her father would be. However, Lu Chuan wasn't thinking about these things right now. After hearing Zhao Lin's words just now, Lu Chuan knew this woman had already compromised, which made him secretly sigh in relief. If this revivable woman couldn't let go of her suicidal thoughts, keeping her in the community would be like having a ticking time bomb. If she ever had another moment of despair and committed suicide, after reviving she might come looking for him with vengeance. Indeed, everyone has their weaknesses. Once you grasp someone's weakness, controlling them becomes effortless. Sadly, people like Zhao Lin are the easiest to deal with in the apocalypse. Lu Chuan didn't consider his behavior of threatening others' lives as inappropriate at all. In order to survive the apocalypse, using any means necessary was simply an essential skill. Someone like Zhao Lin who willingly sacrifices herself for complete strangers is truly a rare specimen. If not for her resurrection ability, she would have died long ago. However, Lu Chuan knew he wasn't invincible. He too had his own weaknesses. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at little Chi-Chi, who was holding her milk bottle and drinking. The child's adorable appearance made it impossible not to feel protective. Although this world felt completely foreign to him, one might even say there was nothing here he felt attached to. But now with little Chi-Chi here, Lu Chuan knew he had gained both an Achilles heel and something to care about. He would absolutely never allow anything to threaten little Chi-Chi's safety. Hey, Zombie King, can you hear me? I'm hungry, I want to eat, can you give me some food? Since you're so afraid of me dying, surely you don't want me to starve to death. Zhao Lin looked around gloomily as her stomach growled loudly with hunger. She hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. The limited supplies she managed to collect were almost entirely given to the survivors at the police station. Last night's series of intense battles had drained her physical strength considerably. Added to this was having her legs broken by Fatso with significant blood loss. Going so long without water while continuously expending energy even for a second stage evolved like Zhao Lin was becoming unbearable. Lu Chuan observed Zhao Lin's complexion. Sure enough, the woman's face had lost all color, her lips dry and pale. The sixth floor only stored infant supplies, so Lu Chuan manipulated Lightning One to carry the policewoman on its back. When the door was pushed open on the fifth floor, Zhao Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. She thought the stockpile covering the entire sixth floor was already unbelievable, but now discovered the fifth floor similarly packed with all kinds of daily necessities. The room was filled with mountains of bottled water and milk powder, with 50-pound bags of rice piled all the way up to the ceiling. There were also various kinds of bread, biscuits, dried noodles, and other foods with long shelf lives. Seeing these supplies, Zhao Lin's eyes widened until they practically gleamed with light. Good heavens! During these 2 months of surviving the apocalypse, when had she ever seen so many resources in one place? Had this zombie king gathered all the nearby supplies together? Surely the entire building couldn't be packed full like this. Zhao Lin felt like crying but had no tears left. For over 2 months she hadn't eaten a single proper meal, and just looking at this room full of food made her mouth water. Thinking of this, Zhao Lin gritted her teeth in frustration. No wonder she could never find any supplies outside. So they'd all been moved here by this damn zombie king. For these past 2 months, I couldn't even bear to swallow a sip of water properly, living such a miserable life of constant frugality. But then Zhao Lin frowned, unable to suppress her confusion. Why would the zombie king collect so many human supplies? Those bloodthirsty monsters don't need to eat this kind of stuff. He couldn't possibly be gathering all the food to force human survivors to risk coming out searching for supplies, could he? Other than this, Zhao Lin truly couldn't think of any other possibility. Lu Chuan controlled Lightning One to unceremoniously throw Zhao Lin onto the ground, making her grimace in pain as she continuously gasped for air. Damn zombie king! I'm not done with you yet. I advise you to treat me more gently. If you end up killing me by rough treatment, don't say I didn't warn you. But before Zhao Lin could finish speaking, Lightning One threw 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water into her arms. Even among them was a piece of jerky, and Zhao Lin's eyes widened like light bulbs. Then without hesitation, Zhao Lin tore open the packaging and began eating voraciously. Zhao Lin feasted heartily, alternating bites of bread with sips of water. This feeling of solid food filling her stomach was something she hadn't experienced in ages. The weedy aroma from the bread made her feel as if her bones were melting with pleasure. As the apocalypse dragged on, supplies became increasingly scarce. Adhering to her self-sacrificing principles, Zhao Lin distributed nearly all the supplies she gathered to other survivors, keeping only a minimal portion for herself. Eventually, Zhao Lin survived on just a small amount of drinking water each day, her stomach growling constantly from hunger. Now, this feeling of being full brought her immense satisfaction. Especially when she tore open the packaging and began chewing the jerky, her eyes even grew moist. Is this what meat tastes like? So blissful. I can't remember how long it's been since I last ate my fill like this. Staying here like this every day wouldn't be bad at all. At this thought, Zhao Lin suddenly shook her head vigorously. What am I thinking? Everyone is still waiting for me to lead them to the base. How can I be so selfish, indulging in comfort here? However, when Zhao Lin's gaze dropped to see her broken legs, she immediately became disheartened again. Now that my legs are crippled and I can't even resurrect through suicide, what can I do? Zhao Lin's eyes suddenly lit up as she remembered someone, the invisible stranger she'd never met. Although she had been tricked by this invisible person this time, Zhao Lin still held on to hope. Since this invisible person wants to eliminate the zombie king, she shouldn't give up easily. With her formidable strength, she must be able to rescue me. Invisible One, I don't blame you for tricking me anymore. Come save me quickly. With this thought, Zhao Lin took another fierce bite of bread. So delicious. Chapter 89. Daddy, I want to go downstairs and play. After dealing with Zhao Lin's matter, Lu Chuan stayed inside Building 5 for the next 2 days. Although he had dealt with this troublesome policewoman who could resurrect herself, her evolved companion still hadn't shown up. The fact that this opponent could restrict his movements while remaining hidden made Lu Chuan extremely wary. To Lu Chuan, this unseen individual was like a ticking time bomb lurking in the shadows, making him constantly on high alert. During these 2 days, Lu Chuan kept all his zombie puppets within the confines of Sunshine Community. Not knowing whether this evolved being might come back to ambush him, Lu Chuan needed to ensure sufficient defensive forces in Sunshine Community to protect Xiao Qiqi from any threats. Meanwhile, Lu Chuan controlled his zombie puppets to patrol continuously both inside and outside the community, attempting to locate any traces of this evolved being. But during these 2 days, I haven't found any traces of the other party, and that evolved individual has remained completely inactive. Only then did Lu Chuan begin sending puppet corpses outside to search for traces of other evolved beings. However, as a precaution, Lu Chuan kept all 3 of his currently controlled evolved zombies in Building Number 5. In Lu Chuan's view, this hidden evolved individual is far more difficult to deal with than the policewoman. Although this revivable policewoman has rather extraordinary innate abilities, her intelligence isn't particularly remarkable, and coupled with her overly merciful nature, she can be easily controlled. But that evolved individual who can restrict my movement abilities, Lu Chuan considers this one to be the real hidden danger. Not only does this person possess outstanding abilities that pose a significant threat to me, but most crucially, their intelligence is clearly on an entirely different level compared to this policewoman. So much time has passed, yet I still haven't discovered any clues about where this person might be hiding. As usual, Big Fatty stood guard at the entrance of Building Number 5 with dual hammers in hand, looking like a door god. The gunner puppet squads equipped with firearms were also left behind by Lu Chuan this time, stationed at the entrance of Building Number 5. The power of firearms remains quite formidable, even evolvers must show caution against them. As for Lightning One, Lu Chuan arranged for it to closely monitor Zhao Lin. Although the female officer currently appears to have abandoned her suicidal intentions, Who knows if she might suddenly have an epiphany one day. If she comes to her senses and chooses suicide, that would be problematic. Now, to prevent any accidents, Lu Chuan even limits his combat training exclusively indoors. After all, it's now confirmed that a powerful evolver nearby has been keeping watch on him. Lu Chuan worries that outdoor training might reveal his identity as the Zombie King. Bringing Lightning 2 to the 4th floor, Lu Chuan cleared an area in the living room before issuing attack commands. Zombie number 2 immediately charged towards Lu Chuan with astonishing speed, but in Lu Chuan's current state, its movements were full of openings. Lu Chuan didn't rush to attack, instead continuously dodging. Although Lightning number 2 was an agility-type zombie, Lu Chuan's combat skills had now reached such heights that mere evasion rendered Lightning number 2 helpless. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lu Chuan's lips. This recent battle with that female officer had significantly elevated his combat techniques. Whether it was body coordination, agile reflexes, or judgment in attacking, all had seen tremendous improvement. The swift zombie that had once given Lu Chuan trouble now appeared like a plaything when facing him one-on-one. Lu Chuan's footwork was exceptionally nimble, combined with his crystal core-enhanced physique, making him resemble a true martial arts master. In the narrow space of the 4th-floor living room, he could still execute various perilous dodging maneuvers. Whiz whiz whiz. The agile zombie's attacks grew increasingly faster, yet Lu Chuan remained calm and composed. Currently, Lu Chuan had mastered excellent timing for strikes and precise distance control during close combat. Watching the zombie relentlessly advance, Lu Chuan simply lifted his leg for an intercepting kick that landed squarely on the zombie's thigh. While maintaining optimal combat distance, he simultaneously disrupted the zombie's balance. Then with lightning speed, Lu Chuan seized Lightning 2's wrist and executed a powerful backward throw, slamming the zombie solidly onto the floor. Lu Chuan continued directing Lightning 2 to attack him, but as his combat skills kept improving, his throwing techniques, punches, kicks and other moves all showed significant advancement. Lightning number 2 became nothing more than a punching bag in Lu Chuan's hands. Looking at the defeated Lightning number 2 once again, Lu Chuan nodded with satisfaction. From barely being able to defend himself initially, he could now subdue Lightning number 2 with just one hand. His combat ability had improved by leaps and bounds during this recent period. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor, Zhao Lin was leaning against sacks of rice. These scarce food supplies in the apocalypse now served as Zhao Lin's makeshift sofa. Crunch! Crunch! After finishing the bread, beef jerky and water, Zhao Lin searched the room and surprisingly found plenty of snacks like chips and prawn crackers. With the thought, I won't die a starving ghost, and I'll eat the zombie king into bankruptcy, Zhao Lin tore open the packages and started eating. Leisurely basking in the sunlight outside the window, eating snacks that were only available before the apocalypse, without needing to gather supplies or deal with various crises that might occur at any moment. At this moment, Zhao Lin felt as if she had returned to the pre-apocalyptic era. As a second-tier evolved human, Zhao Lin possessed extraordinary recovery abilities. Her legs, which had been broken before, no longer hurt as much. Now, reclining on a sofa made of rice bags, she felt extremely comfortable. Who would have thought the happy life I'm living after the apocalypse was actually given to me by zombies? These tomato-flavored chips are so delicious. But then Zhao Lin frowned again and sighed helplessly. Ever since the apocalypse, she had no idea how long it had been since she'd lived like this. If not for the thought that there were still survivors outside waiting for her help, she would have wanted to stay here forever. In the 7th floor bedroom, Ji Rushue was alone and feeling rather bored. She wanted to go downstairs to see the 9 death demon police that her father had locked up, but was afraid of being discovered knowing his secret. How boring! If only I hadn't inexplicably teamed up with the 9 death demon police for that decapitation operation against the zombie king. Father wouldn't have become so sensitive. He hasn't gone out for 2 days now. Thinking about her previous actions, Ji Rushue couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had been utterly foolish. When Lu Chuan finished his combat training and returned to the 7th floor, Ji Rushue's eyes lit up as she quickly ran over. Daddy, Daddy! It's so stuffy staying at home. I want to go downstairs to play.